This guy here is our Leon Cassius. He's a top-tier dragon-slaying knight, but he was betrayed and captured by the queen of the Silver Dragon clan. Just as he was about to be executed, he used his ultimate technique. It's a curse skill that would cause the Silver Dragon Queen to suffer bone-deep agony at regular intervals. But this curse is a little strange. It instantly triggered the queen's deepest desires, causing her to devour him all night long. When he woke up, it was 2 years later. A little girl walks up to him and calls out "Daddy." He was completely stunned. And to top it off, he even got a bonus twin. Alright, without further ado, let's begin. The story opens with 2 guards standing watch over a prisoner's cell in the dungeons of the Silver Dragon clan when a pair of long, slender, pale legs approached. One of the guards spoke up. "Your Majesty," the woman ordered, "you two leave us. I wish to speak with him alone." Both guards obeyed. "Yes, Your Majesty." This woman with long white hair and a stunning figure was the Silver Dragon Queen Rosesare. She smirked. "Great hero of the Dragon Slayers, how does it feel to be our prisoner?" Leon Cassius said coldly. "Kill me." She replied with contempt. "You want me to grant you that release?" Rosesare leaned in close to her opponent. "It won't be that easy." Quite the handsome and tough man. Then she suddenly slapped Leon hard across the face. She continued, "A few more scars would make you even more magnificent." He groaned in pain and said, "Why bother humiliating me? Whether you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Just get it over with." Rosesare lifted his bloodied hand to her lips and licked it, revealing an unusual allure. "A man as strong as you wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state if not for some backstabbing little schemer. Why not submit to my Silver Dragon clan?" he sneered, baring his teeth. "Are you worthy?" Her eyes narrowed, and then Rosesare landed a devastating blow on Leon, sending his body crashing into the wall and creating a huge hole. He coughed up blood, and suddenly she stepped on his body. "A prisoner. How dare you be so insolent to me?" Rosesare said condescendingly. "Leon Cassius, do you still think you're that hero praised by the world? Still dreaming that ridiculous dream of wiping out the dragon race and leaving your name in history? Wake up. You're about to die here. You who doesn't know your own place. A failure no better than an ant. I'm just saying, for all you know, you could have had the chance to enjoy glory and wealth with your own descendants." Leon gritted his teeth, looking at her with hatred. She continued, "An interesting thought, isn't it? But too bad. You have no successor. That day will never come for you." He grew furious. "Rosesare, do not underestimate humans." Suddenly, she wrapped her tail around his neck. Rosesare stood there with her arms crossed, watching. Such a stubborn, tough-mouthed brat. The air in Leon Cassius's lungs was nearly depleted. He clawed uncomfortably at her tail. He closed his eyes. "Your Majesty the Queen," she asked contemptuously. "What is it? Are you about to beg for mercy?" He managed to speak. "From this moment, you have made 2 mistakes." She was startled. He continued. "First, you should not have been alone with the strongest of the Dragon Slayers, who has undergone rigorous training. Second, you absolutely should not have." Leon's eyes flew open, his pupils glowing with a red aura. "Savored my blood." Seeing this, Rosesare felt a bit uneasy and shocked. Then he forcefully broke free from her tail. She stood there in surprise, watching him. Rosesare's body felt strange, her face flushed red, and she whispered, "It's so hot." A moment later, she fell to her knees, wondering to herself, "What in the world is happening to my body? What's going on?" Leon said coldly, "Your Majesty the Queen, soon you will taste a pain that will pierce your very soul for the rest of your life." She bit her lip, trying to control her emotions. She couldn't take it anymore. She lunged forward and threw her arms around Leon. Rosesare pressed her body against his, looking up at him with a pouting, pleading expression. He was surprised, thinking, What's happening?" Leon Cassius looked at her face and thought, "What's wrong? Is she aroused?" Suddenly, Rosesare cupped Leon's face and gave him a passionate kiss. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. Time passed in a blur. A wall appeared, and on the ground lay the scattered clothes of both of them. An hour later, Rosesare looked at him suggestively. She spoke, "I am." And then she screamed, "You brat!" Rosesare grabbed a cloth to cover herself and yelled, "What did you do to me, you little brat?" Leon Cassius calmly replied, "The blood curse. A forbidden art that can only be used once in a lifetime. You tasted my blood, and a soul link has been formed between us. After I die, the curse will cause you to fall into extreme agony." Rosesare screamed. She didn't want to believe what he was saying. Nonsense. If this is a curse that takes effect after you die, then what just happened was. Leon maintained his calm and cold demeanor. "That was unexpected. I thought what would happen after my death would be suffering, but I didn't expect its side effect would be to send you into heat." Rosesare shouted in embarrassment. "Shut up," he smirked. "But from what I know, your Silver Dragon clan follows the rule of one mate for life. Right after I die, not only will the great queen of the Silver Dragons be unable to find a new partner, you'll have no way of producing an heir. You won't even be able to explain why. The effect of this forbidden curse has far exceeded my expectations." She grew even more furious, unable to speak. Leon Cassius smiled and continued. What was it you said earlier? Your great majesty, queen of the silver dragons. Did you say I have no heir? Well, now you don't have an heir either. Oh, that's right. No dragon to inherit your legacy. Unable to take it anymore, Rose-Sir lunged at him. She used magic to reveal her sharp claws. You wretched brat, he said calmly. Want to kill me? There's no need for your majesty to get her hands dirty. I'll be dead soon enough. Rose-Sir gritted her teeth in anger. He continued, live on, carrying my hatred and a lifetime of agony. This is the curse that I, a mere human, have placed upon you. Rose-Sir silently got dressed again. After a moment she spoke. A mere human. Using such despicable means to get revenge on me. And you still wish to die. Rose-Sir put on her haughty expression again as a purple magical aura emanated from her hand. You think I'd let it be that easy? Suddenly, a purple seal appeared on Leon Cassius's chest. We see Leon handsome and neatly dressed, sleeping in a bed. This is Leon Cassius, the legendary former hero of the Dragon Slayers. At 5 years old, he killed his neighbor's vicious dog with his bare hands and was taken in as a disciple by the foremost dragon-slaying master. At 10 years old, he entered the Empire's dragon-slaying academy, and within just 4 years, he graduated as the youngest and most talented student in its history. At 15 years old, he joined the dragon-slaying battlefield, slaying countless evil dragons and achieving innumerable glorious victories for the Empire. Leon Cassius was known as the mightiest hero. Leon Cassius, the dragon slayer who led the Empire to victory and was the only hope to end the war. Until he became a prisoner of the dragon tribe. 2 years had passed since his capture, when suddenly, Leon Cassius shot up in a panic, screaming his head off. He was breathing heavily. Leon Cassius placed a hand on his chest. Where am I? Before him was a lavish, luxurious room, and he saw a figure peeking from behind the door. It was Mian sneaking a peek at him. The little girl exclaimed, "He's awake." He was stunned, whispering to himself, "So cute." Leon Cassius stepped out of bed, covering his face with his hands. So, that's how it is. I'm starting to understand everything. My contribution to humanity must have been so great that I've been sent to heaven. And this little kid. He shot to his feet, pointing at the little girl. You must be the legendary angel, the girl asked curiously. What's an angel? Leon Cassius bent down face to face with her. Hello there, little angel. What's your name? The girl answered excitedly. It's Mian Leon. Cassius broke into a wide smile. Mian, huh? That's a really beautiful name, he thought. But this angel's hair was a little strange, a mix of black and white. The girl replied cheerfully. My mommy said, it means moonlight. He was shocked, wondering, angels have mothers. He introduced himself. My name is Leon Cassius. Mian said, with delight, I know Leon Cassius means lion. Leon Cassius asked in surprise, who told you that? The little girl replied, my mommy told me. He was a bit taken aback. No way. Then he asked, and who might your mother be? Mian said with a bright smile. Rose-Sir. Hearing that he froze on the spot, Leon Cassius was horrified. Your mother is Rose-Sir. Then I'm. The little girl stared at him blankly, then answered with excitement, my daddy. The word struck him like a bolt of lightning. He refused to believe this shocking truth. He ran his hands through his hair. Daddy, this can't be. She's my daughter, with Rose-Sir, the little girl said happily. Your Majesty. He immediately turned his head. Mian ran over and hugged Rose-Sir. Your Majesty, Daddy's awake. She replied cheerfully. I know. His eyes widened, and he clenched his teeth. She said with a smile, you're finally awake. The little girl looked up and asked her, Your Majesty must be really happy that Daddy's awake, right? Because you hoped he'd wake up every single day. She gave a faint smile and replied, that's right. Off to the side, he angrily muttered, like hell I believe that. Rose-Sir bent down and stroked the little girl's head. Mian, go play for a bit. Mommy has something to discuss with your daddy. The little girl happily obeyed. Okay, then Leon Cassius asked, is Mian really my daughter? She replied, what do you think? She's our biological daughter, yours and mine. She swished her tail and he guessed, you must hate me to the bone. So why give birth to this child? Why save my life? Rose-Sir said calmly. You've been asleep for 2 years. Do you think you can just forget what you did to me 2 years ago? Leon Cassius yelled. You think I wanted to do that? Humans and dragons are mortal enemies. Under normal circumstances, I would have died before I ever touched you. She moved closer to him and asked, oh, in other words, touching me was torture for you. Without hesitation, he replied, of course it was. Then Rose-Sir used her tail to wrap tightly around his leg, and he fell backward onto the bed in surprise. She climbed on top of Leon Cassius, flustering him. Whoa, what are you doing? Suddenly, she ripped his shirt open. Rose-Sir raised her hand, which was glowing with a magic circle, and said softly, I want to carve my dragon's mark onto you. He yelled stop, but before Leon Cassius could react, Rose-Sir had already pressed the mark onto the center of his chest. This will be your mark of shame. It represents that from now on, you are my prisoner. For the rest of your life, you can never leave me. She revealed a sinister smile. When your fellow humans see this dragon's mark on you, how do you think they'll feel? Will they see you as the great hero, the dragon slayer, or as a traitor who sided with the dragon tribe? Leon Cassius gritted his teeth and asked in resignation, "Why go this far?" She came closer and placed a finger on his lips. "Still don't get it. Leon Cassius, the dragon tribe's concept of revenge has always been an unsolved mystery to those who study them. Their vengeance is not confined to human behaviors. It's a combination of the absurd, the extreme, and things beyond human comprehension." Rose continued coldly, "I want you to live your entire life in shame, relentlessly humiliated by me." Leon Cassius became flustered, his face turning red as a tomato. He thought to himself, this feeling. For the Silver Dragon Queen, Rose, turning the greatest dragon slayer of humanity into a slave of the dragon tribe, was in a way making him her most intimate companion. Rose leaned down close to Leon Cassius, and with a mischievous smile she said, "Well then, shall we begin?" Although this might be hard to believe from a human's perspective, this was her revenge against the Dragon Slayer as a member of the dragon tribe. In the vast palace of the Silver Dragons, two maids were gossiping as they walked. One maid said, "The queen seems to be in a really good mood today." The other maid replied, "You haven't heard. Her husband is awake." Leaning against the wall, eavesdropping, he thought, "So that dragon really did spread the word that I'm her husband. You people have no idea how terrifying that female dragon is." Now he had a new nickname, Leon Cassius, the dragon slayer who was squeezed dry. Recalling the sight of Rose from last night, she looked so alluring. "Hurry up and move," Leon Cassius thought to himself. "She drained me for a whole day and night. My old back is about to break." Leon Cassius angrily clenched his fists. "I will never obediently stay here and become her plaything." Outside the palace, 4 guards were standing watch. He snuck a look and whispered to himself, "The side door has 4 dragon guards. Getting out of here is basically impossible. But why are there so few guards at the Silver Dragon Palace today? It's completely different from when I came here 2 years ago." It was eerily quiet. As if discovering something, Leon Cassius let out a small sound. He pushed aside some weeds and walked over. "Why is there a cave here?" He looked at the small hole and said, "This couldn't be a trap, could it?" Annoyed Leon Cassius ran his hands through his hair. "I don't care anymore. I can't afford to overthink this right now. No matter what, I have to get out of here. Even if it's a trap, I have to charge through." He crawled into the cave thinking, "Goodbye, you perverted dragon. As for that little dragon girl, Mian. Even though she's adorable, I'll have to leave her to you for now." Mian stood there with wide eyes, then pointed at him. "Your Majesty, look, Daddy's crawling through a doggy door. He's so cool," Rose calmly replied. "Yes, I see. He is very cool, isn't he?" The little girl asked, "So Your Majesty, when are you going to fish Daddy back out?" She bent down, covered the girl's mouth with her hand and corrected her. "Mian, we can't use the word fish out. It's not very polite." The girl was a bit confused. "So how am I supposed to use it?" Rose revealed her pearly whites and said coldly, "Repel." A man was running tirelessly. After a while, an exhausted Leon Cassius muttered to himself, "After a few more mountains, I should be able to see the border of the territory." He whipped his head around, thinking, "I've run so far. Surely that female dragon won't chase me all the way here, right?" His eyes then widened in shock at what he saw. He let out a yell. Swoosh! Leon Cassius took off running when he saw her. She spoke up, "You're a pretty good runner, aren't you, Leon Cassius?" He struggled to keep running and grumbled, "Damn it!" Rose flew past him in a flash. She asked angrily, "Is it fun toying with me like this?" She then continued, Actually, it's quite satisfying. Don't you think everything went a little too smoothly for you? Who do you think got those guards out of the way and even left you a little escape hole?" Leon Cassius replied calmly. "Even if I knew it was a trap, I had no other choice. I just didn't expect you to catch up to me so quickly." She continued, "So, what if you run back to human territory now? My mark is already on your chest." "Do you really think they'll still accept a dragon slayer like you?" he yelled. "Then I'll just start a new life with a normal identity. That's better than being tormented by you." Exasperated Rose spread her wings. So clueless. Then she wrapped her tail around him, making him scream. He shouted, "Let me go." "Where are you taking me, you damn dragon?" She replied. "If you want to go back so badly, then I'll grant your wish." 3 hours later, near the Imperial Border Watch city, Rose dropped Leon Cassius, whose endless screams echoed everywhere. He crashed through one tree canopy after another, finally hitting the ground with a painful thud. He put a hand to his head. Ouch. Leon Cassius squinted, his eyes widening in surprise at what he saw. He stood there, scratching his head, looking at the houses with their lights still on. He wondered, "Is that a human town?" A woman appeared, replying, "Correct, that is the human empire." Rose with her arms crossed, looked ahead and said, "Seeing a human town after so long, does it make you feel like you can just run over there and return to the human world? But, alas, you can't go back, even though it looks so close." Suddenly, her magic sigil on his chest began to glow. She pinned him against a tree and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention. For 2 people engraved with the Leon Cassius sigil. Once one of them has relations with someone else, the sigil will react, you see." Rose Serre moved closer to Leon. Cassius placed a hand on his chest and asked, "Are you feeling it now? Your whole body heating up your heart, feeling like it's being torn apart. That unbearable urge." He gritted his teeth. You can't possibly want to do it right here." Rose Serre's face turned as red as a tomato as she replied, "Exactly. Do you know why I brought you here? I want to do it right in front of your homeland, in a place so close to it so you can understand what true humiliation feels like." Clutching his shirt, he thought, "Does she think I'll lose all hope just because of this?" Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and declared, "I will wait. I'll wait patiently until my chance comes, and when it does, I'll return every bit of this humiliation, twofold." She looked at him in silence, then Rose Serre closed her eyes and smiled. "Very well." She pressed her body against his. "I'll be waiting. This won't end until one of us is gone." Near Borderwatch Imperial City, a satisfied Rose Serre sat with her arms crossed. She turned her head to look at him and said, "I was very pleased with your performance just now." Leon Cassius lay in a corner, crying silently in despair. She came closer, tracing a circle on his chest with her finger, and asked, "How about I bring you here every month to gaze upon your homeland?" He shot up and yelled, "All you damn dragons think about is how to drain me dry," she replied with a smirk. "You saw right through me." Rose Serre stood up to leave, and said, "Let's go. Our daughter is still waiting for us at home." Suddenly he cut her off. "Wait." She turned her head back, looking at him with a bit of confusion. Leon Cassius stepped forward and continued, "I am a proud dragon slayer. There's no way I'm letting you drag me back like some prey. I'll walk back on my own." She replied nonchalantly, "From here back to the Silver Leon Cassius Sanctuary, it takes 3 hours at my flying speed. For a human, it would take at least 10 days to half a month." He said, sulkily, "It's only 10 to 15 days. Don't underestimate a human's endurance." Rose Serre smiled. "I'd like to see just how long you can last." A while later, the sound of panting filled the air as an exhausted Leon Cassius gasped for breath. Rose Serre followed behind her, arms crossed, and said, "Can't walk anymore, beg me." He turned around, cutting her off. "I don't need to. Who said I'm tired?" Exasperated, she closed her eyes and snorted. "The only tough thing about you is your mouth." He was so uncomfortable, he couldn't even say a word. Suddenly, something made them both freeze. They stared wide-eyed as soldiers on horseback rode by. Leon Cassius muttered to himself, "The Leon Cassius army." He happily moved forward thinking, "This is great. These guys might be able to help me escape this dragon." Rose Serre stood there glaring. He looked back at her in fear and reconsidered. "No, that's wrong. If I ask them for help, Rose Serre won't hesitate to kill them all." Okeg stopped and gave an order. "Halt for a moment." He looked toward the two of them and asked, "Are you two lost?" Leon Cassius scratched his head and replied with a bright smile, "Not at all. We're just taking a leisurely stroll." That's what he said, but inside, he thought, "I can't get innocent people involved." OK dismounted and suggested, "This forest isn't a good place for a walk. There are many dangerous plants and wild beasts. How about I escort you two for a bit?" He stepped forward to introduce himself. "Oh right, my name is Ake, captain of the 47th Squadron of the Imperial Leon Cassius Army." Leon Cassius came forward waving his hands. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we've had self-defense training. We can protect ourselves." He thought to himself, Gazan is here too. Suddenly, OK seemed to recognize Leon Cassius and asked, "You look a little familiar. Have we met before?" Rose Serre's eyes turned sharp and cold. Leon Cassius glanced behind him and saw her hand crackling with magic. This is bad, he thought. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand tightly. Leon Cassius pulled Rose Serre close to him and said with a smile, "Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else." He continued, "I just have one of those faces. Even my wife gets me mixed up sometimes, right dear?" He then whispered to her, "I'll go back with you quietly. Just play along." Hearing that she hugged him intimately and replied, "Mm-hmm." Seeing the couple, OK laughed, getting the hint. He left, but not without saying goodbye. "Well then, I won't disturb you two lovebirds." Leon Cassius and Rose Serre stood there, locked in an intimate embrace, watching them ride away. She asked coldly, "Done hugging me?" He jumped back with a yelp. She continued in her cold tone, "Leon Cassius, you're very smart for not asking them for help, but there's one thing." Rose Serre poked his chest with her finger. "You need to be clear about your own position. Just because we have a child together doesn't make me your wife," Leon Cassius retorted irritably. "And I never wanted to be your husband." She turned sharply. "Let's go. We still have a long way to go." Leon Cassius clutched his hand, letting out a cry of pain as he held up the bloody limb. As she walked further away, he suddenly fainted. She turned back surprised. Rose Serre asked coldly. He passed out. A purple magical aura radiated from her body. She said, with contempt, "Humans are so pathetically weak." She transformed into a dragon and grabbed his shirt with her mouth. Then she tossed him into the air. Leon Cassius landed on her back as Rose Serre soared high into the sky. She said, with dissatisfaction, "I guess this counts as you begging for mercy." Meanwhile, at the Silver Leon Cassius Sanctuary, after a long slumber, Leon Cassius finally began to stir. Mian said excitedly, "Daddy's awake." He sat up, rubbing his head, and asked, "How did I get here?" The little girl quickly replied, "Her Majesty Mother brought you back." He remembered yesterday's events and his face darkened. "Damn it, in the end, that woman captured me like a piece of prey." Leon Cassius noticed his bandaged hand. This is… The girl replied excitedly, I'm the one who bandaged it for you. He thought to himself, dragon researchers say the Leon Cassius clan is a ferocious race. From childhood, their entire lives are filled with violence and bloodshed. Although Mian has the clear characteristics of the Leon Cassius clan, she doesn't show any hostility towards me and completely sees me as her father. Is it because she's a human-dragon hybrid? Leon Cassius reached out and patted the little girl's head. Mian, you did a great job. She beamed with joy. He lovingly instructed Mian, when you grow up, don't be anything like your mother, you hear. Hearing this, the little girl looked confused. Suddenly, Rose Sarah walked in and asked, what's wrong with being like me, causing him to jump in fright, his eyes going wide. He turned his head away. Oh, it's nothing. Mian happily showed her mother, Your Majesty, I followed your instructions and bandaged Daddy's wound. She replied indifferently, Humph, that is simply what you are expected to do. The little girl cheerfully obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty. Standing to the side, he muttered to himself, what a strict mother. He bent down, patted the girl's head and smiled. Mian, go hide in the garden first. I'll count to 100 and then come find you, okay? The little girl immediately grew excited. Really? You want to play hide and seek with me, Daddy? Leon Cassius put a hand to his chest. I'm not like your mother. Now hurry up and go. Then he started counting. 1, 2, 3. The little girl quickly ran off. Daddy, don't count so fast. He continued counting, then stopped and called out to Rose Sarah. Hey you. She turned and asked, what is it? He asked, why are you so overly strict with our child? She replied calmly, that is the way of the Leon Cassius clan. We must be strict with our children from a young age. Only then can we raise a powerful warrior. Leon Cassius raised his voice, but she's not entirely a dragon. Besides, Mian is so adorable. How can you be so harsh? Rose Sir closed her eyes and answered dismissively, she is a dragon. To a dragon, adorable is a meaningless concept. He immediately retorted, well, you're pretty cute yourself. She shot him a chilling glare. Then she grabbed his shirt and yelled, you are nothing but a slave for my pleasure. Stop trying to lecture me. He answered with some hesitation, She returned to her calm demeanor. Good, as long as you understand. I am the queen of the Silver Leon Cassius clan. I have many matters to attend to. The duty of babysitting falls to you. She whispered close to his ear, that child seems to be quite fond of you. In the idyllic garden, Leon Cassius walked along, mimicking her words and grumbling. I am the Leon Cassius queen, so I'm very busy. As if to say we dragon slayers are responsible for taking care of the children. Seeing someone hiding, he paused. He muttered to himself, Mian is too naive. Does she really think I can't see her hiding back there? Leon Cassius pointed towards the little girl and shouted, found you. When he saw the girl standing motionless, he felt awkward. The atmosphere suddenly felt heavy. He thought with a hint of fear, is this kid angry? Judging by Mian's expression, she definitely seemed mad at him. She stared at him grimly. Leon Cassius raised a hand and scratched his head, trying to smooth things over. Mian, I'm sorry. You've been waiting a long time. Suddenly, the little girl ran off. He chased after her, asking Mian, what's wrong? He chased after her, calling out, why are you running me? And confused, he searched everywhere but couldn't find her anymore. I swear I just saw her run this way. Leon Cassius thought to himself, a child's mood is really hard to predict. He continued to think, no wonder Rose Sarah left the childcare duties to me. Lost in thought, he didn't realize Mian was right behind him. The little girl jumped out, hugging Leon Cassius tightly, smiling brightly as she said, Mian caught you, Daddy. He asked Mian, didn't you just run past me a moment ago? The little girl looked at him confused. She replied, no, I didn't. You still hadn't found me yet. That's why Mian came out to find you, Daddy. Leon Cassius thought. Did I see wrong? Mian took his hand and started pulling him along. Daddy, Mian has something to show you. Come on, he replied. Okay. Completely unaware that there was another little girl behind them. From the back, she looked exactly like Mian. It turns out she was Mian's older sister. She stood there silently watching him and Mian. In another part of the garden, there was a crystal-clear waterfall. Mian was busy doing something, making a soft scratching sound. She was concentrating on her coloring. Leon Cassius sat to one side watching her. He smiled warmly and thought, having a daughter is truly wonderful. It feels like my very soul is being healed. He clenched his fist, thinking angrily, sooner or later, the day will come when Daddy will rescue you from your demon dragon mother's clutches. The little girl ran over and held up her drawing for him to see. Look, Daddy Mian drew our whole family. He replied happily, wow, Mian, you're so talented. You're Daddy's girl after all. Leon Cassius was puzzled. Leon Cassius turned the drawing around, pointed and asked Mian, why are there two children here? The little girl answered excitedly, that's my sister. He was stunned. Mian has a sister, so it wasn't a one-hit wonder. It was twins. He bowed his head and blamed himself. The child I saw in the garden earlier was her. I called her by the wrong name. No wonder she was so angry. The little girl said, I don't think sister was angry. She was just a little shy since she just met you. Leon Cassius closed his eyes and considered. Truthfully, we haven't even officially met, so it's normal for her to be wary. He turned to look at the garden and muttered, "It's all that damn dragon's fault for hiding the child from me. I have to find her and get some answers." The scene changes to Roser's study, where she is focused on her work. The red dragon beside her let out a few noises. Suddenly both she and the red dragon looked up. Leon Cassius burst through the door, shouting her name. She asked coolly, "Where's Mian? Did she go play with her sister?" He said angrily. "You're good at keeping secrets. How long were you going to hide the fact that I have an older daughter?" Roser gave a slight smile. "Well, you know now, don't you?" he continued. "Still, I should thank you. Giving birth is already hard enough, but to think you had 2 children for me, it must have been incredibly difficult." He grew angrier and slammed his fist on the table. "Just you wait. When I return to the Empire, I will definitely add your name to the family registry." Roser's eyes narrowed. She crossed her arms and sat smugly asking, "Do you have any idea why I never told you about the existence of our eldest daughter?" Leon Cassius questioned her, his voice a mix of confusion and accusation. "Why are you jealous that I'm close to Mian? So you're deliberately keeping her from meeting me, her own father?" she asked. "Are you that desperate to see her?" he retorted. "Is that even a question? Who wouldn't want to meet their own daughter? Unlike a cold, strict mother like you, I actually have to build a bond with her." She rested her chin on her hand and gave a small smile. "Fine, just don't come to regret it." The scene shifts to a kitchen with a table and a sink. Leon Cassius gripped a knife tightly, laughing as he said, "Roser." He chopped down hard on the cutting board. "Today I'll show you." The first step to bridging the gap between Leon Cassius and his eldest daughter is to fill her stomach with delicious food. Looking at the delicious stew in the pot, he remembered the milk-braised meat his squad used to make. Everyone who tasted it said it was delicious, and its sweet flavor was perfect for kids. He scooped up a ladleful to taste it and judged. Not bad. My cooking skills haven't gotten rusty." Leon Cassius was certain this flavor would win Roser over. He happily closed his eyes and imagined it. Roser's favorite food is the food her dad makes. He chuckled to himself in the kitchen, much to the confusion of the 2 maids watching from outside. One maid said admiringly from outside, "His Highness the Prince Consort has only just recovered, and he's already in the kitchen for his family. He truly is a dragon who knows how to care for his family." Seeing Roser and the 2 children approach, the 2 maids bowed their heads in greeting. "Your Majesty the Queen," she said. "You are not needed for dinner tonight. Go and rest." The 2 maids bowed at a 45-degree angle. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Leon Cassius, holding the pot of stew, turned his head and said, "You all arrived at the perfect time." Mian ran over and praised, "Dad, it smells so good." He flashed a bright smile. "I heard you kids love meat, so I especially made braised meat and beef ribs for you." Leon Cassius thought with a smile, Roser. "Do you feel your father's sincerity?" But when he glanced over at the little girl, he saw her turn her head away without a care, leaving him completely stunned. He muttered in disappointment, "Why is this so different from what I imagined?" Leon Cassius turned to look at Roser, thinking furiously, "That dragoness planned for this all along. That's why she didn't want me to meet Roser." After a moment of silent observation, Roser finally spoke up. "Since this is your first official meeting, introduce yourselves." The little girl obediently listened. "Yes, mother." She introduced herself coldly. "I am the eldest daughter of Queen Roser, of the Silver Leon Cassius clan, Roser. I am 1 year and 2 months old this year. The Casimir clan is a long-lived race, so the growth rate of young dragons is much faster than that of human children." He cheerfully knelt down to greet his daughter. "Roser, my name is Leon Cassius. I'm your dad." Step 2. In bridging the gap between Leon Cassius and his eldest daughter, a polite greeting to leave a good impression. The little girl just gave an indifferent, "Oh." He thought awkwardly, "Why is this child's attitude so cold? She doesn't have a problem with me, does she?" Mian tugged at his clothes. "Big sister, please say a little more. Don't make Dad feel awkward." The little girl crossed her arms and said disdainfully, "He looks so weak. Is that really our father?" Her words made him want to spit up blood right there. "Is that really our father? Looks so weak." He looked at the girl with a pained expression and muttered to himself, "What a dutiful daughter I have." The young father, Leon Cassius, felt a sense of danger for the first time. Roser smiled as she watched the 2 children, her family reunited. What was supposed to be a happy family chat had now turned into Leon Cassius's most torturous moment. Just then, Mian suddenly spoke up, "Sister, help me cut this." Roser happily agreed. Leon Cassius watched the 2 girls, unable to stop thinking. The 2 daughters look alike, but their personalities are worlds apart. Plus, it's obvious that Roser leans heavily toward her mother. He then started a conversation. "Roser, do you like the food today?" The little girl smiled and replied, "It's awful." Each word stabbed through Leon Cassius's fragile heart. Roser covered her mouth, unable to hold back a laugh. Mian, with her innocent eyes, turned and asked her, "Your Majesty, mother, why are you so happy?" She replied, "It's not every day your father gets to reunite with our family. Seeing him so happy makes me happy too." Then she turned to Leon Cassius and said pointedly, "Isn't that right, Leon Cassius? Why aren't you smiling?" Hearing that, he immediately forced a smile and replied, being with my family, of course I'm happy. Mian innocently held up a meat skewer and said cheerfully, then let's have dinner together every day, Dad. Leon Cassius put on a troubled face. About that, he then thought to himself, as if I'd ever want to eat with that dragoness every day. Suddenly Rose Surley's voice cut through the conversation. No. Mian looked at her crestfallen and confused. Why not? Rose Surley calmly put a piece of food in her mouth and answered, because I want to go to St. Heiser Academy to attend the dragon nursery class. Hearing his daughter's words, Rose Sarah said seriously, the nursery class at St. Heiser Academy is for dragons who are 4 or 5 years old. Why are you in such a hurry to enroll? Rose Surley replied coldly, because I want to defeat the dragon slayers. Over here, Leon Cassius jumped as if he'd been struck, coughing violently. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, thinking it feels like my own daughter wants to defeat her old man. He then looked at her and said, with a hidden meaning, dragon slayers are all very strong. Rose Surley, you're still so young you could get hurt. Rose Surley furrowed her brow, crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. Don't think I'm a child. Her words stunned Leon Cassius, who thought, but you are a child. Rose Sarah crossed her arms and said with a slight smile, actually I think Rose Surley's idea is a good one. The sooner she thinks about going to school, the sooner she can stand against the dragon slayers. A second later, she glanced at Leon Cassius. Isn't that right, Leon Cassius? Or do you have some other reason for wanting to stop Rose Surley from going to school? Hearing her words, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If he kept objecting, Rose Surley would definitely hate him, her father even more. He could only try to change her mind discreetly. He then calmly picked up some food and replied, no, I don't. Leon Cassius glared at Rose Sarah, thinking, you despicable woman, I see what you're doing. He imagined Rose Sarah holding a knife and fork as if she wanted to eat him alive. This dragoness wants to use Rose Surley to mentally attack me during dinner. A fire of rage ignited in his heart. Just you wait, Rose Surley, I'll show you. At that moment, Rose Surley smiled triumphantly and said, if her father has no objections, then it's decided. St. Heiser Academy will hold its entrance exam in 1 month. In this 1 month, your father will prepare you. Hearing this, Rose Surley responded enthusiastically, yes, mother. A short while later, the family dinner ended, and Rose Surley began clearing the table. Mian was busy showing off her full belly to Rose Surley. Look, sister, my tummy is so round. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, Rose Surley. The voice made her turn around, slightly annoyed. Leon Cassius pointed at the pile of dishes on the table. These plates still haven't been cleared. Rose Surley replied with an annoyed expression. Let the servants handle these things. At that moment, Leon Cassius leaned close to her ear. After dinner, the husband and wife will clean up and wash the dishes together. Only then is the family dinner officially over. He deliberately teased, whispering close to her ear. Don't you want to create a harmonious family atmosphere in front of the kids, even if it's just an act? Then she turned to look at the 2 children, and suddenly met Mian's expectant gaze. Rose Surley let out a sigh and reluctantly said, fine. Seeing this, Mian happily raised her hands, smiling as she said, Mian wants to help too. Suddenly, No's hand reached out towards Mian, and a second later she pulled the girl away, saying coldly, let's go, let's go. Mian, with a dissatisfied look on her face, said loudly, big sister, where are we going? Rose Surley looked at the pile of dishes, stacked neatly in the sink, then turned to him and said, when are you planning to come help me? Leon Cassius, sitting leisurely with his arms crossed, replied, Rose Surley, have you forgotten what I said 2 years ago? He continued, never be alone with the strongest dragon slayer who has undergone rigorous training. His words startled Rose Surley. She quickly turned to question him. Leon Cassius, what are you trying to do? Just then, Leon Cassius replied with a serious look in his eyes. Before I was exhausted from a long journey, so you suppressed my dragon crest and played me like a fiddle. But things are different now. Hearing this, Rose Surley became furious. In her anger, she manifested her tail and aimed it at Leon Cassius, yelling, don't think you can use this trick to escape. Leon Cassius simply blocked her attack with one hand. He gripped Rose Surley's tail, slowly stood up and said coldly, who said I wanted to run? Leon Cassius, grabbing her tail, made Rose Surley extremely sensitive. Her face flushed red as she let out a cry, and a second later she fell to the ground. This little brat. Leon Cassius's hand was still holding her tail tightly. He looked down and said coldly, lost your strength already, Your Majesty the Queen. The effect of the Leon Cassius crest makes your tail extremely sensitive. With me holding it, you're like a helpless little kitten being held by the scruff of its neck. This is knowledge I discovered from the books of your Leon Cassius clan. He then leaned in close to the trembling Rose Surley and continued, Rose Surley, you people have such a desire to conquer, a desire to control everything. He then asked, but have you ever been conquered? The question made Rose Surley freeze for a moment. Rose Surley panted, her face flushed. Her entire body was red as she shot him a glance. Let go of my tail. Leon Cassius, as if he'd been thrown a lifeline, said smugly, from the day I woke up, you've constantly trampled my dignity under your feet, treating me like a toy. He then continued, how about we even the score a little tonight? What do you say? Hearing this, Rosehair turned fiercely and yelled, "Leon Cassius, you bastard." Suddenly, a knock from outside interrupted their conversation. Two maids called from outside. "We wonder if Her Majesty the Queen's after-dinner activities have concluded." There was no response. A second later, the two of them pushed the door open and entered. "Whoa, it's spotless." They were surprised by the tidy kitchen. One of them spoke up. "Did the prince consort do this?" The two of them chatted and laughed cheerfully, not noticing the opposite door was slightly ajar. Leon Cassius silently observed them. A second later, he turned and gently squeezed Rosehair's chin. "Shh, not a sound, Your Majesty the Queen. You wouldn't want the servants to discover the normally high and mighty queen in a state like this, now would you?" A moment later, the kitchen door closed and Rosehair glared at him, her eyes filled with rage, pushing his luck. Leon Cassius leaned close to Rosehair and said, "Well done. Now then, let's begin, my darling wife." He let out a soft chuckle and looked down. Rosehair's eyes glistened, her cheeks flushed as she let out a soft moan. 3 days later, the entire kingdom was shining brightly under the sun. Leon Cassius was asleep in bed with Mian beside him, looking at him curiously. "Dad hasn't woken up for 3 days. Is he dead?" "No," replied. "There's one way to find out." A second later, the little girl forcefully stomped on his face. "Ow, ow, that hurts." "No," said coldly with her arms crossed. Not dead yet." Meanwhile, Leon Cassius was fuming internally. "Is that any way to treat your own father?" Then he turned to see Mian's joyful expression. Leon Cassius sat up. Mian cheered. "Your Majesty, mother, Dad's awake again." Leon Cassius coldly asked Rosehair, "When did I pass out?" "Over by the mirror," Rosehair replied. "Do you need me to help you remember?" The thought startled him as he recalled what happened that night. "I remember now. At the end of the night, my Leon Cassius crest wore off, and I really took a blow from her." Leon Cassius got out of bed, not forgetting to glance at her. This female dragon is truly vicious. A normal person would have died several times over under her claws. He then watched her pull open the curtains and couldn't help but think. Looking closely, she's actually quite beautiful. For a female dragon who's over 200 years old. Mian looked at his dazed face with a bit of worry. "Why did Dad stop moving?" No replied with the wisdom of someone much older. He's staring at Her Majesty, mother like an idiot." Suddenly Rosehair swung her arm and knocked her hairpin loose. Startled, she looked down. Just then, Leon Cassius's hand picked it up. A second later, he gently placed it in her hair, not forgetting to say, "This suits you quite well." Instead of being romantic, Rosehair just asked, "I'm surprised you can be so delicate. It's not because you've done this for other girls, is it?" Leon Cassius was at a loss for words. "That's right. When I was little, I used to groom my master's sheep, so I got pretty good at it." Suddenly, Mian grabbed his arm and asked Dad, "What's a donkey?" He then began to act it out for the little girl. "A donkey is a lot like a dragon. It has 2 ears and a tail, and it's very stubborn. Whenever it's unhappy, it likes to go, oomph." Leon Cassius added, "Just like your mother." Hearing this, Rosehair shot daggers at him with her eyes. A second later, she drove her elbow right into his stomach, making him cry out in pain. Mian quickly asked with concern, "Dad, are you okay?" "No," stood there coldly watching him clutch his stomach. "Dad's fine." Suddenly, Rosehair turned to the children with a stern expression. "Your task for today is to learn how to write your names. Your father will be in charge of teaching you." Hearing that, Leon Cassius grumbled loudly, "Giving me orders again." Meanwhile, Mian cheered with joy. "Dad's going to teach us how to write." "No," with her arms crossed, said coldly, "I can already write by myself." Immediately, Mian excitedly pulled No by the hand and ran off. "Big sister, let's go to the study and pick some pretty colored pens." "What color do you want, big sister No?" replied Purple. Suddenly, Rosehair turned to Leon Cassius with a serious look and said, "My older sister is visiting me today. I don't want you to appear before her." Hearing this, Leon Cassius smiled at her. "What's wrong? Don't want me to meet your family?" Rosehair leaned close to his ear and replied, "Leon Cassius, right now, you are a dragon who has married into the Silver Leon Cassius clan. You were in a coma for 2 years due to some illness and have only recently woken up." She gently poked his chest with her finger and continued, "If it becomes absolutely necessary for you to be seen, you will play the part I have assigned to you." Leon Cassius agreed, looking at her. "I understand, Your Majesty." As soon as Rose walked out the door, he watched her and thought to himself, does that dragon woman really think I'll obediently listen to her?" He smirked to himself. "Rose, oh Rose, I'm going to embarrass you right in front of your sister." Meanwhile, in the children's study at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the room was neat and tidy. At a small table, Leon Cassius was teaching the children, "Do exactly as Daddy just taught you. Watch closely, just like this." He then handed 2 pieces of paper with words on them to the children and said, "Now Daddy has written both of your names at the top. I want you to practice writing them a few times, okay?" No picked up the paper and looked at it coldly. "It's not as pretty as Mommy's writing." Hearing this, Leon Cassius immediately reacted, exclaiming, "Hey, beside them." An innocent Mian asked Daddy, "Do you have work to do?" Leon Cassius slowly stood up and replied, "I forgot to give your mother something earlier. Daddy has to go." Return it to her. With interest. A moment later, he quickly ran to the door and said, wait for Daddy to come back and check on you. Seeing this, No said, is he an idiot? Mian giggled happily and said, but I think Big Sister looks a little happy. No immediately turned away and said, no I'm not, just hurry up and write. Then her cheeks began to blush as she silently stared at the paper in her hand. At that moment, at the gates of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, 2 long lines of guards were welcoming Issa as she entered. Her entire being, from her hair to her clothes, was red. This was the Red Dragon Queen. Rose couldn't contain her joy and ran to embrace her. Sister, it's been too long. Suddenly Issa spoke coolly. We haven't seen each other in a year, and you've got much more color in your cheeks. Hearing this, Rose quickly touched her cheeks to hide her embarrassment. Really, no, I don't. Issa glanced behind her and added, I heard your husband has awakened. Why don't I see him? Rose quickly made an excuse. He's not feeling well today, so he can't see anyone right now. Issa crossed her arms, looking a bit suspicious. Is that so? What a shame. I was hoping to see what the Dragon King who snatched my little sister away looks like. Then she leaned in close to her sister and said, the unions of Dragon Kings are for the good of the clan, devoid of love. But for you and your king to marry and have children so quickly, you two must be quite fond of each other. Rose turned her head away and shouted, just because we're married and have children doesn't mean we're in love. I have no feelings for him. Not now, not ever. Issa glanced at her and thought to herself, still, as stubborn as ever. Then Rose hugged her sister and said with a smile, all right, it's been so long. Let's take a walk in the garden and talk. In the distance, a spyglass lens was trained on the two of them. Leon Cassius stood on a high perch holding the spyglass and looking down. So that's Issa, is it? Then he chuckled softly. Well then let's test just how far the influence of this dragon crest reaches. Meanwhile, Rose and Issa were strolling through the flower garden. Issa spoke up. Lately the dragon territories haven't been very stable. Especially the Red Flame Dragon King Constantin. That punk has been making a lot of noise recently. Hearing this, Rose's expression suddenly turned serious. Constantin, she continued. Hasn't Constantin been out of sight for a long time? Issa crossed her arms and replied, who knows? He's always been hot-headed. He's probably just trying to take this opportunity to expand his territory. Suddenly, the dragon crest appeared on her chest, its light flaring up, startling her. Rose panicked internally. Of all times it had to be now. Suddenly Issa turned and asked, what's wrong? Rose quickly covered it and said, oh, it's nothing. Let's keep walking, sister. Just then, Rose thought of Leon Cassius sitting in the palace with his legs crossed. That damn dragon slayer Wisa, walking ahead, continued talking oblivious. To be safe, we need to strengthen our border defenses. If there's any new movement on their end, I'll send a messenger dragon to contact you. Rose's whole body was trembling with heat, and she struggled to suppress it. The effect of the dragon crest was getting stronger. If this keeps up, suddenly Issa noticed and asked, Rose, are you really okay? Your face is completely red. Rose, trembling all over, said softly, sister, I just remembered I have something urgent to take care of. I'll probably be back in about 20 minutes. Issa watched her run off and said, go on then. Do you need me to come with you? Rose replied, embarrassed. No, it's fine. Over on the side. Issa covered her mouth to hide a smile. The dragon crest, huh? Youngsters these days sure go all out. At that moment inside the castle, Leon Cassius was relaxing on the balcony. Rose, oh Rose. Let's see just how long you can hold out. Suddenly, Rose burst through the door, shouting. Leon Cassius heard her and shot up. Why is she back so soon? Rose grabbed him by the collar, pulling his face close to hers. You deliberately made the dragon crest resonate right now. Did you want me to lose face in front of my sister? Leon Cassius thought to himself, I should probably play innocent for now. He then put on a pitiful expression and said, is it wrong for me to miss you? Hearing this, Rose quickly let go of him. What? Her face turned as red as a tomato. Leon Cassius watched her embarrassment and thought, looks like it worked pretty well. At least now she's thoroughly flustered, right? Rose, blushing, turned her head away and shouted, you're shameless. A defeated prisoner, like you shouldn't be spouting such garbage. Take back those thoughts right now. She looked back with angry eyes, thinking I clearly came here to deal with him. So why am I getting so flustered by just a few of his words? Then she turned to leave, shouting, consider yourself lucky this time. If there's a next time, I won't go easy on you. Behind her, Leon Cassius made a teasing face and thought, as if I'm scared. He said to himself, just one little flirtatious comment, and she's already weak in the knees. The effect of the dragon crest really is powerful. He then touched his chest and thought, but why does my own heart beat so fast when I think of her face? Leon Cassius clutched his head. Get a grip. Stop thinking about such useless things. Leon Cassius's voice echoed in his mind. The two kids are still waiting for me to come back. Meanwhile, No and Mian were concentrating on their writing when Mian whined. Why isn't Daddy back yet? The sky gradually darkened. Just then, at the gate of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, an entourage appeared. Issa smiled cheerfully and said, well, I'll be taking my leave for today. Rose waved goodbye to her. Okay, travel safely, sister. Issa transformed into a massive red dragon. Next time you have to let me meet your husband. Rose put her hands on her hips and replied, all right, we'll talk about it next time. A moment later, Issa shot up into the sky. Below, Rose remained silent, her face revealing a hint of anger. Then she turned and walked away, thinking to herself, that dragon slayer. Seems like he hasn't been taught enough of a lesson. Tonight I'm going to teach you a real one. Meanwhile, Leon Cassius suddenly sneezed. Under the dim light, he held a book in one hand and wiped his nose with the other, thinking, is that dragon woman cursing me? He then looked over at the two soundly sleeping children. Already asleep, Leon Cassius carefully pulled the blanket up higher. Can't have you getting cold. Afterwards, he gently and carefully went out, closing the door behind him. Suddenly, a hand appeared, blocking his path. Rose's cold face was staring at him. She spoke. Where do you think you're going? Leon Cassius asked nervously. Is your sister gone? Rose's face darkened and she smirked. We still have some unfinished business today, don't we? A second later, she dragged him away, shouting, follow me. Leon Cassius struggled. No, stop. At that moment in the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom, the room was neat and tidy, filled with expensive items. Leon Cassius slammed a basin of water onto the floor, then looked up at her. Here's the hot water. What do you need it for? Rose extended her foot and said coldly, I've been walking all day, and I'm tired. Wash my feet. Leon Cassius's eyes widened in shock, and he spoke up. What? Rose glanced down at him again, saying, less talk. Just do as you're told. This is your punishment for what you caused today. Leon Cassius said nothing, slowly taking off Rose's shoes while thinking to himself, Teesk, I'm a legendary dragon slayer, and I've been reduced to a slave washing this female dragon's feet. Then he looked at her feet, thinking again, this damn dragon sure knows how to live it up. I wonder how many corpses of dragon slayers these feet have stepped on. Meanwhile, Rose stared at him in surprise, thinking, why is he staring at my feet like that? Her cheeks flushed red and she bit her lip. Could it be that he has some kind of disgusting fetish? Suddenly, Leon Cassius shoved both of her feet into the basin of water, shouting, hey, put him in. Her feet turned slightly red after touching the water. A second later, she screamed and slapped Leon Cassius hard. It's too hot. Caught off guard, Leon Cassius fell backward hard. Rose stomped her foot on his chest, put her hands on her hips, and said coldly, well done, Leon Cassius. You're deliberately getting revenge on me, aren't you? Leon Cassius looked at her and smirked. Hey, who was it that told me to wash your feet? Rose glared at him, her eyes filled with fury. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. She pressed her foot down hard on his stomach and said, you never thought this day would come, did you? Rose pressed down harder as she spoke. Have you ever been stepped on by a dragon's foot? The powerful stomp made Leon Cassius's whole body jolt. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to endure it. Leon Cassius's face flushed red as he begged her to stop. Then he thought to himself, damn it, this feeling is both humiliating and comfortable. Rose didn't stop. She put her hands on her hips and said, let's just see how long you can take this. Leon Cassius squinted at her, thinking non-stop, no way. I can't submit to the authority of a female dragon. A second later, he reached out and grabbed her foot tightly. He sat up and declared loudly, I've eaten pig's trotters, cow's feet, and goat's legs, but I've never eaten a dragon's foot before. Taken by surprise, Rose screamed, what do you think you're doing? Suddenly, Leon Cassius took a bite of her foot and yelled, tonight's special is chewing on a live dragon's claw. Rose's enraged voice echoed throughout the holy temple. Leon Cassius, I'm going to kill you. The next morning, Mian and Rose were already awake. Mian rubbed her eyes and looked ahead. She immediately asked Rose, Your Majesty Mother, why are you limping? Rose crossed her arms and said, it's nothing. Then the little girl turned to Leon Cassius. Daddy, why do you have bruises on your face? Leon Cassius, with a bandage on his face, replied, it's nothing. At this, Mian was filled with curiosity. A second later, she cheered. Oh, you two must have been playing a fun game behind my back, right? I want to join too. At that moment in the flower garden outside the Silver Dragon Holy Temple, Leon Cassius and Rose were taking a walk. Rose walked ahead, annoyed. Leon Cassius followed behind, looking away. A maid saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, look, the queen and the prince consort are on a date. The other maid smiled and said, how romantic. She continued, but why does it feel like Her Majesty the Queen is being so distant with the prince consort? Meanwhile, Rose was silent, not paying any attention to him. Leon Cassius wasn't much better, and the atmosphere became quiet. He watched her back and thought to himself, why did it turn out like this? It was because, flashing back a little earlier, Leon Cassius's face was horrified. A walk. Why do I have to go on a walk with you? Rose crossed her arms and said coldly, pretending to be a harmonious family in front of others is also part of your duty. Leon Cassius eyed her suspiciously, thinking Rose is acting a little strange today. She's usually not this proactive. What is she up to? Behind a tree in the distance, Mian and Rose were watching them. Mian sighed and whispered, Daddy is so silly. He doesn't even know how to hold her hand. Then she excitedly started to walk out. Mian will help them. Rose was startled and said loudly, wait, she continued, let them have their private time. Before she could finish, the little girl had already run out. Mi-an, with a cheerful face, called out, "Your Majesty, Mother Daddy." The two of them turned around. Leon Cassius smiled and said, "Mi-un, why did you follow us out here?" Without a word, she took Leon Cassius's hand, and with her other hand she took Rose Sir's. A second later, Mi-un brought their hands close together and said, "When you go for a walk, you're supposed to hold hands." Then she turned and ran away. "Mi-an is going to find my sister to play now." Leon Cassius's face was covered in sweat as he thought, where on earth did this kid learn these things? Back behind the tree, Rose Sir pinched Mi-an's cheek. Mi-an cried out loud. "Mi-an was wrong. I won't do it again. Sister, please let go." Leon Cassius spoke up awkwardly. "Well, this is a bit unexpected. What should we do?" Rose Sir blushed and said, "It's fine. We can just hold hands like this." Rose Sir and Mi-an peeked out from behind the tree. Leon Cassius said, "You're being awfully gentle today. I'm not used to it." Rose Sir replied, "It seems I've already tamed you. Now that I'm treating you decently, you're not used to it." At this moment, Leon Cassius glanced at her and thought, in front of others, Rose Sir always maintains her queenly image. I never thought she'd get this flustered just from holding hands. Then he spoke up. "You know, in front of you, Mi-an and Rose Sir always call you mother." Rose Sir asked, a little annoyed, "Is there a problem with that?" Then Leon Cassius closed his eyes and said, "Look, think about it. Usually dad is used with mom. Mi-an always calls me dad, but she calls you mother. Doesn't that show that the kids don't feel close to you?" Rose Sir turned away, annoyed, and said, "Is there really such a big difference between mother and mom?" Leon Cassius looked at her, smiled, and replied, "Of course there is. How about you try telling the kids to call you mom instead? I bet they'll become much closer to you than they are now." Hearing this, Rose Sir looked straight at him, her eyes filled with a bit of disbelief. A second later, she quickly turned her head away, pulling Leon Cassius along with her. "I get it. I'll try it next time." Seeing this, Leon Cassius said, "Hey, what's with the sudden rush?" The two walked hand in hand across the lawn, when Rose Sir suddenly spoke up. "Hey Leon Cassius, do you miss your home?" Leon Cassius replied, "Why are you suddenly asking about that? It's not like you're going to let me go back anyway." She began to speak. "I can't let you go home, but there's something that might help ease your homesickness." He was startled and said, The morning sun shone down on a warehouse behind the Holy Mountain Temple. Leon Cassius and Rose Sir stood before a tall, massive gate. He asked in surprise, "Where is this?" Rose Sir replied, I haven't named it yet." A second later, she inserted the key and said, "You can call it a warehouse, a storage room, whatever you like." The door opened on its own, and a wisp of white smoke drifted out. Her voice rang out, "Anything you want." Leon Cassius followed her inside, looking around as he asked, "The treasure vault of the dragon Kazmg." Suddenly, a jade bracelet caught his eye. Something like this would sell for at least several tens of thousands of gold coins in the Empire. But Rose Sir said, "This is the bracelet my mother gave me for my coming-of-age ceremony." Her gaze softened as she crossed her arms and continued, "Besides spoils of war, there are also a few items in here that hold great personal meaning to me." Leon Cassius's face lit up with excitement. Other than your sister, I've never heard you mention any other relatives." She replied, "I never met my parents. My sister and I were raised by our great-grandmother." At that moment, Leon Cassius stepped closer to her and spoke. That's just like me. I grew up in an orphanage, never met my parents. It was my master and his wife who adopted me." Then his gaze turned serious. "So what exactly did you bring me here to see?" Rose Sir walked over to a chest and said, "I told you earlier. Something that can make you temporarily forget your troubles." The chest opened, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "The black gold battle armor." The armor was stored neatly inside as Rose Sir's voice rang out. "Leon Cassius, you've always wanted this armor back, haven't you?" His eyes welled with tears as he reached out to touch it. "Am I dreaming? Are you really giving it to me?" Suddenly, Rose Sir's eyes held a hidden meaning. That's right." As Leon Cassius touched the helmet with his finger, a halo of light began to appear. A rune manifested. Leon Cassius cried out, "The demon-sealing Kazmg rune." Then he thought to himself, "Black gold battle armor. My good brother. How could you have fallen this far too, Rose?" Sir looked at him and laughed loudly. "You've finally fallen into my trap." A magic circle appeared under Leon Cassius's feet. He shouted in shock, "What are you doing, Rose Sir?" Rose Sir looked at him with a smirk and said, "I've added an enhancement-type Kazmg rune to your armor. The moment you touched it, it was activated." Suddenly, Leon Cassius slammed one hand to the ground, crying out in pain. His face contorted in agony as he touched the Kazmg rune on his chest, thinking, "That despicable dragoness." I let my guard down. Meanwhile, Rose Sir continued, "After being enhanced, the Kazmg rune's effect is doubled." She moved closer and lifted his chin. "Come now, my dear Dragonslayer, can you handle it?" At this, Leon Cassius's face crumpled as he tried to speak. "Rose, sir." A second later, he collapsed completely, his face flushed and his body trembling. He thought, "Damn it, I can't move my body. And the stimulation down there is even more intense than before." Just then, Rose Sir laid her entire body on top of him. "Did you really think I wouldn't hold a grudge after you? Conquered me back then. I've spent the last few days thinking about how to get my revenge. I just had to figure out how to make you lower your guard. I can't believe you fell for it so easily. Leon Cassius, his cheeks flushed, gritted his teeth. You damn dragon Rose Sir put on an amused expression. So, my acting wasn't half bad, was it? Hearing this, he shouted in anger. Was everything you told me today a lie? Never meeting your parents. Letting me, Anne, and No call you mother. And even holding my hand. Rose Sir looked at him and replied, No, all of that was true. But that doesn't affect what I'm doing to you right now. Leon Cassius. Huh. A second later, she began to take off her top and said, What was it you said to me back then? The top quickly slid down to her waist as Rose Sir's voice rang out. Ah, yes, that I enjoy conquering. She brought a finger to her lips, her eyes filled with desire as she smiled and said, That's right, I really do love to conquer. She then pressed her body against Leon Cassius's. Both of their faces were bright red. Rose Sir said, Are you ready? My dear husband. Leon Cassius clenched his jaw. Damn it. Outside the warehouse all was silent. Sometime later, 2 streams of tears escaped from Leon Cassius's eyes, his heart in turmoil. It's finally over. Rose Sir lay on her side looking at him. Seeing him staring back at her, she couldn't help but ask, What do you want? Rose Sir reached out, squeezed his cheeks and answered, Compared to 2 years ago, the scars on your face have faded, but now you look so haggard and tired. But you're also filled with the air of a more mature man. Hearing this, Leon Cassius quickly sat up and said, teasing me again. I won't fall for it anymore. Rose Sir, getting dressed, turned her head slightly and chuckled, You've gotten smarter. Then she said something that made him freeze. Rose Sir put on a teasing expression. This body of yours isn't what it used to be. Her words made his face go blank. Those words struck him like a lightning bolt. Isn't what it used to be. The phrase cut through him like a knife. Daughter, Goddard isn't what it used to be. The expression on his face grew worse and worse. Daughter isn't what it used to be. Finally, only the sound of those words remained. Isn't what it used to be. A second later, Leon Cassius let out a huge scream. The next day, the high sun shone brightly on the holy temple. Leon Cassius, with dark circles under his eyes, opened the door. I'm here. Rose Sir stood before him, smiling. Good morning. She looked at him teasingly. Looks like you didn't sleep well last night. Leon Cassius gritted his teeth in anger and said, And whose fault do you think that is? Rose Sir laughed in response. Is that so? I don't seem to remember. Nearby, No looked at the two of them with a judgmental expression. The little girl thought, Here they go again. Suddenly Rose Sir pushed No towards him and said, The entrance exam for St. Hyssop Academy is very strict. Starting today, you need to carefully tutor No on the knowledge of the Chasm G race. Then she leaned in and whispered in his ear, After all, for the time being, you'll just have to prove your worth in other areas. Hearing this, Leon Cassius flared up with anger. You wretched woman. Last night, I just wasn't in top condition. He then pointed a finger at her. I will definitely help No pass the exam, but in return I want to trade for items of equal value from you. Rose Sir looked at him appraisingly. Agreeing to that is no problem, but your demands can't be too excessive. His expression changed instantly. You have to keep your word. Rose Sir smiled and turned to leave. Well then, you two get to studying. My dear, don't wear yourself out. Hearing that, Leon Cassius yelled in fury. You damn dragon, will you just cut it out? No, standing beside him, spoke up. Why are Dad and Mom fighting again? Leon Cassius crossed his arms and replied, No, we're just having a normal conversation. Dad, suddenly he realized something. Hey, wait a minute, what did you just call her? No, answered nonchalantly Mom. A hint of joy appeared on his face as he knelt down and quickly asked, Did she tell you to call her that? Do you like calling her that more than what you used to? No, said shyly, I like this way. A second later, his expression softened. See, I told you kids, you'd like it. Seeing this, No became shy and didn't know what to say. Then the little girl turned away and said, So, when are we going to start studying? Leon Cassius hurriedly called after her. Hey, No, wait for your dad. At the Silver Chasm G Holy Temple, for children, the lights were still on in a room filled with toys. Leon Cassius was still sitting there, poring over a stack of books. Just then, Rose Sir walked over. Oh, it's so late. You're still not asleep. Leon Cassius didn't pay her any mind, looking at his book, as he replied. Her learning ability is quite good. Simple things aren't suitable for her. I plan to filter out the key concepts and combine them with exam questions to teach her. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to stay up all night making lesson plans. Meanwhile, Noelle was sleeping soundly in her bed as Leon Cassius's voice rang out. That girl Noelle is very smart, so I'm confident I can get her to pass the test within a month. But upon hearing this, Sir arrogantly said, Of course. After all, she takes after me. Leon Cassius gave her a meaningful look and said, I'm not so sure about that. Then he proudly puffed out his chest and said, I used to be a genius prodigy who graduated with top scores in both practical combat and written exams every year. All the top scholarships in the school belong to me. He then turned to ask her, "So, what about Her Majesty the Queen? What championships did you win?" The question startled Rose Sir. She frowned at him, thinking to herself, "I thought he was just a brute who only knew how to fight. I never expected him to be a top student." A second later, her attitude changed as she said, If you're so amazing, how did you end up as my prisoner?" The comment provoked Leon Cassius. "Damn it, I only lost that one time." Leon Cassius turned to a corner and sulked. One misstep leads to 1,000 years of regret. A tiger stranded on the plains gets bullied by a dragon. Rose Sir covered her mouth to stifle a laugh from behind him. "Weren't you ridden by the dragon, though?" Then she noticed the plate of chilies on the table. Chilies. Rose Sir's face was full of questions. "What are you using these for?" Hearing this, Leon Cassius turned back and replied, "Oh, these." He picked one up and continued, "I got them from the kitchen to keep myself awake." A second later, he took a huge bite, startling Rose Sir. "Wait, those are the golden chilies of the Leon Cassius clan. A human like you probably can't handle them." As soon as she finished speaking, Leon Cassius's face turned bright red. He opened his mouth and a huge flame burst out. Leon Cassius screamed, "So spicy." He ran around the room like a child. "Water, water, water. Is there no water in here?" Suddenly, Rose Sir grabbed his cheeks, holding them firmly. Their eyes met, and Leon Cassius's face filled with embarrassment. Rose Sir was just as flustered. She turned her face away and said, My hands are cold. They might help you feel more comfortable." Leon Cassius enjoyed the sensation, thinking to himself, "Rose Sir's cool hands feel so nice on my face." He seemed to get lost in his thoughts. Not ice cold, but a gentle, soothing coolness. A moment later, he spoke up, "Thank you. I'm okay now." Hearing that, Rose Sir let go of his hands. The atmosphere became awkward, and neither of them said a word. A second later, Rose Sir turned and left, not forgetting to say, "Go to sleep early. And don't eat too many chilies. If your mouth gets so swollen you can't speak, you'll have to teach her using sign language." Leon Cassius waved his hand dismissively. "I know." But he couldn't help but watch her retreating back, thinking I just let her touch my face. Suddenly, his body trembled. Snap out of it. She's that vicious dragon mother who tricks you into a corner, drains you completely, and then tells you your stamina is no good. Thinking back on it, it was kind of perverted. Then he buried his head in his books again. I have to find a way for my body to recover quickly. Suddenly, a page in a book caught his eye. Red dragon fruit has the effect of regulating blood and qi. Not this one. Yulian herb, when consumed, can regulate digestion, and when applied externally, can treat wounds. Also not this one. Suddenly, he found it Leon Cassius's great power formula and its yin-nourishing properties. His eyes lit up. Found it. This is it. The next day, 2 birds appeared outside the window as Leon Cassius's voice rang out. "Noelle, Dad finished grading the test you took earlier. The total score is 100. How much do you think you got?" She replied with a straight face. 50. Leon Cassius held the test out in front of her and said, 62 points. A little higher than you expected. But Noelle just frowned, clenching her fists without saying a word. Leon Cassius looked at her surprised. She's not satisfied with her score. Ah, that's right. This child always has very high standards for herself. He looked at Noelle holding the paper and couldn't stop thinking. At an age when she should be carefree and just playing all day, she's the one who asked to study. Just then, Leon Cassius reached out, patted her head and said, "Getting 62 points on your first try is already very good." Noelle replied shyly, "Thank you, Dad." Leon Cassius said with a smile, "Next, let's focus on the questions you got wrong." Suddenly, he coughed a few times, then gently massaged his throat and said, "Sorry." Then Leon Cassius thought to himself, "I guess I really did eat too many chilies last night. My throat is so scratchy." To stay awake, Leon Cassius had eaten several more chilies. Meanwhile, Noelle remembered what Rose Sir had said. "Last night, your dad was making some kind of study plan for you. That idiot may not look reliable, but he's actually a top student." Then Noelle reached into her pocket. But last night, to stay awake, he ate the super spicy golden chilies of the Leon Cassius clan. It'd be strange if his throat wasn't sore. Then the little girl took out a small oval green box and said, "This is for you, Dad." Leon Cassius took it, opening it as he spoke. "For me," Noelle replied. "Yes, Mom gave it for you, not me." Hearing this, Leon Cassius chuckled. "Then please thank your mother for me." He picked up one of the lozenges and thought to himself, "This kid is exactly like Rose Sir. Cold on the outside, but she just doesn't know how to show her good intentions." Leon Cassius popped one into his mouth and said enthusiastically, "All right, let's continue studying." Noelle happily replied, "Okay." At that moment, the bond between the father and daughter grew even closer. In the kitchen of the Silver Leon Cassius Sacred Palace, a voice came from outside. A maid holding several sealed bags said, "Your Highness, the herbs you ordered us to find are all here." Leon Cassius said, "Good, leave them here." Then he focused on his work. "I deliberately had them find a few extra unnecessary herbs. That way they won't be able to guess what I'm trying to make." He looked at the pile of herbs in front of him, deep in thought. The ingredients for the Gia Leon Cassius Great Power formula are very easy to find, and the brewing steps don't seem too complicated. But why does the book say that even for the most outstanding pharmacist of the Leon Cassius clan, the success rate for brewing the Gia Leon Cassius Great Power formula is very low? He then picked up a mortar and pestle and began to grind the ingredients. He said, "First grind up the necessary herbs." He followed the instructions, putting the herbs into the pot in order and cooking them. A few hours later, Leon Cassius clutched his head and leaned back, shouting, "Arg, failed again. I guess it really isn't that simple." He picked up a small vial of the failed concoction to observe it and said, "I've followed the method in the book several times already, but I always fail at the filtering step." He looked at the different vials again. The book says to filter it at a high temperature, but if the temperature is too high, the potion will lose its effect. And if it's too low, I can't refine it into a pure medicine. Leon Cassius gently swirled the vial in his hand and continued, "Just shaking it by hand isn't enough to achieve the filtering effect. I'd need professional equipment. My master always said, if one path is blocked, look for another. Is there another effective way to filter out the dregs?" Just then, the sky outside darkened with clouds accompanied by long flashes of lightning. Leon Cassius glanced out the window and said, "Is that thunder? Is it going to rain soon?" Leon Cassius walked over and closed the door. A flash of lightning. Thunder. The phenomenon seemed to remind him of something, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Thunder. I remember during the gold refining test, the teacher once said that using electrolysis for synthesis can sometimes yield a higher success rate than using fire." He immediately ran back inside, excitedly thinking, maybe I can try refining it with the thunder element, which this book doesn't mention. Thunder element magic is my specialty, and I've only recovered a little bit of my mana. Then he used his power to create sparks of lightning at the bottom of the vial. Leon Cassius thought to himself, but it's still more than enough for this. Half an hour later, the result was a dragon vigor pill. Leon Cassius held it in his hand and exclaimed, "It's a success." He carefully placed it in a box. The medicine of the Leon Cassius clan is pretty easy to make after all. Suddenly, Anne appeared. "Daddy, what are you doing?" "Oh," he answered the little girl, "making something cool." He suddenly stopped and looked at Anne, then said, with a start, "Oh." Leon Cassius quickly put the medicine box away, patted her head and said, "It's nothing, sweetie." Anne asked innocently, "Are you holding candy, Daddy?" Leon Cassius held up the box and said, It's medicine I made for Mommy." The little girl's eyes filled with worry. "Medicine for Mommy? Is Mommy sick?" At that, he put the medicine box in his pocket and said, "Oh, Daddy saw that Mommy has been working so hard lately, so I made some medicine to help her recover. Don't you worry." But he had actually made it for himself. Hearing this, Anne said enthusiastically, "Then you have to take good care of Mommy, okay?" He smiled and replied, Of course. It's what I'm supposed to do." Then he thought to himself, "Just wait until my body recovers. I'll show that woman." Outside, a heavy rain began to fall. Lying in bed, Leon Cassius couldn't help but think, even though I've successfully created the Leon Cassius Vigor Pill, I wonder if a tonic from the Leon Cassius clan would have side effects on a human. Then he clenched the pill and said, "Maybe I should just hold off for now." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Rose Serre burst in from outside. Leon Cassius exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty the Queen, what are you doing here?" Rose Serre said with a smile, "I heard from Anne that you made a type of medicine for me, something to help my body recuperate." Leon Cassius faltered guiltily. Then he thought to himself, how did my little secret get out so fast? At that moment, Rose Serre stepped closer. "Don't worry, I didn't come here to interrogate you. I'm just surprised that you were able to concoct medicine in such a poor environment." She leaned closer to him and continued, "What did you make? Can you show me?" Without another word, Leon Cassius quickly handed over the box. "Even if I said no, you'd just take it by force anyway, wouldn't you?" Rose Serre smiled cheerfully and said, Not bad. To be able to create a perfect dragon vigor pill under these conditions, you really are very skilled." She continued, "What's that saying again? A master of both pen and sword." Her words startled him. He thought, isn't she mocking me? Suddenly, Rose Serre closed the medicine box and said seriously, "You can keep this, but you are not to consume this medicine." She threw the box back at him, much to his confusion. Why, Rose Serre's expression darkened as she said, "That is a body-enhancing tonic of the Leon Cassius clan. For a human body, its effects are far too potent." Leon Cassius immediately asked, "Is this medicine really that good?" Rose Serre warned him, "Seriously, I'm telling you this for your own good. A human like you won't be able to withstand its power." But Leon Cassius just frowned, holding the pill in his hand and said, "The power of a dragon. So what? I've defeated countless dragon kings. What's so unbearable about a tiny pill like this? Rose Serre, don't you dare underestimate me." A second later, he popped the pill directly into his mouth. Then he declared, "Courage is the song of humanity." Rose Serre was horrified. "Leon Cassius, you." Suddenly, a sensation shot through him. Leon Cassius clutched his chest and collapsed onto the bed, crying out. Rose Serre rushed forward in a panic. "Damn it, I haven't used much healing-type magic." She quickly asked him, "How do you feel now? Let me try to break down the medicine's effects for you." Suddenly, Leon Cassius gripped Rose Sayre's hand tightly, making her cry out. He said forcefully, "Don't move." Leon Cassius stubbornly endured the pain and said, "Watch closely, Silver Leon Cassius Queen. This is the courage and determination of a human." Outside the sanctuary, the heavy rain continued to pour relentlessly. Inside the room, Leon Cassius's loud screams echoed, accompanied by flashes of blue lightning. Rose Sayre was stunned by such power. She thought to herself, "Is he using magic on his own body? What in the world is he doing?" A moment later, the power gradually faded. Leon Cassius only had time to let out one last cry before collapsing onto the bed. Seeing this, Rose Sayre rushed to catch him, calling out Leon Cassius. She helped him lie down. "What an idiot." Then she turned to leave. "You wait here. I'll go find the royal physician." Suddenly, Leon Cassius reached out his hand. Rose Sayre was startled. Leon Cassius, his face flushed red, was grabbing Rose Sayre's tail. Rose Sayre said, slightly annoyed, "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Leon Cassius rubbed the tail against his face, smiled and said, "Wifey, where are you going?" His words sent shivers down Rose Sayre's spine, and she yelled, Whose? Your wifey?" Rose Sayre struggled to push him away. "Let go of me," but Leon Cassius held on tight and wouldn't let go. "No way, I'm not letting my wifey go anywhere." Leon Cassius whined like he'd lost his mind. Wifey. Rose Sayre thought helplessly, the Leon Cassius Vigor Pill is only supposed to strengthen the body, it shouldn't cause a delirious state like this. Did the thunder element magic from earlier alter the medicine's effect? Then she shyly glanced back at Leon Cassius and thought to herself, but he looks so silly right now. I guess his life isn't in immediate danger, right? Meanwhile, Leon Cassius was still holding on tight. Wifey. Rose Sayre sighed. All right, I'm here. What is it? Tell me. He looked at her with desire and replied, "Let's have another one, wifey." Hearing that, Rose Sayre was shocked. "Huh," she said angrily. "You haven't even taken proper care of the first two, and you want another one. Forget it." Leon Cassius rolled around like a child. "But I want another one." "Come on," Rose Sayre held her head and thought. To avoid any more trouble, it's better to just play along with him. She began to lower her voice. "Okay, we won't just have one more, we'll have several more." "All right." Leon Cassius then set a condition. "Then you have to go back to my hometown with me." She was exasperated. Fine. We'll go back once we're settled." Leon Cassius stretched and said, "Great." Rose Sayre looked at him, sizing him up. This guy is even more annoying than usual when he's whining. Suddenly, Leon Cassius puckered his lips towards her. "Wifey, you're the best." Rose Sayre immediately pushed him away and said loudly, "Don't push your luck." Then she thought impatiently, when is this medicine going to wear off? A second later, she gave him an impulsive punch. He fell down accordingly, and she approached him worriedly, thinking to herself, I lost my cool and hit him." Rose Sayre worriedly asked him, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, Leon Cassius clutched his chest, his whole body burning up. "Wifey, I don't feel so good." Suddenly she noticed the Leon Cassius mark on his chest and thought, this is bad. Then she quickly pulled open his shirt. Why is the Leon Cassius mark activating now? A second later, Leon Cassius's hands grabbed her shoulders. He pushed her whole body directly down onto the bed. Rose Sayre screamed, "Leon Cassius, you bastard. What do you think you're doing?" Leon Cassius murmured softly, "I feel so strange, my dear wife." His eyes were half closed as he continued, "My whole body is hot, and my chest itches." Rose Sayre bit her lip in embarrassment, thinking, the Van Hoa, mixed with the thunder element, made the lust inside his body more intense than ever. Leon Cassius lifted her tail and said, "Your tail smells so sweet, my dear. I love your tail so much." Rose desperately thought of a way out, struggling to push him away. If this continues, I'll be, she thought. My tail drags on the ground all day. Isn't it disgusting to put it in your mouth? Get up now. Suddenly, Leon Cassius reached out and touched her lips. He whispered dreamily, "You're so beautiful tonight." Rose blushed and turned away. "Even if you say that." Then she thought to herself, what is going on? This man's attitude is completely different from the unstoppable, crazed person he was just a moment ago. Rose's gaze softened. She thought to herself, why? Do I feel a little bit of anticipation? Leon Cassius's voice rang out. My dear wife, you can help me, can't you? Rose blushed and relented. All right, but just for tonight. Before she could react, Leon Cassius pushed her directly onto the bed. Her whole body trembled as she let out a small cry. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the magnificent sanctuary. Leon Cassius groggily opened his eyes, startled by Rose Sayre's voice. Are you awake? Leon Cassius shot up in a panic, shouting, Why are you here? He then felt his body all over. My whole body aches. Leon Cassius looked down and said, I can't remember a thing. What on earth happened last night? Rose got out of bed. You've forgotten everything. She turned back to him and continued, This isn't something you should forget, is it? The fake dragon, Leon Cassius, looked at her back in shock. So many marks. Did I do that? A flood of memories from last night rushed back into his mind. He cried out in pain, clutching his head. He covered his ears and screamed, Ah! Rose looked at him and smiled, the corners of her mouth turning up. Remember now, last night you were the one begging me to do it with you. Rose's voice continued, mimicking him. My love, can we do it one last time, my dear? I feel so awful. Please help me. Just this once. It's the last time. Leon Cassius squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his head as Rose repeated his words. My dear wife, you haven't finished. But he was cut off by Leon Cassius. Stop, you don't have to say it again. I remember everything now. He quickly threw on his clothes and thought I only brewed the great dragon power potion to strengthen my body and show that Rose saw a thing or two. I never expected the effects to be so potent. He then spoke up. I admit, I went a little too far last night. I didn't hurt you, did I? Rose replied nonchalantly. It was tolerable. Leon Cassius crossed his arms smugly. So I guess you know now whether my body is fine or not, right? Next time don't you dare say I can't perform. At that moment, Rose's eyes narrowed as she looked at him. He stuttered. What is it? Suddenly, Rose lifted his chin. Your performance last night was very satisfying, you fake dragon. I hope you can maintain this state forever. Hearing this, he was stunned and thought, did I just become part of the service industry? Rose crossed her arms and said, that's right, about that earlier bet we had on how we address each other. She turned her face away shyly and continued, you won. Have you thought of a request yet? Leon Cassius scratched his head and replied, that. Yes, I've thought of one. He then said, seriously, could you send someone to the Empire to visit my master and his wife for me? Rose put a hand to her chin and said, my Silver Leon Cassius clan isn't skilled at infiltration, but if it's just visiting someone, that's not a problem. Hearing that, Leon Cassius was overjoyed. Really? Then thank. He suddenly changed his demeanor. Thank you for your trouble. Later in the garden of the Silver Leon Cassius Sanctuary, a beautiful and poetic place, Leon Cassius was sprawled out on a chair. Seeing this, Mian asked, Daddy, are you sick? He quickly sat up and replied, no, I'm not. Why do you ask, sweetie? Mian smiled and said, Mommy already told me. You drank that medicine last night all by yourself. You're a man, and men aren't allowed to say they're sick. Hearing this, he got a little angry. That damn lioness. How could she tell a child something like that? I have no face left to show. Mian's eyes widened as she said, Daddy still isn't better. Was the medicine not strong enough, or did you drink too little? Leon Cassius replied awkwardly. Mian, it's not polite to keep asking. Suddenly the little girl pointed. Daddy, your nose is bleeding. She then hugged him and continued, Daddy, Daddy, Mian can't live without you. Please don't die. Leon Cassius quickly patted her head and replied, I'm really okay, sweetie. I'm strong. He then thought to himself, as expected of Rose Sear's daughter, I feel like she's quite similar to her in some ways. Then Leon Cassius leaned down and said, how about Daddy makes you a new toy today? Mian replied happily, a toy, yes please. Mian loves toys the most. He then took a pen and colored a cube and a second later handed it to Mian. This toy is called a Rubik's Cube. You can twist it however you like. Go on, try it. Mian happily took it. Okay. He looked at the little girl and thought, back when I studied alchemy and mechanics at school, I learned some simple mechanical assembly principles. I never thought it would come in handy for taking care of a child today. Was I born to be a child care expert? At that thought he was startled. He suddenly turned around, his eyes full of vigilance. Seeing this, Mian asked Daddy what's wrong. He replied, no, it's nothing. He put a hand to his chin and thought, just now, I felt a dragon's gaze, that direction. Isn't that where No does her physical training? He then turned to look at the pile of toys on the table and continued thinking, but that child won't actively come to play with me today. Still, I'll make one for her too. That evening, while Mian was fast asleep, No's shadow appeared at the door, peeking inside. She approached the toy on the table. No, said coldly, how foolish. I have no interest in this kind of toy. Suddenly, her hands started twisting the toy, but her face was filled with joy as she thought, thank you, Dad. In No's treasure room, Mian peeked into No's room full of curiosity. Big sister has been acting strange lately, always hiding things from me in the box under her bed. Then, while No was out of the room, Mian snuck in chuckling to herself. Today, while she's not here, let's see what's inside. Detective Mian is on the case. The little girl looked at the table at the toys there, the Rubik's Cube he gave her, and a cracked fragment that fell from Leon Cassius's black gold chariot. Mian realized, it seems like they're all things related to Dad. Just then, Mian was still busily searching. Mian gets it now. The truth is, sister, a second later No walked in, covered Mian's mouth, and carried the box away saying, no, peeking. St. Heis Academy is an academy for the nobles of the Leon Cassius clan. The admission standards are strict, and family background is part of the standard examination. St. Heis Academy believes that whether born asexually or through normal reproduction, everyone deserves to study there without discrimination. Only families that are harmonious, loving, and respect the Dragon Clan's philosophy can raise qualified young dragons, and the Academy will only accept such students. In order to create the fake appearance of a harmonious and loving Leon Cassius clan family, the Silver Leon Cassius Queen decided to take the family on a trip to take some family photos together. At that moment, dragons flew towards Sky City, one after another, many of the massive creatures landing in succession. Meanwhile, Leon Cassius helped Mian down with both hands. Easy now, let Daddy help you down. Mi-an said cheerfully. Daddy, why didn't you turn into a dragon just now? Mi-an wants to see you as a dragon. Leon Cassius looked at the little girl and forced a smile, thinking to himself, sweetheart, I'm an expert at killing dragons, but as for turning into one, let's just forget about that. Suddenly, no cut in. It's not that you can't transform, is it? Leon Cassius glanced nervously at Roseseer, who quickly stepped in to save him. Your father hasn't fully recovered his strength yet, so for now he can't change into his great dragon form. Once he's recovered, he'll transform for you to see. Hearing this, Mi-an said, then you have to get better soon, Daddy. Leon Cassius replied, Daddy will try his best. Then he thought, although that's completely impossible. The city gates opened wide and Roseseer said, alright, let's head into the city. We have things to do today. Mi-an laughed and said, I'll go first. Whoa, look, there are so many dragons, Roseseer reminded her. Slow down, don't run so fast. Suddenly, Leon Cassius's entire body began to tremble. Roseseer noticed and thought, why is this guy shaking so much? Then again, this is probably the first time he's seen so many dragons since waking up from his coma. She leaned in close to his ear. What's wrong? Are you scared? Leon Cassius looked at her and replied, what scared? I'm getting excited, okay? Leon Cassius pointed at the crowd. First class merit, second class merit. This whole street is paved with achievements. I'm about to get rich. You hear me? Roseseer face-palmed in exasperation, thinking that bringing them in would indeed be worth a lot of money. Meanwhile, as she walked on, she chuckled to herself, tisk, and here I was wasting my time worrying about him. The door opened, bumping against a wind chime and causing it to ring. Selena and a brown-haired girl bowed. Welcome. Your Majesty Queen, we are delighted to serve your family. No, and Mi-an quickly ran inside. Mi-an said excitedly, Big sister, look, there are so many pictures of dragons. The brown-haired girl smiled and said, please come in. At that moment, Leon Cassius leaned close to Roseseer's ear. Didn't you say you were the queen of the Leon Cassius clan? Why are you personally coming to a shop to take pictures? Roseseer replied coldly. The ruler of the Leon Cassius clan can only command those within our own clan, and these are dragons of Sky City. They don't belong to any clan. He gave her a meaningful look. So your position as queen is a little underwhelming. A second later, she stomped hard on his foot. He yelped in pain, while she said nonchalantly, well, it's still higher than yours. Selena welcomed them. To be able to take a family portrait for the queen of the Leon Cassius clan is a great honor for our humble shop. Roseseer smiled and said, everyone says that Miss Selena's photography skills are the best in the Leon Cassius clan. Being able to schedule an appointment with you is a blessing for our family. Suddenly, Selena pointed towards Leon Cassius, Your Majesty, your husband's tail. Roseseer replied, he doesn't like to have his tail out. Please pick a suit for him that doesn't have an opening for one. Then Roseseer turned to look at him, remembering the time she'd tried to make Leon Cassius wear a fake dragon tail. Back then, Leon Cassius had flatly refused. I wouldn't wear this thing, even if you beat me to death. This is a matter of my dignity. Selena smiled and said, I understand. Your Majesty, please head over there to try on your clothes. Mi-an then laughed and said Mi-an wants to wear a pretty dress. A while later, both little girls had changed into new outfits. Mi-an looked at Leon Cassius and couldn't help but praise him. Wow, Daddy, you're so handsome. Selena couldn't help but add, Prince Consort, that suit looks wonderful on you. I bet you were very popular in the past, weren't you? Leon Cassius asked, completely surprised. Really, the last time he wore a suit was for his school graduation ceremony. Then he turned to call. No, what do you think? The little girl shyly turned her face away. Yes, you look very handsome. He then walked over and patted both children on the head. Your dresses are very cute too. A moment later, Roseseer stepped out from behind the curtain. She was wearing a low-cut black dress. Mi-an couldn't help but exclaim, Mommy, you're so beautiful. Leon Cassius stood frozen, staring at her. Seeing his reaction, Roseseer asked, what is it? He awkwardly scratched his head and said, It looks really good on you. Roseseer glanced away and said, I, on the other hand, think you'd look better with a tail. Leon Cassius thought silently. I will never wear a tail in this lifetime. Just then, Mi-an waved them over. Mommy, Daddy, come over here. Selena stood behind the camera and said, get ready for the picture. Your Majesty, Prince Consort, could you please stand a little closer? You're each facing a different direction. That won't do. Selena's voice rang out. Now, give me a smile, you two. 3, 2, 1. Roseseer and Leon Cassius stood far apart from each other. Finally, the family photo was done with everyone having a different expression. Mi-an and No were close together, smiling brightly. Leon Cassius and Roseseer were awkward when asked to make a heart pose. The two faced each other stiffly. Selena couldn't stop praising them. You two really look like a couple. Leon Cassius remembered scenes of female students surrounding him. Senior Leon Cassius, can I get a picture with you? Another said, can you have a meal with me? Someone else handed him a gift. Please accept this. He had immediately refused them all. No, I have to go home and shoe my uncle's donkey. Maybe next time. Leon Cassius said coldly. Goodbye. Leon Cassius's uncle, who was standing behind him, thought, did this kid get kicked in the head by a donkey? Outside the buildings were constructed in a unique and peculiar style. Selena's voice rang out. The developing time for the photos is about 6 hours. During that time, would your majesty like to take a stroll around Sky City? The Leon Cassius family left the photo studio. Mian and No ran ahead holding hands. Mian said cheerfully, "Big sis, let's go check that out over there." Leon Cassius and Rose Sarah walked behind them. Leon Cassius spoke up, "I never thought I'd get to take a walk with you one day. It feels so surreal." Rose Sarah replied, "This is all to protect our family's image. No is taking this school entrance exam very seriously. And you all have been working hard for it for almost a month. It's not so bad to relax once in a while." Just then, Mian spotted a stall with stuffed bears. Leon, Cassius, and Rose Sarah looked at each other completely surprised. Mian had a serious look on her face. The stall owner saw this and said, "What a shame, little one. Try a few more times, you'll probably hit it." Leon Cassius looked over and said, "Oh, they have shooting games here too." Seeing him, Mian called out loudly. Daddy No was observing carefully, but she still missed. Leon Cassius chuckled to himself. Of course she missed. The owner only makes money when you don't hit the target. Suddenly, Rose Sarah spoke up. The bullets in this toy gun are concentrated magic energy. It also requires a certain level of skill to control the magic energy with such precision. For No, it is indeed a bit difficult. Leon Cassius looked at the gun in his hand and thought, I've seen people play this at the human market before. Just then, the owner invited them. Would you two like to give it a try? If you hit all the balloons with your shots, you can win the doll. Your daughter seems to really want it. Then he thought to himself, I deliberately let the kids try first, just to lure their parents in to take the bait. Leon Cassius looked at his daughters and said, Do you two want that teddy bear? No, turned her head and said, Seriously, no I don't. Seeing her sister say that, Mian followed suit. Mian doesn't want one. Leon Cassius. I get it now, that means she wants one. Then he generously said, Shopkeeper, give me 10 rounds. She's paying. The shopkeeper laughed and said, You got it, you got it. Then he seriously took the gun and aimed. It's been a while since he held a gun. The last time was during the Leon Cassius Academy trials. The shopkeeper, after receiving the money, couldn't help but say thanks. Leon Cassius fired the first shot, but the result was a miss. The crooked shopkeeper chuckled to himself, thinking, I've rigged the gun a little. No matter who it is, there's no way they can easily hit the target. The next second, Leon Cassius hit 3 or 4 in a row, shocking the shopkeeper. Leon Cassius twirled the gun in his hand, looked at the man and said, The first one wasn't very accurate, but I didn't expect to hit all the next ones. My luck's not bad. The shopkeeper was still in shock, thinking to himself, How is that possible? Mian cheered happily. Dad is so amazing. Rose Sarah stood to one side, with her arms crossed and said, Not bad. Noelle's eyes were full of admiration. Impressive. The shopkeeper quickly brought out 2 teddy bears. You're really amazing. Here's your prize. Leon Cassius smiled and replied, Thanks, shopkeeper, but inside the owner was thinking, Just take it and get lost. Leon Cassius brought the 2 teddy bears over to the 2 children and said, These are for you. Mian was overjoyed. Thanks, Dad. Noelle hugged the teddy bear tightly. Thank you. Rose Sarah watched the scene and couldn't help but think, this guy is usually a bit of a simpleton. But when he's serious, he has this special kind of charm. Suddenly she met his gaze. What is he looking at me for? At that moment, a white-haired girl carrying a child walked over. The child said, Mommy, I want that too. Rose Sarah silently hugged the large teddy bear. Over here, I couldn't stop laughing out loud. Did you see the look on that swindler's face? He was so upset. I remember that moment clearly. Rose Sarah frowned and said, If it were up to me, I would just tell the kids not to waste their time on such childish games. Leon Cassius retorted, We came here to have fun. As long as the kids are happy, that's what matters. Suddenly he asked her, What's wrong? You don't like it? Rose Sarah replied coldly, I already said I don't need it. Leon Cassius spoke up, We're already here. I can't let you go back empty-handed. Then she shyly looked down at the teddy bear and thought, Living creatures like bears are just tough to eat food, not even enough to fill your stomach. But as a toy, it's kind of cute. She then turned and walked away. After dinner tonight, come find me in my room. In the middle of the bustling market, Leon Cassius's voice echoed loudly. What? That evening, at the Silver Leon Cassius sanctum, Leon Cassius walked down the corridor, his face deep in thought. Rose Sarah invited me to her room. A single man and a single woman, alone in her room in the middle of the night. Something is definitely going to happen. He gritted his teeth and shook his head slightly. If I go, it'll be a rough night. If I don't go, it'll be a rough week. He walked forward in frustration. Damn it, I'll risk it with her. He was about to raise his hand to knock when he suddenly noticed. The door's unlocked. He entered the room, looking around. Where are you? Leon Cassius went to the bathroom door and thought, I'm early. She's still taking a shower. He looked through the frosted glass and saw her silhouette. The quality of this glass doesn't seem very good. A second later, he startled. So, tonight she really wants to, do that. He then put his hands on his hips, shook his head, and tried to calm down. Leon Cassius. Suddenly the bathroom door swung wide open, leaving him frozen. Rose Sarah in her sleepwear looked at him. You're here, then let's begin. Leon Cassius's face was filled with worry. Am I about to be drained dry again? Meanwhile, Noelle and Mi-An were looking at the photos again. Mi-An picked one up and said, Mom and Dad look so good together. Elle picked up a photo and turned it over. Huh. There's a card attached to this picture. Rose Sear's voice rang out. What? Let me see. With that, the two of them put their heads together. May the dazzling silver light forever shine upon the lover in your eyes. After reading it, they both blushed. Who wants to be his? Or her? Lover, Rose Sear said, taking the photo. There must have been a mistake somewhere. I'll take care of this photo. Leon Cassius also said, that's right, they must have written it wrong. Rose Sear, still in her sleepwear, asked him, where do you want to do it? The living room or the balcony? He replied, the balcony isn't a good idea, is it? It would be so embarrassing if someone saw us. Rose Sear held the scroll of photos and said, then let's do it in the living room. It's all the same, isn't it? Leon Cassius let out a long sigh, then said loudly, all right then, let's do it. Leon Cassius collapsed onto the sofa. Seeing this, Rose Sear asked, what are you doing? Leon Cassius blushed and replied, isn't this what you wanted to do? Rose Sear sat across from him and said, Mr. Cassim, you seem to be sexually frustrated, but not today, maybe some other time. Hearing that, he immediately shot up and coughed a few times. What is this? He picked it up and Rose Sear said, this is a past survey from St. Hiss Academy for families with children. It has questions related to habits, lifestyle, personality, and experiences. Rose Sear continued seriously, we need to align our answers beforehand to avoid a situation where we fail, and it affects Noelle's academic evaluation. Elle looked at the text and said, aren't these just all the boring questions from those couples' compatibility games? Then he turned to her and asked, hey, what's your favorite color? Rose Sear replied black. And you, he answered silver. The two with their opposing tastes looked at each other, then Rose Sear shyly turned away. It's just a coincidence. Leon Cassius replied, right, just a coincidence. Rose Sear sat there coldly and continued. In short, we need to test our understanding of each other. He replied, all right, fine. His voice came from the room. I'm done correcting it. The two of them presented their papers. Leon Cassius smiled and said, my score is higher than yours. Looks like I understand you better, Your Majesty. Rose Sear took his paper and thought to herself, I can't believe he even paid attention to little habits, like how I like to sit, or where I place my tail to be most comfortable. He's surprisingly observant. She looked at the wrong answers. They were all questions that required guessing her opinions. She closed her eyes and thought, I've always been used to keeping things to myself and not telling others. So it's normal for him to guess wrong. Then Rose Sear looked at him thinking, maybe with him I can. Leon Cassius was startled and looked back, thinking, she's been staring at me this whole time. Is she holding a grudge because my score is higher than hers? He then patted her shoulder and said with a smile, we haven't been together for that long. It's normal not to get a high score in such a short amount of time. He then smiled again. So, try to get to know me better. Hearing that, Rose Sear's cheeks turned red. She pushed his hand away and said loudly, that's enough out of you, Cassim. Hurry up and write down your correct answers. Their conversation could be heard from the room. Leon Cassius pressed on. Are you sure you didn't write it wrong? Have you really never been disappointed in me? She replied, never. If I had to say something, it was that you used too little of the dragon vigor last time. Leon Cassius was shocked and yelled, from now on I'll drink dragon vigor like water. You better not regret this. Rose Sear smiled and said, well then, I'm really looking forward to it. That night before the entrance exam, Leon Cassius held a piece of paper and said, not bad. After a grueling week, our average score is up to 80 points. If we perform like usual, the final exam won't be a problem. Rose Sear exhaustedly collapsed and nodded. Then he stood up, looked at her and continued, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back to my room. Suddenly she grabbed his sleeve and said, wait. He turned his head to look at her. Rose Sear pointed to the side and said, my bathroom has a bathtub. Go take a bath before you head back. Hearing this, Leon Cassius was completely shocked. Take a bath? In your room? She pushed him along and said loudly, I said, go take a bath, so go, hurry up. He turned back and tried to say something. The bathroom door was immediately shut. As he took off his clothes, he couldn't help but wonder, why is she suddenly insisting I take a bath here? Could she have some ulterior motive? But then he let out a sigh and said, but she's been so stressed out over this entrance exam these past few days, it's probably nothing, right? He leisurely sank into the bathtub and said, whatever, I'll just enjoy this for now. Leon Cassius began to relax. This feels great. Suddenly the door opened and he jumped in surprise. Rose Sear. She walked in with a towel wrapped around her chest. With a lustful look on her face, Rose Sear said, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I need this. Leon Cassius's face darkened as he said, I knew this was coming. He then shot up and said loudly, you being stressed is your problem. Why are you putting pressure on me? Rose Sear winked and said, if I transfer my pressure to you, I'll be relieved, won't I? Then she dropped her towel. Besides, didn't you come here the other day with the same thing in mind? Leon Cassius looked away, basically agreeing. A moment later, Rose Sear leaped into the bathtub. You can't run anymore, Leon Cassius. Just accept your fate. A few days later at the St. Height Cerzer Academy on the day of the entrance exam, Leon Cassius was there. Wow, so this is the St. Height Cerzer Academy. Rose Sir gave him an annoyed look without saying a word, so he leaned in close to her. What's wrong? You just relieved all that stress last night. Did the effect wear off that quickly? Rose Sir smacked him hard on the shoulder and whispered, drop dead. Leon Cassius laughed loudly. Let's get going. High above, a large banner with the Academy's emblem was hanging. A person in the main hall called out loudly, Noelle. She looked at the personal information and continued, 1 year and 3 months old. Leon Cassius asked her, is there a problem? She replied, oh no, I'm just surprised. A moment later she continued, although Academy regulations state that the minimum age for a young Leon Cassius to enroll is 1 year old, in reality, most children enroll between the ages of 4 and 6. Isn't your little princess a bit too young? Just then, Rose Sir stepped forward and said, no, is very intelligent. Her age isn't an issue, and we respect her wishes. Hearing this, the girl gave them instructions. I understand. In that case, please come inside. In a moment, a staff member will take the child to the written exam. The accompanying parents need to go to the 4th floor for the family interview. Soon, the two of them were on the 4th floor in the reception room. They sat on a sofa opposite the interviewers. Suddenly, Rose Sir linked her arm with his and whispered, from your experience, do you think those 3 will be easy to deal with? He looked the 3 of them over and assessed. They look like a piece of cake. Before I was captured by you, I could have taken on 50 of them. He then puffed out his chest. If they dare refuse to let no enroll, I'll come at them with a knife. Voss looked at him thinking, this parent certainly has a strong presence. He then introduced himself, I am Voss, the vice principal of St. Height Cerzer Academy. Today I will be in charge of your assessment. The two of them gave a forced laugh. Rose Sir said, of course. Vice Principal Voss said, there's no need to be nervous. Just relax and answer my questions. Okay, Leon Cassius said, thinking to himself, this old guy doesn't seem so simple. He's not going to ask some weird-ass questions, is he? Then Voss asked his question. Do you two remember your wedding anniversary? They looked at each other thinking, of course he'd ask that. They both remembered the previous night when Rose Sir was lying in bed saying, if they ask for our wedding anniversary, what should we say? We're not officially married, and we kinda did things out of order. He replied, if we're talking about the most memorable day, it could only be that day. Rose Sir said, that was in the year 1733 of the Genesis calendar. Then, the two of them said in unison, May 25th. Leon Cassius thought, that was the day Rose Sir and I got together in the dungeon. Voss said, married for less than 2 years and your child is already a year old. That's a bit faster than the average family. Leon Cassius chuckled and replied, it was love at first sight for us. Our feelings were so strong that we got married and had our child quickly. He then asked, in your 2 years of marriage, have you discovered any flaws or negative points about each other? Leon Cassius answered, yes. Rose Sir, on the other hand, said no, which surprised the principal. Leon Cassius thought to himself, the answer needs to be half truth, half lie to be believable. Voss asked him, go on, tell us. He lowered his head. Sometimes I feel as if I don't even exist. He continued enthusiastically, my wife is just too capable. Whether it's work within the clan or taking care of the house and our child, she handles everything perfectly. He then turned to take Rose Sir's hand and said, but she gets stressed easily, so I want to take this opportunity to tell her, I want to do more for this family. Please rely on me more. But in his head he thought, just don't drain me dry every time you get a little stressed from now on. The woman in the brown coat praised him wholeheartedly. What a thoughtful and good husband. So Rose Sir, what do you find most attractive about your husband? Rose Sir replied, he's handsome, has a great body, is faithful, serious, intelligent, not a womanizer, responsible, loves children, and isn't grumpy. She added, although his body isn't as vigorous as it was before we got married, it's nothing major. My husband also knows how to make potions. He knows how to use various medicines to supplement his body. Hearing that, Leon Cassius thought, is she praising me? Or taking a jab at me? Then Rose Sir gripped his hand tightly. So I also want to take this opportunity to say one thing to my husband, don't push yourself too hard. She squeezed his hand so tightly that Leon Cassius wanted to scream. All 3 interviewers thought with satisfaction, what a truly loving couple. The interview continued, and the man with the beard spoke up. Well, to conclude the interview, do either of you have anything you'd like to ask each other? This was an additional question. They didn't have to answer truthfully. Rose Sir shook her head. I have nothing to ask my husband. I know everything about him. The man then asked, and what about you, Leon Cassius? Rose Sir looked at him thinking, don't say anything stupid. Don't say anything stupid. Just let this exam end. Suddenly, Leon Cassius spoke up. You like that toy I gave you, don't you? Rose Sir was startled, thinking, why is he asking a question right now that has nothing to do with our status, our positions, or our past grievances? His way of thinking always catches people off. Guard. She shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and said, yes, I like it very much. He then clapped his hands. All right, I have no more questions. Voss stood up and shook his hand. Then the interview is concluded. The exam results will be announced in a few days. Sent to the Silver Leon Cassius Holy Temple via messenger dragon. Thank you both again for your cooperation. A few days later, a small dragon with a tube on its back flew to the window. Seeing this, Mian cheered. Sis, the messenger dragon is here. The two of them brought it inside. Leon Cassius said, hurry, and open it. It was an acceptance letter from the Senhit Soso Academy. All four of them gathered around. Roseser and Leon Cassius said, you're admitted. No was stunned. I got in. Then Mian hugged her. You're amazing, sis. Mom and Dad are amazing too. Suddenly Roseser spoke up. Thank you. Leon Cassius laughed and said, what are you thanking me for? It was mostly her own effort. That's my daughter all right. Then Roseser said, we're throwing a party tonight to celebrate. You'd better come help so you don't go around saying you feel left out in this house. Leon Cassius replied with a nod. Fine, fine. I see you can be pretty petty. You really hold a grudge. On the day of the Senhit Soso Academy's entrance ceremony, Vo TL dressed elegantly announced, congratulations to all of you who have passed the examination. Welcome to the entrance ceremony of the Senhit Soso Academy. Everyone present was overjoyed. He continued, among this year's new students there are many with outstanding academic achievements. I believe that only a harmonious family can raise such excellent students. So with this opportunity, we would like to invite some families to come up and share their experiences with everyone. Now please welcome our first outstanding student Noelle and her family. Down in the audience, Mian was bubbling with excitement. Wow, Mom, Dad, and Sis are about to go on stage. Anna, the head maid of the Silver Leon Cassius clan said, that's right, Your Highness. On stage, the three of them, Leon, Cassius, Roseser, and No, walked up holding hands. Leon Cassius gave a strained smile, thinking, how did it turn into this? An hour ago, Vo TL had informed them that No had achieved the highest score on the entrance exam. Your scores as a couple were also number 1. Please come up as the new student representative and the representative family to share your thoughts. He stood there thinking nonstop. There's no way out of this. It happened so suddenly. I'll just have to bite the bullet and do it. Up on stage, Vo TL spoke up. Student, No, you are the youngest candidate, yet you achieved the highest score. Is there anything you'd like to share with everyone? No, said seriously. My mother is a very powerful dragon. When I grow up, I want to be as strong as her. When I mentioned wanting to go to school, she supported me. Mian sat below her eyes full of excitement. And also my little sister Mian. She's always by my side. I'm very grateful to them. Leon Cassius looked on, wondering if No would mention her dad. Then No continued, and finally the person I want to thank the most is my father. Every day Dad helped me prepare for the exam. He often stayed up late preparing materials for me. It's thanks to him that I'm standing here today. Hearing this, tears welled up in his eyes. Then the little girl bowed. That is all. Thank you. Vo TL said, it seems Mr. Leon Cassius is very good at raising children. Since that's the case and your daughter has thanked you so beautifully, you should give her a kiss to show a father's love, shouldn't you? Suddenly, Leon Cassius turned around thinking, Headmaster, what are you saying? You don't want this entrance ceremony to turn into the scene of a murder, do you? He looked at No worriedly. A month ago, No wouldn't even let him touch her. How could she possibly let him kiss her in front of so many people? He then knelt down and opened his arms. We don't have to make it that difficult. A hug should be fine, right? No, said shyly. Hurry up. A quick kiss, so we can end this embarrassing ceremony. Hearing this, Leon Cassius was completely shocked. No. He thought, if you're going to say that, and then he kissed her on the forehead. Below, Mian shouted, I want to go up and kiss Sis too. Anna quickly stopped her. Your Highness Mian, you can't go up there right now. Roseser sighed, thinking to herself, thank goodness it's not me. Vo TL approached and said, the elite Silver Leon Cassius clan never forgets to show gratitude to their family. The way the Roseser family gets along shows us what a true family is like. Suddenly a voice rang out. He's already kissed his daughter. As a loving couple, how could you forget to kiss your wife, Mr. Leon Cassius? Hearing this, the two of them froze. He turned and glared at Vo TL. This old dragon is really full of himself. I should have eliminated him back on the assessment day. No, looked at him a little sad. He thought, but this is No's most important school ceremony. I've survived 100 battles. How can I be scared by something like this? He then turned to Roseser and said, come now, my dear wife. We are the happiest, most harmonious family, aren't we? Roseser was shocked and whispered, What? She continued. You really want to kiss? In front of hundreds of dragons. Kiss me, Leon, Cassius replied. I have no choice. No, and Mian are watching. Just play along with me. Below, Mian was looking on with great anticipation. Roseser replied, this isn't a good idea. Suddenly, he moved closer to her. Roseser blushed and thought, although we've held hands in bed, we've never kissed. Except for that one time 2 years ago. How can he be so calm about this? It's like I'm the only one who's nervous. The two of them quickly moved closer. Roseser closed her eyes, deciding not to care anymore. A second later, Leon Cassius turned and kissed her on the cheek instead. Roseser was startled, looking at him in surprise, then gently touched the spot he had just kissed. He then bowed and said, "This is as far as I can go, ladies and gentlemen." The crowd below clamored, "Why not on the lips? Do it again, do it again." He then turned to Rose Serre and whispered, "There. Relaxed now that the pressure is off." Hearing this, Rose Serre thought angrily, "This jerk, how dare he use me to relieve his stress? If there weren't so many people here, I'd pin him to the ground right now." Webtoon spoke up. "Thank you very much to this year's model families for bringing us both applause and laughter. Please head down and rest." Afterward, the ceremony concluded. Standing outside, Rose Serre said, "Well, we should get going. We'll come pick you up next week. Remember to take care of yourself." "No, no," replied cheerfully. "Yes, I know, Mom." Mian hugged her sister and said, "You have to miss me, okay?" "No," replied, I'll miss you." At that moment, Leon Cassius knelt down and said, "Remember to eat on time. Don't skip meals to study. If you don't understand something, wait until you come home for break and you can ask your dad. Oh, and the most important thing. If you get sick, you must go to the school infirmary and find the headmaster. Absolutely, do not try to tough it out." "No," replied, "I know I'm not a kid." He then pointed towards Rose Serre. "These are things your mother said while she was drunk. It wasn't convenient for her to tell you, so I'm saying them for her." Rose Serre looked at him as he rambled on. He then rolled up his sleeves and said, "If you meet classmates you don't get along with, stay away from them. But if they dare to bully you, just call home and Dad will stand up for you." No. Looked at him and asked, "Did you do things like that when you were in school?" He replied, "Of course, but every time I got into a fight at school, my grandfather would take me home and give me a beating." Leon Cassius stood up and said, "But don't worry, your dad won't beat you over something so small." No, nodded. I know." At the Silver Leon Cassius Holy Temple, in the Queen's study, Rose Serre sat flipping through a book and said, "The blood curse. A forbidden magic that can only be used once in a lifetime. Using blood as a medium, the caster pays with their life." Then she put a hand to her chin and said, "If I modify it a bit, it could be a fun little game." Suddenly, a figure appeared. Rose Serre said, "You're back." Surly, her trusted handmaiden from the Silver Leon Cassius clan, appeared before her. "Your Majesty." Rose Serre asked, "How's the investigation going?" She replied, "My apologies. I couldn't find Leon, Cassius, and his wife in the Empire. They've disappeared." Rose Serre confirmed it. "They've vanished." Surly replied, "All traces were wiped clean. I couldn't track their whereabouts." She looked at her and said, "According to Leon, Cassius, Lion Chasm. Loons' uncle was just a normal old farmer, but now it seems he's not so simple." She continued, "Ensure your safety, but keep investigating. Report any new information to me immediately." Surly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Leon Cassius is practicing something. He looked at Mian and said, "Come on, do it just like Dad. Take this stick and swing it down with all your might." Mian looked at him happily. "Okay." Then the little girl spun around like a pinwheel. Leon Cassius watched Mian helplessly. Just then, Rose Serre appeared. Mian saw Rose Serre and cried out, "Ah, it's Mom." Leon Cassius looked at her and asked, "Oh, back from your patrol?" Rose Serre replied, "Yeah." Mian hugged her tightly. Rose Serre patted the little girl's head and said, "Were you a good girl for Daddy at home today?" Mian replied, "Yes, Mian was a very good girl. Daddy even taught me how to hold a sword." Rose Serre looked at the little girl and continued, Not bad. It's almost time for dinner. I told the chef to make beef, so go get changed first." Mian said excitedly, "Mian loves beef." Then Anna led the little girl away. "Princess Mian, let's go." Mian cheered, "Beef, beef." Just then she turned to look at Leon Cassius. "You." She was startled to see a stick pointed at her. Rose Serre smiled at him. "So have you finally decided to strike me down? In the sacred halls of the Silver Leon, Cassius pointing a weapon at me is a treacherous crime, punishable by torture." He replied coldly, "This is just a piece of wood. Does the Queen consider a piece of wood a weapon?" Rose Serre looked at him and continued, "Weren't you once the strongest dragon slayer? If you were serious, even a piece of wood in your hands could become a deadly weapon." After that, Leon Cassius let out a long sigh. He moved closer to her and said, "You, she-dragon, if you want to praise me, just praise me properly. Why be so sarcastic?" Rose Serre crossed her arms and turned away. Who would want to praise you?" He held the piece of wood over his head and said, "Tsk, I just wanted to scare you a little, but if you're not scared, it's no fun." Rose Serre replied, "I didn't think that with your current physical strength, you could actually hurt me with just that little stick." The two of them walked to the training grounds, and Rose Serre's voice rang out. "Noelle wrote me a letter yesterday. She said she's been doing well these past few days and told us not to worry." Leon Cassius, sitting on a chair, was surprised. "That's it, that's all," Rose Serre replied. "That's it. For her to take the initiative to write and say she's safe is already a huge deal." Leon Cassius nodded and said, "That's true. In that respect, she's a lot like you." He leaned back and continued, always looking so tense, making it impossible for people to guess what she's thinking. "But if you find the right way to approach her, she's actually fun to be around." Rose Serre crossed her arms and said, "Actually, Noelle rather admires you. She has a very typical Dragon Clan mentality, desiring to be strong and always looking up to the powerful." Then she covered her mouth and continued, "In her heart, you're an academic ace right now. That's why she talks about getting first place in her studies so much, but she's determined not to lose to you. He gave an awkward laugh in response. I thought in her heart I was just some weak, clueless chicken. He remembered Noelle's words, you clueless oaf. Suddenly, Rose Sir took off one of her shoes. When you first woke up, Noelle always avoided you, right? But actually, while you were unconscious, she would often run over to check on you. Sometimes I'd catch her and she'd make up an excuse that she was looking for Mian. Leon Cassius smiled and said, she's just as stubborn as you in that regard. Rose Sir sat cross-legged and continued. When they were little and cried, no one could console them. But as soon as we placed them next to you, they would immediately quiet down, perhaps even before they were conscious. Of your blood ties, that connection already drew you all together. She recalled when Leon Cassius was in a coma, how Noelle and Mian would become calm when placed beside him. Leon Cassius looked at his hands and said, blood ties, huh? It feels a bit foreign. He thought about his past. I was an orphan. I never experienced parental love as a child. I don't understand what family bonds are. He remembered the day he was adopted. At 5 years old, his aunt and uncle, who had no blood relation to him, took him in and treated him like their own son. He would watch other children call out for their parents. That was the first time he had a concept of family, but sometimes he still felt a sense of loss in his heart. Back then, a sad Leon Cassius had said, I wish my uncle and aunt were my real parents. A woman patted his head and said, Leon Cassius, one day you'll be a father to someone else. He asked in surprise. A father. Leon Cassius looked at the three of them, Rose, Sir Noel, and Mian, and thought about her words. That's right, they are the family I want to love and protect with all my heart. Then he clenched his fists and thought to himself, that's right, they are the family I cherish most now. Suddenly, Rose Sir spoke up. What are you spacing out for? Let's go back. Leon Cassius was startled and stood up saying, it's nothing. Thank you for telling me all this. Let's head back. Just then, Rose Sir presented her foot. Leon Cassius looked at her and said something. Rose Sir smiled at him. If you really want to thank me, then help me put on my shoe. Hearing that, he froze and said, what? Rose Sir sat on the chair with her arms crossed, frowning at him. If you really want to thank me, then help me put on my shoe. Hearing that, he exclaimed in shock. Help you put on your shoes. How could I? Leon Cassius pointed at her and continued. Helping you wash your feet last time was humiliating enough, and now you want me to help you with your shoes. Do I have no pride left? The next second, Rose Sir kicked him in the face and shouted, I still haven't settled the score with you for that kiss at the entrance ceremony. And now you won't even help me with my shoe. Rose Sir extended her foot towards him and added, stop wasting time. Hurry up so we can go back. Leon Cassius bent down and lifted her foot. Fine. I'll do it. Rose Sir chuckled softly as she watched him and said, you say you're unwilling, but your movements are quite skillful, aren't they? He retorted, of course they are. Putting a shoe on you is as simple as shoeing a donkey. Hearing that, Rose Sir gritted her teeth in anger. A second later she threw a kick that sent him reeling backward. But Leon Cassius dodged it, laughing. As long as I run fast enough, you'll never hit me. Rose Sir gritted her teeth. What good will running fast do you? Tonight I'll make you pay. A few days later, the three of them, Leon Cassius, Rose Sir, and Mian, were standing in a green meadow. Mian said excitedly, it's here. In the sky, a giant dragon appeared flying past. Leon Cassius saw it and said, oh, this dragon is much bigger than your transformed appearance. That's a great Leon Cassius. Rose Sir looked up and explained, the great Leon Cassius Lavian. They have large physiques, but aren't very strong fighters. Because of their excellent endurance and emotional stability, they usually handle transportation duties for the Leon Cassius tribe. Hearing this, Leon Cassius looked up surprised. Emotionally stable Rose Sir stood there and continued to explain seriously. It's said that from the moment a Lavagen is born until it dies, they won't get angry even once in several thousand years. That's why the public academy uses them to transport the young dragons. From the sky, No appeared within a pillar of blue light. Just then, No spoke. I'm home, Mom. Rose Sir crossed her arms and said gently, welcome back. Mian emotionally hugged No and said, big sis, I missed you so much. Then No looked a bit shyly at Leon Cassius and said, Dad. Leon Cassius looked at the little girl and couldn't help but think, this kid still hasn't learned to call me Dad properly. Then the whole family held hands and went inside. Leon Cassius said, it's good to have you back. Your mother and I made a lot of your favorite foods. On the table were all of No's tests, all with perfect scores. Basics of Mechanical Alchemy, maximum score top of the class. Introduction to Magic for Young Dragons, perfect score. History of the Leon Cassius Tribe, upper volume for Young Dragons, maximum score. Rose Sir seemed very pleased with the results No had achieved. Just then, No held up another paper and said, there's one last one, the Comprehensive Physical Fitness Test. I only got 95 points. I didn't get first place. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Rose Sir immediately said, you don't need to apologize. You did great. Mian beside her cheered her on Mom's right. In my heart, you're the best sis. Leon Cassius, who had been watching all this time, couldn't help but think, these two, one doesn't know how to express her feelings, and the other expresses her feelings a little too much. Looks like it's up to me, their actual father, to step in. Then he picked up the test that was missing 5 points and said, "Oh, running, weightlifting, pull-ups. These are just basic physical training exercises. Compared to other 4 or 5-year-old dragons, at your level, it's perfectly normal for your physical strength to be a little lower than theirs." Then he held it up, pointed to one section and said, "But look here. In the practical combat sparring section, 10 matches, and you had the highest win rate in the class. This proves that even though your physical strength isn't on par with the other kids, your strategy and combat skills far surpass them." Leon Cassius's voice continued to ring in No's ears. "So don't worry too much about this third-place ranking. You'll have plenty of chances to surpass them later." After hearing this, No's voice trembled slightly. "I heard Mom say that when you were in school you were first in every subject." Leon Cassius looked at her with a gentle gaze. "Actually, when I first enrolled I wasn't number 1 at the very beginning. It was only later, through sheer effort and willpower, that I managed to climb to the top spot." Then he offered his daughter some advice. "You have plenty of time. There's no need to get discouraged over one little mistake. I believe you can do it." No's eyes filled with determination. "I understand." Suddenly Mion's voice rang out. "Dad is so amazing, so, if you and Mom fought, who would win?" Hearing the question, both of them claimed they would be the victor. The next second they turned to each other and shouted, "Huh." Leon Cassius clutched his stomach, laughing. "Back in my training days, whether it was hand-to-hand combat or dueling with magic weapons, no one could match me. Of course I'm stronger." Rose Sayre crossed her arms and scoffed. "I may not have won as many titles as you, but I only win the battles that matter." They glared daggers at each other. Rose Sayre shouted, "Wasn't it because you couldn't beat me back then that we ended up getting married? Didn't I take you as my prisoner?" Leon Cassius retorted. "Clearly it was you who couldn't beat me in the dungeon, which is how we ended up with our 2 cute little daughters, me, Anne, and—" "No, right." They argued their way right out the door. Rose Sayre yelled, "How about we go have a little competition?" Fired up, Leon Cassius immediately agreed. "Let's go. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time," Mion said excitedly. "Are they really going to fight?" She grabbed her sister's hand. "Let's go watch outside in the large yard." Leon Cassius and Rose Sayre were busy warming up. Mion held a box of popcorn and said excitedly, "You're curious too, right? About who's stronger, Mom or Dad?" No sat calmly and said, "Our teacher says that watching matches between high-level experts can also help improve our own combat skills." Rose Sayre looked at her opponent with a serious expression. "You know your health hasn't fully recovered to the point where you can fight the Leon Cassius King, has it?" Not to be outdone, Leon Cassius was stretching his hamstrings while looking at her. "So, what? A chance to fight the Silver Leon Cassius Queen doesn't come around often. Of course I have to seize it." Suddenly, Rose Sayre had an idea and said, "Let's make a bet." Leon Cassius answered in surprise. "Bet what?" Rose Sayre smiled slyly and said, "If you win, I won't touch you for a month. If I win, you have to grant me one request." Leon Cassius frowned, thinking, "I have no idea what kind of perverted request this female dragon will make, but all I have to do is win." At that thought, his spirits soared. "A whole month of peaceful rest that I wouldn't even dare to dream of normally." A second later, he immediately agreed. "All right, I accept this bet." They stood face to face. Rose said, "Then let's begin." Leon Cassius and Rose Sayre stood opposite each other. Nearby, Mi-On was excitedly watching while eating her popcorn. Suddenly, the cup next to Mi-On fell over. The sound drew both of their attention, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just as the cup fell, Mi-On's voice cried out, "My pineapple juice." A second later, the two of them shot forward like black blurs. No watched the fight intently and said, "It's started." Leon Cassius leaned to one side, gathering momentum to attack his opponent. He aimed a blow down at Rose Sayre. She quickly used her hand to block the attack, then used her tail, which shot up from below like a blade, straight at Leon Cassius. Leon Cassius quickly tumbled away, dodging the last attack. He planted his hand on the ground, and a second later spun his body around. Using his hand as a pivot, Leon Cassius kicked straight towards Rose Sayre. Taken by surprise, she was forced back, her face serious. Rose Sayre looked at him and thought, "I won't have the advantage if I compete with his physical strength. I should probably create some distance." As if he knew what she was planning, Leon Cassius looked at her, his Leon Cassius crest power radiating, and said, "It seems Her Majesty the Queen doesn't want to play close-quarters combat with me anymore." Rose Sayre retreated, launching purple orbs of energy toward Leon Cassius. She shouted, "All that matters is beating you." The orbs continuously chased after Leon Cassius, and he used his body's agility to dodge them. On the sidelines, Mi-On was getting worried. Is Dad about to lose? He's just been running this whole time. But No said otherwise. Not necessarily. Dad is using pure physical skill to attack and dodge Mom's assaults. Meanwhile, Mom is constantly using Leon Cassius' flame to create distance and look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. No popped some popcorn into her mouth and said, "This shows that in close combat, Mom isn't confident she can beat Dad." Mi-On leaned in close, full of admiration, and said, "Wow, sis, you know so much." No, replied, "It's what the teacher taught us in class." Meanwhile, Rose Sayre smugly continued to unleash her power. She yelled, "Leon Cassius, you think you're so fast, don't you? Then let's see you dodge this." Leon Cassius scrambled to evade the attacks coming from his opponent. he said loudly. Humph, I'm not just fast, I'm also tough. Hearing this, Rose clasped her hands together and said, then what about this? Suddenly a swirling cloud of dust was rapidly approaching from behind. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke coiling into the air like violent waves. Leon Cassius shot out from the dust cloud and said confidently, too slow. Rose. Watching from above, Rose was stunned to see her opponent's figure. She thought, this brat is using lightning magic to enhance his own body. Leon Cassius shouted, no one can stop me, not after you robbed me of a month's rest. A moment later he charged toward his opponent. 1,000 fists appeared, striking towards Rose. Rose gritted her teeth, staring at the attack. She thought, his mana still hasn't fully recovered, but to use lightning magic to enhance his body to this level. This is just insane. I need to end this fight quickly. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Leon Cassius's eyes. He thought to himself, an opening. A second later, he dropped his center of gravity and aimed straight for Rose's left leg. Caught by surprise, Rose struggled to defend herself. Leon Cassius's face was filled with excitement as he clenched his fist, laughing. I've won. Suddenly, Rose lost her balance and fell backward. Leon Cassius reached out, grabbed her wrist, and then pulled her towards him. Leon Cassius caught Rose by the waist, creating a romantic atmosphere. They both blushed, embarrassed. Rose spoke up. Leon Cassius. Suddenly, Rose reached out with a magically charged hand and touched her opponent's chest. He said in shock, Leon Cassius, as a purple flame appeared on his chest. He yelled, it's about to burn. Suddenly, he stopped and looked down, his face filled with confusion. Why isn't it hot? Rose crossed her arms and said coldly, the fight isn't over yet. How can you be so distracted? Just then, the two kids ran over. Mian spoke up, Mom, Dad, who won in the end? Leon Cassius closed his eyes and said, I made a mistake at the end. This time, Dad lost. Rose took the opportunity to say smugly, I have to admit you're really strong. Without enchanted armor or your preferred weapon, you were able to fight me like that with just your physical strength. No one has ever been able to do that before. Hearing this, Leon Cassius said confidently, of course, if I had fought with all my strength, I definitely could have beaten you. Then Rose looked at him and said with a smile, oh, since you've admitted defeat, then don't forget our bet. Her words pierced him like arrows. He thought to himself, I forgot about the bet. Leon Cassius collapsed to the ground. Mian rushed over, worriedly, and asked Mommy, why did Daddy die? Rose smiled and replied, it's okay. He just overexerted himself and ran out of stamina. He'll recover in a bit. That evening in the children's room at the Silver Sanctuary, Leon Cassius's voice rang out. No, after Dad's gone, you have to take care of Mian. She's still little and doesn't understand things yet. You're the big sister, so you have to guide her. And Mian, you have to listen to your sister and not make her mad. Be good at home. The two children sat on the bed with different expressions looking at him. Leon Cassius clutched his chest, weeping. Oh, I'm so worried about leaving you two sisters. You're both only 1 year old. How could your mother be so cruel as to take me away like this? No said coldly. You're just going to sleep in Mom's room for one night. Why are you acting like you're being led to your execution? Leon Cassius's heart seemed to clench, his face turning pale as he said, in a way, an execution by beheading is over in an instant. But your mother, she can torture someone for an entire night. It's much scarier than any execution, Mian said with an innocent face. Yes, I know. Mom's going to eat you right, the little girl continued excitedly. I read in a book that after the female and male praying mantis get married, the female eats the male. Leon Cassius looked at Mian and said, well, that's not exactly right, but your mother is about to eat me. Why do you still look so happy about it? Just then, Rose, who was leaning against the door, spoke up. All right, stop talking nonsense to the children, making me sound so terrifying. Then she walked over cheerfully and tucked the two in. You two go to sleep early. Don't worry, Mommy just wants to discuss some interesting things with Daddy tonight. Hearing that, Leon Cassius said naively, interesting things, Rose continued. For example, the birth of the universe. Anne and No listened intently to the two of them. Leon Cassius asked, the birth of life, Rose replied, the mysteries of the world. Leon Cassius closed his eyes and said, you mean the mysteries of the body, right? A second later she dragged him away. Anyway, you've said enough goodbyes. Come with me now. Leon Cassius struggled. Wait, I still have some last words to say. No, Mian, remember that Daddy will always love you. At that moment, Mian turned to ask, No, what are Mom and Dad really going to do? No closed her eyes and replied, I don't. No. Just ignore them. Grown-ups are so childish. Later in the Queen's bedroom at the Silver Sanctuary, Rose held a glass of wine from the table and asked, Leon Cassius, aren't you going to drink? Leon Cassius replied coldly. Rose's eyes narrowed. She silently swirled the wine in her glass, then spoke. What's wrong? I recall you agreed that if you lost, you would fulfill my request. Are you refusing to even have a drink now? Leon Cassius said with a guarded expression. I don't really feel like drinking right now. Then he thought to himself, I have to keep my wits about me. I absolutely will not let her lead me by the nose tonight. Suddenly, Rose put the glass down on the table and said, Actually, I was also hoping you would win. Leon Cassius asked her, puzzled. Why? Rose stood up, walked towards him, and said with a smile, if you had won, I would have given you a month of rest. You could have used that chance to take care of your body. It might have been a little more fun. Leon Cassius crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said, then you should have just conceded today, shouldn't you? Rose put down the wine glass. Humph. I've thought of a much more fun game. A second later, she tilted the glass, letting the wine stream down. Rose poured it over her own breasts and said, you know what I love most is seeing you like this. Defeated but still refusing to admit it. The next moment she sat on Leon Cassius's lap. Leon Cassius said, flustered, what? What are you doing? Rose looked at him with a seductive gaze. Drink it all. Leon Cassius couldn't help but stare at her chest and think. The scent of Rose's body mixed with the aroma of red wine. This sight is truly, he gulped, absolutely wonderful, impossible to refuse. Like a starving tiger he pounced, licking the wine clean from Rose's chest. The caress of his tongue made her let out a soft moan. Leon Cassius's face flushed red as he asked, Is this okay? Suddenly Rose laughed and said, of course that's not enough. She gently lifted his chin and said, open your mouth. Then Rose bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Immediately she let a few drops of her blood fall into his mouth. Leon Cassius was startled and thought, blood. He quickly pushed her away and yelled, what are you doing? Leon Cassius wiped his mouth, backing away. This feeling. You used that forbidden art on me. Rose smiled like a cat and said, that's right. It's the blood curse. You're very familiar with it, aren't you? Rose's control made Leon Cassius's eyes turn blood red and his body began to tremble. Leon Cassius asked, but why? Rose looked at him and replied, ever since you used this forbidden art on me 2 years ago, I've been nostalgic for the feeling. Hearing this, Leon Cassius frowned and said, do you have any idea what the price of this forbidden art is? Rose Sir laughed and replied, of course I do. I've slightly altered the technique to minimize the price the blood curse exacts on a Leon Cassius's body, retaining only its enchanting effects. Leon Cassius clutched his chest in pain, gritting his teeth and shaking his head repeatedly. He thought my body is so hot and my mind is blank. Just then, Rose Sir walked over, touched his hand and said, it's always been me, forcing you, threatening you, and you always acting unwilling. Then she leaned close to his ear and said, but now I want you to fawn over me like a crazed dog begging me to be with you. Then Rose Sir let go of his hand, causing him to fall. Rose Sir stood before him and continued, the game is about to begin, my delicious captive. Sir Leon Cassius sat on the ground, his face beet red. Rose Sir leaned down close and said, brave and upright Dragon Slayer, you're about to lose control of yourself, aren't you? Do you have any idea how you look right now? He didn't answer. A second later, she conjured a mirror in her hand. She coldly placed it next to Leon Cassius and said, I bought this in Sky City. It's a magical tool that can temporarily record images. He then saw his own reflection in the mirror as Rose Sir's voice rang out. Leon Cassius, face it and tell me, what does the Leon Cassius of right now want to do? He replied, kiss. Want to kiss. Suddenly he froze, thinking, no, that's not right. Rose Sir asked smugly, what did you say? Speak up. As if losing control, Leon Cassius said, I want to kiss you. But he thought this isn't what I wanted to say at all. Rose Sir lifted his chin and said, Leon Cassius, look how pathetic you are right now, throwing away all your inhibitions to humbly beg for a kiss from your enemy. Then she shoved his face to the side, but I'm not going to let you kiss me. Her words struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. Suddenly he lunged at Rose Sir. A second later he was on top of her. Rose Sir's face was full of amusement. So impatient. That's not like you at all. Leon Cassius lifted one of her hands. Rose Sir, I want to kiss you, I want to hold you, he continued, I want to become one with you. Hearing this, Rose Sir froze. So, this is what I looked like when I was under the blood curse back then. Then she closed her eyes. Leon Cassius, you finally have a taste of your own medicine. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck and said, all right then. You're the one who begged me for this. Inside the room, Rose Sir's voice echoed. My little puppy Leon Cassius, show me how you look after being corrupted. The next morning, sunlight filled the entire sanctuary. On the bed, Rose Sir's hair was so long it nearly touched the floor. Leon Cassius woke up clutching his head with a groan. He glanced at her and thought, I fell from grace again last night. Then he sat up and said, it's all because of that damn blood curse. It made me lose all my pride and dignity as a dragon slayer, relentlessly begging her to be with me. Leon Cassius gritted his teeth. Another boundary-shattering humiliation. He looked at Rose Sir deep in sleep and thought, the mastermind of this crime. You had your fun and now you're sleeping so peacefully. He reached out and touched her cheek. She looked completely defenseless. Suddenly, he felt shy. Then he pulled his hand back, thinking, what am I doing? Why did I just touch her face unconsciously like that? He couldn't help but look at her again. Why do I want to touch her face? Just now, I only wanted to wake her up, absolutely nothing else. Leon Cassius looked at her sleeping form and thought, but why isn't she reacting at all? Could she be pretending to be asleep? The next second, he poked her with a finger and said, hey, stop pretending to be asleep. Leon Cassius tapped Rose Sear's cheek lightly. Hurry up and get up. Aren't you usually very disciplined? He crossed his arms watching her and said, why isn't she waking up? Could it be the after effects of the blood curse? He continued to stare at her. The severity of the blood curse's backlash depends on the caster's physical strength. When I was on the brink of death, I cast the blood curse. And although I don't know how I survived, it was enough to put me in a coma for 2 years. Rose Sear is a healthy dragon lord. She'll probably be in a coma for a week. He then observed her carefully, his expression darkening as he thought, then, isn't this the perfect opportunity for me to escape? He immediately opened a drawer. A week. A normal human can't get very far in that time, but it's a different story if I'm wearing the black gold war armor. Combined with stamina, recovery, potions, and pills, if I run with all my might, it's enough to get back to human territory. A second later, he stuffed everything into a bag. He didn't forget to put his hands on his hips and look at Rose Sear, declaring aloud, by the time she wakes up and realizes I'm gone, it'll be too late. Leon Cassius laughed heartily, but then his laughter faded, and his whole body slumped lifelessly. Leon Cassius quickly grabbed a potion from the drawer and said, on second thought, it's been 2 years since I left the Empire. I don't know what's happening over there now. Leon Cassius stood silently thinking, there are still so many unanswered questions about my capture back then. Returning hastily would be a bit dangerous. It's better to be cautious. Leon Cassius stood with his hand on his chin, thinking constantly. Besides, before I asked Rose Sear to investigate my uncle's recent situation. Maybe I should wait a little longer for news from them. Suddenly, his expression brightened. Most importantly, he looked out the balcony door and saw No and Mi-an playing below. Mi-an said with a laugh, sister, hurry up and catch it. No said coolly, slow down, be careful not to fall. He looked at the 2 children and thought, I can't bring myself to abandon them now. Then he shook his head and said, ah well, I guess I've realized I still have to stay in the Silver Sanctuary. Then he looked back at Rose Sear after all. He chuckled softly and said, besides, I still haven't gotten my revenge. Don't you agree? Below, Rose Sear slept on oblivious. Leon Cassius's voice called out Rose Sear. Rose Sear remained asleep on the bed. Mi-an's voice came through. Mommy, are you okay? You've been sleeping for a whole day. Just then, No turned to Leon Cassius. What did you two do yesterday? Leon Cassius scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. As for that, No listened to his explanation, her eyes full of suspicion. Yesterday we were talking on the balcony. Maybe she caught a chill and got a cold. Then he turned to Anna and said, it's nothing serious. Right, Anna said solemnly. Your Highness, rest assured. The sanctuary's physician just came to check on Her Majesty's condition. Aside from his physical weakness, everything else is fine, she continued. For the next few days, I will be handling the clan's affairs in His Majesty's stead. If there is nothing else, Lord Prince, then I will take my leave. Leon Cassius nodded. Oh, all right, you may go. Mi-an reached out and touched Rose Sear's hair. Please get well soon, Mom. Mi-an won't make you mad anymore. Leon Cassius looked at Rose Sear and thought, why is she sweating so much? I'll help wipe her down in a bit. Suddenly, No asked, Dad, are you planning to do something? While Mom is unconscious, he leaned down and said, No, you're overthinking things. Right now, I just want to take good care of your mother. No replied, is that so? Well, that's good. A second later, she turned to leave and said, let's go, Mi-an. We'll come visit Mom again tomorrow. Mi-an couldn't help but say worriedly, Mommy, Mi-an will come visit you tomorrow, okay? Reaching the door, Mi-an didn't forget to say goodbye. Good night, Dad. Leon Cassius smiled and replied, good night. Then he turned to look at Rose Sear. Noticing her sweat-drenched body, he said, time to get a basin of water. Leon Cassius skillfully wrung out a dry towel, and then he began to wipe her down, worried she might catch a cold. When you wake up, please don't get the wrong idea. Leon Cassius looked at Rose Sear and thought, usually she always has her big tail showing. I can't believe her body is so weak right now that even her tail won't appear. He looked at her a little hesitant. Now that I've cleaned her up, maybe it'd be better if I also changed her clothes. With this many clothes, Leon Cassius thought, as he opened her wardrobe, I'm sure it's fine if I pick something I like. He rummaged through her entire wardrobe, off-the-shoulder low-cut bows and black stockings. His face went blank as he said, I'll just have to use these outfits I've found to substitute for what's needed. But the key issue is, how do I deal with the ears? Then he grabbed her hair. Maybe I can use her hair to make them. A little while later, his face flushed red as he chuckled. Done. He gazed at her flawless body. Dressed in the limited edition strawberry bunny outfit, he said shyly, I didn't expect it to suit you so well. Suddenly, the Leon Cassius mark on his chest began to glow. He was startled and said, why is the Leon Cassius mark glowing all of a sudden? He recalled what he'd been told before: when two people share the Leon Cassius mark, if one of them has thoughts of getting intimate with the other, the mark will react. Seeing this, Leon Cassius frantically waved his hands and said, go away, go away. When I'm in my right mind, how could I possibly think about that with Rose Sear? It's definitely because of this limited edition bunny outfit. A second later, he clasped his hands and said, I should probably recite the Dragon Slayer's 10 virtues of honor and shame to calm down. After a moment, the Leon Cassius mark disappeared. He said, "That was too close. Something terrible almost happened. But it took so much effort to dress Rose Sir up like this. It'd be a huge waste not to document it." He looked at her motionless body on the bed, and an idea struck him. "I remember. Rose Sir has a camera at home, right?" He then searched all over the place, finally pulling out the camera. He grinned and said, "Found it." He started taking pictures of Rose Sir. "So you have days like this too, huh? Rose Sir." Then he used his hand to lift the corners of her mouth and said, "Come on, wifey, smile for me." His eyes were filled with satisfaction. "These dark historical photos, I will be sure to keep them very safe for you." Suddenly Rose Sir let out a soft groan. Leon Cassius jumped in shock and said, "Holy crap, is she waking up this quickly?" The air fell silent. Leon Cassius let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me." Rose Sir's room was the only one left with its lights on in the entire sanctuary. Leon Cassius said I should probably change her back into her normal pajamas, that way tomorrow can be the next step of my revenge plan. The next morning, Mi-an suddenly cried out in a panic. Sister No crossed her arms coolly and said, "What happened? Speak slowly." Mi-an's eyes were filled with sorrow as she said, "My ruby is broken and I wanted to find Dad to fix it, but I've looked everywhere and he's nowhere to be found." Hearing that, No suddenly thought, could it be? Did he use Mom being unconscious as a chance to run away? Then No took Mi-an's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll go with you to find Dad." Just then, Mi-an called out, "Daddy, where are you?" The two children searched throughout the entire sanctuary. Mi-an's voice echoed, "Daddy, where are you?" The two children entered Rose Sir's room to search. Mi-an said, "I don't think he's in here." They went to search another room. The little girl said, "He's not here either." Mi-an even opened a chest. Daddy No looked on helplessly and said, "How could he possibly be in there?" Mi-an turned around a little sad and said, "We can't find Dad anywhere." "You don't think he got lost, do you?" "No," said calmly Mi. "And some people seem very nice, but sooner or later they leave. Just like last time." "Just like last time?" Mi-an asked innocently. No began to reason to herself. If her guess was correct, she thought of Leon Cassius escaping. That man is gone now. I used to think our family was a little different. On the outside, we seem so peaceful. But in reality, so much of it is fake. She thought of their family portrait. She then recalled from her memories when Leon Cassius was the one in a coma. That man was always in a deep sleep in his room. Mom told us, "He is your father." She had observed his actions before. One day he finally woke up and immediately tried to run away. Without a single word of explanation, Mom instantly dragged him back. From that day on, he never tried to escape again. But I always had a feeling that he wasn't staying here willingly. No considered it. After that, he started deliberately trying to get close to and flatter me, teaching me my lessons, looking just like a good father. But did any of that truly come from his love? In other words, he was just waiting for us to let our guard down, secretly planning his chance to escape. No thought. When there are unknown factors hidden behind love, I'd rather not have that pure love at all than become a tool for someone else to use. She then thought about Leon Cassius's back as he walked away. He doesn't belong here. Sooner or later, he's going to abandon us and leave this place. After hearing that, Mi-an's face crumpled. Mommy won't wake up, and now Daddy doesn't want us anymore. Sis, what are we going to do now? No comforted her. It's okay. I'll protect you. A second later, Mi-an burst into tears and hugged No tightly. No suddenly said with a serious expression, "Let's hold a farewell ceremony for that man." At the same time, near the Silver Leon Cassius sanctuary behind the mountain, a forest of flowers stretched along a path. Leon Cassius held a map and said cheerfully, The scenery here isn't bad at all. That maid didn't lie to me." He recalled his earlier conversation. Anna had asked, "Your Highness, would you like to know where Her Majesty the Queen usually likes to go?" He had replied, "Yes, I feel like going for a stroll today." Anna then offered him a map. "If your Highness wishes, I will assign someone to go with you." Leon Cassius quickly said, No need. I can go by myself. Just help me mark the locations on this map." Leon Cassius looked at the map and said, "Usually my range of movement is restricted. With the she-dragon unconscious, I finally have a chance to go for a walk. I'll use this chance to scout the surrounding terrain. When she wakes up, I'll give her a surprise." A second later, he clenched his fist and continued. "Of course, finding out where the she-dragon likes to go is just an excuse. It's all part of my revenge plan." Standing in front of a large tree, he said, "I'm thinking when the she-dragon wakes up, her frail body, take her to a place she likes and humiliate her, just like she did to me in my own homeland." Then Leon Cassius approached and touched the tree trunk. This tree is rough enough." Then he got everything ready, thinking that pose would be perfect. Leon Cassius stomped his foot on the ground and said, "The ground isn't soft enough. Sprinkling flower petals, then, probably wouldn't be a bad idea." He then turned to look towards the holy temple. From here, he could see the Silver Leon Cassius Holy Temple down the mountain. Not bad. Then he took out a small piece of paper and said, "Let's add this place to the list of options." Leon Cassius, "Now I just have to wait for Rose Sir to wake up." Leon Cassius's eyes were filled with anticipation, wanting to put that female dragon in her place this time. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Silver Leon Cassius Holy Temple, a group of people had gathered around a fire and sounds of crying could be heard. Leon Cassius walked over and asked, "What's with all the commotion?" A maid said. "The two highnesses said they wanted to hold a funeral and they told us to prepare a campfire." Just then, he noticed Mian crying loudly in the distance. "Mian has beef for you, Dad. Please come back and visit us." No patted her on the back from behind and said, "He's already gone. You have to try and move on." Leon Cassius scratched his head thinking, could they be playing that newly released family game? I'll just play along with them. He then walked into the middle of the crowd. "Excuse me, let me through." The maid from before saw him and shouted, "Your Highness the Prince." He walked up behind them and said, "Who are you kids praying for? You know, your grandpa taught me how to play the suona. Want to see your dad show off his skills." Then he looked at the person in the picture. "Oh, is that me?" He chuckled naively. He's a very handsome guy." A second later, he jolted. "Hey, what's going on here?" The two children turned around, and Mian screamed. Dad's appeared. Leon Cassius's limbs went weak. "My dear daughters, I was only gone for a day. Isn't it a bit too soon to be holding my funeral?" Mian whimpered Daddy. A second later, she threw her arms around him, crying even harder. "Daddy's back." With tears in her eyes, Mian said, I thought you didn't want me anymore." Leon Cassius looked at her gently and said, "What kind of nonsense is that? How could I ever not want you kids?" Just then, No spoke up. "Mian and I searched the holy temple so many times, but we couldn't find you anywhere. We thought you had left." Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Why would I leave? I just went for a walk behind the mountain today." No looked silently at the box in her hands and thought, so, I blamed him for nothing. He then picked Mian up and said, "All right, everything's fine now. Everyone, you can all disperse." Suddenly, Mian pointed forward. "Dad, since you're back, can I eat your offerings?" Leon Cassius replied, "Of course you can." A moment later, she quickly ran towards the table. He couldn't help but think to himself, there's no way Mian's gluttony comes from me. No spoke up. "Next time you go out alone, you have to tell us first." She continued shyly, "Mian. She was really worried about you." Hearing this, Leon Cassius scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. I made Mian worry." He then thought to himself, this kid is clearly worried, but is too shy to say it. She then glanced at him. "Anyway, this is my fault. I was the one who didn't trust you." The next second, she bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry." This startled Leon Cassius. He looked at No and thought, so the two of them held this farewell ceremony because of her misunderstanding. If she hadn't said anything, no one would have known. He then smiled softly. "That's right, a child who matures early always takes responsibility for her own mistakes. But this incident in the end is because I failed to give her a sense of security." Leon Cassius looked at No gently and thought, No craves affection and love, but she'll never be the first one to initiate it. No matter what promises I make now, she won't easily trust me. He then clenched his fists. Therefore, as her father, the only thing I can do is prove myself slowly through my actions. With that, he bent down and patted No's head. "It's okay. Let's go have dinner together. You have school tomorrow, you know." He then thought, "I will always be by your side." No nodded in agreement. The next day, in the queen's bedroom, Mian was watching over Roseser with constant worry. Suddenly, her hand twitched slightly. Roseser's eyes fluttered open as a choked sound escaped her throat. Mian quickly spoke up. "Mommy, you're awake." Her eyes welled up with tears. "Mommy, you were sleeping for so long." Mian was so worried about. Roseser reached out and touched her daughter's face. "I'm sorry, Mian. I made you worry." She looked at her trembling hand and thought, I can't summon any strength, and my internal mana isn't responding at all. Then she touched her chest. Normally, my body, as the Leon Cassius king, should be able to counteract the side effects of the blood curse. To end up like this. It must be because I used it to save that guy. She then turned to look at Mian and thought, knowing his personality, he has probably run far, far away by now. Roser looked around the room and asked Mian, how long was I asleep? Mian looked at her and replied, 2 days. Roser gritted her teeth. In 2 days, he couldn't have gotten very far. If I send people to capture him now, there's still time. Suddenly, Leon Cassius's voice rang out. Mian, how about we have fish for dinner tonight? He then held up a huge fish and said, Dad just caught a really big one behind the mountain. Mian said excitedly, okay. Roser silently watched Leon Cassius, who laughed loudly. Your dad's amazing, right, me? And giggled. Yeah, super amazing. Suddenly he noticed Roser and then said, oh, you're awake. Roser shyly turned away. Why are you here? Leon Cassius held up the fish and said, where else would I be? I just went out to the back mountain for some fresh air. And while I was at it, I caught a fish to help my darling wife recover. Hearing this, Roser blushed. Who's your darling wife? Mian giggled. Mom, don't be shy. He then turned to Mian and said, Mian, I'm giving you the glorious mission of taking this fish to the kitchen. Can you do it? With a serious expression, Mian said, yes, sir. You can count on me, Dad. Then she picked up the fish and ran outside. Leon Cassius watched her go and said, oh, right. Your mother and I have some things to take care of, so you kids go ahead and eat dinner first. Roser looked at him and said, I thought you would have taken the chance while I was unconscious to abandon my daughter and escape. Leon Cassius took off his gloves and said, You and I still have a lot of unfinished business. How could I possibly leave? Roser asked in surprise. Unfinished business between us. Leon Cassius leaned in close to her. Do you remember what you did to me a month ago, right after I woke up? Roser murmured vaguely. What I did to you before. Roser's eyes widened in alarm. Don't tell me you want to. Leon Cassius's face darkened as he smirked. That's right. It's exactly what you're thinking. Lying in bed, Roser shouted angrily. Leon Cassius, don't think you can lay a hand on me just because my body is weak. I'm warning you, stay away. Leon Cassius said softly. Weak, you say? He then looked up and chuckled. Then wasn't I weak at the beginning? I had just been revived, and before I could even have a sip of water, you branded me with a dragon crest. Did you ever give me a chance to refuse? Roser said sternly. You should know what will happen to you after I recover. So don't be foolish, and do something you'll regret. At that moment, Leon Cassius moved closer to her and said, Regret, I won't. Not ever, my beloved wife. A second later, he swept her up into his arms. This is the single best decision I've ever made in my life. His eyes filled with pride as he said, This time, it's your turn to be the prisoner. He was now carrying her towards the cherry blossom forest behind the mountain. Roser screamed non-stop. Let go. She pushed against him with her feeble hands. Put me down, Leon Cassius said calmly. Don't make a scene or you'll fall. Roser gritted her teeth, thinking, If I hadn't lost my strength, I would have dealt with you long ago, you little brat. Underneath a large cherry blossom tree, Leon Cassius gently set Roser down. She sat up and questioned him. Why did you bring me here? Leon Cassius pointed and said, While you were unconscious, I thoroughly investigated all the places you like to go. This is the first stop for tonight. Hearing this, Roser became furious. The first stop. In other words, you're planning on taking me to other places too. He then pointed towards the sanctuary. See that? That is your sanctuary. From here you can see it in its entirety. Roser frowned and said, Are you trying to get revenge for what happened in my homeland? Do you remember what you said back then? I want you in front of your own homeland, in a place so close to it to understand what humiliation feels like. He then took off his shirt, revealing the dragon crest. That's right, a taste of your own medicine. It's not a privilege reserved for your dragon clan. Seeing it, Roser was startled and looked down at her own chest. Then she felt a heat run through her body. Leon Cassius continued, I may be human, but I also have a strong sense of vengeance and a flair for theatrics. Leon Cassius moved behind her, lifted her chin and said, Roser, look carefully at what's before you. He once again pointed towards the sanctuary. Your palace is there. All of your pride and dignity comes from that place. Leon Cassius gently stroked her cheek with his finger. And yet now you can only let me toy with you as I please. He then pushed Roser forward onto the ground and continued, Roser, how does it feel to be humiliated by a defeated dragon slayer? All of this, he said, is exactly what you did to me before. He then gently brushed his lips across her fair back. Roser's entire body flushed with heat, and she couldn't help but let out a few soft moans. Leon Cassius gripped her hands tightly, and Roser's whole body trembled. She thought to herself, I clearly want to resist, but my body, it can't help but want more. A second later, her eyes flew open. If that's the case. She immediately used her tail to coil tightly around Leon Cassius's arm. He was stunned, thinking, her tail, how can she still have any strength left? Just then, Roser turned and said, While you can still control the situation, use every last bit of your effort to make me feel humiliated and unwilling. Roser gritted her teeth and continued, Because from this moment on, I will enact a revenge far more tragic than this. Hearing that, Leon Cassius laughed and said, Don't talk to me about later. I'm a man who has always lived in the present. His voice rang out, The night is still young, the exciting revenge has only just begun. Your Majesty. Under the massive cherry blossom tree, Leon Cassius and Roser had an intense exchange. The next morning in the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom, Leon Cassius lay on the bed, let out a long sigh, and said, Finally back. He glanced over at a map and said, dragging her to different places all night. I'm exhausted. He then turned to look at the soundly sleeping Roser and thought, But it looks like she was quite satisfied last night, huh? Sleeping so soundly. Suddenly his thought paused. Wait a minute. Satisfied. Wasn't I supposed to be getting revenge? Leon Cassius shook his head thinking, No, that's not right. She just experienced the humiliation of being pinned beneath the dragon slayer she despises most. No matter how you look at it, this counts as a successful revenge. Beside him, Roser was still sleeping soundly in his arms. He quickly sat up. I have to get back to my own room before the maids wake up. Our relationship isn't the kind where we can sleep in the same bed until morning. Just as he was about to leave, Roser's hand reached out. She grabbed his shirt and let out a soft murmur. Roser curled up and said, So cold. He looked at her and thought, seeking warmth while sleeping. It's an instinct for all living creatures. His gaze lingered as he thought, I can't let myself be tempted again. He then took her hand and hesitated, but a second later he pulled back the covers and got back into bed. He lay face to face with Roser and thought, well, compared to going back to that cold bed, staying here is a little warmer. The sun rose and the morning light shone on a pair of lovebirds outside. The warm scene brought a sense of peace to one's heart. A sleepy Mian walked into Rose's room. Mommy isn't awake yet. The little girl ran over to the large sofa, her little tail wagging. Seeing that Rose was still dead to the world, she gently shook her. Mommy, wake up, the sun is already up to your tail. In her sleepy state, Rose mumbled at the little girl, go play with your father. Seeing that she couldn't wake her mother, the little girl turned her attention to Leon Cassius. Daddy, wake up, the sun's already shining on your butt, but even he wouldn't get up. His eyes were squeezed shut as he kept mumbling. So warm. Let Daddy sleep a little longer. Seeing that no one would wake up to play with her, the little girl pouted sullenly. When she saw the two of them hugging each other even tighter on the bed, Mian got very angry. But when she looked closer, she saw strange marks on their bodies. But if they keep hugging so tightly, who's going to play with Mian? This is the first time Mian has ever seen Mommy and Daddy being so close. But why are there so many red spots on Mommy and Daddy? It must be mosquito bites. Mommy taught me before, if you get mosquito bites you have to apply medicine. Found it, Mommy. Daddy, don't worry. I'm here, Mian. We'll take good care of you. I'm so good at this, I'll put a little extra on Daddy. A while later, after Mian's disturbance, Leon Cassius slept soundly for a bit longer until a voice called out to him. Hey Leon Cassius, wake up. When he woke up, a sticky sensation on his body made him feel uncomfortable. Why does my face? When he came to his senses, Rose was standing in front of him with a green face. Unable to hold it in, he burst out laughing. What happened to your face? Just then, Mian spoke up to answer their question, saying that Mian did it. Mian saw that her parents had been bitten by insects and had a lot of red marks on them, so she wanted to help them apply medicine. Seeing the innocent little girl mistake these hickeys for mosquito bites, Leon Cassius coughed a bit embarrassed. Red marks, huh? It seems some things are better left unknown to children. The little girl, still unaware of everything, was eagerly waiting to be praised. Mian did a great job, right? How could Leon Cassius say anything? He could only lovingly pat her head and praise her. That's right, you did a great job. Hearing his praise was like a shot of adrenaline for Mian, who eagerly volunteered to take on the task of getting rid of the red marks on the two of them. Next time, I'll help Mommy and Daddy put on medicine again. Hearing this, both of them unanimously thought, we absolutely have to lock the door carefully next time. After fully waking up, Leon Cassius got up to make breakfast. He placed a bowl of fried rice on the table. Suddenly he did something completely baffling to Rose, scooping up some rice and opening his mouth to say, ah. She recoiled with a look of disgust. What are you doing? Seeing her trying to dodge him, Leon Cassius forcefully shoved the spoonful of rice into her mouth. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm feeding you. You haven't eaten anything these past few days. Although your kind can go without food or sleep during hibernation, you must be hungry by now. Her mouth said she didn't need it, but she couldn't stop chewing. You're making a scene, Leon Cassius. Even so, you don't need to feed me. I can eat by myself. This actually tastes pretty good. Hearing her praise his cooking, he got a smug look on his face. Of course it is. This is fried rice that I personally cooked with love. When she saw him dare to eat her fried rice, Rose flew into a rage and bit him. Didn't you make this for me? Why are you eating it? Caught in the act, he laughed loudly and made an excuse. I was afraid you couldn't finish it, so I'm helping you eat some. Hearing that, she got even more annoyed and yelled, who said I couldn't finish it? Give me another spoonful. After a bit of bickering, the bowl of rice was completely empty. After he finished feeding her, Leon Cassius didn't forget to mention all his hard work. These past few days, your body has been weak, and it was inconvenient for you to move. I was the one who helped you bathe, cooked for you, and fed you. I've been so good to you. Hearing him bring this up, she narrowed her eyes and asked, you mean tormenting me after my bath, or tormenting me in bed after a meal? Why does everything have to turn into a fight? Seeing that she was about to get angry again, he quickly softened his tone. How could you call that torment? That's the loving care of a husband. Seeing him tease her again, Rose's embarrassment turned to anger. Leon Cassius, from now on, every single stupid thing you do will become a future mark of shame. I'll brand it onto your body. You better remember that. Teasing her made him extremely happy as he left. Well then, see you in the morning, my dear wife. Thinking about what he did to her yesterday, how he'd put her through the ringer, Rose got angrier and angrier. That hateful dragon slayer. He's really good at tormenting me, isn't he? She threw a punch into the air, and the power within her exploded outwards. The shockwave from her punch cracked a distant wall. Rose stared at the crack in astonishment. She looked down at her own hand, her eyes wide with surprise. My power, it's back. Meanwhile, that dragon slayer Leon Cassius was happily washing the dishes. Wash the dishes, wash them clean. Hey now, my little dragon, don't you recover too quickly. I still want to bully you for a few more days. At this moment, Leon Cassius was still completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Time passed quickly, and the light of day was gradually replaced by the darkness of night. When the moon was high in the sky, the lamps in the palace were lit. It was time for Anna to enter Rose's room to deliver her medicine. Your Majesty, pardon the intrusion. This is the medicine the physician prescribed. It will help you recover your strength, But having been able to use her power since that morning, Rosser no longer wanted to take the medicine. My body has already recovered. It's fine if I don't drink it. It was only then that Anna noticed the crack in the wall. Your Majesty, what is this? She glanced at the crack and explained softly. I couldn't control my strength a moment ago. Find someone to repair it tomorrow. As if she were completely used to this, Anna simply replied calmly, Yes, Your Majesty. Just as she was about to leave, Roser's voice stopped her. Wait. For the time being, don't tell Leon Cassius that my body has recovered. I want him to take care of me for a few more days. Seeing the queen's bashful expression, Anna paused for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle and agreeing. Very well, I understand. In her heart, Roser was already hatching a plan to torment him. Leon Cassius. Your peaceful days are about to end. 2 days later, Mion came running up to Leon Cassius with little skips in her step. She chirped, Daddy, Daddy me, and wants to learn that thing, the one that makes your body all sparkly. Hearing her description, he asked, Sparkly. Are you talking about magic? The little girl said, excitedly. It's the thing Mommy and Daddy did on the training grounds. Seeing that she wanted to learn it, he asked, confused me. And why do you suddenly want to learn magic? The little girl's expression slowly turned sad as she explained, My big sister learns so many things at school. Mion doesn't want to be left behind. Seeing her look so sad about not knowing anything herself, he chuckled softly and asked, So you want to learn something too, is that right, me? And nodded her head. Yes, yes. After understanding what the little girl wanted, he began to think of a plan. The good thing about having 2 kids is that they have a competitive relationship with each other. She loves her big sister so much, of course she wouldn't want to fall behind her. Alright, Daddy will definitely teach you magic. We'll start with the simplest magic, okay? Seeing that he'd agreed to teach her, the little girl cheered with delight. Thank you, Daddy. A while later, watching the little girl, constantly trying to circulate the mana in her body, Leon Cassius praised her inwardly. It's only been a few hours and Mion has already successfully channeled mana into her body. She might just have her magical awakening very soon and unlock her innate abilities. Could she be a genius? After trying for a little while longer, Mion's stomach started to rumble. The little girl looked up at him pitifully. Daddy, Mion's so hungry. I'm all out of energy. This adorable act immediately shattered the grand illusion in his mind. Right, you really can't rush these things. Alright, that's enough practice for today. Let's go home and eat. Mion grabbed Leon Cassius's hand, tightly skipping as she said, Okay, Daddy's the best. At the palace, Anna brought something covered by a red cloth to Roser's side. Your Majesty, this is the item you asked me to find. Leave it there. At that moment, Leon Cassius, having just returned home, ran straight to her room. Honey, I'm home. You've worked hard. You may leave us now. According to what Anna had told him earlier, Roser would still need another 5 days to fully recover. I still have time to torment Roser. Are you uncomfortable anywhere today? Let me give you a massage. Seeing the sinister look on his face, Roser gave a cold, sarcastic smile. Why aren't you letting me see the might of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer today? It's only been 2 days. Are you already worn out? It's not that bad, is it? Feeling his manly abilities being questioned, Leon Cassius seethed with anger. What did you just say? All right then, you little dragon. I saw how tired you looked, so I was planning on letting you off the hook today. Looks like I was overthinking things. He ripped the blanket off, causing Roser to startle and instinctively curl up. Leon Cassius. Her reaction only made him want to bully her more. Why are you acting so tough? Your body must be feeling pretty healthy then, right, Roser? You're going to regret this. But with her power fully restored, Roser truly knew no fear. She smiled with confidence and provoked him. I've never regretted a thing. The moment she finished speaking, a dragon tail appeared and wrapped around Leon Cassius's waist. It squeezed him so tightly, he almost saw the light right then and there. Rose used her tail to forcefully throw Leon Cassius onto the bed. After overpowering him, Rose confidently sat on top of Leon Cassius. Being thrown so hard onto the bed, Leon Cassius couldn't help but think to himself, she's so strong. It seems Rose has fully recovered. Seeing that he'd only just realized, Rose smugly made a shushing gesture. A prisoner should know to obediently keep his mouth shut. Don't you agree, my dear dragon slayer? After speaking, she unveiled the items Anna had brought. When the cloth was lifted, a pile of love toys was revealed. Leon Cassius stared at the items, completely stunned. When did she prepare all of this? Could it be that I willingly offered myself a lamb to the tiger's den? Both his hands and feet were cuffed. The once aggressive and intimidating Leon Cassius was now like a cat trembling in a corner. Seeing his trembling form only excited Rose's predatory instincts even more. Don't even think about resisting. Leon Cassius was blindfolded, making his other senses heighten. Hearing her words made him even more terrified. You're not planning to torture and interrogate me, are you? By the way, has anyone noticed that Rose looks a little different today? One day, while Rose was sleeping, Leon Cassius decided to braid her hair. As he was finishing the braid, she suddenly woke up. What are you doing? Caught in the act of braiding her hair, he jumped. Oh, you're awake. I thought a change of hairstyle would be nice. What do you think? Looking at herself in the mirror, Rose felt it was a bit unfamiliar and complained. What is this? I just did it on a whim. If you don't like it, you can just take it out. It's all right, I guess. And so Rose quietly kept the hairstyle. Leon Cassius cowered in fear but still tried to act tough. Let me tell you, I've had professional interrogation training. I will absolutely not submit to you. Seeing his act, Rose couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? She then played a recording of him drunkenly confessing his feelings for her. I want to kiss you. Rose hearing himself say that Leon Cassius wished a hole would open up and swallow him whole. This is me begging you please. Seeing him already begging for mercy, Rose wanted to tease him even more. And whose voice was that begging me so humbly? Leon Cassius's face turned beet red at her seductive tone, and his voice began to stammer. Rose. That couldn't possibly be me. It just sounds like my voice, that's all. Seeing him still trying to be stubborn, Rose brought the recording crystal closer. Is that so? Then let's have a closer look. What followed was a series of shameless confessions he had once made to her. Rose, I want to kiss you, I want to hold you, I want to become one with you. Finally, Leon Cassius couldn't take it anymore and dropped to his knees, pleading. Stop, I remember everything now. Seeing that he had admitted it, she stopped the recording and picked up a rod from the tray. Good that you remember. In that case, let's have you recite the contents a few more times. If you can't remember clearly, this teacher can help you. Review. After she spoke those words, the only sound left in the room was Leon Cassius's cries of both pain and excitement. Time passed and the evening lamps were lit. Leon Cassius lay on the bed, exhausted and crying, feeling completely drained. Hearing a rustling sound, he turned his head and saw her holding a piece of paper. Seeing the messenger dragon, he asked curiously, "Is that news from the academy? Why would they send a messenger dragon this late? Did something happen?" After reading the message, her expression turned serious. "The academy wants us to come in for a visit tomorrow." Hearing it was from the school, he shot up in a panic. No. Did she get into a fight with someone? In Vice Principal Voss's office, No stood perfectly straight with a blank expression in front of his desk. Across from her were 3 classmates beaten black and blue. He looked at the battered children, then turned to Rose and Leon Cassius and said, "I called you two here today mainly to deal with the matter of No fighting with her classmates." After hearing him, Rose's expression darkened. "Vice Principal, are you implying that these 3 young dragons ganged up to bully our daughter?" Meanwhile, Leon Cassius anxiously circled, No checking for injuries. "Are you hurt anywhere, sweetheart?" The little girl replied calmly, "No, I'm fine." Seeing their misunderstanding, Voss quickly explained, "Actually, it was your daughter who beat up these 3. Hearing this, Rose's anger instantly vanished, replaced by a much softer expression. "Oh, is that what happened?" Leon Cassius looked at No, in astonishment. The little girl calmly looked back at him. Finding out that his child was the one who beat up others, he was incredibly proud, giving her a wink. "As expected of my daughter. Well done." Seeing her father's praise, the little girl proudly gave him a thumbs up. In their eyes, this seemed like a trivial matter, but for Voss, it was a big deal. Although this incident is just a small scuffle between children, it involves the conflict between egg-born and live-born dragons. The dragon clan has 2 methods of reproduction, laying eggs and live birth. After reaching adulthood, there's no difference between them, but during their childhood there's a slight disparity in their abilities. Egg-born dragons receive a direct transfer of power from their mother's body. Their physical constitution and natural talent have a certain advantage. Live-born dragons, on the other hand, require long-term study to acquire their power. In other words, at the same age, egg-born dragons are generally stronger than live-born ones. Despite being a live-born dragon, this child managed to take on 3 egg-born dragons who are several years older than her. To have such potential at such a young age, she's very promising. As he was admiring No's potential, the office door was violently thrown open. The red-haired boy's parent appeared looking incredibly arrogant. "I heard my son beat someone up. It's no big deal. I'll just compensate for the medical bills." "Son, how did you let someone beat you into this state?" Seeing his father, the children ran over wailing. "Dad." The moment she saw him, Rose instantly knew who he was. She whispered in Leon Cassius's ear, "That's Constantin, the king of the Red Flame Dragon clan. The Red Flame Dragons are all arrogant and unreasonable. They're very difficult to deal with." Hearing this, Leon Cassius just chuckled. He said dismissively, "The number of Red Flame Dragons I've killed could circle this academy twice." When Constantine saw that his child was the one who got beaten and that the other parent was Rose, he became even more insolent. "Well, look who it is. Isn't it the great queen of the Silver Dragon clan? What's the matter? You're a queen, yet you don't know how to raise your own child, letting her bully other children as she pleases. The Silver Dragon clan's combat power is no match for our Red Flame Dragon clan. So you can only resort to encouraging your hatchling to bully the children of our clan." Hearing him insult her clan, Rose was furious and wanted to tear him apart. What did you just say?" Constantin, still oblivious to the fact that the man before him was a legendary dragon slayer, made a stern demand. "If you don't apologize to my son today, don't even think about walking out that door." Leon Cassius smirked, provoking him. "Who's afraid of whom? I was just itching for a fight anyway." Seeing that they were about to seeing them brawling in his office, he slammed the table and roared, "Order! Parents, please calm down, don't get heated. Allow me to recount this story from the very beginning. Last night in the cafeteria, student La and 2 other students had a dispute with student No. No's food tray bumped into student La, soiling the boy's clothes. Because of this, on the way back to the dorms, the 3 of them cornered No in the courtyard behind the building, and a fierce conflict broke out. Do any of you children want to add anything else? Under his stern gaze, the other 3 kids didn't dare say a word. You don't. But at that moment, No raised her hand, indicating she still wanted to speak. Headmaster, I'd like to add something. Hearing that the little girl wanted to add to the story, Voss spoke up. Student, what would you like to add? No looked towards La and then added a few more details to the story. First, in the cafeteria, he intentionally started trouble with me. He's also the one who deliberately knocked over my food tray. Second, in the courtyard behind the dorms, they rushed over and startled me. I acted in self-defense and accidentally broke his arm. Isn't that right? Student La, under No's threatening gaze, didn't dare to lie and had to admit it. He's not wrong, Gazon. Seeing the boy cowering behind him, he spoke with utter disappointment. Why are you so afraid of that little girl? At this point, Leon Cassius, in his role as a father, spoke up. No, I feel there are some things you did wrong. No, sensing that he seemed to want to scold her, felt her heart sink. Seeing the girl's hurt expression, he leaned down, smiled, and instructed her. Next time something like this happens, you should first kick your opponent in the knee. Understand? She asked, confused. Why kick the knee? Leon Cassius, with years of battle-hardened experience, answered with fiery passion. On the battlefield, a knee of a red flame Leon Cassius gets injured, they can only stand there and take the beating. Being a diligent student, she immediately absorbed this excellent piece of knowledge. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Gazon, seeing him dare to give such reckless advice in front of everyone, became furious and lashed out. Hey, headmaster, did you hear that? This guy is actually teaching his daughter to bully my child. A student with such violent tendencies. An apology can no longer solve the problem. She should be expelled immediately. Seeing him get angrier and angrier, Voss spoke up to placate him. This parent, please don't be angry. Whether or not to expel a student is a decision for St. Hiss Academy to make. Besides, we have received quite a few reports from other students that student La frequently bullies the younger dragon whelps. The students in the cafeteria last night also testified that student La deliberately provoked student No first. Seeing that the headmaster wasn't taking his boy's side, he got angry, and his voice grew even louder. Headmaster, are you saying that their daughter beat up my son, and not only will the academy not punish her, but you're actually claiming it was my son who intentionally started it? Leon Cassius, seeing him determined to blow things out of proportion, got angry and retorted sarcastically. Have you no shame? How old is your son, getting beaten up by my 1-year and 2-month-old daughter? And you're making such a big fuss about it. Being called out like that, Gazon felt utterly humiliated and could only stubbornly retort you. What do you care how old my son is? What does his age matter anyway? Just then, La spoke up, reporting his age. I'm 7 years and 11 months old. Both of them went silent for a moment. Leon Cassius covered his mouth to hide his laughter, openly teasing him. In an embarrassing situation like this, you'd probably want to dig a 3,000-foot hole and bury yourself in it just to let this rot in your gut forever. Humiliated Gazon went berserk and roared. You coward. You don't even dare to show your own tail. What right do you have to talk about my son? I see your whole family is just a bunch of lowlifes. Seeing him dare to point his finger at Rose Sir while scolding him, Leon Cassius immediately grabbed his finger and bent it back sharply, making him scream in pain. Pointing and yelling at me is one thing, but you dare point and yell at my wife and child. He was in so much pain he was on the verge of tears, repeatedly crying out. Watching this protective act, Rose Sir felt a warm current flow through her heart. Leon Cassius was extremely protective of his family. Seeing that he dared to break his finger, Gazon started spouting the typical lines of a brainless villain. You dare lay a hand on me. Do you have any idea who I am? I am a Duke of the Red Flame Leon Cassius clan. Our leader is Constantine. His 2 attendants, seeing him about to charge at Leon Cassius, quickly held him back. Your Grace the Duke, don't be angry. The headmaster is still here. Please don't get physical. Faced with his threat, Leon Cassius feigned fear and said mockingly, Oh, come on then. I'm so scared of you. Rose Sir, seeing him become more and more outrageous, could no longer stay silent. Sir, this is a small conflict between children at school. If the status and position of your 2 families get involved, it will bring no benefit to either of your clans. I trust that St. Hiss Academy will make a fair judgment, and whatever the outcome, we will accept it. Seeing that she respected him and entrusted the decision to him, Voss grew to like their family even more. As expected of the Dragon Queen, so reasonable. This parent, if you insist on causing a disturbance at the school and complicating matters further, then your esteemed son's academic record might be terminated because of it. La, hearing that his record could be terminated, immediately begged Gazon. Dad, just drop it, I still want to go to school. Faced with his boy's future, he didn't dare to act recklessly and calm down. I was in the wrong just now. We will accept the Academy's decision. For now, I'll endure it. But just you wait until we're outside the school gates. We'll see then. Seeing that he had regained his senses, Voss spoke with satisfaction. Very well then. This incident was Student La's fault to begin with. Student No acted in justifiable self-defense, but went a bit too far. Therefore, Student No will return to receive punishment from her homeroom teacher and seriously reflect on her actions. The 3 students in La's group will each write a self-criticism letter for their homeroom teacher. Additionally, they will be responsible for cleaning duty for 1 week. That is the conclusion of this matter. Finally, after everything was resolved, No waved goodbye to her parents. Well, I'm heading back to class now. Rose Sayre looked at the little girl lovingly and hummed gently in agreement. Go on. Before she left, Leon Cassius, like a doting father, repeatedly reminded her, if they dare to bully you again, you must kick them in the knee. Just then, Voss appeared like a ghost and called out to him, Mr. Leon Cassius. Caught in the act, Leon Cassius gave a strained laugh and turned his head. Headmaster Voss, is there something else? He probably didn't hear what I just said right. The headmaster didn't mention the words. He had just spoken, but instead brought up a question that had been on his mind for a long time. Although we've only met a few times, I've always had one question. Your tale has never been revealed. Hearing him ask about this, Leon Cassius's whole body tensed up. Could it be that he's discovered my identity? Voss, seeing his expression, became even more curious. I can't guess which noble Leon Cassius clan you come from. If it's convenient, would you be willing to tell me? Rose Sayre, in order to save him, had no choice but to speak up. My husband doesn't have any noble background. He's just an ordinary citizen of the Leon Cassius clan. Leon Cassius quickly went along with what she said. That's right, we're just commoners. Although he wasn't fully convinced, the principal didn't press any further. Then how could the 2 of you combine to create a young dragon with such talent? You could call it a miracle. In any case, the snail-hit Soso Academy gladly welcomes children like her. You understand my meaning, don't you? You 2 should have more kids, the more the better, the more the better. They couldn't help but find his smile amusing. The headmaster's intentions were completely obvious. Seeing their, I know what you're thinking. Look, the principal cleared his throat awkwardly and continued. I believe that by the time she graduates, she will surely lead the Silver Leon Cassius clan to victory against many dragon slayers. Hearing him praise his child so highly, Leon Cassius was overjoyed. Thank you very much. At that moment, Gazan watched the 3 of them chatting happily from a distance, remaining silent. A sinister smirk crept onto his face, as if he were plotting something, and then he signaled for his 2 attendants to follow him back. Let's go. Gazan, who they thought had left, was actually waiting for them outside the academy gate. Wait a minute. Queen Rose of the Silver Leon Cassius clan saw that he hadn't left yet. She frowned and asked, What do you want? The academy has already handled this matter. Weren't you the one who agreed to it just a moment ago? Seeing her immediately question him, he acted nonchalantly and said, Gazan, don't be so tense. Those were just pleasantries back in the office. I was just showing the academy some respect by saying that. Now that we're out of the academy, let's settle this the way our 2 Leon Cassius clans do. I want to fight your husband. Rose looked at the other parents present and quietly calculated her options. If they refused here, they would surely tarnish the Silver Leon Cassius clan's name, painting them as weak cowards who fear a fight. Gazan, thinking their silence meant fear, pressed his advantage. You're not going to refuse, are you? Rose tilted her head slightly, asking him in a low voice, Do you want to fight? Are you sure your body is okay? Of course, Leon Cassius wasn't going to refuse. He was itching to stretch his muscles. He's basically walked right up and begged me to hit him, so of course I have to fight. Hearing him say that, Rose instructed, Go on, but don't kill him. Leon Cassius had no intention of taking it that far, and immediately agreed. Got it. By now, news of the challenge had spread throughout the academy. 2 students were planning to go watch when No, who was standing nearby, overheard them. Hurry up, I heard there are dragons fighting outside the gate. Let's go check it out. Hearing this, the little girl was startled as a thought occurred to her. A fight. Could it be? The kids quickly ran to the hallway balcony to look down below. They chatted excitedly. Look, there's a fight going on over there. Who is it? Gazan was currently silently sizing up Leon Cassius's combat power. This guy looks weak. He won't even show his tail. Aside from his big mouth, there's nothing scary about him. My son lost his fight, so today I will fight his father to help my son regain his honor. The Red Flame Leon Cassius clan doesn't bully others, so as long as you can block 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Annoyed by his long-winded speech, he cut him off. All right, enough with the chatter. Let's get this started. Seeing Leon Cassius's arrogant attitude, Gazan flew into a rage. You insolent dragon. In his fury, he lunged forward, trying to roast him with flames. Leon Cassius slightly tilted his body and dodged the fiery punch. Looking at the amount of mana in that fist, he thought to himself, just as I thought. This guy is much weaker than the dragons I faced on the battlefield. That's 1. 2 moves left. Seeing him dodge his punch and provoke him like that, Gazan gnashed his teeth and glared at him viciously. You're good at dodging. Are you just some coward hiding in your shell? Leon Cassius stomped his foot and leaped up to avoid the next attack. Gazon took this opportunity to open his mouth and spew dragon fire. Leon Cassius paused for a beat. As he watched the flames approach, his expression unchanged as they drew nearer. He twisted his body effortlessly, dodging the incoming flames. With a slight smile, he landed right next to him. Looking at Gazon's shocked face, he said, "Now it's my turn." Without giving him a chance to react, he raised his leg and swept him off his feet. Gazon managed to regain his balance, dropping to one knee as he angrily spat, "You." Leon Cassius didn't let him say another word and threw a punch filled with immense power. The fist landed squarely on Gazon's face, making him spit up blood. The punch was so strong it sent him flying several meters. Watching him soar through the air, Leon Cassius smirked. "Against someone of your level, I don't even need to use magic." Seeing him get sent flying, his two attendants turned pale and shouted, "Lord Gazon," hearing their cries. Leon Cassius turned to them and asked, "Do you two want to give it a try?" Both of them shook their heads frantically. "No, no way." Seeing them just standing there, he threatened them irritably. "Then get him and scram. And tell your son not to mess with my daughter ever again." "All right, let's go home." "No, when did you get here?" Caught, the little girl shyly made up an excuse. I was just passing by and noticed it was a little noisy here." "This is for you two." Leon Cassius asked curiously. "What is it?" Rose opened the box, and her eyes fell upon a rather beautiful heart-shaped cookie. No was so shy she couldn't even look at them, as she explained. "These are cookies our teacher taught us to make in cooking class. We only got second place, so they might not be very good. Why don't you two try them?" Rose immediately broke one in half and called for Leon Cassius to try it. "How could that be? This is delicious. Leon Cassius, you have to try it." He took a bite and immediately praised it. "She's right. How could cookies made by our daughter not be delicious? I'm sure you'll get first place next time." Hearing that, No's shyness faded away, and she sincerely complimented him. "Dad, you were so cool just now." Hearing her praise him, Leon Cassius was so happy he could hardly believe it. "No, she just complimented me directly. Does this mean our relationship has taken another step forward?" "Well, of course, your dad is incredibly strong, you know. If you want to learn any fighting techniques, just ask me." Watching the two of them getting along, Rose's expression for some reason grew serious. The scene changes to the palace, where Leon Cassius is reading a book. A knock on the door made him look up from his child-rearing guide. Rose walked in with a first aid kit in her hand. Seeing her, he asked curiously, "What are you doing here? What is she doing sitting next to me? Did Gazon come up with some new trick he wants to play?" She blushed shyly and ordered him, "Your hand." Hearing this, he looked at her blankly, confused. "Huh?" Rose repeated herself. "Isn't your hand injured?" Only then did he look down at his scraped hand. "Oh, it's just a tiny scratch. It'll heal in a few days." Rose's voice was firm as she ordered, "Give it here. Behave yourself." She dipped a cotton swab in antiseptic and gently dabbed at his wound. "Just move a little. There, it'll be done in a second." Watching her gently treat his wound like this made Leon Cassius feel like it wasn't quite real. As a dragon slayer who has been through countless battles, I'm covered in scars. In the past, I've always just treated them carelessly. This is the first time someone has applied medicine to my wounds so meticulously. Rose Iser's palm is so soft and warm, but her fingers are a little cool. Everywhere she touches, tingles. What am I thinking? While applying the medicine, Rose finally seemed to muster up the courage to speak. "Thank you for today." Leon Cassius, still lost in thought, heard her and asked, "Huh, for what?" She busied herself, cutting the bandage on his hand, and expressed her gratitude for what happened this morning. "That man's father was incredibly aggressive. You stepped forward to protect me, and no." Mentioning this, for some reason he felt a bit embarrassed and tried to explain. "Oh, it was the right thing to do. Even though we're sworn enemies in front of others, you're still my wife. It was all for no." Touching her own braid, she chuckled softly and murmured, "I knew you'd be stubborn like that. By the way, my sister sent an invitation for our family to visit. Do you want to go?" The moment she was mentioned, Leon Cassius immediately refused. "That sister of yours, I don't want to go." Seeing him dare to refuse, Rose started threatening him again. "Fine then, let's settle our old score." Seeing her about to use that to threaten him, Leon Cassius yelled, "Damn it, fine, I'll go all right. The territory of the Hong Leon Cassius clan." Rose landed gently in an open space. Leon Cassius, holding a still sleepy Mian, called out softly, "We're here. Wake up, sweetie." Issa saw her and immediately ran over, her voice full of longing. "Little Rose, your dragon form is always so badass." Poof. A puff of white smoke appeared, as Rose transformed from a dragon back into a human. Issa found this even more endearing, and didn't let go. "You're beautiful when you transform back too." As she was being groped all over, Rose's face flushed bright red as she cried out, "Sis, you're too much. Let me introduce you to my husband and daughter. You two haven't officially met yet. My husband, Leon Cassius." He raised a hand in greeting and smiled as friendly as he possibly could. Issa was overjoyed to see him. "Hello, brother-in-law. It's good to finally see you when you're lucid." After introducing her husband, she gently pushed Mian and No forward to introduce them. "And these are my daughters." Mian, with her lively personality, immediately spoke up to greet her. "Hello, Auntie." Issa crouched down and hugged the little girl affectionately. "Let me guess. You're Mi-un, and the one behind you is no right Mi-un, taking an instant liking to her, replied cheerfully, yes, you guessed right, auntie. Looking at the two identical children, her affection for them grew, and she couldn't let go. You're just like little Rose described in her letter. Does little, no, want a hug from auntie too? The little girl shyly agreed. Yes, please. Immediately, Issa hugged both girls tightly in her arms. The more she looked at them, the more she adored them, not wanting to let go. To be able to have two dragon babies. You're so lucky. I heard from Rose that you're usually the one taking care of the children. That must be tough on you, brother-in-law. Hearing this, Leon Cassius immediately denied it. Tough, not at all. I love taking care of the children, and they're closer to me anyway. Hearing that, Rose retorted jealously. They're obviously closer to me. Leon Cassius heard this and said, my dear wife, you must be joking. How could that be? Seeing him dare to talk back, Rose got angry. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Leon Cassius immediately replied sarcastically. All right, they're closer to you, okay, I'll concede. Yissa, seeing them about to bicker again, stepped in to mediate. You two really have a great relationship. Hearing her say that, both of them suddenly blushed with embarrassment. It's nothing special. Looking at the expressions on the young couple's faces, she chuckled and said, all right. You must be tired after such a long journey. Let's go inside. After dinner, Issa sweetly called to the two little girls. My darlings, do you want to see pictures of your mom when she was little? Me. And immediately wanted to see. Yes, please. Rose was stunned. What, sis, you still have those pictures? Give them to me now. Issa immediately raised the album high so she couldn't reach it, teasing playfully. Looks like little Rose is embarrassed. After saying that, she glanced over at Leon Cassius, giving him a signal. He immediately caught on. Just before she could grab the photo album, Issa tossed it to Leon Cassius. Seeing him catch the album, Rose panicked and tried to stop him. Hey, wait, but it was too late. Leon Cassius, eager to find some dirt on Rose, opened it. There's nothing more embarrassing than looking at your childhood photos. Let's see what skeletons you have in your closet. Looking at a photo, Leon Cassius commented. Wife, I never expected you to have a side like this. Hearing that, Rose asked in a panic, what, Mi-un? And no, saw him holding the album and wanted to see. Daddy, we want to see too. He held up a photo of her from her school days. She looked so full of life when she was a student. Looking at the photo in his hand, she immediately remembered what period this was from. This is a picture of little Rose, giving a speech as the top student representative. Leon Cassius heard this and looked confused, but before he could finish his sentence, Rose stomped hard on his foot. So how did you end up so cold and aloof as an adult? She whispered a warning in his ear. Wipe that smug look off your face. Her next target might be you. Issa came over and told the two girls, there are many more pictures of your mom when she was little up ahead. Go on, flip through them. Mi-un looked at a photo of her as a young girl and got excited. Mommy was so pale when she was little, I bet her skin felt amazing to touch. The two girls looked at the pictures of young Rose so captivated they didn't want to let go. Mommy was so tiny. Mi-un wants to touch too. Flipping to another page, Mi-un saw another picture of her and exclaimed, Mom looks so cool in this picture. Curious, Leon Cassius wanted to see too. Let Daddy see. Issa looked at the picture of her sitting on a throne with an arrogant expression and explained, this one was taken on the day Rose inherited the title of Silver Dragon Queen. Leon Cassius glanced at her and said in a teasing tone, she really does look cool. The two girls continued looking until they finished the album. Seeing that it was over, they looked disappointed. It's the last page. Is that all? Mi-un wanted to see more pictures of Mommy. Seeing the girls had finished, Rose walked over to take the album away, saying, all right, since you're done looking, I'll put it back. Of course, Issa wasn't going to stop there. She took out a magic orb and asked, it's not over yet. Do you know what this is? Rose panicked when she saw it. Sis Leon Cassius, who had once been tormented by that thing until he was a wreck, immediately raised his hand and answered, I know, that's called a memory stone. Issa covered her mouth, her eyes full of mischief as she asked the two girls, do you want to see moving pictures of your mom? The two girls' interest was immediately piqued, and they shouted in unison, yes we do. Seeing that she was about to show everyone her past, Rose resorted to pleading based on their family ties. Sis, for the sake of me being your biological sister, please don't show what's on there. Leon Cassius immediately copied her and pleaded with his sister-in-law. Yes, sister, I'm begging you too, for my sake as your own sister's husband. You have to show us what's in there. Judging by Rose's extremely reluctant expression, there must be a picture in there she doesn't want anyone to see. The two of them, in the same tone but with different intentions, begged Wisa in unison. Big sis Yessa, who also wanted to see these things, immediately used him as an excuse. How about this? It's Leon Cassius's first time visiting, so we'll listen to him this time. Next time we'll listen to little Rose Sarah, okay? Hearing that, Leon Cassius delightedly threw up a V sign and gave a provocative smile. Seeing his smug face, Rose Sarah gritted her teeth in anger. Next time, I'm definitely not bringing you along. Issa placed her hand on the magic orb to activate it. Watching the orb project light onto the wall, she said excitedly, these are some incredibly precious images, you know. Seeing the scene projected on the wall, Rose Sarah froze on the spot. You're not allowed to see this part. As she covered his eyes, Leon Cassius was completely confused. What is it? Issa's voice echoed from the projected image. Little Rose Sir, what are your standards for a future partner? In the video, a flustered Rose Sir didn't want to answer. Stop filming, big sis, I'm embarrassed. Issa didn't give up and continued to urge her, don't be shy, come on, tell me. Seeing that she wouldn't stop, Rose Sir gave in and stated her criteria. Let me think. First, his achievements have to be greater than mine. It'd be best if he's won first place a lot. He has to have a sense of responsibility and not dislike children. The more Mi-an listened, the more familiar it sounded. The little girl looked at her dad and whispered, Mom, aren't you talking about Dad? At that moment, Rose Serre's voice continued to echo, listing her criteria for a husband. He also needs to be powerful, but not use his strength to bully the weak, and have his own principles, and not be influenced by the masses or the outside world. Hearing this, Leon Cassius immediately thought of himself. Powerful doesn't bully the weak. That's right, she's definitely talking about me. Seeing him just claim it all for himself, Rose Serre got goosebumps. Have you no shame? Issa couldn't help but smile watching the two of them bicker. In the video, her voice rang out. These 3 points are very difficult, especially the last one. A lot of people lose themselves after gaining power and privilege. The past Rose Serre heard this and replied nonchalantly, who knows, if a person like that doesn't exist, I won't force myself to get married. If I do get married someday, I'll only marry someone like that. Hearing her final words, Leon Cassius was stunned. His face turned red, and his eyes showed a mix of complex emotions, both disbelief and excitement. So, I'm the perfect person in her heart, stared at by him like that. Rose Serre blushed furiously and retorted, that was just some nonsense I spouted when I was young. After learning that he was her ideal type, Leon Cassius became even bolder. I get it. You don't have to be so shy. Issa, now full of curiosity, asked the two of them. I'm also very curious who pursued who first. They both pointed at each other and answered simultaneously. She did. He pursued me first. Seeing him dare to say that, Rose Serre flew into a rage and threatened him. You dare say that again? Leon Cassius had to change his story and take all the blame. It was her. She pursued me first. It's just that I didn't know what was good for me and ignored her. I regretted it later, so I pursued her back. Although Rose Serre wasn't entirely satisfied, she had to accept it. That's passable. Issa laughed teasingly at them. As expected, you two have a great relationship. They both immediately denied it. Not at all. Issa ignored their words and asked excitedly, well then, do you want to see the love letters little Rose Serre received back then? There were enough to make a huge pile. Leon Cassius and his children's eyes immediately lit up like stars as they cheered. Yes, we want to see. Seeing that she wasn't stopping and was even pulling out more, Rose Serre yelled petulantly, Sis, why would you still have those? Give them to me so I can burn them. After a while of fooling around, the two of them headed towards the bedroom. Afraid she might try to strangle him again, Leon Cassius quietly explained. There's no other choice. We can only sleep in the same room here. It's not like I want to either. But when they opened the door, what greeted them was a bathtub filled with warm water and scattered with flower petals. On the bed, flowers were arranged in the shape of a heart, making the entire space dazzlingly romantic. They both stared at the gaudy, cheesy room in front of them, as if they'd been struck by lightning. What is all this? Seeing Issa appear, Rose Serre immediately asked her about it. Sis, what's with this room? Issa winked, replying with a very smug look. I specially prepared this room for you two. You can stay here for the next 2 days. Hearing that she didn't want it at all, are there any other rooms? Seeing her embarrassed expression, Issa teased, you're already a married couple. What's there to be shy about? Leon Cassius looked at her smiling face and thought to himself, I was careless. Rose Serre's sister is not to be underestimated. She wants to lock up 2 endangered animals together, wait for them to develop feelings, produce offspring, and fulfill the mission of making our race prosper. I have to get out of here. Seeing him about to escape, she immediately stopped him. Where are you going, brother-in-law? Leon Cassius could only force a smile and come up with an excuse. The kids probably miss me. I'm going to see them. Issa smiled, leaving no room for argument. Don't worry about Gazan. I can handle the kids myself. I've prepared another room for them. They're probably having a great time playing right now. The room she had prepared had plenty of games for the 2 sisters to play together. By now, the 2 little girls had already started on a puzzle. After getting everything settled, Issa left the room, giving Leon Cassius a meaningful wink. You two just stay here and get some good rest. Watching her finally leave, they both heaved a long sigh of relief. Rose Serre knew how stubborn her sister was and said, looks like we have no choice but to sleep in this room tonight. Leon Cassius then commented on Issa. I didn't expect this, but your sister is pretty devious. Rose Serre opened the wardrobe door and seeing the pile of suggestive clothing inside helplessly admitted, my sister has always been like that. You'll know if you live with her long enough. Then she slammed the wardrobe door shut, much to Leon Cassius's surprise. She looked at him flustered and gave an order. This room only has 1 bed and 1 bathtub. You get it right. You're sleeping in the tub. Hearing this, Leon Cassius refused to accept it and argued back. What gives you the right to tell me to sleep in the bathroom? Besides, I already checked. The bathtub drain is plugged. Your sister is determined to make us sleep in the same bed. To prevent anyone from sleeping in the bathtub, she even filled it with hot water. This bed feels different from a normal one, doesn't it? Could this be a water bed? It's pretty bouncy. A bed this comfortable. I'm not letting you have it all to yourself. Hearing this, Rose Sir could only reluctantly agree. Fine, then we'll sleep together. Seeing her suddenly agree so quickly made Leon Cassius a little flustered. Why the sudden change? Gazon said you were plotting something wicked against me. Hearing that Rose Sarah was about to lose it. So are you gonna sleep or not? Or maybe we should take the things from the wardrobe out to play tonight. What do you think? Seeing the whip in her hand, he immediately chickened out. And no, that's not necessary. Seeing that he had become obedient again, Rose Sarah headed to the bathroom. Well, I'm going for a soak. Don't you dare peek. Hearing this, he scoffed in response. Who would want to peek at you? But after everything that had happened, Rose Sear knew this pervert all too well. She kicked Leon Cassius out of the room. Yeah, right, I trust you. Get out and wait until I'm done before you come back. Leaving the room, he pouted and mumbled. It's not like I haven't seen it all before. I've seen it so many times I'm sick of it. Seeing Issa, he froze. Seeing him, Issa froze too. She saw him on the balcony and asked, confused, why are you out here? Where's little Rose? Sir Leon Cassius smiled and explained, she's taking a bath. I came out to get some fresh air. Hearing this, Issa offered, want to have a drink with me. How could Leon Cassius refuse? As she poured the wine, she said, this is the wine little Reeser usually likes to drink. Receiving the glass, he politely thanked her. Thank you. Issa leaned against the railing and reminisced. In the past, little Rose Sarah and I would sometimes drink and chat out here. Leon Cassius looked at her and remarked, you two seem really close. At the mention of this, a nostalgic look appeared in Issa's eyes. I watched little Rose Sarah grow up. From the time she was born until she was 15, we were always together. But after that, she became the Silver Queen and left this place. We switched to writing letters to each other to stay in touch. A little over a year ago, she suddenly told me she had secretly married a Dragon King and was even pregnant with his child. Even though she was married, she didn't seem happy at all. Her words were filled with so much worry. In her letters, she said your health wasn't good, that you were sleeping for long periods of time and couldn't be by her side. Although she had servants to care for her, you know how difficult pregnancy and childbirth are for one person to go through alone. Hearing Issa tell this story, Leon Cassius's heart felt like it was being stabbed, aching with pain, forced to carry the child of her enemy. Going through her pregnancy all alone, her only outlet was to write letters to her sister, to pour out her worries and hardships. Rose Sarah at that time must have felt like each day was a year long. As he was drowning in guilt, a nudge from Issa startled him. At that time, I thought she had married some irresponsible, lazy piece of trash male dragon. He tried to ignore the pain in his back and said with a wry smile, do I really look like that kind of dragon to you? Issa didn't deny that she had thought that way. Based on the short time we've spent together tonight, I can see you're really not trash. Maybe it's for other reasons, but this also makes me more convinced. Little Rose Sarah. She truly likes you. Her assessment left him stunned. He couldn't help but picture Rose Sear's blushing face in his mind. Rose Sear likes me. But then he immediately dismissed the thought. No way. The very thought is impossible. How could that vicious female dragon possibly like me? You don't really know your sister very well, do you? Seeing his silence, Issa thought he was getting shy. What's wrong? Feeling bashful. After dismissing the possibility himself, Leon Cassius suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He sighed internally, but he still had to pretend to be lovey-dovey in front of her sister. You're not wrong. We fell for each other at first sight. Issa didn't notice the forced smile on his face. She patted his shoulder and said, I can tell just by the way you two are together. Little Rose Sir is especially bad at expressing her feelings. Besides me, you're the first dragon she's ever treated this way. Leon Cassius, you're a responsible man. I'm sure I don't need to tell you what to do from now on, right? Seeing the threatening look in her eyes, Leon Cassius flinched in fear. If I say I don't know, she'll definitely kill me on the spot, won't she? You can entrust your sister to me. I wasn't able to be by her side to care for her during her first pregnancy. If she gets pregnant a second time, I will definitely protect my wife and child at all costs. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Issa was satisfied. Kid, you better live up to your words. All right, stop showing off. Hurry back inside. Don't keep little Rose Sir waiting. Oh, right. Seeing that she had something else to say, he asked, is there something else? Issa gave a mischievous smile and said something with a hidden meaning. You don't have to be so formal and restrained tonight. That room is very soundproof. Those words repeated endlessly in his mind, very soundproof. Leon Cassius's face turned beet red. He flusteredly shouted, I'm very grateful to you. After talking with Issa, he opened the door and returned to the room. When he got back, the lights had been turned off. Leon Cassius tiptoed over to look at Rose Sir lying on the bed. He approached and looked at her. Is Rose Sir asleep already? Not bad. I won't have to be tormented by her tonight. Even though we're enemies, I can't deny that she looks really beautiful when she sleeps. While asleep, Rose Serre is truly gorgeous. Her smooth, fair face looks both innocent and alluring. But suddenly Leon Cassius noticed something strange. Seeing a faint light glowing from her chest, he cried out in his mind in shock. Why is her chest glowing? Could it be that Gazan was right, and the Leon Cassius crest has activated again? No, the Leon Cassius crest on my body isn't resonating. What's going on? To see what was happening, he gently pulled back the blanket. When the blanket was pulled down, it revealed a glowing teddy bear that Rose Serre was hugging. Just then, Rose Serre, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, scaring him. Seeing that she had dared to prank him, he flew into a rage and roared, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you hide a light bulb under the blanket? You scared me half to death." Rose Serre held up the glowing bear and looked at him smugly. "I just found this toy among the ones hanging on the shelf. I thought it was pretty interesting, so I took it out to mess with you. So, look at your reaction. Don't tell me you're disappointed." Leon Cassius looked at her in her revealing sleepwear, his face flushing as he retorted, "As if I'm going to sleep, don't talk to me." Hearing this, Rose Serre teased, "Don't you regret it, and try to pounce on me in the middle of the night." Her arm lightly brushed against the side of the bed, and a spider fell from who knows where. Rose Serre's face went pale when she saw it. She screamed in terror. Leon Cassius Chasm, hearing her scream, shot up in a panic. "What's wrong? What is it?" Rose Serre scrambled towards him. She looked up at him with pitiful eyes and said, trembling, There's a spider." Seeing this, he instantly remembered the photo he'd just seen tonight. While looking at the photos, there seemed to be one of a young Rose Serre who was scared to tears by a spider. Was it because it left a psychological scar from her childhood? Is there really something that can scare the Silver Leon, Cassius, Chasm Queen? You're hopeless. Fine, I'll get it for you. Rose Serre, not caring about anything else, immediately scrambled to hide behind him, constantly urging him on. Hurry up. When Leon Cassius Chasm touched the spider, the sensation in his hand made him pause. He picked it up, a look of confusion in his eyes. He held up the fake spider in front of Rose Serre and said, "Look, it's just a toy spider. What's there to be afraid of?" But with her deep-seated fear, she couldn't help but want to destroy it immediately. "Real or fake, destroy it for me." Seeing her lose her temper, he quickly tried to calm her down. Hey, calm down. I'll just throw it out for you." With that, he threw the fake spider out the window. The fake spider cheered with joy. "I'm free." After dealing with it, he smiled and said to her, "All right, the spider's taken care of. Can we sleep now?" This spider was probably her sister's doing, wasn't it? All to expose Rose Serre's fear and weakness. Still scared, Rose Serre proposed, "So, can I sleep on the inside, and you sleep on the outside?" Looking at her pitiful expression, how could Leon Cassius Chasm possibly refuse? "No problem. You can sleep wherever you want." Then the two lay down on the bed, but the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Leon Cassius Chasm thought she must still be scared of the spider from earlier, so he reached out his hand. "If you're still scared, do you want to hold my hand while we sleep?" His concern made her heart flutter. Rose Serre spoke up shyly. "If you're offering." Overcome with embarrassment, she only took hold of his pinky finger. Leon Cassius Chasm wasn't satisfied with this. How could just holding a pinky give her a sense of security? Hearing that, Rose Serre was flustered. "Then how should I hold it?" He slid his hand forward, interlocking his fingers tightly with hers. After their hands were clasped together, Leon Cassius Chasm said gently, "You silly girl, you have to hold it like this." His action made Rose Serre's face turn bright red. She turned her head away, trying to suppress the urge to run. How can this guy hold my hand so naturally? Am I the only one who feels weird about this? No, that's not right. I am the Silver Leon Cassius Chasm Queen. I dare to act and bear the consequences. It's just holding hands. What's there to be embarrassed about? Holding her hand, Leon Cassius Chasm asked curiously, "Why are your hands so cold?" Rose Serre, still embarrassed, answered curtly, "I was born this way." Hearing the slight tremble in her voice, he chuckled softly. "Are you nervous? Why are your palms so sweaty?" Rose Serre's weak protest rang out. "You're the one who's sweating." Leon Cassius's hands had small scars and calluses from years of wielding a sword. They were a bit rough, but incredibly warm. Where their 10 fingers met, it was like an electric current was passing through. This warmth made her heart pound relentlessly. Leon Cassius then got the itch to ask about her ideal type. "Tell me about your standards for choosing a partner from earlier." Rose Serre, angered by the question, cut him off. "That was over 100 years ago. Don't take it seriously." Hearing that, he became even more curious. "So, what are your standards now?" In the gentle night breeze, Rose Serre's voice sounded faint. "Right now, I don't have any standards." After their conversation came to an end, both of them lay quietly beside each other. Leon Cassius Chasm was screaming internally, "How am I supposed to sleep? Is she asleep? I've been holding this position for so long, my fingers are completely numb. Sneakily moving my hand a little should be fine, right?" The person who seemed to be asleep was actually still awake. When Rose Serre felt his fingers moving, she scowled and cursed inwardly. "This guy, if you're going to hold hands, just hold hands. Why do you keep fidgeting and touching me? How dare a prisoner touch his master? Fine, then I'll touch you. Back." At that moment, Leon Cassius shivered from being tickled. He grimaced and shifted, thinking to himself, what's going on? Why does Rose Sarah keep touching me? Her body is so soft. Wherever our skin touches, it feels so tingly. This is a strange feeling. There's a ravenous hunger building up inside me. I really want to. And at that moment, it wasn't just Leon Cassius Chasm who felt that way. Rose Sir was also feeling the same incredibly strong urge. I really want to. They both opened their eyes and looked at each other, the same thought crossing their minds. I really want to do something. Then, as if they had reached a mutual understanding, they both nodded at each other. Leon Cassius threw off the blanket, got up, and hovered over Rose Sarah. As their lips were about to touch, a glimmer of mutual surrender appeared in their eyes. Just for tonight. His firm body lowered onto Rose Sarah. The room fell silent. Something was spreading through the air, making it extremely suggestive. In a seductive pose, Rose Sarah gently called his name, Leon Cassius. That one charming call made his heart race. Leon Cassius answered softly, his eyes clearly showing his infatuation with her. The desire in their bodies ignited a chemical reaction between them. Although they felt some doubt, they both decided to follow their instincts. We both clearly know what's about to happen, but the strange thing is the Leon Cassius Chasm Wen isn't reacting at all. Leon Cassius Chasm Wen is a type of magic used to heighten romantic feelings. When there is a pure desire and affection between two people, the Leon Cassius Chasm Wen won't activate. 2 hot breaths drew closer. Leon Cassius Chasm's hand moved gently and touched some kind of mechanism. Once again, the fake spider appeared. You could say she really went to great lengths for them, even preparing 2 fake spiders. Rose Sarah's scream echoed through the palace. Leon Cassius had to continuously use a gentle tone to calm her down. Don't be scared, I caught it. Just don't release the Leon Cassius Chasm flame elsewhere. Ya heard this scream from Rose Sarah and let out a happy chuckle. Looks like she discovered the surprise I prepared. Back in the room, Leon Cassius was hugging the terrified Rose Sarah tightly. Don't be scared. It's all over. I've checked thoroughly inside and out. There are no more mechanisms. Thanks to the spider, Leon Cassius Chasm once again got to hold Rose Sarah tightly in his arms. Holding her filled an empty void within him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he held her. Rose Sarah pressed her ear against Leon Cassius's chest. She looked up at him and said, Your heartbeat is so fast. To hide his own excitement, Leon Cassius Chasm pretended and replied, I'm scared of spiders too. Although Rose Sarah was embarrassed, she quite enjoyed being held in his arms. But because of her personality, she still said stubbornly, After this, I'm not doing this with you again. And after tonight, we are never to speak of this again. At this point, Leon Cassius had no choice but to yield to her. All right, I understand. Time passed until the next morning when the curtains were thrown open, letting the morning sunbeams into the room. When the sunlight hit her face, Rose Sarah's eyes fluttered open. She shot up in disbelief, thinking, when did I fall asleep? And that guy is already up. But this is for the best. After what happened last night, I don't know how I'd face him. This is the first time I've ever broken my own rules, showing a moment of weakness in front of a human, and even sleeping in his arms. It's just too humiliating. This can absolutely never get out. As soon as Rose Sarah opened her door, she found Ya waiting there. She asked in a teasing tone, You're awake. How was last night? Was it stimulating? Seeing her, Rose immediately thought of the 2 spiders from yesterday. She's fuming. How exciting. Don't you ever do that again. Yisa, however, completely ignored her, more concerned with the married couple's love life. Have you 2 used the toys I prepared for you? Yisa asked. Rose answered honestly, Not yet. Hearing this, Yisa showed a look of regret. What a shame. Oh right, just a moment, I'll pack up a few toys. You 2 can take them home and practice. So when are you having another baby? I'm waiting for the little girl who will inherit the Red Leon Cassius Holy Temple, you know. Hearing her sister go further and further off topic, Rose's face flushed red in a flustered huff. Sis, that's not something you need to worry about for us. Let's just go have breakfast. In the dining hall of the Red Leon Cassius Holy Temple, Mion's face lit up when she saw them. The little girl cheered with joy. Mommy, Auntie, you're here. We can eat now. Everyone gathered at the table for breakfast. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet, especially between Leon, Cassius, and Rose. The tension between them was palpable. He stole a glance at her, thinking to himself, this is so embarrassing. I got totally carried away by the atmosphere last night. I almost kissed Rose, and I even held her as we slept. At that moment, 2 versions of Leon Cassius appeared, arguing inside his head. Leon Cassius, you threw yourself into the enemy's embrace. That's an act of betrayal. The devil, thinking this was completely normal, shot back at the angel, their husband and wife. They've already done everything else, so what's the big deal about this? Unable to reach an agreement, the 2 consciousnesses started beating the crap out of each other. The actual Leon Cassius, however, was only focused on his bread. This is a bit bland. I'll add some peanut butter. Just then, Rose's hand also reached for the peanut butter jar. Their hands lightly touched, and both of them froze. The simple contact left them stunned in place, their faces instantly turning bright red. A flustered Leon Cassius yielded to her. You first. Rose was so flustered, her tail popped out. Oh okay, she stammered. Seeing their bright red faces, Issa couldn't resist teasing them. Is it hot in here or something? Why are your faces so red? Rose quickly played along. Why, yes, it's quite warm. Leon Cassius, practically steaming, stammered in agreement. Why, yeah, it is. Seeing them so flustered, Issa teased. Well, do you want to go back to the room and take a bath? Thinking of that. Sensual bathtub. They both blurted out in unison. No need. Seeing their hilarious reaction, she covered her mouth, a mischievous glint in her eyes. No matter how many times I tease them, their reactions are always so amusing. Oh right. Little Rose, I heard that a few days ago you had a run-in with a duke from the Red Flame Leon Cassius clan. At the mention of this, the blush on her face instantly vanished, replaced by simmering fury. His son brought some guys to bully Noelle, but not only did they fail, they got beaten up instead. After that, the Duke tried to come and start something with us, but Leon Cassius gave him a good thrashing. Leon Cassius thought back on it with a smirk. He bragged smugly. That dragon was a total lightweight, went down in one hit. Issa, hearing that little Noelle had taken on 3 of them by herself, patted her head with immense pride. Our Noelle is so strong, such a good girl. But that worthless Duke went running back to leader Constantine and shamelessly blew the whole thing out of proportion. Hearing this, Rose flew into a rage, cursing that despicable man. The name suddenly jogged Leon Cassius's memory of something he'd read in the Book of Satan. I seem to remember. In the history of the Leon Cassius clan, he's described as a hero who expanded our territory. Her usual playful demeanor was gone. Her expression grew serious as she warned them. You know it too. He's been very aggressive about territorial expansion lately. He might use this as an excuse, so you two must be careful. Rose wasn't afraid of a confrontation over this. Worst case, we fight. If he really dares to make a move against the esteemed Silver Leon Cassius Queen, just for that worthless Duke, then I won't hesitate to put the Red Flame Leon Cassius clan in its place. At the gate of the Red Leon Cassius Holy Temple, Issa pulled Rose into a tight hug as they said their goodbyes. Be safe on your way back. Rose nodded gently, promising, We will, sis. We'll come and visit again soon. Just then, Issa produced a gift, as if from nowhere. She winked mysteriously and said, A little farewell present. Make sure you open it when you get home. Rose looked at the gift with curiosity. Okay. Thank you, sis. Issa then turned to hug the 2 children. You two eat up and grow big and strong, okay? Come visit your auntie again soon. Mian, who adored her, Aunt Issa happily promised she would eat a little bit more. Issa gave Noelle a kiss on the cheek, and Noelle shyly replied, okay. After saying goodbye to the girls, she stood up and faced Leon Cassius. And you forget what you promised me. He promised in a resolute voice, You have my word. Hearing this, Rose became incredibly curious about what they had discussed. But she didn't press the issue, simply transforming back into a dragon, her vast purple wings unfurled, seeming to blot out the sky. The 2 children on her back called out one last lingering goodbye. Goodbye, Auntie. Issa waved and shouted back, Have a safe journey. After Leon, Cassius, and his family departed, Issa returned to her palace. The crisp sound of her heels echoed through the halls. Back in her room, she hummed to herself gleefully. The young Leon Cassius clan is so amusing. I wonder when they'll visit again. As she opened her bedroom door, the fake spider she had planted in the couple's room fell from where it was wedged in the doorway, scaring her half to death. She picked up the fake spider and snorted. That little brat. So protective of his wife. Meanwhile, flying through the air, Leon Cassius let out a massive sneeze for no apparent reason. That sudden chill down his spine could only mean one thing. Hey, Issa must have found the gift I left for her. Her sister has probably discovered the little surprise I specially prepared for her. Rose and Issa, they're completely different from the other Leon Cassius kings I've met. After spending time with them, I've realized they're both very kind, gentle, and place a huge importance on family. You can feel the passionate love they have for their family. To think her sister would entrust her most precious little sister to me. After they'd been flying for a while, Rose couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Hey, what did you promise my sister before we left? Seeing that she'd finally asked, he laughed teasingly. Wanna know? I'm not gonna tell you. Seeing him mock her yet again, Rose was practically choking with rage. By the time the family arrived back at the palace, it was already night. The lamps were lit, chasing away the gloom and filling the halls with a warm glow. Mian and Noelle were already put to bed. Rose left their room, closing the door softly behind her. It was then that Leon Cassius spoke up. Hey, can you play that recording from yesterday for me again? Leon Cassius's revenge plan for the night, use her embarrassing history to launch a full-scale assault on Rose, and make sure she doesn't get a wink of sleep. I like to bathe till I'm squeaky clean, swish my tail and blow bubbles. Hearing him mock her with her own words, Rose's anger erupted. She wanted to tear Leon Cassius in two right this second. Her face darkened dangerously as she asked, It seems you're quite bored, aren't you? She lunged forward, shoving him back and growling his name. Leon Cassius was furious, and the consequences would be severe. Shouldn't we continue what we started last night? Seeing her dangerous gaze, Leon Cassius broke out in a cold sweat. The she-dragon was furious. Running was the best option. Seeing him flee again, she went ballistic and screamed, "Get back here!" Leon Cassius quickly ran back to his room and tried to slam the door shut. However, Rose Sir's speed was not to be underestimated. She used her hand to block the door, preventing him from closing it. Having cornered him in his room, Rose Sir let out a contemptuous, threatening smirk. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Go take a shower and come to my room. Tonight, Teacher Rose Sir will give you a proper lesson and show you the consequences of using my embarrassing past to threaten me." After leaving her command, she immediately left him alone in the room. At that moment, he deeply regretted provoking her. He slapped himself a few times for good measure. Why does this mouth have to be so clumsy? I didn't expect her to react so strongly, but this proves that her dark past is an effective weapon against her. Though the price for breaking through her defenses is my body having to endure this torment, it's a worthy sacrifice for the great dragon tamer. So what if my body suffers? If it can make the Silver Dragon Queen uncomfortable, I will never refuse. Just you wait. 10 minutes later, after Leon Cassius entered the room, he was pinned to the bed in his pajamas, struggling to speak. "You're being so aggressive, Rose Sir." Dressed as a teacher and holding a whip, Rose Sir sternly corrected him. "You will call me Teacher Rose, sir, understand." Seeing her get so into character, Leon Cassius sneered, "Oh please, you're quite the actress." The angered she-dragon immediately raised her whip and shouted, "Insolent," without any hesitation. She whipped him hard. After giving him his due punishment, Rose Sir flashed a triumphant, threatening smile. It seems the student still doesn't understand his current situation, student Leon Cassius. He had to endure an unbearable itching sensation. He felt a bit wronged. The whip itself didn't hurt much, but the sensation was incredibly uncomfortable. I get it now. The she-dragon wants to humiliate me through this roleplay. She's the teacher, and I'm the disobedient student who refuses to listen. To end this game quickly, I have to play along with Rose Sir. Just then, she used the whip to lift his chin and asked menacingly, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Now that Leon Cassius knew how to escape this charade, he blushed and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. I'll study hard from now on and listen to you. I won't do it again." Seeing him so obedient, her voice softened involuntarily. "Very well. Are you prepared to turn in your homework?" Hearing a line that wasn't in the script, he was stunned and asked what homework. Seeing him dare to question her, Rose Sir asked coldly, "You don't even know what the homework is, and you dare say you'll study hard?" Leon Cassius could only go along with her. "Then please tell me again." "I'm listening." Rose Sir took off her glasses, placed them on the table, and acted magnanimously. "Fine. It's because I'm such a reasonable person." She spread her legs and sat on top of Leon Cassius, striking an incredibly seductive pose as she made a shocking request. "Today's homework is to make my dragon crest glow. If you can't do it, there will be an even harsher punishment, you know." Instinctively feeling like he was being told he wasn't good enough, Leon Cassius immediately retorted, "Who said I can't do it?" He raised his hand and gently touched her soft waist, his blushing face gradually moving towards her. Massive, supple chest. "We've spent countless nights together. I'm the one who knows the she-dragon's sensitive spots best." As soon as he touched her weak spot, a jolt of electricity shot down her spine, making her arch her back uncontrollably as her breathing became ragged. In a fit of passion, Rose Sir panted as she praised Leon Cassius. "Student Leon Cassius, you've mastered the lesson material so quickly, haven't you?" As he buried his head in her chest, Rose Sir could no longer hold back her moans and cried out loud. Under Leon Cassius's technique, Rose Sir was lost in ecstasy. After making her dragon crest appear, he looked at her with pitiful puppy dog eyes and asked, "I've completed the homework. Right. Are we done?" But how could this possibly satisfy Rose Sir, whose dragon crest had just been activated? She gave him a bewitching smile and said, "That was just a review of some old lessons. Your real homework still hasn't been submitted." Realizing he'd been played, Leon Cassius sighed in frustration. "You can do that, damn it. I knew this she-dragon wouldn't let me off so easily." The great dragon tamer was defeated by the she-dragon once again. Was it because of the dragon crest? His mouth grew drier, and his body began to feel restless. Giving in to his desires, Leon Cassius pushed Rose Sir down beneath him and kissed her relentlessly. Being kissed so passionately, Rose Sir's voice trembled as she lightly scolded him. "Student Leon Cassius, you're not being a good boy at all." Seeing how much she was enjoying it despite her words, he replied, "Isn't this what you wanted, Rose?" Sir had reached her limit and immediately urged him on. "That's right, faster." The moment their hands intertwined, a high-pitched cry echoed through the room. A while later, after turning in his homework to Rose Sir, Leon Cassius sat leaning against the bed, thinking to himself, "It's finally over. Teacher, the homework is done. Can class be dismissed now?" Just as he was about to leave, Rose Sir pulled him back. Under the thin blanket, Rose Sir's naked body was filled with desire as she said, "You've only turned in the assignment for one subject. There are still 6 more to go, you know." Her words left Leon Cassius frozen on the spot, followed by the sound of creaking that echoed endlessly into the starry night. Today is truly a suitable time for turning in homework. After a while, Leon Cassius felt like he was going crazy. Teacher, you're a real homework addict. Roser, with a satisfied look, cut him off. Save your breath. Student Leon Cassius, pull yourself together. Get ready to do homework all night long. This was bound to be a long and arduous night. Time flew by to the next day. Roser appeared looking completely satisfied, her smooth white face flushed with a healthy glow, and her spirits high. Leon Cassius, on the other hand, had dark circles under his eyes, looked weak and powerless, and his steps were unsteady. Noelle asked curiously, "Why do you look like you didn't sleep all night, Dad?" and pointed at his gloomy face and laughed out loud. "Your dark circles are so bad." Leon Cassius pointed miserably at his own dark circles and replied, "This is from doing homework too late." Hearing this, Mian looked at Roser confused. "Do grown-ups have homework too?" Without batting an eye or her heart skipping a beat, she replied, "Kids have kids' homework, and of course adults have adults' homework." Hearing this, both little girls looked bewildered. After a moment of thought, Mi-an raised her hand, as if she wanted to share an opinion. Mi-an has discovered a super profound rule. When mom is in good shape, dad becomes really weak. Then when dad is in good shape, mom gets weak. Am I right? Leon Cassius was incredibly proud that his little girl had already figured out half of it. Good girl, you're just too smart, figuring out a truth that normal people don't notice. From now on, if anyone says you're just a spoiled brat, I'll be the first one to fight them to the death. With her backpack on, Noelle heard a sound and looked up to see the transport dragon that took her to the academy had arrived. Bye, Mom. Bye, Mi-an. Rose held Mi-an and waved goodbye to her. Be careful. Mi-an waved her little hand, showing how much she would miss her. Come back and play with Mi-an soon, big sis. When you're not here, Mi-an misses you a lot. Leon Cassius also spoke gently to his eldest daughter. Study hard. See you next week. Noelle mumbled a shy M8. Before being transported to school, she didn't forget to say goodbye to them. I'm off. Mi-an once again raised her small hand and shouted, "Goodbye, big sister. Bye-bye, big dragon." Leon Cassius hugged the little girl and said excitedly, "Now that we've sent your sister off to school, what should we do today?" Mi-an tilted her little head and thought, Dad is always so weak and tired, and Mom looks very worried. Since big sister isn't here, I have to push Dad to train his body to get stronger. Daddy, let's go to the training grounds for a run today. Being dragged along, Leon Cassius dazedly agreed. All right. The little girl's eager expression made Roser curious. She seems really into this. I'll follow them and see what's up. After changing into their training clothes, the two were now on the training grounds, starting their first warm-up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seeing that she had to do warm-up exercises, Mi-an asked confused Daddy, "Why do we have to do these moves?" Leon Cassius explained the principle to her while stretching. "Warming up before exercising is very important, sweetie. Stretching helps relax, the body increases flexibility, and reduces the risk of injury during exercise." Hearing this, the little girl obediently followed along. Okay, Mi-an understands now. Just then, Roser, also in workout clothes, wanted to join in. Me too. Seeing her, Mi-an immediately lit up. Yay, is Mom going to run with us too? She gently stroked the little girl's head and replied, "That's right, and you'd better try your best later, Mi-an. I won't go easy on you." Fired up, Mi-an cheered happily. Okay, Mi-an won't go easy on you either. Mom Leon Cassius then showed his concern for her. You're stuck in your office all day. Be careful you don't mess up your legs. Hearing him say that, Roser scoffed. Don't you think you actually beat me in our last sparring match? Seeing her disdain for his strength, Leon Cassius raised his voice in a challenge. That was a misjudgment. It was a draw. I wasn't even using my full strength. If you don't believe me, let's have another match. Seeing that her parents wanted to fight, Mi-an cheered excitedly. Awesome, Mom, Dad. Have another match. Fearing his daughter was getting the wrong idea, Leon Cassius quickly covered her mouth. Kids shouldn't be talking about fighting all the time. Mi-an then asked with great innocence, "Why can't you beat Mom, Dad?" Seeing her innocent face utter such a piercing question, he thought to himself, how do you already know how to add fuel to the fire at such a young age? It's not that I can't beat her, okay? It's because I'm afraid of hurting your mom, so I go easy on her. Rose's tail jabbed the ground sharply. She crossed her arms provocatively. Still talking tough, huh? How about we compete right now and see who has more stamina? Being provoked like that, how could Leon Cassius back down? He cracked his knuckles, accepting the challenge. A competition. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? When it comes to stamina, the winner isn't decided yet. Mi-an stood between them, shouting with a look of sheer determination. Mi-an won't lose either. Anna, who was appointed as the referee, announced that they were about to begin. Leon Cassius looked at her and mocked her tail. Doesn't that tail get in the way when you run like this? Roser sneered back at him. This tail is for balance, something you'll have to admire. Why don't you try growing a tail if you're so good? Being mocked by her, Leon Cassius gritted his teeth and retorted, I can beat you even without a tail. After 2 laps, the little girl was exhausted, sitting on the ground and panting heavily. Mi-an can't run anymore. Anna praised her. You did very well, young lady. Let's cheer for His Majesty and the princess from the sidelines. After a few laps, Leon Cassius started to think of a strategy to win. The Silver Leon Cassius clan is known for its speed, so I'm definitely at a disadvantage in a race against Rose. But I've run across countless battlefields. I will not give up. My pride as the great Leon Cassius is on the line. I absolutely cannot lose here. One of the creeds of the great Leon Cassius is to live, to fight, and only stop when you're dead. After 20 minutes, Rose Sir was also exhausted, leaning over with her hands on her knees, asking smugly, "Have you had enough yet?" Leon Cassius was flat on the ground, stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Never seeing he was still stubborn, Rose Sir provoked him. "You haven't. Fine, then get up and let's keep running." But by then, Leon Cassius had already reached his limit. He asked for a postponement. "Give me 2 days to train. I will definitely beat you." She looked skeptical at his words. "Are 2 days enough? You might not beat me even in 2 years. Once again being told he wasn't good enough, Leon Cassius refused to back down and retorted, "Who says I can't win?" Now that Rose had the upper hand, she immediately started teasing him. "So Mr. Weakling, who was utterly defeated by me, how about you perform for me now? I like to wash my body nice and clean." Hearing her hum that song in his own tone of voice, he angrily swore an oath. "You hold such a grudge against me. I'll definitely make you suffer for this." Having successfully provoked him, Rose felt a great sense of satisfaction. She smiled with a twinkle in her eye, taunting him. "Oh, I'm so scared. Mian, your dad is too weak. Let Mom continue training with you." Mian immediately ran to her and replied, "Okay, wait for me, Mom. Dad, your body is too weak. You need to remember to train hard, okay?" Being called the weakest by his own daughter, Leon Cassius froze on the spot. He jumped up from behind and screamed, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't look down on your old man, kid." After the training session, dinner was served. Mian was very attentive, scooping up some soup and bringing it to Leon Cassius's mouth. "Open up, Daddy." Leon Cassius closed his eyes and opened his mouth, waiting for his daughter to feed him. After taking a sip of the soup from his daughter, Leon Cassius flopped onto the table. Seeing this, Mian cried out in alarm. "Honey, look at you," she said helplessly, seeing him trembling and weak. "You're getting old, don't push yourself so hard anymore." But Leon Cassius wasn't having it. He blamed her for working him so hard last night, insisting it was because of their late-night homework. If they hadn't stayed up so late, he would have definitely beaten her today. Seeing him pass the blame, Rose Sir smiled dangerously and asked, "Is that so? Then do you want to do more homework tonight?" Hearing that, Leon Cassius jumped in fear. "What tonight? I have plans with Mian. I have to tell her a story." Mian innocently asked Daddy, "What plans do we have?" Seeing his daughter wasn't cooperating, Leon Cassius leaned in close and said, "We didn't a minute ago, but we do. Now." Rose Sir stood up, leaving them with a knowing suggestive reminder. "You two don't stay up too late talking. You need to get some rest." Mian paid her no mind and replied cheerfully, "I know, Mom." Mian light shone down the hallway where Rose was walking. The rhythmic click of her heels echoed down the hall. Sensing another presence, she commanded, "Let's go." Surly heard the order and immediately appeared. "Your Majesty," she asked in a cold voice. "Any new information?" Surly nodded slightly and reported her findings. "I found the place where Leon Cassius Loons and his wife were hiding, but they moved away a year ago. They're no longer in the Empire. Also, when they left, they donated all of their household assets to an orphanage and gave their livestock to the surrounding neighbors. But there was one exception." She immediately asked, "What exception?" Surly herself seemed confused by the detail. She replied, "A donkey." The neighbors said the Leon Cassius cherished this donkey and made a special point to take it with them when they moved. Hearing her mention the donkey, Rose froze on the spot. Could it be the donkey Leon Cassius mentioned before? "All right, I understand. Continue searching for Leon Cassius's whereabouts. Report back to me if you find anything." Surly immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave." After she left, Rose stood alone in the hallway, looking outside. Leon Cassius's departure made her suspicious. Why would Leon Cassius's master leave the Empire? A few days later, hearing the announcement from Noelle, both of them asked in unison, "A family sports day." The little girl answered softly and explained, "Yes, the Academy is holding a family sports day next week." Mentioning this activity brought back old memories for Rose Sir. "A sports day, huh? I participated in one when I was a student at St. Heath Academy, but back then parents weren't required to participate." Noelle chimed in to explain, "I heard this is the first time they're trying it out." Hearing that she had participated before, Mian asked, "What place did you get at the sports day back then, Mom?" Speaking of this, she replied with great confidence, "First place, of course." Hearing this, Mian immediately cheered, "Wow, Mom, you're amazing. What about Dad?" The girl's question made him pause for a beat before answering, "Me, I wasn't ranked." The little girl didn't understand and asked again, "But why?" Leon Cassius explained his daughter's confusion with a very proud tone. "Because every time I participated, my score was so much higher than second place that the Academy suspected me of cheating, so they didn't publicly rank my results." Anne immediately asked a devastating question. So you did cheat? Dad Leon Cassius didn't answer, instead giving her a light flick on the forehead. His abilities being questioned, Leon Cassius immediately retorted. Of course not. Later the Academy secretly gave me a medal. I melted it down and made a gold bracelet to give to your grandmother. Hearing he dared to melt it down, Rose Sir scoffed. Don't you value honor and being the champion so much? And yet you melted down the medal. Leon Cassius smiled, shrugged and replied, if I can't receive an honor openly and with pride, then I don't need it. At this point, Rose asked Noelle, so, are you planning to sign up for this sports day? The little girl nodded slightly and replied, yes, this family sports day is just a fun competition. And the results don't count towards our academic scores, but I still want to win first place. Seeing the girl's determined expression, Leon Cassius felt a sense of pride. She has a much stronger desire to be number one compared to other young dragons. She completely inherited that competitive spirit from me and Rose. Seeing that their daughter wanted to win, the two looked at each other and nodded. They both placed their hands on her shoulders and said in unison, then Mom and Dad will participate with you. Seeing them agree to participate, Mian's eyes sparkled as she wanted to join in the fun too. Big sis Mian wants to join too. Seeing the little girl so excited, Noelle didn't have the heart to tell her the rules of the competition. This competition allows a maximum of 3 people per team. Seeing her disappointment, Leon Cassius stepped in at the right moment and said, Mian can be in charge of cheering us on. With Mian's support, Mom, Dad, and your sister will definitely be able to get a good result. Hearing that the little girl's mood was instantly soothed. Okay, Mian will definitely do her best to cheer for Mom, Dad, and Big Sis. Leon Cassius clenched his fist in a fighting gesture. If the whole family works together, winning the sports day will be no problem at all. On the training grounds, they were doing special practice to prepare for the family sports day next week. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw Rose Sir walking towards him in workout clothes. Looking at her beautiful hourglass figure, Leon Cassius couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. I've always known my Leon Cassius wife was a natural model. She looks good in anything. After finishing her stretches, Rose made a suggestion. The kids aren't up yet. Let's run 2 laps first to warm up. How about it? Leon Cassius immediately agreed. Sure. What kind of events does the Leon Cassius Academy Sports Day have? Rose recalled the year. She participated and listed the events she could remember. The year I competed, there were 3 Leon Cassius endurance events running high jump and long jump or something like that. Hearing that, he felt a bit more relieved because of the similarities. Well, that's not much different from our sports days. Seeing him look so relaxed, Rose Sir immediately reminded him. Don't underestimate it, Gazon. A Leon Cassius sports day isn't as simple as you think. Hearing this, he retorted. We imposter. Leon Cassius aren't as simple as you think either. Hearing that, Rose immediately brought up the time he lost to her in a race to mock him. Oh really? Then who was it that collapsed on the ground, unable to get up after just a few laps the other day? Being teased, his face flushed red with embarrassment. He became angry out of shame and blamed her. Isn't that because you forced me to do homework all night? Rose stopped jogging in place and made an offer. How about I give you a little motivation? If we get first place in this family sports day, I'll give you a week off. Hearing this, Leon Cassius's eyes lit up like stars as he looked at her expectantly. Really? Rose burst out laughing at his adorable expression and replied. Really? Hearing he could get a week off, Leon Cassius was filled with fighting spirit. Alright then, the sports day championship will definitely belong to our family. Seeing his spirits lifted, Rose chuckled to herself. This trick is still pretty effective at motivating him. After they finished warming up, Rose walked over slowly, smiling as she asked, Are all your joints and muscles awake now? Leon Cassius, out of breath, yelled, They're not just awake, it feels like I just fought a giant dragon. Rose pulled a coil of rope from her bag. Good. Since this sports day is organized by family units, the events will probably be different. So we can't just train our physical strength. We also need to cultivate our teamwork. Seeing her take out the rope, Leon Cassius was immediately struck with fear from some past trauma. What are you doing with a rope? Wasn't playing the teacher roleplay enough. Now you want to play S&M. Seeing him shrink away in fear, Rose Sir was speechless. What are you thinking? Have you ever heard of a 3-legged race? Realizing his misunderstanding, Leon Cassius's face turned beet red as he stammered. I know. I saw it before at the imposter Leon Cassius Academy. Seeing that he knew how to play, she handed him the rope. Good that you know. Let's start practicing our coordination with the most basic game, the 3-legged race. He hesitantly took it and agreed. Then he used the rope to tie his right leg to her left leg. Because their legs were tied, there was almost no space between them. This is too close. It's so embarrassing. Let's just get this over with quickly. He lifted his leg to take a step, but she stood frozen in place. Seeing her standing still, he asked curiously, What are you doing just standing there? Let's go. Rose Sir frowned and retorted, You didn't even say where we're going. Leon Cassius grunted, scrunched his face, and pointed a short distance away. To that grassy field over there. It won't hurt if we fall. What followed was an endless argument between the two of them. You're being pushy. No, you're the one being pushy. After they finished arguing, Leon Cassius lowered himself and gave a warning. Let me make this clear, don't you dare slow down my rhythm. Roser's competitive spirit was also ignited. Thanks for giving me a good laugh this early in the morning. To get them in sync, Leon Cassius even carefully counted down. 3, 2, 1. Run. However, driven by her competitive nature, Roser bolted before Leon Cassius could even react. He was dragged along by her like a balloon. His shouts echoed throughout the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Stop. Let me ask you, do you have any idea what teamwork means? Despite being called out, Roser didn't recognize her own mistake, and even clicked her tongue with a sneer. You're a grown man, and you still can't keep up with me. Leon Cassius dusted off his hands and replied with a cold snort. I'm not going to argue with you. Let's do it this way. When I say 1, we step with our free legs. When I say 2, we step with our tied legs. Got it, Roser, looking like she understood, replied, I know. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling them even closer together. With his arm around her, Roser's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Flustered, she wanted him to let go. But Leon Cassius cut her off. This closes the distance and makes it easier to move. Hearing that Roser didn't object anymore, and they continued. After that, Leon Cassius used the method he suggested to practice. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The coordination between the human and the dragon was improving. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the Family Sports Day at the Senhit Soso Academy. Dusha stood on the stage and announced through the microphone, the first ever Family Sports Day of the Senhit Soso Academy. Officially begins. Mi-an and Anna, holding pom-poms, cheered loudly. Go mom, dad, and big sis. From the judges' stand, the beautiful Xiao Luo spoke with a sweet voice. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Luo, your most familiar commentator. Today, I'll be the one reporting the status of the competition to all of you. The first round is the relay race. Each family will send 3 dragons to participate, including the student currently enrolled in the academy. The total distance is 3,000 meters, with each person running 1,000 meters. The family with the shortest time wins. The referee, holding a megaphone, shouted instructions for getting the tags. We are now distributing the identification tags. After receiving your tag, please attach it to the front of your chest and go to your corresponding starting point. No thought for a moment, then handed the first tag to her mother. So, Mom, you'll take the first leg, and I'll be at the second station. Roser bent down to take it. As for the little girl, she handed the number 3 to him. Can you run third? Although the little girl's words weren't fully formed, Leon Cassius heard them. A look of joy spread across his face. Just almost call me Dad. I want to hear it again. Of course you can. After the tags were distributed, Roser stuck the tag to her chest and said to the other 2, the relay is about to start. My position is here, so you 2 can go now. Okay. He looked at her silently, conveying, do your best. To keep the little girl from getting too nervous, Roser gently reassured her. No, don't be tense, okay? Mom will definitely be the first one to reach you with the baton. No, and Leon Cassius were truly cut from the same cloth. From their actions to their gait, they were miraculously similar. Seeing that all the racers were present, the referee announced, will the racers for the second station please gather here? Leon Cassius attached the tag to the little girl's chest and gently instructed her, all right, Dad will be waiting for you at the third station. Be careful and don't get hurt, okay? You'll cheer for me, won't you? She shyly avoided his gaze and agreed. Okay. The 2 of them fist bumped, and the atmosphere between them grew even closer, making them seem more like a real father and daughter. Meanwhile, Roser had gotten into position as Xiao Luo announced. The family relay race officially begins. First leg runners, please take your starting positions. In the stands, Mi-an saw her getting ready to compete and cheered at the top of her lungs. Go, Mom, go. The referee then gave the signal. On your marks. Get set. Go. Instantly, Roser shot forward, and the camera panned to follow her. Xiao Luo immediately began her commentary. Look, contestant number 7, Roser from the Silver Leon Cassius clan, is holding the lead and has already put a significant distance between herself and the other competitors. But one contestant is rapidly closing in from behind. It's contestant number 10, Misty from the Electric Leon Cassius clan. Seeing that Misty could keep pace with Roser, Leon Cassius was amazed. Someone can actually keep up with Roser. Gazon, standing behind him, spoke up proudly. Of course. It's not like your Silver Leon Cassius clan are the only ones skilled in speed. Hearing the name of that clan, he curled his lip in disdain. The Electric Leon Cassius clan. Those skinny dogs may not have much fighting power, but they sure can run fast. On the battlefield, they often use feints to trick people. At that moment, the camera was still focused on the 2 of them, and it captured Misty suddenly bursting with speed and overtaking Roser. Seeing this development, Xiao Luo commented, look, contestant number 10 has overtaken contestant number 7. She's now leading by 1 or 2 body lengths, one from the Silver Leon Cassius clan, the other from the Electric Leon Cassius clan. Both of these clans excel in speed. Who do you think will be the first to pass the baton? When asked, Dang Kong just smiled and gave a vague answer. It's not over till it's over. Down in the competition area, Gazon continued to praise her. Even though this is just an entertainment-focused competition, it still shows the differences between the dragon clans. My wife is leading by so much we already know the outcome without even watching. Right, Leon Cassius heard him, and just grunted dismissively. Your wife really is something. He thought Leon Cassius was giving a genuine compliment. Exactly, my wife is incredible. Seeing his smug expression, Leon Cassius suddenly felt the urge to shatter it, and he spoke up. But, hearing his tone, Gazan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why does that sound a little off? Looking at Rose Serre, whose fighting spirit was blazing, Leon Cassius said with immense pride, "My wife is better." At that moment, the power in Rose Serre's legs intensified, and sparks of lightning began to appear. Her speed instantly reached its maximum, leaving Misty, who had just overtaken her, far behind. Seeing Rose Serre pass her, Misty couldn't believe it, screaming inwardly, how can she still have that much power left to unleash? To provoke her even further, Rose Serre shot back a taunt, running out front like that. Must be a lot of wind resistance, huh, Misty, despite trying her best. Couldn't close the gap between them. She just couldn't match her speed. As she neared the line, No's excited commentary rang out. Contestant number 7. Rose Serre is using her opponent's body to reduce wind resistance and conserve stamina, finally unleashing a burst of speed. In the last 100 meters, she's the first to pass the baton to the second. Station contestant number 10 has completed the handoff. Now can. Contestant number 11 didn't catch up to contestant number 8. No. Sensing a gaze on her, she tilted her head slightly. As their eyes met, Leon Cassius gave her a thumbs up, a silent compliment for her performance. Rose Serre returned it with a fist pump. It's up to you two now. Xiao Luo's voice continued to echo in everyone's ears. And we're back to the family relay race. The runners for the second leg are off. Another dragon parent looked at Rose Serre with admiration. How can that girl run so fast? It's exhausting just watching. The camera then panned to No, who was in the lead. Xiao Luo reported to the spectators. Leading the pack are contestant number 8, No, and contestant number 11, Din. The boy then exploded with speed, passing No. As he ran by, he obnoxiously taunted her. See ya, shorty. Seeing the boy pass her, No's competitive spirit flared up. She absolutely could not let him get too far ahead. From the stands, Mian cheered continuously for her sister. Go sis, you can do it. After seeing Din pass, the girl Xiao Luo posed a question to Deng Kong beside him. Contestant Din clearly has an advantage over contestant No in age and height. Do you think this will cause contestant No to fall too far behind? Just like before, he gave a vague, non-committal answer. You can't say anything for sure until the very end. At that moment, the two kids had reached the baton exchange point for the third leg. Xiao Luo excitedly commented on the situation. Here they come, here they come. The two runners have reached the final curve and are heading into the crucial final stretch. The two young dragons are neck and neck, neither giving an inch. So who will be the first to pass the baton? Just then, Din's baton was grabbed first. Xiao Luo immediately reported the development to the audience. Contestant Din with a slight advantage is the first to hand off the baton to the next station. Contestant No has also successfully passed the baton. Seeing that she wasn't the first to hand it off, No was extremely disappointed. Mom, I'm sorry. I wasted the lead you gave me. Seeing her daughter so sad, Rose Serre comforted her. No, you did great. Your opponent is older than you, so he has a physical advantage. Let's go to the finish line together and cheer for Dad. Mian was also cheering her heart out for Leon Cassius. Go daddy go, you're the best. Gazon grinned widely at him and provoked. Watch closely. In a minute I'll be 5 seconds ahead of you. With that he accelerated, leaving him a good distance behind. Seeing him dare to challenge him, Leon Cassius's competitive spirit ignited. That idiot Gazon is underestimating my desire for a vacation. Seeing both sides enter. A full sprint, Xiao Luo excitedly commented. The race has entered its most intense stage. Contestant number 12, Gazon, and contestant number 9, Leon Cassius, are still accelerating. Which family will take home the championship? Deng Kong, as calm as ever, sipped his tea and replied, You can't say anything for sure until the very end. No cupped her hands and shouted encouragement for Leon Cassius. Go daddy go. Hearing his daughter call him dad for the first time, Leon Cassius became even more determined to win first place for her, no matter the cost. No, just called me dad. I absolutely cannot lose. Fueled by the power of a father's love, Leon Cassius accelerated, catching up to Gazon. Seeing that he had caught up, he gritted his teeth and thought, at this rate he's going to pass me. If that's the case, then I'll just have to give you a little handicap. Seeing him approach, Leon Cassius was startled. He stomped his foot hard on the ground to steady his body, and at that very moment, he used the power in his leg muscles to burst forward, causing his opponent to lose his balance. If you want to play dirty, then don't blame me. Dust flew into Gazon's eyes, stinging so much he couldn't open them. It hurts so much. Because of this, he tripped over his own feet. Seeing him fall, Xiao Luo cried out in regret. Contestant Gazon has fallen right before the finish line. Contestant Leon Cassius is the first to cross the finish line. Congratulations to the Rose Serre family for winning the relay race. Championship. After securing the victory, he immediately rushed to pick up No and asked, "What did you just call me, huh?" The little girl, being shy, looked away and repeated the word, "Dad." Hearing her call him that again, Leon Cassius was so ecstatic he felt like he could ascend to heaven. "This feels amazing. Say it a few more times." No pouted with a, her head held high. "We'll see after we get the first place prize." Roser stood to the side, pride in her eyes, and asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" He smiled lightly and replied, "I'm fine." Just then, a disgruntled Gazan approached the organizers, shouting, "I'm filing a complaint. He cheated at the last minute. He kicked sand in my face. That's a serious foul." Seeing him play the victim after trying to cheat, Leon Cassius angrily retorted, "You little brat trying to cry foul after you were the one who started it. This scumbag tried to ambush me when he got desperate. The proof is right there on his shoulder. He even left behind traces of his electric current. I was terrified, so I just ran for my life. I might have accidentally kicked up some sand then, but you can't blame me for that, can you?" Hearing this, the referee immediately wanted to investigate. "Sir, please cooperate with us." Gazan was stunned, realizing his plan to frame him had backfired completely. "Wait a minute," Misty stepped forward to defend him. "My husband was knocked down by him. On what grounds are you investigating him?" Just then, So appeared and asked, "What's going on here?" Seeing him, Gazan lit up as if he'd found his savior. Tribe leader Su of the Earth, Dragon's chairman of the referee committee, he walked over to Su and began to tattle. "Is this guy also from the Electric Dragon tribe? Based on clan ties, the chieftain should have definitely sided with us, but the one person who was expected to protect him was being incredibly fair and just with his orders. I understand the whole story now. I've just reviewed the match footage with the other judges. Contestant number 12, Go Gazan, did indeed commit a foul. According to the rules, your family is disqualified, and all your current achievements will be nullified." Hearing this, the entire family's faces went pale. What Gazan still wanted to plead with the chieftain, but having already been completely embarrassed by him, the chieftain's face darkened as he shouted, "Shut up, my clansman has caused trouble for your family, and for that I am deeply sorry." Seeing that he wasn't playing favorites, Mouser was rather impressed. "I hope you'll manage your clansman better, Chieftain So. Thankfully my husband was quick on his feet this time and didn't get hurt. If he had actually been injured just now then, your apology wouldn't have been enough to settle things." Being lectured by Roser, the man became even angrier. His face darkened as he shot a cold glare at Gazan behind him. "I understand. I'll teach them a lesson when we get back." As they walked away, Leon Cassius leaned in and whispered, "My wife sure is a big shot." Roser watched them leave and replied haughtily, "Any ordinary dragon clan, as long as they're not arrogant fools like the Red Flame Dragon clan, knows to apologize and pay their respects to me." "Wait a minute, who are you calling your wife, huh? Don't get so familiar." Leon Cassius just laughed shamelessly. "Isn't that a compliment?" Roser scoffed with a look of disgust. "Gross." Seeing that the first competition had ended, Lark, wanting to liven things up again, began to introduce the next event. "Everyone, the relay race has concluded. Next, we will direct our airship to the next event location. This competition will be based on total family points. The young dragon high jump is worth 50 points. The points earned by family members in each event will be added to the family's total score. The adult dragon three-legged challenge is worth 50 points. Points can be earned in every event. The higher the rank in an activity, the more points you get. The misdirection Q&A game, 25 points. After all competitions are over, the three families with the highest total scores will receive a valuable prize from the Academy, the Deep Affection Contest, 50 points. The competitions unfolded one by one under the watchful eyes of the referees and the audience. After the two passed the three-legged race and arrived at the next station, a female referee congratulated them and explained the rules. "Welcome both of you to the final stage of the two-person competition. This stage of the three-legged race is called A Taste of Passionate Love. The rules of this game are simple. Create a family dish filled to the brim with love. The choice of dish will be decided by a random draw. The time limit for this competition is 1 hour. The final results will be decided by our panel of judges. Please note that the rope tied to your ankles cannot be removed during the cooking process. Let that love be transferred to your partner through the rope." Leon Cassius was chosen to draw. He squeezed his eyes shut and prayed over and over, "Please, please, let it be something simple." He drew a slip of paper. Unfolding it revealed 3 words, cream puffs. He had never made this dish before and asked Roser if she knew how. Of course she hadn't either. "I don't know." Luckily, the female referee understood their predicament and offered some help. "We will provide you with the recipe steps." After being given the instructions, the two put on their aprons. Leon Cassius looked at the pile of eggs and flour on the table and decided to just wing it. "Well, let's just get started. Pour the milk into the small pot, then add the butter. Pass me the butter." Roser obediently handed the butter to him. Just then, Lark's commentary boomed, drawing their attention to the screen. "Our balloon popping competition has reached its thrilling climax. There are only 4 young dragons left on the field." Seeing Roser on the screen, Leon Cassius paused for a beat. "That's..." Lark, seeing the 4 children locked in a struggle, excitedly announced. 2 of them are from the Sharp Claw Dragon clan, 1 is from the Ice Dragon clan, and 1 is from the Silver Dragon clan. The brown-haired kid gave Rose Serre a wicked grin. Just give up. Lark saw the 3 kids ganging up and reported on the situation. For some unknown reason, 3 of the young dragons have formed a tacit agreement and are simultaneously surrounding contestant number 8, Rose Serre of the Silver Dragon clan. So facing an encirclement by 3 larger dragons can little Rose Serre break free. As the 2 boys charged, Rose Serre leaned back to dodge. At the same time, she swung her hands, popping both of their balloons. After bursting their balloons, she sat up, ready to face the last one. The other 2 cried out as their balloons popped. Without wasting a second, the girl lifted her leg and ran towards the remaining child. Then, with incredible speed, she threw a punch, bursting her opponent's balloon. As she destroyed the last balloon, Lark shouted excitedly, "The final winner is Rose Serre." Even though she's the youngest dragon here, she managed to take on 3 opponents at once and easily break out of their encirclement. In the stands, Mian saw Rose Serre win and burst the balloons and excitedly told the person next to her, "Did you see that? That's Mian's big sister. She's super amazing." After seeing that his daughter had won the competition, Cassius refocused on his cream puffs. "Well done. I knew Rose Serre could do it." Rose Serre also puffed out her chest proudly. Of course she could. I mean, look whose daughter she is. As he looked up, Cassius noticed something on Rose Serre's face. He moved closer and used his hand to wipe the smudge from her cheek. "Wait, you've got something on your face." As he leaned in close, Rose Serre's face turned beet red. Where?" she asked, flustered. Unexpectedly, this scene was caught by the camera. Lark looked at the romantic atmosphere between the 2 with envy. Oh my gosh, this couple is just so affectionate. On the podium, Voss also saw this moment. He elaborated on the rules of this competition. A proper family dish is not just about superior ingredients and exquisite technique, but also contains the care and love for one's family members. I have high expectations for your results. On the projection screen, the couple, Cassius, could only manage an awkward smile and wave at the camera. Lark excitedly got the whole stadium roaring. Let's give a round of applause for this model couple from the Dragon clans. Even in the heat of a cooking competition, they don't forget to care for each other. I believe they are the Mayo Kwai family from the Silver Dragon clan. Amidst the crowd's applause, Cassius forced a smile and whispered, "Which dragon do I have to kill to end this sports festival early?" Rose Serre seemed to have had enough by this point too. "My suggestion is to kill whichever one you see." A short while later, the judges looked at the delicious cream puffs before them and let out sounds of pleasant surprise. The 2 pushed the plate forward and said cheerfully, "Cream puffs. Please judges, have a taste." Voss couldn't wait and immediately tried a piece. He seemed very pleased with their creation. This cream puff is plump on the outside, the shell is perfectly crisp, and the cream inside is smooth and delicate. You 2 must do this often at home, I presume. Cassius could only offer a stiff smile and confirm. "That's right. My wife and I often make sweets at home. She loves to eat cream puffs and really enjoys the process of making them. Look, you got some on you." Cassius's dark fantasy. Realizing he was having such a twisted thought at a time like this, he cursed himself internally. "Cream puffs are pure. The only dirty thing here is my mind." Hearing this, Voss didn't suspect a thing, but also felt admiration for the life the 2 of them had as newlyweds. It seems their private life is also incredibly passionate and fresh. So is there some kind of family secret to the cream puffs you 2 made? For first place, the only thing we could do, as embarrassing as it is, was to add the passionate spice of our love. This display of affection between the 2 immediately earned extremely high scores from the judges. Xiao Luo, who was watching the situation unfold, immediately let out a gasp. It seems the judges are very pleased with the cream puffs. All 3 judges gave very high scores today, which is also the highest score of the Rekindle the Love round. Seeing the high score for this event, Cassius felt confident that his family would win. This is great. Now, it's about 90% certain they'll secure first place in the overall standings. 3 days of rest, here I come. As the competitions came to an end, Xiao Luo had the program display the family's scores to determine the winner. After all the rounds were completed, the rankings for the first ever Family Sports Festival of St. Hills Academy were in. Family overall rankings: Rose Serre, 661 points, Jose, 555 points, Alex, 433 points. In third place is the Alex family from the Cassius Sharp Claw tribe. They won a voucher for Tesla noodles. A voucher for 10 cases of Tesla noodles usable for 50 years. In second place is the Jose family from the Cassius Wind tribe. They received a B-rank magic scroll. Our first place winner is the Rose Serre family from the Silver Cassius tribe, and the prize they've won is a 7-day luxurious hot spring getaway. A luxurious family hot spring getaway. Seeing the words 7 days, Cassius's face visibly paled. A 7-day luxurious hot spring trip plus Rose Serre equals 1 week of no rest. In contrast to Cassius's completely crestfallen look, Rose Serre and No were incredibly excited. This isn't bad at all. No, do you want to go on vacation? The little girl immediately agreed. Yes, I want to go. Leon Cassius felt his heart ache as he watched his vacation fly away. Why didn't anyone tell me this was the first place prize? That evening, the family returned to their clan's palace. Night had already fallen, and the whole family gathered around the dinner table, clinking their glasses together in a toast. Mian was still buzzing with excitement from their victory. Our family got first place. Mom, Dad, and big sister are so amazing. Mian also tried her best to cheer for us. Rosaire chuckled at the little girl's adorable expression. We all saw it. Holding her glass, No shyly thanked her parents. To be able to win the championship. I'm really grateful to both of you. Rosaire looked at the little girl gently and offered her encouragement. Your father and I were just doing what parents should do. The most important thing was your effort. Leon Cassius nodded firmly, agreeing with her. Your mother is right. Rosaire keenly noticed his gloomy expression, and a flicker of displeasure appeared in her eyes. This guy has been sulking ever since he heard about the prize. Does he really hate the idea of a vacation that much? Just then, No spoke up as if she wanted to say something. Could everyone close your eyes for a second? The little girl went over and gently hugged Mian. Being hugged, Mian immediately giggled. After hugging Mian, she ran to Rosaire and hugged her tightly. But when she got to Leon Cassius, she seemed hesitant. Her little ears twitched, showing her conflicted feelings. Leon Cassius waited and waited, growing more and more curious when nothing happened. What kind of surprise does she have for us? After gathering enough courage, No finally ran up and threw her arms around Leon Cassius. Because she was shy, her voice was very quiet. Thank you, Dad. But even so, with his extraordinary hearing, Leon Cassius still heard her, and his heart instantly melted. So she's using a hug to show her gratitude. And she asked everyone to close their eyes because she was shy. But it didn't stop there. She grabbed his shirt and pulled him down. Then she gave him a light kiss on the cheek as her biggest thank you filled with all her innocent feelings. After doing this, No's face turned so red it looked like it would burst. She turned away so Leon Cassius couldn't see her face and said, Okay, you can open your eyes now. Leon Cassius stared at her stunned. No, you just… The little girl glanced at him and said quietly, I promised you before that if we won the championship I would call you Dad. What I just did was also to thank you for supporting me. But even if we hadn't won, I would still call you that. Hearing these words, Leon Cassius was moved beyond measure. Oh no. Mian looked at her sister's face, red as a ripe tomato in confusion. Your face is all red. What's wrong? The little girl didn't answer and changed the subject. It's nothing. Hurry up and eat. Having been kissed on the cheek and called Dad by his daughter, Leon Cassius's previously gloomy mood completely lifted. This is a happy day. Where's the wine? I'm having a drink. Seeing how excited he was, Rosaire chimed in to remind him. Gazon, don't drink too much. We have to take the kids to Sky City tomorrow to buy swimsuits for the trip. But Leon Cassius, who was getting into the spirit of things, just retorted, enjoying his drink too much to hear her dreadful words. Once, there was a perfect vacation right in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. It wasn't until he won the championship that he regretted it endlessly. The most painful thing is to lose the battle and be taken away. A child walking down the street with their mother saw Leon Cassius lying dejectedly in a shop and said, Mommy, that dragon looks so weird. The mother quickly stopped her child. Don't look, you'll get infected with his gloominess. If the heavens could grant him another chance, he would definitely choose to rest at home. If a time limit had to be placed on this vacation, he would hope it was 7 days. Excerpt from the glorious and abstract life of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, Leon Cassius Caught. A vacation, yeah right. Goodbye. Rosaire approached him in a new outfit and asked for Leon Cassius's opinion. What do you think of this one? Without even turning his head to look, he commented, It's nice. Hearing this, Rosaire showed her dissatisfaction. You didn't even bother to turn your head. Are you just trying to placate me? Only then did Leon Cassius turn his head and give her his strongest affirmation. Trust me, you look beautiful in anything. Rosaire's mood was immediately soothed. Is that so? I feel like this one has a bit too much fabric and it's a little tight in the chest. Well, then, how about this one? An image of her wearing that bikini immediately flashed through Leon Cassius's mind. The sight was so beautiful that half of it was blurred out. Rosaire's seductive voice echoed in his head. Is it beautiful? Just the thought of it was enough to make blood shoot out of Leon Cassius's nose. He tried his best to compose himself, but a sudden worry crept into his heart. If Rosaire were to wear this swimsuit to the hot springs, that dragon pattern of his, forget glowing, it might just shine all night long. I don't think that's a good idea. Seeing that he didn't seem to like it, Rosaire looked disappointed. All right then. I thought you liked this type of thing. But anyway, we're mainly out to buy things for the kids today. I've already prepared my swimsuit. What's wrong? You're not happy. Leon Cassius immediately pouted and denied it. No, how could that be? As if Rosaire couldn't understand his petty thoughts. I know it wasn't easy for you to win this resort trip, but this hot springs vacation is non-negotiable. Think about it. The kids are all really looking forward to this trip. When our daughters are happy, shouldn't their father be happy too? Hearing this, Leon Cassius could only force a smile and try to look happy. I'm ecstatic. Seeing he was still down, Rose made him a promise. How about this? I guarantee I won't lay a single finger on you for these 7 days. Deal. Having been tricked so many times, Leon Cassius had learned his lesson. Like hell, I believe you. With your hands already all over my body, can't you already touch whatever you want? Seeing that he didn't trust her, she even raised 3 fingers to swear an oath. I swear on my honor as the Silver Leon Cassius Queen. Seeing her go that far, Leon Cassius tentatively believed her. All right then, you have a deal. Just then, she moved closer and whispered in his ear, but, if you're the one who can't take it, then don't you dare blame me. Leon Cassius was extremely confident in his own self-control. Of course I can handle it. What kind of joke is that? I'm a mighty dragon slayer. Why would I touch a female dragon like you for no reason? Hearing how certain he was, Rose chuckled softly. Remember your words. If the dragon crest on my body lights up even once in these 7 days, Leon Cassius, you are so dead. Even though he had a bad feeling, Leon Cassius stubbornly snorted. Humph. We'll see who's afraid of who. The next day at the Luyun Valley, a receptionist read the information on her sheet and asked cheerfully, You must be the champion model family from the event organized by the Senhit Sisei Academy, correct hotel lobby. Rose spoke up to confirm, that's correct. Yu Sung, hearing the receptionist call them that, pouted inwardly. Champion is one thing, but why did they have to add the word model in front of it? It's definitely the personal bias of that old dragon of a vice principal. After Rose's confirmation, the receptionist explained the details of their resort stay. Senhit Sisei Academy has covered all expenses within the village. You are free to enjoy all of our facilities. Mian pointed at the fish swimming in the tank and cheered excitedly. Look sis, these fish look so tasty. He immediately shut down her train of thought. You can't eat those. The receptionist took out the key cards, placed them on the wooden counter, and handed them over. Here are your room keys. Rose accepted them and thanked her politely. Okay, thank you. Noticing there were only 2 key cards, Leon Cassius instinctively asked, Are there only 2 rooms? The question made the receptionist look at him with curiosity. Is something wrong, sir? Are you perhaps dissatisfied with the room arrangements? Leon Cassius thought to himself. The 2 girls get 1 room. So does that mean Rose and I have to share the other one? The receptionist thought he was unhappy because the room was too small and offered to change it for them. If you don't like this hot spring suite, we can recommend our honeymoon suite for you. The couple immediately refused. That won't be necessary. Rose called the 2 children to head to their room. Let's go, Mia and Noel. The 2 of them scurried over to Rose. The receptionist bowed with a professional smile and said, Well then, I hope you all have a wonderful vacation. The 2 children ran ahead leading the way, while Leon Cassius and Rose followed behind. The air between them grew silent and awkward. Leon Cassius stared at Rose's back and hardened his resolve. So I have to share a room with Rose again. I need to find a way out of this. Hey girls, do you want to share a room with your dad? Me. And immediately shot him down flat. No way, Dad. I want to share with my sister. Auntie Yi said, Everyone needs their own private space, whether they're grown-ups or kids. So you can't bother us. Leon Cassius froze on the spot, crying internally. Thanks, Mian. You just severed your dad's last lifeline. Noel, trying to be caring, assured Leon Cassius, I can take care of Mian now. You 2 can go enjoy your private time together. Although he was touched by her thoughtfulness, Leon Cassius was too sad to say it. Thanks, Noel. It's sweet of you to think of us, but I'd really rather you didn't. Rose handed the key card to Noel so she could open the door. This is your key card. If you need anything, call Mom and Dad, okay? The little girl took it and replied obediently. Yes, Mom. Mian, unable to wait another second, grabbed her sister's hand. Hurry up, sis. Let's open the door. Watching them run off without giving him a second thought, Leon Cassius was heartbroken. My little girls are all grown up. They don't need their old dad anymore. Rose dangled their key card in her hand, teasing him in a sing-song voice. What are you standing there gawking at? Looking at the key card in her hand, Leon Cassius thought miserably. Here we go. The real challenge begins now. As soon as they got inside, Rose walked over to the window. She pulled back the curtains, revealing a private hot spring for 2 just outside. Looking at the outdoor area, Rose seemed quite pleased. The view here isn't bad, is it? Seeing her expression, Leon Cassius asked in surprise, You've never been here before. Rose shook her head and explained, Nope, this is my first time too. I was always so busy with Silver Leon Cassius clan affairs that I never had time to take the kids on outings. That's why I made sure to bring a camera. I'll take some pictures of the children later as keepsakes. Hearing her mention that, Leon Cassius suddenly panicked. A camera. Don't tell me it's the one I used before. As if sensing the doubt in his eyes, Rose confirmed his fears. That's right, it's this one. It was the prize for winning first place at the sports festival. Realizing it was indeed that camera, Leon Cassius's face went pale as he panicked internally. Oh no, that camera still has the secret pictures I took of Rose in that bunny girl outfit. That's my ultimate weapon for blackmailing the female dragon. If that falls into her hands, I'll be sentenced to death for sure. Before she discovers them, I have to get those pictures developed and hidden somewhere safe, and then erase the evidence from the camera. Rose Sir, still completely oblivious, held out her hand to him. Lion Chasm loomed over the camera. To model. What are you doing, guarding it like it's some precious treasure? Leon Cassius could only force a smile and volunteer to be the cameraman. Let me help you guys take pictures. I'm a total pro, you know. His strange behavior made her suspicious. Aren't you an expert on artifacts, Leon Cassius? Since when did you become a photography expert? Seeing the suspicion in her eyes, Leon Cassius hurriedly said, Don't worry, just leave it to me. I've been taking pictures of my master's donkey from the time it was a foal until it grew up. Seeing him guarantee it like that, Rose Sir didn't doubt him anymore. Fine then, you can take the pictures if you want. There's an outdoor roast duck and a fireworks show tonight. Let's walk around for a bit first. Seeing that she was no longer asking for the camera, Leon Cassius breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. Dad will be in charge of taking pictures for everyone today. Mian happily agreed. Okay. The little girl pulled him to a statue of a knight, then put up a V sign waiting for him to take a picture. After posing with the statue, she immediately ran over to some animals. The baby deer is so cute. No held a carrot in her hand and asked the deer with a deadpan expression if it wanted to eat. While they were playing, the two girls saw Rose Sir, surrounded by deer. At that moment, she looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Mommy is so pretty. Mian saw a claw machine and made a request. Mommy, let's go play that. Go mom, go Leon Cassius. He was surprised by her competitive expression. Not a bad look. He immediately captured the moment she smiled brightly after getting what she wanted. I got it. After taking the picture, he lowered the camera to look at the photo he just took. Rose Sir walked over and was surprised when she saw it. Hey, that's actually pretty good. I thought you'd take a really ugly picture of me. Seeing how little she believed in him, Leon Cassius gave a bitter smile. You really underestimate me. Why did you follow me over here? I can wait in line by myself. Rose Sir came up with a reasonable, albeit slightly stubborn explanation. I was just worried you'd get bored, that's all. They were waiting in line to buy ice cream for their daughters. She looked at the teddy bear in her hand with a conflicted expression. This is. Leon Cassius found it strange and asked, What's wrong? Rose Sir was so embarrassed she didn't dare to look him in the eye, speaking in a tone as if she were granting a favor. This is for you. Didn't you give me one last time? In Sky City, Leon Cassius took the small bear from her and laughed out loud. The one I gave you was a bear king. This one of yours is at best just a little bear cub. Hearing that, Rose Sir fumed with anger and tried to take it back. Fine if you don't want it. It wasn't easy for me to win this, you know. Seeing her pouting face, Leon Cassius quickly said, I never said I didn't want it. Mian was craning her neck, waiting for her parents to buy ice cream. Mom and Dad are so slow. When will Mian get to eat her pineapple ice cream? Just then, No suddenly spoke up. Actually, sometimes I really admire you. Hearing this, Mian asked in confusion, You admire me? Why No looked down at her own toes and spoke what was in her heart. I admire you because you can say anything to Mom and Dad without having to hesitate or overthink it. Mian didn't understand, and replied, You can do that too. But No immediately shook her head. No, I can't. I'm older now. And when you're older, you can't just say whatever you want. She wasn't always so mature from the start. As the older of the twins, she was only born 20 minutes earlier. They had grown up carefree in their mother's loving arms, exploring the world and learning new things. In the children's eyes, their mother was the strongest existence, a person who could do anything. Until one day, No saw her beautiful, strong mother sitting in a daze by the bed of her comatose father, grieving in silence. The little girl suddenly realized that her mother had a weak side too. If I grew up a little, could I help shoulder some of Mother's burden? From then on, a seed of desire to care for her family began to grow in little No's heart. She started trying her best to act like a grown-up. No forced herself to grow up a little faster, to become independent and mature, wanting to get good grades. All of this was so she would never see her mother wear that weak expression from that day again. Mi-an didn't know about these things, but she could somewhat sense No's insecurity and sensitivity. She tried to use the words she knew to comfort. No. Mi-an isn't very good at understanding complicated things, but Mi-an really admires you too. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, What, you admire me? She didn't understand, and asked again, How could you possibly admire me? Seeing her ask that, Mi-an stood on the ground and said excitedly, Why not? You're smart, you're capable, you take care of Mi-an like a grown-up, and you've won so many first-place prizes. That's why Mi-an wants to be just like you when I grow up. Seeing her sister's wholehearted devotion, No blushed with embarrassment. You don't even know what I'll be like in the future. Mi-an immediately asked about her future. Well, what kind of person do you want to be then? The girl looked towards her parents and spoke her own wish. I want to become the person that their daughter should be. As a total sister worshipper, Mi-an immediately chimed in. Then Mi-an wants to be just like you. Leon Cassius brought over 2 cups of ice cream and asked gently, Have you been waiting long? Here are your treats. The 2 girls took the ice cream cups and said in unison, Thank you, Dad. Night gradually fell, and at that moment the fireworks began to light up the sky. The 2 girls watched the multicolored fireworks, their faces filled with amazement and delight. Rose Sir watched her two lively daughters and chatted happily with Leon Cassius. Seeing them like this trip was worth it, wasn't it? Leon Cassius, seeing his daughter's smiles, found his initial reluctance replaced with happiness. You're right. I'm glad we came. As their father, I have to preserve all of their beautiful memories. Hearing a strange sound, he glanced over. Seeing Rose Sir holding the camera, he cried out in alarm. When did you grab the camera? Rose Sir held up the camera and replied, I want to see what you took this morning. Watching her hold the camera, he couldn't help but feel nervous. During the day when they weren't paying attention, he had used the excuse of going to the bathroom to visit the only camera shop in the village. Unfortunately, they didn't offer photo printing services, so the picture of the bunny suit was still on the camera. You'd see it if you just scrolled back a few pictures. Luckily, Rose Sir hadn't scrolled to that picture yet. She looked at the photo on the screen and asked, When did you take this picture of me with the deer? Leon Cassius, in a state of panic, didn't hear her question. He looked at the bear pinned to his coat, and an idea sparked in his mind. I have to think of something. Come on, Leon Cassius, think. If it were Master, what would he do right now? I've got it. I bought some candy this morning. Want some? Seeing her open her mouth, he immediately understood and opened the candy wrapper. Does she want me to feed it to her? What am I going to do with her? Leon Cassius brought the unwrapped piece of candy over. Rose Sir instinctively opened her mouth. After taking the candy, she suddenly looked at him, then immediately leaned back, flustered and accusatory. Why did you suddenly get so close? Startled Leon Cassius yelled back. Didn't you tell me to feed it to you? Rose Sir glanced at him. This guy takes pictures all day long, but there isn't a single one of himself. How about we take one together? I just don't want the children to ask why we don't have any photos together, so don't get the wrong idea. Hearing that, Leon Cassius couldn't argue. Your Majesty is truly thoughtful. As Rose raised the camera to take the picture, she couldn't see his face. Come a little closer. Your big head is out of the frame. Being called out, Leon Cassius immediately teased her posing. You're one to talk. A 200-year-old dragon like you is still making that childish peace sign. In the end, even though he complained, Leon Cassius still put up a V sign for the photo with her. After they took the picture, Rose played with small fireworks with the two children, who were immediately captivated and started playing with her. Leon Cassius held the fast-asleep Mi-an, watching the scene gently. Those two were usually so serious. It wasn't often they had fun like this. Mi-an, why aren't you playing with the fireworks with Mom and your sister? When asked, the little girl vaguely replied, I'm tired from playing. I want to rest. Usually my sister has to go to school, and Mom is really busy with work. They don't get much time to play together like this. So I want to let them spend a little more time with each other. Seeing how thoughtful she was, Leon Cassius loved her even more. You've grown up, Mi-an. The little girl innocently opened her eyes, looked at him and said, I'm not grown up yet, and I don't even know what that means. I just want to make my sister and my parents happy. Her innocent words immediately moved Leon Cassius to tears. Even though Mi-an and No have completely opposite personalities, they each have their own way of loving their family. Mi-an, how about I take you? Are you really that tired from playing? Hearing a faint snore, Rose Sir walked over and asked, Is she asleep already? Seeing that the little girl had dozed off, Leon Cassius picked her up and said, Let's head back. Rose Sir and No exchanged a look. She bent down and suggested, How about I carry you too? Okay. No looked at her in surprise, then shyly agreed. Okay. And just like that, the first day of Leon Cassius's hot spring trip ended on a happy note. But not quite. Let's take a dip in the hot spring together. Wait, how did things end up like this? The door to the room creaked open and No's sweet voice called out, Good night, Mom and Dad. After a long day of travel, Leon Cassius ran to the soft bed and collapsed onto it. Finally, a real bed, Rose Sir asked teasingly. So, does this mean you want to sleep with me tonight? Leon Cassius shot up and retorted, Of course not. I'm going to take a dip in the hot spring for a bit. You go ahead and sleep. The sound of flowing water and the rising steam made the atmosphere incredibly relaxing. As the heat enveloped his body, Leon Cassius let out the most satisfied, comfortable sigh of the day. If I want a relaxing vacation, I have to avoid sharing a bed with that mother dragon. What excuse can I come up with to avoid her later? As he was thinking, he heard footsteps. Seeing Rose Sir approach, he shrieked like a damsel in distress. Why are you out here? Seeing him so afraid of her, Rose Sir gave him a strange look. Why are you so wary of me? I haven't done anything to you. The fireworks show is about to start, and since I have nothing to do, I was planning to go downstairs and take a few pictures. Where'd you leave the camera? At the mention of it, Leon Cassius flinched. The camera was. She immediately followed his gaze to where the camera was. Oh, you brought it here. Then I'll just grab it. Seeing her grab the camera, Leon Cassius panicked, not knowing what to do. He absolutely could not let her take that camera. If she does, all the compromising material I have on that mother dragon will fall into enemy hands. Wait, let's get in the hot spring together. Hearing his request, Rose Sir stared blankly and asked, What did you just say? Leon Cassius had no choice but to repeat himself. I said, It's not every day we get to come here. Let's get in the hot spring together. Rose Sir's eyes widened, her pupils dilating. A mischievous smile spread across her face. I've prepared a super sexy swimsuit. You better not lose control when you see it. Extremely confident in his self-control, he challenged her right back. So, what an elite dragon slayer can resist any temptation? Roseser accepted his challenge. She slammed the door, leaving him with a threat. You're the one who said it. Leon Cassius just shrugged, trying to reassure himself. It's fine, Leon Cassius. It's just a soak. What could possibly happen? As long as I can protect those pictures, getting in a hot spring with her is nothing. I'd better recite the Dragon Slayer's code of conduct a few times before she gets here. Fleeing from the battlefield is a disgrace. Hearing the door open, Leon Cassius slowly turned his head. She's here. What he saw was a rather short swimsuit, but it wasn't overly revealing. The top half was actually quite modest, nothing like the incredibly seductive outfit Roseser had described. The whole thing looked pretty normal, but on her sizzling figure, it still looked incredibly good. Leon Cassius burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he cried as he teased her. Is that it? That's what you call a sexy swimsuit? You're trying to test me with this. You could lose 5 pounds of fabric, and my dragon mark still wouldn't light up. Annoyed at his teasing, Roseser shot back. You're a real piece of work, you know that, but this is the swimsuit my sister gave me. Like a true gentleman, Leon Cassius offered her a hand as she stepped down into the hot spring. Your sister has strange taste. The two of them stayed in their own corners, not saying a word, making the atmosphere a little awkward. Soaking together is a little awkward, huh? Good thing her swimsuit is modest enough. Seeing him sneak glances at her, Roseser laughed teasingly. What's wrong? Are you afraid you'll make my dragon mark light up so you don't dare look directly at me? Leon Cassius immediately shot back. What's there to be afraid of? Hey, Roseser, her swimsuit. It's a special kind that dissolves most of its fabric upon contact with water, sponsored by her dear sister Yisa. Roseser watched as the fabric began to dissolve, and quickly covered her chest. I should have known a gift from my sister wouldn't be this simple, but this is fine too. Surprised, Leon Cassius didn't dare to look directly at her. He stubbornly demanded, I don't know about surprised, but I'm definitely shocked. Why don't you go back to the room and change into a different swimsuit before coming out? Seeing that he wouldn't look at her, Roseser wanted to tease him even more. What's wrong? A great dragon slayer who has defeated countless dragon kings is afraid of a tiny piece of black lace on my body. Feeling her chest press against him, Leon Cassius knew he was reaching his limit. This is bad. I'm about to fall right into Roseser's trap. I have to find a way to break this stalemate. Having been together for so long and constantly scheming against each other, Leon Cassius was all too familiar with Roseser's tricks. Roseser always follows the same pattern. Hey Dragon Slayer, why don't you dare look at me? Are you scared? Step 1. Provocation. In the early days, Leon Cassius would fall for it instantly. Who's scared of whom? When Leon Cassius no longer fell for step 1, she would switch tactics. Still playing tough. Can't you just swallow your pride and admit defeat? Step 2. Coercion. You're the one who insisted on doing this with me, remember. This has nothing to do with me. Step 3. Shifting blame. Leon Cassius was keenly aware that the mother dragon had already initiated step 1. Retreating now was impossible. His only option was to turn this difficult situation to his advantage. Therefore, Leon Cassius decided to fight fire with fire. Scared? I was never scared, all right. As long as you're a dragon, I'm not interested no matter what you're wearing. On the other hand, what if the dragon mark on your body lights up first? How are you going to deal with that? If one of their dragon marks lit up, it would show that person had developed feelings and desire for the other. Provoked Roseser fell right into his trap. I have excellent control over my desires. I've never once lost control. Hearing her declare that so firmly, Leon Cassius knew she'd taken the bait. That confident are you? So do you dare to accept my challenge? Roseser, with her competitive nature, immediately accepted. What is there to be afraid of? Leon Cassius seemed extremely confident in his plan. You're setting the terms, but a challenge has to have winners and losers, right? What happens if you lose, Roseser, brimming with confidence, made her promise. All right, if you win, I'll give you an extra 7 days off. Seeing that she had stated her desire, Leon Cassius cheered with delight. No problem. Perfect. Leon Cassius has taken the bait. The fireworks are so beautiful. Let's watch them first. Roseser seemed to really enjoy this fireworks display. Hey Leon Cassius, look. Do those fireworks look like my dragon mark? Hearing this, Leon Cassius teased her with a laugh. How do they look alike? The advantage of the dragon type is a hot body in a black lace swimsuit, out of sight, out of mind. As long as I don't look at her, I can avoid this attack. Suddenly, Roseser began to hum a little song. Let the first shrine light up. This made Leon Cassius, who was lost in thought, freeze. Why is she singing? Roseser continued to sing without stopping. She struck a seductive pose and looked at him. The Leon Cassius's mark is like a little star. How's my singing? Leon Cassius tried not to look at her and retorted, not as good as the song I sing in the shower. Just then, Roseser suddenly cried out, Leon Cassius, my mark is glowing. Leon Cassius fell for the trap and immediately turned to look, then started coughing up blood. How could this be? It's not glowing at all. You tricked me. Seeing him get so worked up just from a glance, Roseser was extremely pleased. Look again, maybe it'll glow this time. Leon Cassius knew the battle had begun. Rose Sir has already started trying to seduce me, and I can't afford to lose either. When he grabbed her tail, Rose Sir froze. She smiled, suppressing her anger, and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Stared at by her fierce gaze, Leon Cassius got scared, but he had to persevere. "Honey, since we have such a beautiful view, even if I can't hold your hand to enjoy it, holding your tail should be okay, right?" But Rose Sir didn't want this. Her voice dropped as she ordered, "Let go of my tail," but Leon Cassius didn't listen, and instead held it even tighter. "No." Seeing that he wouldn't let go of her tail, Rose Sir angrily shouted, "Leon Cassius, you!" Leon Cassius simply hummed in response, hugging and squeezing Rose Sir's tail. He laughed to himself. The tail is an extremely sensitive part of Rose Sir. "Let's see how I'll handle you." Being caressed like that, Rose Sir couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The overly sensitive tail made her whole body go limp. Is this guy trying to force me to take the initiative? If that's the case, what's so wrong with holding hands while watching the fireworks? Come on, hold my hand, darling. Hearing her request, Leon Cassius' face turned noticeably red. Isn't it? Isn't it just holding hands? Why is my heart beating so fast I can't take even this small an attack? Seeing the look on his face, Rose Sir moved closer and whispered into his ear, making him even more flustered. "Stop resisting, just let the Leon Cassius mark glow. Ending this challenge will be good for you and good for me." With his competitive spirit, Leon Cassius was determined not to lose. "Damn it, I don't want to. Just fall into my trap already." As he spoke, he pulled Rose Sir into a tight hug. Be honest, holding back doesn't feel good. Sensing Rose's body stirring, Leon Cassius regained the upper hand. "But at the same time, you're also suppressing your own desires, aren't you?" Just as he finished speaking, the dragon mark on Rose Sir's chest finally couldn't hold back and lit up. At the same time, the dragon mark on Leon Cassius's chest also began to glow. Their breathing became heavy and hot, and they finally couldn't hold back any longer. Two scorching breaths mingled together. Under a sky full of fireworks, the two shared a deep kiss. The next day, Ann was tasked with waking them up. "Mom, Dad, wake up. The sun is already high in the sky." "Hey sis, what's going on?" "Mom and Dad aren't up yet." "No," stroked her chin in thought. According to their pattern, every so often one of them becomes weak for a while. This time it must be Mom's turn, right? Hearing this, Ann grew even more confused and asked, "Then where's Dad?" "Where did Dad go?" "Sis, don't we have to make an offering to Dad for him to appear? I still want to eat beef ribs this time." Seeing the little girl's eyes sparkle at the mention of food, No was speechless. "You just want to eat beef ribs, don't you? Let's go eat first. Even if Mom and Dad don't show up, I can still take you." Hearing that, Ann stopped fussing and immediately agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, in their room, the newlywed couple was still sleeping, soundly oblivious to the world. In the morning light, Leon Cassius groggily woke up. He sat up, holding his slightly dizzy head, and looked over at Rose Sir, sleeping soundly beside him. "Last night we both failed the keep the dragon mark from glowing challenge. It totally backfired on both of us. In the heat of the moment, I still kissed Rose Sir. That was our first real kiss. It was so soft." Realizing what he was doing, Leon Cassius's face turned bright red, and steam practically rose from his body. He cursed himself. What kind of keep the dragon mark from glowing challenge was that? Now look at me, completely drained of energy. The person whose lips had just been touched was also awake, but she pretended to be asleep out of embarrassment. His strange action just now left Rose Sir completely baffled. Why would that guy touch my lips first thing in the morning? It just reminds me of what happened last night. I finally kissed that old dragon geezer. My first kiss. Wait, why did I say finally? As if I actually wanted to kiss Leon Cassius. This is all the Leon Cassius mark's fault. Outside at the amusement park, the sound of children's laughter rang out. Ann, in a cute yellow swimsuit, gave a mischievous grin. She shot a water gun at No, catching her by surprise. Seeing No surprise, Ann fired a few more shots. "Hey sis, look at my water gun attack." By now, No had regained her composure and splashed back in retaliation. "Take this." Seeing him just sitting beside her, Rose Sir asked curiously, "Why aren't you playing with the kids?" Leon Cassius glanced at her and explained, "Isn't it because I soaked in the hot spring with you for too long last night? Anyway, right now I just want to stay away from the water for a bit." Rose Sir, seeing him trying to blame her again, was about to argue back about last night. But just then, Yana's voice cut her off. "What adorable children. Are you two their parents?" Rose Sir looked at the two newcomers and replied, "Yes, we are." Noticing the wariness in their eyes, Yana introduced them. "Hello, my name is Yana. This is my husband Jetty. May we sit here and talk?" Seeing that they were also a couple on vacation, Rose Sir's guard lowered. She allowed them to sit. "Of course you can. I'm Rose Sir, and this is my husband, Leon Cassius." Yana linked arms with Jetty and sat across from them saying, "We're newlyweds on our honeymoon. We were originally planning to go to Bibo Beach, but we heard the Leon Cassius clan was fighting nearby, so we came here to avoid trouble." Hearing this, the expression on Rose Sir's face darkened. "I never expected the Sir from Sir to act so quickly. Although the Bibo Sea is very far from our territory, it's still intrinsically linked to our movements. Yana looked at the two of them and offered a compliment. You two look like you've been married for years, yet your love is still so passionate. Rosaire waved her hand and laughed it off. Many dragons say the same thing. Leon Cassius thought to himself. Her words don't seem right at all. Our relationship is good. Our child can already run all over the place, but we only had our first kiss last night. Can you believe it? Jedi looked at Mian and No, playing in the water, his voice filled with longing. I truly admire your family having two such adorable children. Yana then blushed, looking at them shyly, wanting to ask for some tips. My husband and I have been thinking lately about whether we should have a child. Since you have experience, could you two give us some advice for us to consider? Rosaire couldn't exactly tell them their ridiculous story, so she could only give a vague answer. I didn't think too much about it. I just went along with him. Hearing her struggle to make something up, Leon Cassius covered his mouth to hide a laugh. My dear Leon Cassius really knows how to spin a tale. What a lie. At the time, I wasn't thinking much. The truth is, I was hit by a blood curse, and had no chance to think at all. This is something that will happen sooner or later. There's no need to force yourself, nor do you need to force your partner. You also don't need to be afraid of this feeling. It's best to just let nature take its course. Hearing that he seemed to have a lot of wisdom, Jedi asked curiously, Sir Leon Cassius, so, do you two argue often? How do you two resolve it? Yana then covered her blushing face and said shyly, sometimes I can be a bit too strong-willed, so occasionally we do end up arguing. Leon Cassius lightly leaned over and nudged Rosaire's shoulder, feigning helplessness. That's a question I can't answer. Jedi, you see how my wife is tall and elegant, her face is as cold as ice, and she looks super fierce, but in reality she loves to be coddled. Right, honey, Rosaire just wanted to wring his neck when she saw his expression. Is this guy secretly mocking me? Oh darling, you're making me so embarrassed. Jedi looked at their intimate interaction without a hint of doubt, and even nodded along. Is that so? Seeing his receptive look, Leon Cassius continued with profound words. But no matter how strong a woman is, she will always have a soft side. Whenever that happens, regardless of what kind of person you usually are, you should stand firmly by your wife's side and protect her. I feel that's what a responsible man does. The scene quickly shifts to Rosaire's office. She looks at the intelligence report in her hand and asks, "You found Leon Cassius and his wife?" Surly bowed her head respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. While I was traveling on the outskirts of the Empire, I accidentally discovered their hiding place. The place is extremely well hidden, surrounded by magic formations on all sides. Without the ability to fly, it's impossible to get in. The Silver Leon Cassius Palace. A week-long vacation at the hot springs had long since ended, and life had returned to normal. Looking at the area they were in, Rosaire couldn't understand why they had to hide there. Moreover, they were originally human, so how could they even get there? Surly then said carefully to Rose, "Sir, Your Majesty, I can feel that the human Leon Cassius is very strong. He's on a completely different level from other dragon slayers. If he wanted to, he could easily kill me." Rosaire became even more cautious hearing her high opinion of Leon Cassius. Although Surly is skilled at infiltration and reconnaissance, she's still a bit weak in combat. But she is also one of my closest confidantes. Even a peak-level dragon slayer would find it hard to kill her easily. For Surly to rate him so highly, it seems Leon Cassius's master is no simple character. At this moment, Surly spoke up again. Actually, I was discovered when I entered the domain. But when he knew I was from the Silver Leon Cassius clan, he let me go, and even asked me to relay a message to you. Rosaire immediately asked, "What message?" Surly relayed it truthfully. "He wants to meet you." After the surprise passed, a glint of determination appeared in her eyes. Rosaire decided to go see. If that's the case, then, of course, I must meet him. A few hours later, Surly pointed towards a waterfall and said, "Leon Cassius and his wife are behind that waterfall. He wants you to go in alone." Rosaire looked at the waterfall before her and gave an instruction. "If I don't return after 1 hour, you know what to do." Surly bowed her head and reminded her, "Yes, please be careful, Your Majesty." Rosaire created a shield around herself and walked towards the waterfall. Thanks to the shield, she wasn't drenched by the water. In front of her was a stone table and a teapot. Her eyes showed vigilance and caution. In front of her was Leon Cassius's master, calmly pouring water into the teapot. He was Leon Cassius's master. He politely invited her to sit. Rosaire was secretly terrified by the aura emanating from him. "I have fought countless dragon slayers. Leon Cassius was the first opponent that I found to be a tough nut to crack. And this man before me has the same soul power and might as Leon Cassius did back then. He's even more powerful." Placing the teacup in front of her, Leon Cassius's master spoke in his deep voice. "It's been 2 years. I've been waiting for a chance to meet you. Leon Cassius. Is he all right?" She picked up the teacup and answered truthfully. "He's still alive. He is my prisoner, enduring all sorts of torture, but never admitting defeat. He used to try to escape back to the Empire, but all his attempts failed." Hearing her confirm that Leon Cassius was alive, his master felt a sense of relief. That damn brat is still as stubborn as ever after 2 years. But knowing he's alive puts my mind at ease. Although I don't know what deal you two made that would make you personally send someone to find me, it seems he's still of some use to you. Rosesair didn't want to elaborate on the matter, simply replying, "He has paid a considerable price." The pupils of Leon Cassius's master darkened. He made a request. "In that case, I hope you can keep him from returning to the Empire for another year." This request was too strange, making Rosesair wary. "May I know the reason?" He clearly knows his beloved disciple is still alive, yet he's in no hurry to rescue him. He even hopes he'll remain in enemy hands for another year. Leon Cassius's master didn't hide anything, and recounted the current situation. As you know, 2 years ago, the Dragon Slayer army was defeated by the Silver Leon Cassius Sanctum. The casualties were heavy. The Emperor was furious about this, and the public discussion also put the Dragon Slayer army in the eye of the storm. When a war is lost, someone has to take the fall. Therefore, the Empire attributed it all to the existence of a mole in the Dragon Slayer army. Rosesair immediately chimed in. "You and the great hero Leon Cassius, who disappeared without a trace after the battle, were the best choices to be the scapegoats." Seeing that she understood the issue, Leon Cassius's master continued. "Correct. So even if he returns to the Empire now, he'll only be walking to his death. It's better to let him stay with you where he can at least survive." Knowing that this was all to protect Leon Cassius, Rosesair had no reason to refuse. But she didn't want to make it too easy for him. "I understand, but on one condition. I need to know all of his information, especially his dark history from when he was young." Hearing her request, Master Chasm's eyes widened in shock. "That's a rather peculiar request." The old man went into the room and rummaged around for something. After finding what he was looking for, he brought out a large box. "These are all the love letters Leon Cassius received from his school days until graduation. I kept all of them for him. I originally intended to save them for his future wife to see, but who knew that his little life would end up in your hands now? How you deal with them is up to you." Looking at the pile of love letters in her hands, Rosesair let out a sly and triumphant smile. "Oh, Leon Cassius, so you have a day like this too." Leon Cassius found her smile even more confusing. Why was she so interested in her prisoner? Could this be some new form of interrogation? He was right in a way. Just then, Rose held up a terribly drawn picture and asked Master Chasm, "What's this?" The old man looked at the drawing, burst out laughing, and replied, "That's a drawing of Leon Cassius's dream girl when he was 6 years old. He liked cold, beautiful girls with silver hair and a tall figure. There was once a girl like that at his school, who fit that description and confessed to him." He hesitated for 5 seconds before turning her down. After saying that, the old man suddenly froze as if he realized something. He looked at Rose, seeing all of Leon Cassius's ideal traits in her, and stood frozen for a few seconds. It can't be right. No matter how bold Leon Cassius is, he surely wouldn't dare make a move on the Silver Leon Cassius queen, would he? Silver hair, tall figure, cold demeanor. Putting the items back in the wooden chest, she cleared her throat twice and asked, "Is there any more?" Dramatic information. Luckily, Master Chasm knew when to stop. "That's all. At the end of the day, he's still my disciple. I can't sell him out any more than this." Thinking of the old man's fatherly heart, Rose asked, "These are some recent photos of your beloved disciple. Would you like to see them?" Hearing this, Master Chasm immediately wanted to bring out something else to trade. "Wait a moment. I'll let you meet Leon Cassius's White Me Anlight." Hearing those two words, Rosesair froze on the spot. Leon Cassius's White Me Anlight. What? After going inside, Master Chasm led out a donkey with a coat of blue mixed with patches of white. Its ears perked up and twitched slightly. Master Chasm struggled to pull it over and explained, "Sorry to keep you waiting. It's a bit grumpy because I had to wake it up so late." Staring at the donkey in front of her, Rose was even more stunned. Leon Cassius's White Me Anlight is a donkey, Master. Chasm laughed loudly and confirmed, "That's right. Since he was a child, Leon Cassius has managed to tame many dangerous beasts and livestock, but this donkey is the only one he could never tame. So, he spent all day chasing after it. You could say this donkey is Leon Cassius's childhood sweetheart. If you look closely at Leon Cassius's nose, you'll find a few small dents. That's because one time, when he was shoeing the donkey, it kicked him. Seeing it was just a donkey, Rosesair breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it was. Wait, why am I so relieved? But this donkey, why do I feel a sense of rivalry towards it? Alright, I'll leave the photos here. I'm heading back now. I'll need some kind of token or something from you just as proof that you're still alive. Master Chasm immediately tossed a piece of paper to her. Give him this letter. He'll know. Rose easily caught it and replied, "Understood. This is likely the first and last time we will meet. But as for Leon Cassius, 1 year won't be enough for me." After saying this, she leaped up with great force and disappeared into the waterfall. Watching her speed, Master Chasm couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a decisive and swift queen." But what did she mean by that? Just then, a photo she had left behind gently floated to Master Chasm's feet. Seeing the image on it, his eyes widened in amazement. As he bent down to pick it up, Charlotte emerged from the shadows and asked Leon Cassius, "Is he still doing okay, Master Chasm?" Leon Cassius's master smiled, his eyes crinkling, and handed the photo to Charlotte for her to see. "I have a feeling, just okay isn't enough to describe his life right now. The little rascal has surpassed his master. Seeing him take a sword down from the stone wall, Charlotte asked worriedly, "So you've made your decision?" He held the sword in his hand and replied, "That's right. It's time to clear his name as a traitor and restore his reputation. Consider it a welcoming gift for my granddaughters." At the silver Leon Cassius palace, Leon Cassius rested his chin on his hand thinking about how strange she was. Something is up with Rose. She disappeared without a word for 2 days. When he couldn't find her, he went to ask Anna where Rose was, only to get the most blunt answer possible. Her Majesty had something to do, so she went out. He glanced towards the kitchen door, feeling even more suspicious. The moment she got back, she announced she would personally prepare dinner for everyone. Something just felt off. Rose gave a sinister smile and called everyone over. "All right, let's eat." Mi-an looked at the steak in front of her and cheered happily. Mommy's steak looks so delicious. Looking at a plate full of carrots, Leon Cassius couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, "What is this?" The devilish Rose looked at him and replied, "It's a vegetable salad." Hearing that, Leon Cassius furiously pointed at the plate and yelled, "But there's nothing but carrots in here." Rose laughed triumphantly and corrected herself to humor him. "My mistake. It's a carrot salad." Seeing how worked up he was, Mi-an asked, "Daddy, you don't like carrots?" Not wanting to seem like a picky eater in front of his daughter, Leon Cassius's tone weakened. "Carrots are a little..." Seeing him like this, Rose was even more amused and began to tease him. "What do you usually tell Mi-an? You need a balanced diet. You can't be a picky eater. But now that it's your turn, you don't want to eat them." Mi-an then chimed in, siding with her mother. "That's right, Daddy gets dizzy sometimes, so you really can't be a picky eater." With his daughter saying that to set a good example, Leon Cassius had no choice but to grit his teeth and spear a carrot with his fork. He glared at Rose and growled, "Can I eat now? Is this dragoness doing this on purpose? Don't tell me she's actually found my weakness somewhere." As if remembering something, Rose Sir blurted out, "That's right, I'll sleep in your room tonight." After dinner, Rose, following her plan, opened the door to Leon Cassius's room. Wearing a sexy nightgown, she confidently walked inside. Leon Cassius, holding a book upside down, glanced at her with an annoyed look. "You're here." Rose entered the room and immediately started teasing him. "What's wrong? Were you that eager? Come on, get over here." She sat on the edge of the bed, a thin strap falling from her shoulder. Rose patted the mattress, beckoning him over. "Come here." Leon Cassius resigned to his fate and took off his robe. "It's only been 2 days, are you that desperate?" Rose looked at him and gave a wicked smile as she ordered, "That's right. Turn off the lights." Leon Cassius obediently turned off the lights. Then he lay down next to Rose Sir. They both lay side by side with their eyes closed, not doing a thing. Half an hour passed and the silence started to feel strange to Leon Cassius. "What's going on? Are we really just going to sleep?" With her eyes still closed, Rose calmly replied, "What else? What are you waiting for?" Leon Cassius pulled the blanket over himself and turned away, saying in a flustered tone, "Of course, nothing. Let's just sleep. If you're not going to make a move on me tonight, then I'm going to get some rest. After all, a counterattack is only meaningful when she's at her most triumphant." Time slowly ticked by, the only sound being the soft ticking of the clock. Hearing the notification, Rose Sir's eyes snapped open with no trace of drowsiness in them. She sat up and picked up the clock to check the time. In her mind, the words Leon Cassius had said replayed themselves. 2:30 a.m., if you ask him. When he's deep asleep, you can definitely hear his true thoughts. She immediately moved closer to him, smiling with excitement. "I'll start with a simple question. Leon Cassius, what is your youngest daughter's name?" Just as the old man had said when she asked. Leon Cassius instinctively responded, "Mi-an." Seeing that it really worked, Rose Sir grinned to herself. "Success. So, what's your type?" Leon Cassius instinctively listed the traits of his ideal type. Platinum blonde hair, a tall and slender figure. Hearing him say exactly what the old man had told her, Rose Sir became even more certain. The method he'd told her about was effective for getting information out of him. He was talking just like his master said he would. Then back in school, why did you reject a girl who fit that description? In his sleep, Leon Cassius once again answered Rose Sir's question. She was beautiful, but I just didn't like her. Hearing his answer, Rose Sir felt annoyed for some reason. This jerk. He clearly didn't like her, but he still hesitated for 5 seconds before rejecting her. "So, tell me, is there anything else you like?" Leon Cassius turned over and continued to answer her questions in broken sentences. "I like older sister types in black stockings and bunny cosplays." She poked his cheek and asked again, "So, would you want to see that classmate in a bunny outfit?" Leon Cassius answered without the slightest hesitation, "No." Hearing that, Rose Sir asked in surprise, "Then who would you like to see wear it?" Leon Cassius immediately smiled and uttered 2 words, "Rose Sir." Hearing her own name come from his lips, Rose Sir was stunned. Her face flushed bright red, and her whole body started steaming. She was so flustered that she blurted out, "Why would you want to see me in a bunny cosplay? You must be dreaming." But he had only said 3 words, "Because I think," before he fell back into a deep sleep. Seeing that he had dozed off before he could even finish his sentence, Rose-Sare sulked and cursed him under her breath. This guy, falling asleep like the dead right at the most crucial moment. I'll let you get away this time. But next time I'll definitely make you do something embarrassing while you're dreaming. The next afternoon, outside the gates of the Silver Leon Cassius holy city. When Leon Cassius woke up, she was gone. He asked curiously, "What time did you leave last night?" Rose-Sare looked at Mian playing in the courtyard and replied nonchalantly, "After you fell asleep. Why are you disappointed?" Leon Cassius avoided her gaze, pretending it was no big deal. "Why would I be? This entire lead city belongs to you. You can sleep wherever you want," Rose-Sare suddenly said. "But, I heard you talking in your sleep when I left last night." Hearing this, Leon Cassius was startled and quickly asked, "What? What did I say?" She tilted her head slightly and said half-jokingly, "Something about regretting not accepting your female classmate's confession back then. I never would have guessed. So you had a secret crush on someone." Leon Cassius immediately refuted her claim. "Impossible. Don't make things up. Back then, I was completely devoted to serving the country, so I had no time for romance, let alone a secret crush." Rose-Sare looked unconvinced. "Who knows? Maybe you only speak your true feelings in your dreams." Seeing her doubt him, Leon Cassius vehemently denied it. "Why don't you believe me? I really didn't have one." Sensing a familiar presence, Mian looked up at the sky. Seeing a blue beam of light shine down, Mian ran over excitedly shouting, "Big sis!" Seeing the little girl running so fast, Leon Cassius quickly shouted a warning, "Mian, slow down. Be careful, you might fall." Noelle, wearing a flower crown Mian had made for her, came over to greet them. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Noticing the scroll in her hand, he asked curiously, "Noelle, what's that?" Noelle held up the scroll and said, "This is a school assignment." Rose-Sare and Leon Cassius focused on reading the contents of the paper. The more they read, the more their expressions changed. Topic: Family and Happiness. Write an essay of over 800 words. An essay contest. Noelle confirmed it and explained. "Yes. Most of my classmates will be writing about different kinds of lovers. After all, many of the Dragonborn are born from cocoons. So I want to take a different approach and leverage an advantage that only a child born of the Leon Cassius family has." Hearing that, Mian looked curious. "An advantage that only a child born of the Leon Cassius family has. What is it?" Noelle looked at the little girl and hesitated before answering. "My parents' love." Her words struck them like a bolt from the blue, causing the two of them to shout in shock. "Our love." Noelle looked at them seriously and made her request. "Mom, Dad, can you two cooperate with me so I can find material and inspiration?" This made Mian even more interested. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she said expectantly, "Mian wants to see this." Leon Cassius was someone who spoiled his daughter unconditionally. He smiled and agreed. "If my daughter is asking, then of course I will." Rose-Sare bent down to ask the little girl for her input. "Noelle, how do you want us to cooperate?" Noelle thought for a moment, and then made her request. "Tomorrow, you two will go on a date in Sky City." The next day in Sky City, they wore matching outfits their daughters had prepared for them. Leon Cassius glanced at Rose-Sare and said with an awkward air, "Well, let's start the date." At her age, does Noelle really know what a date is? Rose-Sare had immense confidence in the little girl's intelligence. Noelle isn't a normal child. She knows a lot of things. Thinking about having such an intelligent daughter, Leon Cassius couldn't help but laugh with delight. "That's true. By the way, have you ever dated before?" Rose-Sare lowered her eyes and answered truthfully, "100 years ago I was busy studying. For the last 100 years I've been busy working. Who has time for romance? What about you, Leon Cassius?" The person who had started the conversation was in the same boat. 10 years ago I was busy studying. The year after, I was focused on my career. And for the past 2 years I've been busy raising a child." Neither of them had any dating experience. But despite her inexperience, Rose-Sare was extremely confident, thanks to the novels she had read. "Don't worry, I crammed on this subject last night." Leon Cassius looked at the stack of images and said in disbelief, "Aren't these just romance novels?" "Actually, I also consulted some materials last night. I made a list of some of the things couples usually do on dates. I also got them from romance novels. There are no cheesy romantic games and no overly intimate physical contact. But at the same time, they can express the warmth of a married couple's affection. If we just follow what's written, we can't go wrong. Things couples do on dates: go to a dessert shop, see a concert, visit the zoo, get their fortunes told, walk on the beach, and go to a love hotel. We will definitely give Noelle the perfect material." Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Noelle was watching the two of them intently gathering data, while Mian was completely focused on the ice cream cone in her hand. When the two went shopping, the little girls followed along, not forgetting to bring binoculars to get a better look. Even when the couple went to a magic show, the two girls tagged along. To keep the person behind her quiet, Mian even made a shushing gesture. Just then, the person on stage pointed towards Leon Cassius, wanting to invite him up. Afterwards, with the magician's enthusiastic help, the two of them staged a very romantic proposal. The two girls, now part of the background crowd, got to witness the incredibly intimate scene of Leon Cassius putting the ring on Rose-Sare's finger. After all the fun activities, the two decided to go to the fortune-teller's tent. An enthusiastic voice called out from within the tent, "Welcome to the fortune-telling shop." The fortune-teller looked at Sir and asked, "Madam, are you a Scorpio?" Rose Sir was stunned that she could guess her zodiac sign. "That's right, I was born on October 25th. How did you know?" The fortune-teller chuckled and explained, "Scorpio, women are cold and emotionless on the outside but warm on the inside. They are a zodiac sign that dares to love and hate. Once they fall in love, they will pursue it with all their might." Sitting next to her, Leon Cassius just felt like she was spouting a bunch of nonsense, the kind of stuff used to trick children. Seeing that Leon Cassius didn't believe her, the fortune-teller looked at him and announced his zodiac sign. "This gentleman is a Leo, correct?" Seeing that she'd guessed right, he paused for a moment before confirming. "Yes, that's right." The fortune-teller lowered her head and shook it repeatedly, feigning regret. "No wonder your zodiac signs are so incredibly incompatible." Her words immediately piqued his interest. He looked at her with star-like eyes, his disdain turning into respect. "Master, no wonder we can't stand the sight of each other every time we meet. It turns out, it's our zodiac sign's fault." The fortune-teller saw the change in his eyes and softly chuckled, explaining why the two were not compatible. "Your wife's zodiac sign lacks a sense of security. She is quite sensitive to changes in her surroundings. You need to give her that sense of security, and you must show your love for her more often." Hearing the fortune-teller's advice, Leon Cassius stared blankly at Rose Sir, thinking about expressing his feelings for her. The atmosphere suddenly became so cheesy that Rose Sir blushed beet red. "Why is it so hot all of a sudden?" Leon Cassius was no different, looking extremely awkward. "That's right." The fortune-teller looked at the newlyweds and made a suggestion. "Let me use my crystal ball to read your recent fortune. Please place your hands on the crystal ball." Following the fortune-teller's request, Leon Cassius did as he was told. As soon as he placed his hand on it, a stream of light radiated from the ball, illuminating the somewhat dim space inside the tent. After Leon Cassius placed his hand on the ball, the fortune-teller seemed to see something through it. "I see it. A railing next to some weeds. Sir, I see that you are facing a calamity of imprisonment. For just 100 gold coins, I can help you avert this disaster." Hearing her demand 100 gold coins right away, Leon Cassius's expression immediately darkened. "Is that so? I've already checked for myself." Beside him, Rose Sir laughed gleefully, teasing him. "If you need to make a material sacrifice, I can sponsor the money for you." Leon Cassius stood up ready to leave with Rose Sir. "Let's go. We shouldn't get suckered by these cheap tricks." Seeing them leave without hesitation, the fortune-teller panicked. "Please don't go, you two. I can do other readings, I see it. You will have children in the future. I'm really not tricking you. I'm sure this reading is correct. You really will have a huge family with many children and grandchildren." Seeing him so determined to leave, Rose Sir was curious. "Why aren't we playing anymore?" Leon Cassius kept thinking about the fortune-teller's words. He asked Rose Sir doubtfully, "Did you hear what she said at the end? That we would have children? Do you think that's possible?" She thought for a moment, then said in a definitive tone, "Absolutely not. But today I really got to experience a lot of things I've never done before. It wasn't bad. It felt like we were actually on a date." Leon Cassius was completely flustered by her stare. He avoided her gaze and stammered, "As long as you liked it." After the fortune-telling, Rose Sir was curious about their next stop. Where to next? The final date spot. Leon Cassius remembered his list and said excitedly, watching the sunset at the beach. Me, Anne, and No were right behind them, continuing to follow. Leon Cassius's little squad, let's follow. The beach wasn't far from Sky City. Looking at the beach before them, Leon Cassius cheered excitedly. This is the last stop on today's date itinerary, the beach. But contrary to his excitement, Rose Sir's expression wasn't very happy. "Don't you think the atmosphere here is a bit dull?" Leon Cassius also hadn't expected it to be so crowded. No wonder it's a holy grail for dates. Let's go somewhere with fewer people. The two then walked along the shoreline to a more secluded spot. The sunset reflected on the surface of the sea, creating a strange, sparkling effect. The atmosphere between them grew quiet with a strangely peaceful feeling. Leon Cassius noticed the color of her hair in the sunset. The light had turned Rose Sir's silver hair into a pale gold, which felt somewhat new. Rose Sir felt his intense gaze, looked up at him, and asked curiously, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Caught staring, Leon Cassius stubbornly denied it. "Who's staring at you? I was just looking at the sun." Rose Sir knew he was just being difficult and teased, still trying to talk your way out of it. "You didn't admit it before when you were sleep-talking about that classmate of yours either." Hearing her bring that up again, Leon Cassius quickly tried to prove his innocence. "Let me be clear, the only relationship I have with the opposite sex is with you. So, why do you keep bringing her up?" "Hey, wait a minute. I think I get it. For you to be so fixated on this, don't tell me you're jealous." Rose Sir immediately got flustered and covered his mouth. "Not a chance. You said some other pretty, intense things that night too. Want to hear them?" Leon Cassius stared at her, stunned. He tried to say something, but with his mouth covered, only muffled sounds came out. Seeing this, Rose Sir felt a mischievous urge and ran off. I'm not telling you, you'll just have to guess. Hearing that, Leon Cassius grew frustrated. He chased after her, demanding an answer. What else did I say in my sleep? Mian watched them play cat and mouse with great interest. Look how happy they are. Seeing such a beautiful scene, No felt a pang of regret in her chest. Damn, I couldn't find a camera this morning. If I had, I could have saved these moments. Just then, Anna spoke up. Actually, it's not a pity. The little girl looked at her curiously and asked why. Anna watched Leon Cassius fail to catch up, and even fall flat on his face, then said slowly, Her Majesty told me that the lives of the Leon Cassius clan are very long, which means all beautiful things will eventually come to an end. That's why to her it's the beautiful things that pass in the blink of an eye that are truly worth remembering. Let's also etch this fleetingly beautiful memory into our hearts. Looking at Roser's happy smile, the two little girls seemed to have understood something. The two of them were still playing around like total kids. Rose splashed water all over Leon Cassius, soaking him completely. Look at him getting splashed and unable to do a thing about it. He was absolutely fuming. That damn Leon Cassius. Just you wait, she thought. But this was a perfect case of he who laughs today cries tomorrow. While having so much fun, Rose started to lose her balance. Her whole body tilted to one side, and seeing she was about to fall off the bed, Rose frantically reached out. Leon Cassius saw this and quickly lunged forward. Careful. He wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her in tight. Her whole body was pressed against his. Rose's face was a mixture of shock and embarrassment. A similar expression appeared on Leon Cassius's face. The atmosphere between them slowly turned romantic. In that moment, Rose acted on pure instinct. She cupped Leon Cassius's face and leaned in for a kiss. And just like that, under the romantic sunset, they shared a deep kiss. Anna quickly covered the two little girls' eyes, saying anxiously, Okay, this part isn't for kids to see. After that sudden kiss, the air between them grew blushingly awkward. To break the silence, Rose decided to speak her mind. Whether a story is perfect or not, it still has to end. So, my dear Leo, do you dare to hold the hand of a Scorpio, your most incompatible sign? Leon Cassius had already realized his own feelings. He let out a sigh, as if accepting this predetermined fate. He intertwined his fingers with Rose's soft hand and answered gently. What's there to be afraid of? And so Leon, Cassius and Rose's date came to a perfect end in the twilight. Thanks to this date, No was able to stand on stage and recount the story of their love, moving them to tears right there on the spot. My parents are a couple that is both loving and strange. She aced her essay presentation and won an award for it. After her presentation, the whole family returned to the Silver Leon Cassius Palace. Light shone from inside the room. Leon Cassius's butt was sticking up in the air, his body halfway under the bed, apparently looking for something. After fumbling around for a bit, Leon Cassius poked his head out from under the bed. He was holding a stack of photos. He'd hidden a mischievous grin on his face. I secretly printed these pictures of her in the bunny outfit from our date in Sky City. I have to hide these really well. Where should I hide this last batch? Just then, outside in the hall, the rhythmic sound of Rose's footsteps echoed. Leon Cassius immediately looked toward the door in a panic. He hastily pulled open the nightstand drawer and shoved the photos inside. Then he flopped onto the sofa to pretend he was just relaxing. By the time Rose opened the door, Leon Cassius had already picked up a book and was pretending to read. Watching her enter, Leon Cassius asked cautiously, What's up? Are you planning to sleep here again tonight? Rose chuckled and shot back. Why is that not allowed? Leon Cassius feigned a sigh and replied, Suit yourself. I'm the one holding all the cards now. So, whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, Dragon Girl, bring them on. Suddenly, Rose asked a question out of the blue that left Leon Cassius completely stunned. Leon Cassius, do you have a thing for bunny outfits? The color visibly drained from his face. Leon Cassius jumped startled. How? How did you know? Could it be that she found out I hid the photos of her in the bunny outfit? Seeing his panicked expression, Rose gave him a sly grin. You were talking in your sleep that night, you said. That you wanted your female classmate to wear a bunny outfit for you. Leon Cassius instinctively shot back. No way, that's a complete lie. I would never say something like that in my dreams. Besides, even if I did, it would be you I'd want to see in a bunny outfit. Rose was stunned that he had just admitted he wanted to see her in a bunny outfit. Did this guy just use that as an excuse to say what he's really thinking, she thought, deciding to tease him a bit more. So you want me to wear it? In your dreams. I would never in my life wear a bunny outfit for you. Seeing that Rose was only talking about his sleep talking, Leon Cassius secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she hasn't found out about the photos yet. In that case, I still have the upper hand. He grinned mischievously. So, what if you did wear it for me? Seeing that sly smile of his, Rose spoke with absolute confidence. I don't know what you're planning, but if you're thinking of using some kind of charm magic to force me, forget it. Your cheap tricks won't get past me. If you can actually make me wear a bunny outfit, I'll do whatever you want. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at her. Is that a promise? Rose met his gaze confidently, not forgetting to add a threat of her own. Of course. But you'd better think carefully, Leon Cassius. If your little tricks Don't work. What do you think the consequences will be? I'm sure you know better than I do, right? She watched, confused as he stood up. Leon Cassius walked over to the nightstand and opened the drawer. My dear queen, I don't need to pull any tricks, because I've already done everything I needed to. This masterpiece. This one you can look at but can't have. And this one. This one I'll call the ultimate work of art. While he was still gloating, a magical flame erupted, making Leon Cassius freeze on the spot. Rose looked furious. Her voice was low as she enunciated every word. When did you take these? Hearing her tone, all he could do was laugh nervously and back away slowly. Yep, the dragon girl is definitely mad now. Hey, don't get so worked up. Remember that time a few days ago when you used the blood curse and passed out? Rose didn't have to think twice. She'd already figured out his true intentions for keeping these photos. So, you were planning to use these to threaten me, weren't you? She grabbed Leon Cassius by the collar and stared into his eyes, her voice low and threatening. You were going to use these to blackmail me. Leon Cassius quickly tried to defend himself. Whoa, I never said anything about blackmail. You're the one who said that if you wore the bunny outfit, I could do whatever I wanted, right? Rose let go of his collar, seemingly having calmed down. So what is it you want from me? Seeing her calm down, Leon Cassius decided to press his advantage and state his demand. Didn't you say you'd never wear a bunny outfit in your life? These photos, after all, were taken while you were unconscious. Knowing your personality, you'd never give in to something like this. How about this, you go put on a bunny outfit for me right now? Rose's brows furrowed as she gave him a dangerous look. And if I refuse? Leon Cassius shrugged nonchalantly, but his words were dripping with menace. Refuse, no problem. It's just that the next time I visit your sister's house as a guest, she might just happen to see these photos. By then, maybe the whole family can enjoy them together. I'll turn them into a family heirloom. Rose slammed her hand on the table in disbelief and shouted, How many copies of these photos are there? Leon Cassius didn't dare look her in the eye as he lied. 2. Actually, there are 4 copies. So, you'd better be a good girl and listen to me. You wouldn't want your sister to find out you wear bunny outfits, would you? Rose turned and stormed toward the door. Leon Cassius saw this and asked mockingly, trying to run away. Without breaking her stride, Rose, practically steaming with rage, yelled back, Shut up, I'm going to find the outfit now. Seeing that he'd won, Leon Cassius immediately got cocky. All right then, I'll give you some time to prepare. I'll be in your room at 7 o'clock tonight to collect my prize. Model. Looks like it's my turn to run the show. At 7 p.m. he peeked in to see Rose Sir sitting on the bed and asked, Finish changing. She clutched the blanket tightly, replying shyly, I can't find the ears. Leon Cassius paid it no mind. All right. Since it's the first time, I'll let her get away with it. Blushing furiously, Rose Sir stammered out her demand. Fine, I'll cooperate with you. You can do whatever you want. But afterward, you have to destroy those 2 copies. Got it, Leon Cassius smiled smugly, stepping forward to pull the string on her robe. Well, that depends on my mood. The robe immediately fell from Rose Serre's body. She threatened him in a low voice. Gazan, you better let me find that picture first, or else. As the robe fell, a breathtaking sight greeted Leon Cassius's eyes. Rose Sir in that bunny outfit was truly a masterpiece. Gazing at the incredible sight, Leon Cassius was completely mesmerized. An emotion called desire exploded within him. My favorite outfit, combined with the person I hate the most. This is so damn exciting. Rose Serre stared in horror as the dragon crest on her chest began to glow. The more embarrassed she got, the more exciting it was. Seeing the dragon crest glow, Rose Serre became even more flustered. Have you stared enough? Leon Cassius chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on the dragon crest on her chest. Of course not. Don't we still have unfinished business? He bent down to get something from a drawer. Rose Serre watched him warily and asked, What other business? From the drawer, Leon Cassius pulled out the whip she often used to torment him. Today, I've decided to be the teacher. Student Rose Sir, sit there obediently. Let's begin class. So, today we'll be discussing the homework you need to complete tonight. Seeing him holding the whip, Rose Serre knew exactly what this vengeful bastard wanted. This guy is getting revenge for the lesson I gave him last time. Leon Cassius held the whip, his tone becoming as serious as a real teacher's. Repeat after me, the 3 honors and 3 disgraces of a dragon slayer. Don't stop until you've memorized it. Rose Serre immediately played along with the teacher-student role play. She raised her hand, wanting to state her opinion. This is the arrogant creed that every dragon slayer lives by. But teacher, tell me if this makes sense. I am a dragon, not a dragon slayer. Seeing her dare to talk back, Leon Cassius sternly reprimanded her. Watch your attitude, student Rose Sir. When I tell you to do something, you do it obediently. Understand? His stern demeanor sent a shiver down Rose Serre's spine. She meekly replied, Yes, teacher. Seeing that she had become obedient again, Leon Cassius began to recite the 3 honors and 3 disgraces of a dragon slayer. First, to be loyal to the Empire is an honor. To collude with the Dragon Clan is a disgrace. Rose Serre slowly repeated after him. To be loyal to the Empire is an honor. To collude with the Dragon Clan is a disgrace. But as she was reciting, Leon Cassius swung the whip and struck her on the thigh. The sting made Rose Sir cry out. She angrily demanded, "Teacher, why did you hit me? I didn't say it wrong." He curled his lip and commanded, "Too quiet. Say it again louder." Hearing him dare to order her around, Rose Sir wanted to erupt in anger. Anger flashed in her eyes. Rose Sir gritted her teeth and loudly recited the creed. To be loyal to the Empire is an honor. To collude with the Dragon Clan is a disgrace. Seeing her obediently recite it, Leon Cassius gestured in satisfaction. Much better now. See now, continue. Looking at his smug expression, Rose Sir silently swore to herself, "You damn Dragon Slayer, just wait until you're in my hands. I'll make you this dog of a man pay back tenfold." After a while, Leon Cassius praised Rose Sir. "Student Rose Sir, you're very smart. You can already recite the 3 honors and 3 disgraces of a Dragon Slayer by heart." His words were grating to her ears, but she had to accept them. "Thank you for the praise, teacher." "Teacher, is it time for class to end now?" Leon Cassius looked at her expectant face and replied softly, "Yes, it is time." After saying that, he took off his shirt and looked at her smugly, ready for the next lesson. "So, now let's move on to cultural appreciation class." Leon Cassius climbed onto the bed and pushed Rose Sir down. His voice became deep and hoarse. "Today's lesson is on tolerance and acceptance of foreign cultures." Pinned beneath him, Rose Sir's face turned beet red. Acceptance and tolerance of foreign cultures. He looked at the dragon crest still glowing on her chest, and reminded her with a soft laugh, "Student Rose Sir, your dragon crest is glowing. Don't you understand what that means yet?" With that, he gently touched her soft lips. On instinct, Rose Sir lightly bit his hand. The small bite only intensified the desire stirring within Leon Cassius. "Naughty Student Rose Sir, how dare you bite your teacher?" Rose Sir watched him slowly lean down, a mix of anticipation and shyness blooming in her heart. Ever since that night at the hot spring, kissing had become so natural, it felt like it had always been there, without the awkwardness or hesitation from the beginning. Or maybe, we've both come to like the feeling of kissing. Leon Cassius's firm chest pressed against Rose Sir's soft mounds, making her let out a soft moan, followed by relentless panting that filled the air with a deeply sensual atmosphere. Leon Cassius pulled away from Rose Sir's sweet lips and commanded softly, "Turn over, Student Rose Sir." Before she could react, he had already turned her over. Seeing this, Rose Sir cried out in a panic, "Wait." After turning Rose Sir over, Leon Cassius pressed his lower body down and commanded her in a voice thick with desire, "Student Rose Sir, recite the 3 honors and 3 disgraces of a Dragon Slayer that I just taught you." Being forced to recite the creed at a time like this, Rose Sir cried out in disbelief. Now Leon Cassius replied with a smile. Precisely. Under Leon Cassius's coercion, Rose Sir could only endure it and begin to recite. To be loyal to the Empire is an honor. To collude with the Dragon Clan is a disgrace. He leaned down, breathing softly into her ear, and spoke in his deep, husky tone. "Very good." And then, the tips of Rose Sir's ears turned so red, it looked like they might bleed. She trembled as she continued. To shed blood on the battlefield, but she couldn't finish crying out when Leon Cassius took her tail and began to suck on it. The tail was the most sensitive part of Rose Sir's body. She couldn't stand this kind of teasing any longer and begged, "Gazon, please. I won't recite anymore. Just punish me." Seeing her finally break, Leon Cassius grew excited. "You're the one who said it. Student Rose Sir, foreign cultures may have their ugly sides, but they also have their merits. You've just learned about tolerance, so next we'll learn about acceptance." Seeing him still immersed in his role play, Rose Sir gritted her teeth in frustration. Time flew by until it was 2 a.m. Rose Sir had been put through the ringer, and now lay exhausted on the bed, not wanting to move an inch. Leon Cassius smugly got dressed, preparing to leave. "Student Rose Sir, your performance was excellent. Today's class ends here." Hearing his tone, Rose Sir wanted nothing more than to punch him, but before she got the chance, he waved goodbye. "I'm heading back to my room now. Make sure you get some rest." Watching him leave with a triumphant smirk, Rose gritted her teeth in frustration. "That damn jerk. Just you wait until I find that photo, you're dead meat." The next day, Rose went to Leon Cassius's room and began relentlessly searching for the pictures he had hidden. Where the hell did this bastard hide the photo? Only by finding it can I reclaim my power and secure my position in this family. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. Rose quickly found a place to hide. Out in the hallway, Leon Cassius was leading Mi-an back to her room to rest. "Mi-an daddy has work to do, so that's all the playtime for today." Okay. Having played with her father all morning, Mi-an was already satisfied. The little girl replied sweetly, "Yes, daddy." After saying that, she ran off in the opposite direction. When Leon Cassius opened his door, he noticed. The room was exactly as he left it, but there was a faint scent in the air. Rose Sir couldn't take it anymore, and ran here to find the photo. "How could I have dropped it in the garden? That was one of my favorites. I should go back and get it." Rose, who was in the bathroom, pressed her ear against the door, listening intently. When she heard the door close, she breathed a sigh of relief. "I have to get out of here before he comes back." But then when she opened the door, she saw Leon Cassius's face right there. She screamed in terror and slammed the door shut. Realizing he had tricked her, Roser was furious and tried to think of a countermeasure. That bastard. He actually dared to trick me. Outside, Leon Cassius teased Roser in a sing-song voice. Student Roser sneaking into your teacher's room. Are you trying to steal something? Leon Cassius continuously knocked on the door from the outside, teasing Roser. Student Roser, why are you hiding in the bathroom? Are you that eager to start tonight's lesson? Hearing this, she immediately shouted back from inside. In your dreams, in the bathroom, Leon Cassius's mocking voice kept filtering in. And now, a song requested by Mr. Chasm for Miss Roser, with a special message. Your bunny suit from yesterday was amazing. Good little bunny, open the door. Hurry up and open the door, I want to come in. Roser squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, Give it up, you dog. I'm not opening this door. Outside, Leon Cassius started jiggling the doorknob and made a threat. I'll count to 3. If I can't open this door, then in 3 hours, Yisa will receive a picture of you in that bunny suit. She immediately opened the door. That's more like it, Student Roser. She looked at him warily and asked, What do you want? He advanced step by step, forcing Roser to back up until her hand hit the shower valve. Water sprayed down from the shower head. Rose and Leon Cassius were trapped in place. The water drenched them both. Leon Cassius stared at Roser through the falling water without blinking. What do I want? To do it right here, of course. Through a crack in the bathroom door, Roser could be seen being kissed by Leon Cassius until her knees went weak. Just as things were about to reach a climax, the door was shut. Time flashed forward to 2:30 in the morning. By now, night had fallen. With only the moonlight filtering into the room and the sound of a ticking clock, Roser groggily woke up. She sat up and looked at Leon Cassius, sleeping soundly beside her, cursing him in her mind. You damn dog, couldn't you have gone easier on me? Even the strongest dragon slayer has no defenses when he's fast asleep. Leon Cassius, where did you hide the backup photos? But unlike last time, Leon Cassius remained silent. Roser frowned, looking at him with suspicion. Why isn't there any reaction this time? Was it just luck that I heard his true thoughts last time? Or maybe I need to try a different approach this time. Leon Cassius, take me to where you hid the photos. After changing the question to a command, Leon Cassius started to react. Seeing him sit up, she smiled smugly. I knew it. Roser slowly followed behind Leon Cassius. Seeing that she was about to get her things back, she felt extremely smug. You fool. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll find everything has gone back to square one. They were on the mountain behind the Silver Leon Cassius Holy Temple. Seeing he had hidden the photos this deep in the mountains, Roser cursed inwardly. What a cunning dragon slayer. No wonder I couldn't find them in his room. Trying to find a few photos on a mountain this big would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But I can't shake the feeling that the path he's taking me on is a bit strange. All the places we've passed are the same ones he took me to that night. Just then, Leon Cassius stopped walking. Seeing this, Roser asked him, Are we here? At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Leon Cassius's face. Roser immediately realized she had been fooled by his acting. That damn dog, I fell for it. He wasn't asleep at all tonight. This whole trip was just an act. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Leon Cassius dropped the act and spoke calmly. Although I don't know what kind of spell you were trying to use to make me obey you, it's clear that it has no effect whatsoever. Roser was stunned to hear this. He still doesn't know about his sleepwalking. Leon Cassius slowly approached her and mentioned the places he had just led her to. Student Roser, all those places we just passed must seem very familiar to you, right? Which of our outdoor classrooms did you like the most this time? Rose backed away until she hit a tree trunk. She looked at him warily. I don't like any of them, especially not here. Wait, you don't mean... You want to do it here? Leon Cassius wrapped his arms around her, pulling her tight against him, his voice confirming her fears. That's right. Let's have our final lesson right here. Deep in the mountain forest, Roser's furious scream echoed, startling a flock of birds into flight. That hateful Leon Cassius. In her office, Rose slammed the notebook on her desk, shut, and cursed furiously. Damn it, that bastard has been tormenting me in every way possible for the last half a month. Inside, Roser's notebook were records of the extreme torment Leon Cassius had used to make her submit to him over the past half-month. This can't go on. I have to do something to get out of this situation. I was originally planning to use these letters to pressure Leon Cassius, but given the circumstances, I have no choice but to play this card sooner. Afterward, she summoned Leon Cassius. A knock sounded on the door, and Roser called out, Come in. With her permission, Leon Cassius immediately opened the door. He entered his face full of anticipation. What is it, Your Majesty the Queen? Did you need me for something? Roser held a letter in her hand, a smug look on her face. It's been over 2 years since you've seen him. You must be dying to know how your master is doing, right? This is a letter he wrote. Want to see it. Just as he tried to snatch it, Roser quickly pulled it away. She stated her condition. So, let's trade. This for those photos. Hearing this, Leon Cassius looked at her warily. How do I know this isn't just a blank piece of paper you're using to trick me out of those photos? Rose felt no need to prove anything. She summoned a flame in her palm and gave him one last chance. If you don't believe me, fine. This is your only opportunity to find out how your master is doing. If you don't want it, then I'll just burn it. Seeing her about to burn it, Leon Cassius quickly reached out to stop her. Wait, Rose Serre only knows that I still have 2 of the photos, he thought. Even if I trade those 2 photos for my master's letter, I'll still have 2 left. It's fine, the advantage is still on my side. Damn it, just wait, I'll go get them now. A moment later he returned. Here are all the photos. Seeing that he'd brought them, Rose Serre tossed the letter over and said, "Take it." They both snatched what they wanted, as if afraid the other would try to pull a fast one. Rose Serre looked at the 5 photos in her hand and thought to herself, if my sister ever saw these, my silver Leon Cassius sanctuary wouldn't know a moment of peace for the next 200 years. I absolutely cannot keep them. But this photo of us together. She glanced over at Leon Cassius, who was opening the letter, and got lost in thought. For a moment her resolve weakened, and she only burned the other 4. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to keep just this one. So what did your master write? Did it move you to tears? Leon Cassius was so furious he could cry. He pointed at the words on the letter and roared in frustration, "Moving my ass. If I knew he was going to write this garbage, I never would have given you the photos. It just says, kid, the old donkey's still kicking, so don't you worry about a thing. That old geezer always did have a strange way of doing things, but to tell his disciple who's been missing for 2 years not to worry. Why do I get the feeling he doesn't want me to come back? Could he be involved in something dangerous?" Rose Serre was surprised that he was perceptive enough to realize it. It was true, his master had told her not to let Leon Cassius return to the Empire for at least a year. Besides, she didn't want him to leave either. Perhaps your master knows what's best for you. He probably wants you to train here with me. Leon Cassius scoffed at that. What are you talking about? Before I came here, I was always at the top of the annual Dragon Slayer rankings. I hold every single physical fitness record at the Dragon Leon Cassius Academy. Even if I gave him a 2-year head start, he still couldn't surpass me. Just then, Rose Serre chimed in, shattering his confidence. The top-ranked Slayer, who then got humiliated by the enemy. Seems to me there's no difference between you being the champion of getting humiliated and the champion of handing in homework. Leon Cassius was instantly provoked. He challenged her, how about we step outside and have a match? Rose Serre just laughed smugly. Haven't I always beaten you before? My win rate against you is still a perfect 100%. You should just focus on your training. Being so openly disdained, Leon Cassius gritted his teeth. You just wait. After that empty threat, things quieted down. Leon Cassius watched Mian trying to gather mana, and began to think about his own problem. It's only been a few months since I woke up, and every other part of my body has recovered perfectly, but strangely, my mana is still completely depleted. My magic is lightning-based, an incredibly powerful offensive element. Whether against a complex group of enemies or a single target like a Leon Cassius King, its offensive power is exceptional. No matter how strong my physical body is, without the support of magic, it's impossible to defeat an opponent at the Leon Cassius King level. Just as I thought. In my current state, if I want to beat Rose Serre, I have to figure out why my mana is drained. Seeing him look so serious, Mian asked curiously, Daddy, what's wrong? He smiled and explained Daddy's just practicing his lightning magic. Hearing that Mian's interest was piqued. Lightning magic. Can Mian use it too? As much as he wanted to teach her, he knew he couldn't. Everyone awakens the type of magic that suits them best. And you're almost at the age for your own magic awakening. I wonder what kind of magic Mian will awaken. No matter the race during the initial awakening, a person will manifest one type of magical element that represents the user's fundamental power. Through study, they can later master magical elements of other attributes, but whether it's the ease of control or the speed of learning, it can't compare to their initial awakened element. However, there are a few geniuses who can awaken 2 types of magical elements. They are considered an extremely rare existence. Hearing Leon Cassius's request, Rose Serre didn't even look up as she asked, You want to go to my private library? He decided to use Mian as an excuse, rather than admit his mana was depleted. Isn't Mian about to have her magic awakening soon? I don't have much experience with this, so I was hoping to borrow some guides related to magic awakening in the Leon Cassius clan to study up a bit. Rose Serre was slightly suspicious, but she didn't say anything. She simply pulled open a drawer and took out a key for him. Fine. Go get whatever you want to see. Catching the key, Leon Cassius smiled and replied, Thanks. He couldn't believe he'd gotten the key that easily. He had already searched the entire main library before and couldn't find a single record related to mana depletion. His only choice was to try his luck in Rose Serre's private library. Just as he was about to leave, she called out again. Hey, wait a minute. He felt a jolt of anxiety and turned back to ask, What is it? Don't tell me she's changed her mind. Rose Serre asked him with a serious expression. Back when you had your magic awakening, what element did you awaken? Although he didn't understand why she was asking, Leon Cassius answered her, the lightning element. What about you? Rose Serre gave him a strange look. Members of the Fire Dragon clan almost always awaken the fire element. You didn't know that. Leon Cassius pouted and gave a dismissive answer. Of course I learned that before. I was just asking casually. If that's the case, what element would a human Leon-Cassius hybrid awaken? What element did Mi-an awaken? Lightning. Because she hadn't spoken clearly, he couldn't quite hear her and asked again, "What was that?" Suddenly Rose became incredibly angry and yelled, "The lightning element. The element she awakened is exactly the same as yours. Are you happy now?" Hearing this, Leon-Cassius was overjoyed. Like father, like daughter. It's only natural for her to inherit my abilities. Maybe Mi-an will awaken the lightning element too. It turned out that the reason Rose was so angry was out of jealousy, because their daughter had only awakened an element similar to his. She stubbornly declared, "You just wait and see. The element Mi-an awakens will definitely be fire." In the end, the two started bickering over what element Mi-an would awaken. "It'll be lightning. It'll be fire." After bickering for a while, they both turned their backs to each other in a huff. "We'll just have to wait and see." On the 4th floor of the Silver Leon-Cassius Sanctuary, in Rose's private library, Mi-an ran around excitedly exclaiming, "Daddy, there are so many books. Mi-an knows this one. My big sister used to read this book too." Leon-Cassius smiled gently and said, "Well then Mi-an will have to follow in her sister's footsteps. You have to study hard, okay? Alright, let's begin today's class." Mi-an sweetly agreed. Okay, Leon-Cassius then began to act as her first teacher. Mana is a kind of composite power. It's a combination of the user's physical strength and their spiritual strength. Mana, physical strength, and spiritual strength are guided through the magical circuits in your body and finally released to create the effect the user desires. Mi-an asked curiously, "Daddy, what's spiritual strength?" Leon-Cassius thought for a moment before giving her the simplest explanation he could think of. Willpower is just a term. You can think of it as focusing intensely on a certain goal. For example, right now I'm using my hand to hold this book. That takes a bit of strength, doesn't it? Mi-an looked at him and replied, "Yes, it does." Leon-Cassius then used the book to explain it to the little girl. "When I use my strength, I also have the desire to lift the book. It's the combination of those two things that allows me to complete a simple action like this." Just then, Mi-an chimed in with a question. "But wait, even if your desire to pick up the book wasn't very strong, you'd still be able to pick it up, right?" Seeing the innocence in her eyes, Leon-Cassius hummed in agreement and explained, "You're not wrong, but for something as complex as controlling magic, willpower has a huge impact on the final outcome. Let's imagine two extreme scenarios. You have two equally healthy dragons. One loves magic, and the other hates using it. Which one will breathe a more powerful fire?" The little girl answered immediately, "I know, the first one." Leon-Cassius prompted her to think. "And why is that?" With her quick wit, Mi-an immediately explained, "Because you just said that magic power is a combination of physical and mental strength. So if their physical strength is equal, then how strong their willpower is will decide the final result of the magic." Seeing she'd grasped the concept, Leon-Cassius gently pinched her cheek and praised her. "That's right, Mi-an is a fast learner. Of course, willpower alone isn't enough. Your own physical strength is also very important. Mi-an, you've always been training your body, and you're doing a great job." At his praise, the little girl puffed up her chest proudly. "Of course I am. I don't want to be left too far behind by my sister." Leon-Cassius gently patted her head, thinking to himself, "My good girl, secretly training since you were little. In the future, you'll take down all the other dragon kings for me." He then said aloud, "Mi-an, sit here and do your homework for a bit, okay? I'm gonna go look for some documents." Mi-an obediently followed Leon-Cassius's instructions. "Okay, I will." After leaving her to study, Leon-Cassius went alone to one of the upper floors to look for information about his current condition. From what he could tell, he could rule out physical and mental strength as the reason his magic had dried up. Besides, back when he was creating the Dragon Vigor Elixir and dueling Roseser, he had used lightning magic for a short time. His magic circuits and circulation, the way his powers combined, seemed to have no issues then. Could the problem be with my magic circuits themselves? It looked like this was going to be a long investigation. Time flew by, and before they knew it, night had fallen on the Silver Palace. After they finished dinner, the little girl flopped onto the table groaning, "Ugh, I'm so full my tummy can't fit another bite." Seeing her lie down, Noelle gently chided her. "You just finished eating, and you're already lying down. Of course you feel uncomfortable." Mi-an giggled, but Mom's ribs were so good. Seeing her like that, Noelle suggested a way to help her digest. "Let's go for a walk." "We can just walk a couple of laps and come back," Noelle added. Mi-an immediately agreed. "Okay, I want to go for a walk with you, sis." Before leaving, Noelle made sure to tell Roseser. "Mom, we're going now." Roseser, who was clearing the dishes gently, told them, "All right, go on. Be safe." Leon-Cassius, wearing an apron, approached her. "That's the last one." He gestured for her to put the plate aside. "Just leave it here," he said. "You know, I just remembered. Next Tuesday is your birthday, isn't it?" His question made her realize that her own birthday was indeed next week. Next Tuesday would be December 25th, so I really was born then, she thought. The way the Leon-Cassius clan celebrates birthdays is different from humans. Their lifespan is long. Before coming of age, they celebrate their birthday once every year. But after reaching adulthood, they only celebrate once every 10 years. That's why this was only the 8th year since her last one. Still, Rose Sarah didn't plan on telling him that. My next real celebration is still 2 years away, but I'm not telling him that. Why bring up my birthday all of a sudden? Are you planning to give me a gift? Asked so directly, Leon Cassius felt a pang of guilt and retorted, why would I do that? In what world does a prisoner give a gift to their captor? Hearing this, Rose Sarah looked disappointed. Well, if you're not getting me a gift, the least you could do is show your sincerity in some other way. Leon Cassius eyed her with renewed interest. What kind of sincerity? She tilted her head, feigning thoughtfulness. For example, you could throw me a birthday party. Leon Cassius pointed to himself in astonishment. Me? You're the queen of the Silver Palace. Surely you have a whole team of dragons to plan things for you. Why would you need me? Rose Sarah just shrugged and reminded him of what happened before he woke up. Last year, while you were still in a coma, the girls really wanted to celebrate my birthday with you. Now that you're awake, are you telling me you won't make it up to us? Hearing that his 2 little girls were involved, Leon Cassius's resistance started to crumble. Make it up to them, he thought. As if disappointing my daughters wasn't hard enough. But I'm not foolish enough to want to throw a party for their mother dragon. To get him to throw her a party, Rose Sarah didn't hesitate to play the part of a dutiful wife. To put it nicely, she said, as a model husband, isn't it perfectly normal for you to organize your wife's birthday party? You wouldn't want people thinking we don't get along, would you? Leon Cassius hummed, frowning slightly. And if you put it less nicely, seeing he actually dared to ask, Rose Sarah's expression darkened threateningly. A prisoner like you doesn't have the right to bargain with me. You'll do what you're told. Seeing her domineering and threatening demeanor, Leon Cassius said with a pained expression, there it is. That's more like you. Just you wait, he declared. I'll throw you a memorable birthday party human style. Seeing that he'd taken the bait, Rose Sarah grinned in delight. Fine. But if it fails to satisfy me, you'll have to compensate me with something else. Got it. Leon Cassius accepted the challenge, promising she would be satisfied. After dinner, Leon Cassius started another introductory magic lesson with Mian. Magic in this world is incredibly diverse and ever-changing. Naturally, there are many ways to use it, and magic circles are one of them. By combining different elements in a magic circle, you can cast spells for all sorts of purposes. For example, since you like cooking beef ribs, we could combine a slicing magic with a flame magic in a circle. But that's enough for today. Do you have any questions? She was a quick learner, so he didn't need to explain it again. Nope, Dad, I understood everything. Noelle, who was reading a book off to the side, watched him teach Mian. She felt a mix of admiration and a tiny bit of jealousy. Mian was so lively and energetic. She didn't like a serious classroom atmosphere. That's why Dad uses methods that she finds interesting to teach her, Noelle thought. He really is the best person and the best teacher in the whole world. I'll have to ask him to teach me lightning magic during summer break. Before sending the 2 girls to bed, Leon Cassius asked about Rose Sarah's interests. Oh, by the way, me and Noelle, do either of you know what your mom likes? Mian immediately shot her hand up excitedly. I know. Seeing she knew the answer, Leon Cassius smiled to himself. See, raising a daughter is totally worth it. At a critical moment, he was saved by an innocent little girl whose words were shocking. Mommy likes Daddy. She likes him a lot. Of course, Leon Cassius didn't believe the little girl's answer. He gave a wry smile inwardly. In your eyes, we're like the ultimate purest gods of love, aren't we? Seeing that he wasn't playing along, Mian asked in confusion, why aren't you saying anything, Daddy? Did Mian say something wrong? Not wanting to deny the little girl's words, Leon Cassius gently guided her. You're right, sweetie. But besides Daddy, is there anything else Mommy likes? The child closed her book and spoke like a wise little old man. Mommy says the lifespan of the Leon Cassius clan is very long. So no matter how wonderful something is, it will one day expire. That's why to Mommy, fleetingly beautiful moments are all the more meaningful to remember. Leon Cassius was lost in thought after hearing her talk about beautiful fleeting moments. I know. Dad knows what to prepare for her now. Class is over for today. I have something to prepare, so you all just stay here and read for now. Seeing him dash off, Mia chatted with No. Dad seems really happy, doesn't he? Looking at his expression, No made a guess. He probably went to find something Mom likes. At the Silver Leon Cassius Palace on Rose Sarah's birthday, she held a pile of gifts, her eyes darting around as she searched for Leon Cassius. Where did that guy go? He clearly said he'd throw a birthday party for me, but I haven't seen him all day. When she reached her room, she stopped, noticing the door was slightly ajar. She immediately threw the door open and demanded of the person inside, Leon Cassius, "What are you doing in my room?" Just then, the lights in the room flickered on and the sound of party poppers exploded, startling Rose Sarah. Leon Cassius, holding a sparkler, cheerfully wished her happy birthday, matriarch of the Leon Cassius. Although she was thrilled, she tried to act unimpressed, asking, "Is this the surprise birthday you prepared for me? It would sound better if you just called me by my name instead of matriarch." Leon Cassius immediately apologized. "I'll be sure to do that next time." Seeing the 3-tiered cake, Rose Sarah asked curiously, "This is pretty well made. Do humans light candles and eat cake when they celebrate birthdays?" Leon Cassius smiled at her and hummed in agreement. "You could call it a custom. A cake this big was pretty hard to make. Rose tried the frosting on the cake and commented that the taste wasn't bad. Seeing her about to take another bite, Leon Cassius quickly stopped her. Wait, don't eat it yet. When humans celebrate birthdays, they have to make a wish under the candlelight. Rose wasn't happy about having to blow out this mountain of candles. Do I have to? With this many candles, don't tell me you're deliberately messing with me. Leon Cassius stood his ground, insisting she blow out the candles. No way. You were the one who said you wanted to follow human customs. On their birthdays, humans blow out the number of candles corresponding to their age. Your Majesty, please blow out the candles. Seeing how insistent he was, Rose pouted inwardly. I knew it. This guy would never genuinely celebrate my birthday. He's trying to torture me, isn't he? Well, don't expect me to go easy on you either. Fine then, you can blow them out with me. Startled by her grabbing his arm, Leon Cassius asked, It's your birthday. Why are you making me blow out the candles? Rose gave him no chance to refuse, immediately threatening him. Blowing out candles with the queen. Shouldn't that be an honor for a prisoner like you? Hurry up. Leon Cassius. Ugh, what choice did he have now? He was filled with endless regret. I should have known. This completely backfired on me. After that, the two of them had to continuously purse their lips to blow out the massive pile of candles on the cake. They huddled together, blowing non-stop to extinguish the flames. In the end, they blew up a huge cloud of smoke that left them both coughing their lungs out. Rose covered her nose and complained, You humans are so dull. Why do you have a custom like this? Offended by the criticism, Leon Cassius immediately shot back. Give me a break. Normally there are only 10 or 20 candles. Who else is like you, Leon Cassius? People who are hundreds of years old at the drop of a hat. Now that all the candles are out, hurry up and make your wish. Thanks to their joint effort, all the candles were finally extinguished. Rose squeezed her eyes shut, trying to imitate how people in the human world make a wish. All right, I know. Watching her make a wish, Leon Cassius's mind began to wander uncontrollably. I wonder what the dragon matriarch is wishing for. As the queen of the silver Leon Cassius, anything she wants should be as easy to get as flipping her hand. Just then, Rose started to say her wish out loud. I wish that my prisoner will never escape. Hearing this, Leon Cassius spoke up to remind her, That's not how you're supposed to wish. What if it actually comes true? Rose smiled defiantly and retorted, Are you trying to control me? It's my birthday, so I'll wish for whatever I want. Hearing that, Leon Cassius didn't bother arguing with her. Forget it. It's your birthday, you're the boss. I won't hold it against you. Let's eat cake. Accepting the slice of cake with happy birthday written on it, Rose said a word of thanks. Thanks. Seeing him eat the piece with her name on it, Rose asked in shock. Wait, why are you eating that piece? Leon Cassius looked at her expression and replied teasingly. What do you mean? Why? Because I wanted to eat Rose of course. The jam is sweet and sour. Rose tastes really good. Seeing him start to tease her again, Rose's temper flared up. You dog, just you wait until your birthday. I'll definitely carve out Leon Cassius, smear it all over your face, and make you eat every last bit. Suddenly feeling a chill down his spine, Leon Cassius got nervous. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? It's coming up soon, you know. I still have another gift for you. Rose was surprised there was more. A gift. He pushed her towards the window, his tone mysterious. Come here. Staring into the dark scenery outside, Rose asked doubtfully, Where is it? I don't see anything. Leon Cassius chuckled softly and raised his hand as if preparing to snap his fingers. Just a moment. With that, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a streak of light shot up into the sky from a distance, then formed into a celebratory message. This was created from Leon Cassius's magic Happy Birthday Rose. Rose stared blankly at the stunningly beautiful sight. This was, Leon Cassius explained as he saw the faint crackle of electricity in the air. I used the lightning element to create the formation, but unfortunately, it only lasts for a few seconds. Knowing that he used his own elemental power to create this made Rose cherish it even more. Her face softened considerably. It's enough. Things that only appear in a flash. Leon Cassius finished the sentence she was about to say. Are the most valuable to remember. Am I right? Seeing that he knew her life motto, Rose was stunned. It felt like something had struck her deep in her heart. Rose gave a breathtakingly beautiful smile and replied, You're not wrong, Leon Cassius. Seeing her smile, he got cocky and asked, So, are you satisfied, Your Majesty? His efforts had soothed Rose. She went along with it and praised him. I'm satisfied. I never knew you were so good at throwing birthday parties. Just as the moment was getting romantic, the foolish Leon Cassius said something that completely shattered the atmosphere. Of course, the last time my donkey had a birthday, I planned it all myself, so I'm very experienced. Hearing this, Rose furiously kicked him out. Get out. Time flew by, and by the next morning, Rose seemed extremely sleepy, yawning constantly. Seeing this, Leon Cassius asked with concern, Why do you keep yawning? We didn't finish the cake yesterday. I was going to prepare it for the others for lunch. Rose gently rubbed her temples and replied, It's nothing. I've just been feeling a bit sleepy lately. How should I put this? It feels like my stomach has gotten a little bigger too. Even though I'm usually very careful about balancing my diet and daily exercise, if I had to point out something different from before, it's that we haven't been as active as we used to be. Leon Cassius didn't pick up on this strange detail about Rose Sir. He laughed and teased her, so even the queen has her lazy moments. I thought you were a genuine workaholic. Hearing him dare to call her lazy Rose, Sir immediately flew into a rage. I wake up early and go to bed late, and I don't take a single day off all year. What's wrong with wanting to sleep in a little more today? Leon Cassius didn't dare say another word. He started sweating and quickly said, "Nothing's wrong at all. You should get some rest and feel better." But then Rose Sir, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, suddenly grew weak, clutching her dizzy head. Seeing this, Leon Cassius grew anxious. "What's wrong? Are you actually sick? You don't have a fever." This intimate touch made Rose Sir blush with embarrassment. She stubbornly turned her head away. "It's nothing. I just got a little dizzy from standing up too fast." Hearing that, Leon Cassius let out a soft chuckle. "Then you should drink plenty of warm water." Hearing his tone, Rose Sir got angry again. She kicked him out of the room and yelled, "Get out." A few days later, No, seeing him constantly buried in the library, came over curiously and asked, "Are you looking for something, Dad?" Leon Cassius put away the book in his hand and tried to be evasive. "It's nothing, just browsing, killing time, you know." It was better not to tell the children about his mana depletion. It would only make them worry. And it might even reach Rose Sir's ears. If she found out, he couldn't help but imagine Rose Sir in her evil dragon form gloating and mocking him. "You're so pathetic." He changed the subject. "Is Mion's homework all done?" "No." Put a book back on the shelf and did a quick calculation. "Not yet, but it's almost finished. With your teaching pace and Mion's learning speed, I'm sure she'll be able to begin her magical awakening this month." Mion, the one being discussed, was currently studying with great focus. Leon Cassius couldn't help but want to discuss this with No. "So, do you think your sister will awaken the lightning element or the fire element?" The little girl thought very seriously about his question. Mom is a fire type, Dad is a lightning type, and I'm a lightning type too. To make Mom not feel left out. If I were Mion, I would try my best to awaken the fire element. Hearing her innocent answer, Leon Cassius couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. What element you awaken isn't something that can be decided just by trying hard. Just then, No gathered all her courage to ask him to teach her magic. "Right, Dad, you mentioned the lightning element." Leon Cassius immediately perked up his ears to listen. "What is it?" The little girl didn't look at him and just spoke quietly. "In another month, I'll have winter break. When that time comes, could you teach me a little more lightning magic? That way the lessons next semester will be a little easier." Hearing the little girl's request, Leon Cassius really wanted to agree, but with his current situation, he couldn't unleash his greatest power. Crap. In my current state, I can't show her any powerful spells. If this keeps up, heavenly lightning annihilation. And then No will. Like a wise old man, comfort his wounded spirit. "It's okay, Dad. This is actually pretty cute. You just do whatever it is you do. I'll go ask Mom to teach me." Leon Cassius, in a state of despair, could only imagine himself sitting in a corner crying his heart out if the little girl left him. Just the thought of it made Leon Cassius's heart ache, as if it were being cut by a knife. He tried to shake off the image. "No, this can't be allowed to happen. I have to regain my status in the family, and I have to win back my status in my children's hearts too." Seeing him not answer, No said sadly, "If it's not convenient for you, then never mind." Leon Cassius immediately promised that he would teach her. "Of course, it's no problem at all. Don't worry when the time comes. I will definitely teach you lightning magic properly." Hearing this, No stood there stunned. As if not believing her ears, she asked again. "Really?" Leon Cassius looked at her expression and made a solemn promise. "I'm a man of my word." Overjoyed, No leaned forward and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Dad." After kissing his cheek, she scampered away like a little rabbit. Seeing her run off and hearing her joyful voice, you could tell just how happy she was. "I'm going to find Mion." Seeing this, Leon Cassius became even more determined to regain his power at all costs. "For my daughter's sake, I must recover my mana before the break. I have 2 weeks to investigate the cause of this mana depletion. I've already tried the recovery methods, but I haven't gotten anywhere. Have I been researching in the wrong direction? Could it be that this phenomenon isn't a problem with me but is due to other causes? Thinking back, ever since I became Rose Seer's prisoner, the only new thing on me is this dragon crest. Could it be the thing that's siphoning my mana? The dragon crest is a type of support magic for strict loyalty, enhancing the bond between spouses. For ordinary dragon clans, it's not obvious. When one is longing for their partner, it will glow a light purple. When a married couple's bodies merge, it will turn a deep purple. Leon Cassius looked at the glowing dragon crest on his chest and thought to himself, "At first, Rose Sir probably just wanted to use the dragon crest to torment me. If she knew the dragon crest would steal my mana, she would have taken the opportunity to mock me long ago. Well then, let's give it a try." A massive amount of lightning element mana appeared on his body like electric currents flowing through him as he tried to search for something. After using his mana to investigate his body, Leon Cassius started to get a handle on the problem. He channeled the mana through his palm, up his arm over his shoulder, and finally to his chest. Sure enough, the mana vanished the moment it reached his chest. But the strange thing was, the dragon crest was only drawing a tiny, insignificant amount of it. Something else was stealing the bulk of my mana. After awakening to magic, any mage can store the mana they've accumulated within their own magic circuits, allowing them to use it whenever they need. With just that small test, Leon Cassius understood the root of the problem. Something on my body was hijacking the mana flowing through me, making it impossible for me to use my stored reserves, which created the illusion that I was just mana deficient. The real question is, since when did my body have so many little mana thieves running around? What are they even doing with all that mana they're siphoning off? My body doesn't feel any different, so I guess it's not a huge deal. Then again, if the mana in the dragon crest wasn't being drained, doesn't that mean I could store a portion of my mana inside it? It would be a slow way to build up a reserve, but it's much better than having nothing at all. Right decision made. Starting today, I'll start condensing my mana bit by bit. On the day of Mion's awakening, Leon Cassius had been up since the crack of dawn. Because of all the effort he'd put into storing magic to teach her, he'd been working so hard that waking up early made him unable to stifle a huge yawn. He waved at Rosehair when he saw her. "Good morning. The weather's not bad, huh?" Seeing him greet her, Rosehair found it strange, thinking he's actually initiating a greeting with me. "Looks like you're in a pretty good mood." Leon Cassius was greatly looking forward to this day. Of course, because Mion is about to awaken a magic element just like her dad, so naturally I'm in a good mood. To keep him from getting too cocky, Rosehair declared, "First, I'm certain Mion will awaken the fire element. The genes of the Leon Cassius clan are stronger than you think." Leon Cassius scoffed at that. "If your family's genes are so strong, then why is our other daughter a lightning user?" Rosehair was left speechless and couldn't argue, only able to reply uncertainly, "It must be due to probability." Seeing her still being stubborn and competitive with him, Leon Cassius leaned in close and said, "In a little while, when Mian awakens and the formation flashes with the light of the lightning element, we'll see if that mouth of yours is still so tough." Rosehair frowned in annoyance and shot him a glare. "Just you wait and see." At this time, Mi-An had already entered the shrine to have her element tested. Not only that, but Anna was beside her, summoning the assessment magic circle. Hearing the rhythmic sound of footsteps, the little girl turned around, looking expectantly toward the door. As soon as the door opened, the sound of the two of them arguing reached her ears. "Mian will definitely take after me. No, after me." Seeing the two of them, Mian took small steps and ran over, calling out sweetly, "Mom, Dad, Mian's about to awaken her element. You'll both watch right." Rosehair looked at the girl's adorable face, and her heart overflowed with motherly love as she stroked her head. "Of course, sweetie. Mom and Dad will be with you through the whole journey." Leon Cassius, afraid she might be nervous, added carefully, "Don't worry, just relax and do exactly what I taught you." Mian replied softly, "Okay." After summoning the magic circle, Anna respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, Your Highness Princess Mian's awakening formation is ready. We can begin at any time." Leon Cassius watched Mian run towards the magic circle, his heart pounding with suspense. "You can do it." Rosehair was just the same, constantly encouraging her. "Go on, Mom and Dad will always be here." Mian stepped into the center of the magic circle. When she was in the right spot, the circle immediately began to spin to test the element within her. A golden light rose from the circle, enveloping Mian. Standing within the formation, Mian began the element test following Leon Cassius's instructions. Rosehair watched her, utterly astonished that she was able to activate the magic circle with just a small attempt. Her first time condensing magic power is going so smoothly. Normally, it takes several tries to succeed. I can't believe Mian did it on her very first attempt. Hearing that, Leon Cassius puffed up his chest with pride. Of course, you have to consider who taught her. At that moment, the fire element began to appear around the little girl, and Mian was gradually lifted up by the elements. Seeing her activate the fire element, Rosehair was thrilled. "Fire, my daughter has awakened the fire magic element." Leon Cassius, on the other hand, was filled with disappointment. How can this be? Seeing that Mian had the same fire element as her, Rosehair gloated and laughed in Leon Cassius's face. "Why aren't you smiling anymore? Come on, Leon Cassius, smile. Our daughter succeeded. Aren't you happy? I get it. You've won so many times, you even won with our eldest daughter, but it can't be helped. This time I'm the winner." But just then, Leon Cassius didn't look as disappointed as she described. A strange glint appeared in his eyes as he refuted her words. "It's not over." Rosehair heard this and was confused. "What do you mean it's not over?" Leon Cassius pointed toward the symbol, reminding her to look at it. "Can't you see that huge fire element symbol? The awakening isn't finished yet." Just then, streaks of lightning also appeared on Mian's body. This was truly an elemental test, full of surprises. Rosehair saw this and couldn't believe her eyes. This is Anna seeing me. And awakened two elements was also stunned. The lightning element. It actually awakened after the fire system. Leon Cassius, however, was incredibly proud. He could already imagine how full Mian's future life would be. As the daughter of the strongest dragon slayer and the Silver Dragon Queen, she was already destined for an extraordinary life. On top of that, awakening dual magic systems is something so rare, it only exists in fairy tales. Her future was now immeasurable. The light from the magic circle gradually faded, and Mian awoke from her state of concentration. She smiled with excitement. Mian eagerly asked the two of them, "Mom, Dad, did you see Mian can manifest 2 types of elements? This time you two probably won't fight anymore, right?" Hearing this, both of them froze on the spot. Just to stop her parents from fighting, had their daughter really gone through all that trouble? Cassius saw Rosesaire standing there motionless and gave her a gentle nudge. Rosesaire immediately leaned against him, and they both smiled joyfully, saying, "We're just overjoyed. Why would we fight?" "Right, dear, that's right. We're both so happy for you." Rosesaire suggested having a party to celebrate. "Let's celebrate tonight." Held in Cassius's arms, Mian excitedly agreed. "Okay, Mian wants to eat beef ribs." Cassius immediately volunteered for cooking duty. "Let Dad handle it." Time flew by, and the evening sunset was swallowed by the night. The entire Silver Dragon Palace was lit up, shining brightly in the darkness. Mian looked at all the delicious dishes, all of which were her favorites, and exclaimed with delight. Seeing her eat with such gusto made Cassius incredibly happy too. "Mian was so amazing today. Eat a lot so you can grow up big and strong." Mian, with her mouth still full of food, mumbled, "So yummy. Thanks so much, Dad." "Mom and Dad worked hard too. Mian wants to reward you both with a big chicken leg, one for Dad and one for Mom too." Seeing her being so considerate, Rosesaire lovingly stroked her head. "All right, thank you, Mian." But when she looked down at the chicken leg on her plate, Rosesaire seemed hesitant to eat it. Cassius noticed she was only eating salad and was very puzzled. "What's wrong? The mother dragon is eating very little today. There's meat right in front of you, and you haven't touched it. I didn't put a single bit of onion in my cooking. Why do you have that?" "I don't want to eat. Look on your face." Rosesaire didn't want to elaborate on her condition to him. She replied irritably, "It's nothing. Maybe my stomach is just a little upset." Cassius seemed to realize something and asked, "Don't tell me you're on a diet." Having been exposed, Rosesaire's face turned beet red as she denied it. "Who's on a diet? I've only gained a tiny little bit of weight recently." Seeing that she really was on a diet, Cassius seized the opportunity to tease her. "Don't you know, the first thing to shrink when you lose weight is your chest. If you keep this up, watch out or you'll turn into a wall." Rosesaire retaliated by dumping all the cheesy oysters onto his plate. Seeing her dump all the oysters onto his plate, Cassius asked angrily, "What are you doing?" Mian, however, seemed all too used to this. She was very focused on enjoying her own meal. "This meat is so yummy." Rosesaire flashed a devilish smile and reminded him, "I hear this stuff is very good for a man's. You know, you're going to eat every last bite or you don't get to sleep." Cassius yelled in disbelief. "You're not letting me sleep again tonight." Skipping past the details of that heated evening, we move on to the next day. Rosesaire couldn't help but let out a huge yawn. She tiredly asked her attendant Anna, "What's on the schedule for today?" The attendant looked at the day's to-do list and reported, "This morning you're to read through documents and letters from the other dragon clans. This afternoon you'll inspect the armory. Do you have any other arrangements?" Your Majesty. Rosesaire was about to agree, but the dizziness she felt hadn't gone away. In fact, it was getting worse. Weakly, she said, "I'll handle those things tomorrow. I'm a bit tired today. I'm taking the day off." Seeing her exhausted state, Anna was completely stunned. Her Majesty, who had worked tirelessly for 1,000 years, was actually asking for a day off. Had the sun risen in the west? Seeing her just standing there, Rosesaire warily instructed, "If there's nothing urgent." Before she could even finish, Anna quickly turned to leave. "I will see to it that your Majesty gets her rest." After Anna left, Rosesaire kept mulling over her symptoms. "This is so strange. I went to bed really early last night, so why am I still so sleepy today?" Meanwhile, was he teaching Mian magic? Down on the lawn, Cassius was very seriously teaching the little girl about magic. "Mian, I just told you a lot about the characteristics of lightning magic. Do you remember it all?" Mian replied with extreme seriousness. "Yes, I remember, Dad. Lightning magic can be used for single targets or groups for both offense and defense. If you learn lightning magic, you can travel the world without fear." Seeing that the little girl remembered his teachings perfectly, Cassius praised her with great satisfaction. "That's right, you have a great memory." Rosesaire, who had come downstairs, heard him teaching only about lightning magic, and looked displeased. "Why are you only teaching her the good points of lightning magic? Aren't you going to teach her about fire magic?" Seeing her, Mian called out happily, "Mommy, let me tell you, lightning magic is super cool. Dad is a master of lightning magic." Hearing the little girl praise his magic, Cassius urged her, "And show your mother what you can do." Mian happily agreed. "Okay, Dad." The little girl spread her feet, squeezed her eyes shut, and focused her energy in her core. A stream of lightning appeared from her hands. In just a few seconds, Mian had summoned lightning magic. Seeing her learn so quickly, Rosaire's jaw dropped in amazement. She's only been awakened for 2 days, and Mian has already mastered the state transformation of her magical energy. After showing off her magic gathering skills to Rose Sir, Mian asked expectantly, "Mommy, am I amazing?" Or what? Rose Sir, still in shock, stared at the girl. Even though a sphere is the most basic form of energy manipulation, her learning speed is already on par with Noelle's. "You're amazing, Mian. So, what about fire magic? Aren't you going to show me some of that?" Mian coughed and replied guiltily, "Not yet. Dad hasn't taught me. Dad said fire magic is only good for roasting chickens and isn't useful for anything else." Hearing his words repeated verbatim, Leon Cassius quickly tried to stop her. Mian, seeing him dare to describe her magic as some kind of useless party trick, Rose Sir was furious. "Care to explain, Leon?" Cassius, feeling busted, shrugged and explained, "I was worried she'd get tired learning 2 types of magic at once, so I'm teaching her slowly. Whether it's lightning or fire, both are equally powerful, so it doesn't matter which one I teach first." Mian at that moment innocently exposed her father's lie. "That's not right, Dad. That's not what you told me yesterday." Seeing the little girl contradict him, Leon Cassius quickly tried to shush her. "What do you mean it's not right? That's exactly what I said." Seeing him trying to interrupt, Rose Sir clamped a hand over his mouth and asked, "Mian, you shut up." "Mian, what exactly did your father say yesterday?" Mian hesitated for a moment, trying to remember. "Dad said that the ways to use fire magic are too simple and the difficulty is too low, so there's no sense of accomplishment in learning it. Plus, it's not as practical in a real fight as lightning magic, and that only dumb dragons focus on fire magic." His words sent Rose Sir into a rage. "Dumb dragons? Who are you calling dumb?" Mian looked at Rose Sir, who was now gnawing on Leon Cassius's head, and asked innocently, "Mommy, why does it look like you're trying to eat Daddy?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Rose Sir realized that just chewing on him wasn't enough to quell her anger. She dragged the weeping Leon Cassius away and said to the little girl, "Mian, it's time for your break. Your father and I have something to sort out. Go play with Anna." Hearing that class was dismissed, Mian cheered happily. Yes, and with that, the revenge began. With a dinner composed entirely of dishes that Leon Cassius absolutely loathed: carrot salad, stir-fried eggplant, braised eggplant, and fried eggplant. Leon Cassius looked at the table full of food he hated, completely dejected. "Is this the legendary last meal before an execution?" Seeing him staring at her, Rose Sir urged, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and eat." Leon Cassius thought to himself that she was truly petty and not generous at all. "Isn't it just because I haven't taught our daughter fire magic yet? Is it really worth tormenting me like this? I don't have an appetite today, so I don't really want to eat." Rose Sir, however, wasn't about to let him skip this dinner. She proactively scooped some eggplant onto his plate. "How can you say that? You've worked hard all day. If you don't eat, your body won't be able to handle it. Mian, tell me, does your daddy need to eat his dinner or not?" At that moment, Mian, speaking as Leon Cassius's little conscience, lectured him with the utmost seriousness. "Daddy, you taught me before that you can't skip any of your 3 meals a day. You have to eat on time to be healthy." With Mian's words backing her up, Rose Sir pressured Leon Cassius even more. "I know. You must be too tired to feed yourself right, honey. Since that's the case then, let me feed you." He looked at the piece of eggplant on Rose Sir's fork and refused in a panic. "Rose, no, you don't have to." But of course Rose Sir wasn't about to stop. She said in a sweet cooing voice, "Don't be shy now, hubby." Open wide, giving him no chance to refuse, Rose Sir shoved the eggplant straight into his mouth. After eating the eggplant, Leon Cassius pretended to be poisoned on the spot, then flopped onto the dining table. Seeing him motionless, Mian asked Mommy, "Why did Daddy faint?" Rose Sir looked at his act with satisfaction and replied, "Maybe Daddy's just too tired. He'll be fine after a little rest." To get the little girl to focus on her food, Rose Sir helped Leon Cassius up and said, "Mommy's gonna take Daddy to rest. First you go ahead and eat, okay?" The little girl obediently agreed. "Okay, I'll be good and eat. Mommy, please take care of Daddy." Rose Sir didn't turn on the lights and took him straight into the room. She gently placed Leon Cassius on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Seeing him open his eyes, Rose Sir asked, "Awake already?" Leon Cassius clutched his dizzy head, sat up and accused her. "Using an eggplant. That was too despicable of you." Rose Sir sneered in response. "A dragon and a fake dragon slayer are in a fight. Anything goes. How can you call that despicable?" Leon Cassius glanced at her. His eyes were immediately drawn to her, pale thighs wrapped in white tights adorned with a heart pattern. Rose Sir walked over with a seductive charm, teasing him. "Besides, I never said I was going to do anything. I just want to help you cure your illness." The image of a seductive nurse immediately made Leon Cassius's nose bleed profusely. He pinched his nose to stop the bleeding and averted his eyes. "Cure me. What illness do I have?" After the teacher roleplay, this dragoness wanted to play nurse. Now Rose Sir moved closer, feigning concern. "I see your nose is bleeding. Let me help you wipe it." Seeing that she was determined to see this through, Leon Cassius decided to play along with her. "All right, you dragoness, I'll play with you. Hurry up and go change your clothes." Hearing this, Rose Sir smirked slightly. She pushed him down onto the bed and sat on top of him, sternly reminding him, Mr. Leon Cassius, please cooperate with the treatment. Mr. Leon Cassius, the medical records say you often experience chest tightness. Is that correct? Leon Cassius looked at her sitting right on top of him, asking such a question, and irritably retorted, You're sitting on me, of course. My chest feels tight. For that cheeky attitude, he immediately got a smack on the head. Cooperate with the treatment. After being hit, Leon Cassius learned his lesson and meekly replied, Yes, my chest is tight. He decided to play along with her for now, planning to embarrass her later. Rose Serre lowered herself, pressing her full weight onto him. Then let's begin the treatment. Rip open your clothes and let me see. Her bold words stunned Leon Cassius. A nurse like you using the word rip. Is that appropriate? Seeing him hesitate like a shy maiden, Rose Serre raised her voice and commanded, Less talking, more opening. Leon Cassius had no choice but to pull his shirt open, revealing a glowing dragon crest as he complained. You're like a hungry tiger. No, you're even worse than them. He looked at the dragon crest on his chest and clicked his tongue. The dragon crest was already glowing. Rose Serre placed her hand on the dragon crest and asked with a soft laugh, What's this all about, Mr. Leon Cassius? Leon Cassius's voice was stiff as he retorted, I don't know either, Miss Nurse. Why don't you check your own chest? Don't you have the exact same seal? Rose Serre immediately put on an act of being harassed and accused him. Please don't say such offensive things. Mr. Leon Cassius, if you don't stop, I'll report you for sexual harassment. Seeing her put on such a show, Leon Cassius was so angry he could spit blood. Who's the one wearing a ridiculously short skirt and sitting on me? Telling me to rip my own clothes open, you perverted nurse. Rose Serre wasn't pushed off by him. Instead, she settled herself more firmly on top of him. She placed her hand on the dragon crest and said, Don't move, let me give you a full body examination. But suddenly, a wave of nausea hit her. Rose Serre immediately turned and rushed to the bathroom, vomiting violently and repeatedly. She looked at her current state, which was exactly like when she was pregnant with the twins, and froze on the spot. The instances of nausea had been increasing recently. Could it be? Seeing her come out, Leon Cassius, not yet knowing she might be pregnant, teased her in a joking tone. What's wrong, Miss Nurse? A doctor who can't even cure herself. Hearing this, Rose Serre's expression immediately darkened as she glared at him. Leon Cassius seemed to think of something and asked her in disbelief. Don't tell me you're pregnant, are you? When Rose Serre heard him ask, she immediately retorted, No way. Absolutely impossible. After every time I've always taken safety measures. It's impossible for me to be pregnant. Leon Cassius, however, was incredibly calm, not agitated at all, as he asked, Are those safety measures of yours 100% successful? Rose Serre was extremely confident, vouching for the method of the Dragon Clan. It's a type of purification magic. As long as it's used within 24 hours after the act, it can guarantee that a Dragon Clan member will not get pregnant. It's a magic, with a 99.9% success rate. Hearing that, Leon Cassius immediately felt it wasn't so certain. So, there's still a 0.1% chance, isn't there? Rose Serre, now in her teacher role, explained their method. The contraceptive magic of the Dragon Clan guarantees 100% termination. 99.9% is just a modest figure. In the tens of thousands of years of the Dragon Clan's reproduction, there has never been a single exception, so you could say there's no chance of an accident. In short, as long as the purification magic is cast, there's no way something unexpected can happen. Seeing Rose Serre's repeated denials and her reluctance to talk about it, he suggested a test. Since you're so certain, why don't we do a little experiment first? Otherwise, these strange reactions will just keep tormenting you, and you'll start to waver too, right? No matter the result, you and I will face it together. Hearing this, Rose Serre gently touched her stomach. She was considering Leon Cassius's suggestion. After thinking it over, Rose Serre agreed to his proposal. All right, wait for me a moment. 10 minutes later, looking at the two bright red lines on the test stick, Rose Serre's hand trembled uncontrollably. The two of them slumped onto a chair in despair. It's positive. It's really positive. Rose Serre roared in anger. How could this happen? Seeing her fury, Leon Cassius quickly tried to calm her down. Don't get worked up. Could it be that you forgot to cast the purification magic one time? That time, at the hot spring, Rose Serre shot him a look and answered firmly, I did it. Leon Cassius continued to list other possibilities. What about the night of the dragon's great power? Her answer was the same as before. I did it then too. Hearing that, Leon Cassius pressed on. Then what about the night behind the mountain? The memory of that day just made Rose Serre angrier. She answered through gritted teeth, I did it the next morning when I woke up. Just then, Leon Cassius suddenly recalled a moment. I remember now. The night of the blood curse, you were unconscious for 3 whole days. Hearing that, Rose Serre immediately grabbed him by the collar and shook him relentlessly. So you're the culprit. Leon Cassius desperately tried to justify himself. That was because you made the first move on me. Seeing him dare to shift the blame, Rose Serre shook him even harder. If you hadn't used that on me first in the prison cell, why would I have used it on you? Leon Cassius, dizzy from the shaking, tried to explain. If I hadn't used it, I would have died right then and there in the prison cell, you know. Realizing she was pregnant again, Rose Sir cried with regret. How could this happen? I'm making the same mistake all over again. Seeing her cry, Leon Cassius softened his voice to comfort her. What's done is done. There's no use regretting it. You should just focus on taking care of yourself for the baby. I know that during your first pregnancy, after you endured it all alone, your body went through strange changes, and your emotions were all over the place. It's understandable that you felt anxious and lost. But this time will be different. This time, I will definitely take proper care of you. I didn't have any experience before, but starting today, I'll definitely learn how to take care of a pregnant woman. Hearing his earnest promise, Rose Sir's resentment faded and she shyly agreed. Then I'll tell you the rules for this pregnancy. A Leon Cassius pregnancy is often accompanied by a loss of appetite, nausea, and unusually volatile emotions. If I get upset and angry with you, you have to endure it, understand. After she listed all the issues of her pregnancy, Leon Cassius seemed completely unfazed. You're always like that anyway, and when have I not put up with you? Seeing him talk back again, Rose Sir flew into a rage and yelled at him. Don't you dare talk back to me every chance you get. During pregnancy, the expectant mother is the most important person, okay? Under the authority of the pregnant mother, Leon Cassius could only obediently comply. Yes, your majesty. Seeing him be so obedient, Rose Sir's mood immediately softened. All right, I'll consider you enlightened. Seeing her calm down, Leon Cassius let out a sigh of relief. The period that followed was a string of days where Leon Cassius became Rose Sir's slave. Whatever she asked for, he had to serve her at the fastest speed possible. I'm thirsty. I'm hungry. Coming, right here, watching. Leon Cassius spin around her like a top. A certain part of Rose Sir felt satisfied. It was all thanks to the child in her womb that she could so easily order this scoundrel around. I wonder who the baby will look like. Leon Cassius immediately and shamelessly claimed, they'll definitely look more like me. Rose Sir immediately showed her disdain. Ugh, you fake Leon Cassius. What gives you that confidence? At this, Leon Cassius became even more confident, showing off his super adorable twins. No, and Mian, give me that confidence. Their hair color is the same as mine, it's black, isn't that right? Rose Sir still felt the children would look more like her as they grew up. But they have tails, so of course their nose element is the same as mine. We're both lightning type. Rose Sir still didn't care, and only focused on the fact that both children were dragons. You're right, but they have tails. Realizing that no matter what features he pointed out, he couldn't win against her, Leon Cassius grew, so annoyed his teeth itched. The tail is what's used to distinguish between humans and the dragon clan. No matter what evidence I present, I can't overturn the fact of the tail. Seeing him staring at her silently, Rose Sir asked warily, what are you doing? Do you still have a counterattack? Leon Cassius didn't answer her, instead lowering his head to speak to the child in her belly. Hey little one. When you're born, you better not have a tail, you hear me. Seeing him trying to fill her unborn child's head with nonsense again, Rose Sir lunged forward ready to fight Leon Cassius to the death. What kind of nonsense are you spouting to the baby in my belly, huh? Leon Cassius held Rose Sir's chubby cheeks firmly and continued to instruct the child. Look, sweetie, mommy is hitting daddy. Don't you learn from her? After Rose Sir went back to her own room to rest, Leon Cassius gathered all the books related to pregnancy. He read each one to understand more about the pregnancy period and newborn care. When Rose Sir was pregnant for the first time, I was still in a coma. The entire process followed the Dragon Clan's method of prenatal care. It's normal for the children to resemble the Dragon Clan more after they're born. What can I do to make the baby in this second pregnancy look more human? If I let the baby enjoy some of the essence of human culture from now on, maybe it will resemble a human more after it's born. In short, this was a father's way of seeking a sense of kinship within the family. On a grander scale, this was the key to proving that human genes were stronger and more superior than the Dragon Clan's genes. Easier said than done. Although Rose Sir was just under 2 months pregnant, the prenatal plan had to be implemented as soon as possible. Where are the things I bought in Sky City? Found it. This is it. A portable image-retaining stone, compact design, and it can record sound. And so, when rest time arrived, the sound of Leon Cassius's footsteps echoed hastily. His shadow was cast upon the ground. A shadow slowly fell over the soundly sleeping Rose Sir. Looking at her sleeping so peacefully, Leon Cassius let out a sly grin. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Hey Rose Sir, wake up. Something urgent has come up. Excellent. The sleep quality of a pregnant woman is truly amazing. This way I don't have to worry about waking her. After pulling down her blanket, he took out a recording stone. As soon as the recording stone was placed on Rose Sir's belly, a storyteller's voice began to emanate from it. The story goes that a long time ago, in a place far from the Western continent, a brave and intelligent race was born. They called themselves humans. Fearing the child hadn't been properly indoctrinated yet, he even sat beside her to continue the brainwashing. My dear baby humans were the very first race in the world. From now on, you have to be more like a human, okay? A few hours later, Humans are a great race, a heroic race. They are unyielding and resilient, always fighting for a brighter tomorrow. Seeing that Roseser was about to wake up, Leon Cassius quickly grabbed the recording stone and prepared to leave. The recording quality of this stone isn't bad. In the future, I can record more books for the baby to listen to. Next, Daddy will read you a poem called The Greatness of Humanity. No more words are needed. Are humans really that great? The sun rose in the east, its light awakening those brave and resilient people. Every evil dragon king will be defeated by humanity. Humans are great. No more words are needed. During breakfast, Roseser mumbled with a look of extreme discomfort. Last night, Leon Cassius, hearing this, immediately felt a pang of guilt and asked, Last night? What about last night? This morning I managed to sneak back to my room through the balcony before Roseser woke up. She probably didn't find out right. Roseser covered her mouth, looking as if she were enduring the greatest disgust, and recounted, I had a nightmare. I dreamt that I turned into a human, and even sang praises of humanity's greatness. It was horrible. Leon Cassius, God protect me. Leon Cassius, seeing her praying like that, chuckled inwardly. I don't know if this prenatal education is effective on the baby, but for now it seems quite effective on you. If that's the case, then I must continue to win them over as soon as possible. After praying to the Leon Cassius god, Roseser asked about his schedule for the day. What are you planning to teach Mun today? Leon Cassius had gotten smarter. He no longer taught only lightning magic, the basics of fire magic. Roseser seemed satisfied hearing that. Teach her how to change its form to control the fire element. As for the Leon Cassius flame, I'll teach her that in a few days. Seeing her bring this up again, Leon Cassius immediately stood up, feigning remembrance. Got it, I remember. I'll go find her now. You take your time eating. Roseser thought about last night and lost her appetite. She made a request, I don't want to eat anymore. Please clear this for me. The maid immediately obeyed. Yes, your majesty. The fatigue in her body made her feel extremely uncomfortable, but thinking of the child in her belly, Roseser's heart softened. Oh, my little one, mommy is going through a lot for you. So, let's shift a little bit of this hardship onto your daddy. I'm sure he won't mind. When night fell, Leon Cassius began his prenatal education plan again. It's time to execute the plan. At the same time, Roseser also had a plan to pry information out of Leon Cassius, to ask him what he was truly thinking. Let's rewind a bit. The moon hung high in the sky, and the world grew quiet. Leon Cassius was currently concentrating gathering his mana at a single point in front of his chest. After continuously controlling the mana to converge in one spot, he finally opened his eyes. Feeling the change in his body, Leon Cassius smiled smugly. Excellent. Mana is gradually accumulating in my Casimir crest. If this keeps up, I'll be able to use some lightning magic soon. It's already 2 a.m. Time to carry out the prenatal plan. Let's rewind to 10 minutes earlier. Roseser was having trouble sleeping again tonight. She tossed and turned in bed. There were too many thoughts in her head she couldn't fall asleep. During dinner today, that guy kept avoiding the topic of this pregnancy. I wonder what he's thinking. 2:25 a.m. I might as well go straight to his room and ask him what he thinks. But at that moment, Leon Cassius was hurrying to Roseser's room. He gently turned the doorknob and saw that the bed was empty. He froze. Where is she? At that same moment, Roseser had also arrived at his room. Looking at the empty bed, she muttered, It's so late and he's not sleeping. Where did he go? The window is open. Could it be? Roseser ran quickly down the hallway. Leon Cassius, who was searching for her in the room, froze when he heard these rhythmic footsteps. Panic began to rise in his heart. Crap. Why is the Dragon Queen back at this hour? I absolutely cannot let her find out. I snuck into her room in the middle of the night. If she does, my bright and upright life will be over. There's no time to run back to the balcony. I'll just have to hide in here for now. Just as he managed to hide in the wardrobe, the bedroom door opened. Roseser glanced around the room, searching for any sign of him. She closed the balcony door and thought about where he might be hiding. Looks like he didn't have time to climb out the balcony and back to his room. He's not in the bathroom or under the bed either. Then the only possible hiding place is right here. Inside the wardrobe, Leon Cassius was sweating bullets from fear. He prayed silently, Please don't come over here. How could I get caught so quickly? Roseser gently grasped the wardrobe door and opened it very slowly. Leon Cassius, hidden among the clothes, was so scared, he clamped his hand over his mouth. Catching his scent, Roseser smirked. She pretended to be looking for something, then left the wardrobe untouched. Oh, so this is where my sleep mask was. How could I possibly sleep without you? Seeing that Roseser was just looking for her sleep mask, Leon Cassius breathed a silent sigh of relief. Phew, she didn't find me. Now I just have to wait for her to fall asleep and I'll be free. Time slowly ticked by to 3 a.m. The ticking of the clock echoed in the quiet space. Seeing that Roseser seemed to be asleep, Leon Cassius cautiously opened the wardrobe door. He slowly put one foot out first, then peeked his head out carefully looking towards Roseser. Just as he was about to sneak away, Roseser, who hadn't been sleeping at all, spoke up. Hello, my dear prisoner. What are you doing in my wardrobe? In the middle of the night, Leon Cassius was so scared he jumped back into the wardrobe again. Inside, he silently cursed himself for being fooled by her once more. This dragon queen was clearly acting. Outside the door, Rose Sir began to take revenge for the last time. Does this scene feel familiar? Ah, I remember. This is the part where I should play a song for you, isn't it? Little Leon Cassius, be a good boy. Open the door, I want to come in. This couple was exactly alike. Their lines were even surprisingly similar. Give it up, Dragon Queen. I'm not opening the door for you. Hearing him say the exact same thing she did when she was caught hiding in the bathroom, Rose Sir chuckled to herself. So this is what it feels like to have someone cornered. Not bad at all. Seeing him stubbornly hold his ground in there, Rose Sir softened her voice and tried to persuade him. Open the door, Leon Cassius. Are you really going to hide in there forever? Come on out. Fearing she would pin him down again, Leon Cassius immediately raised his voice to remind her. Rose Sir, don't forget you're pregnant right now. You can't be reckless. She shrugged slightly, assuring him she wouldn't do anything. I really can't do anything to you. I just want to talk, that's all. I won't lay a hand on you. Come on out. Leon Cassius hesitated for a moment, then made Rose Sir promise to keep her word. After that, he opened the door and peeked his head out, looking at her warily. She walked over and asked his reason. Tell me, what do you want coming to my room so late at night? Leon Cassius couldn't tell her he wanted to start some prenatal education for their child. He avoided her gaze and made up a lie. I was worried about you. I came to see if you were sleeping well. Rose Sir immediately got goosebumps from his words. I feel sick to my stomach. You're making me nauseous. Do you really think I'd believe those words of yours? I'll give you one last chance to tell me the truth. If not, don't blame me for what happens next. Leon Cassius had read about dragon pregnancies, so he said with great confidence, well, we can't get intimate during the pregnancy anyway, so there's nothing you can do to me. Rose Sir saw his confidence and felt the urge to shatter it. Who said we had to get intimate? As long as I can make you. Turn in your homework. Does it really matter how I do it? After speaking, she snapped her fingers. Magical restraints formed, binding Leon Cassius's hands and pulling them up high. Rose Sir's tail twitched slightly. Seeing the tail slide into his clothes, Leon Cassius screamed in terror. Wait, Rose Sir, stop, don't. You're using your tail. Rose Sir looked puzzled when he rejected her tail. Don't you normally love wrapping my tail around your waist? Have you forgotten that night at the hot springs? I had clearly already retracted my tail, but you insisted I bring it back out. Every spot the tail brushed against now was driving Leon Cassius insane. He weakly protested. That time was different. Seeing him trying to endure it, Rose Sir wanted to bully him even more. This time, I'll indulge your little habit and use it to satisfy you. Leon Cassius refused to admit defeat. He put on a brave face, trying to act unyielding. You think a tiny little tail like that is enough to make me waver? Daydreaming. Seeing him still acting tough, Rose Sir gave a sinister smile. Still talking so tough, are we? Then what about this? As he saw the tail approaching his little brother, Leon Cassius panicked. You female dragon, stop it. Seeing him struggle, Rose Sir warned him like a villain bullying an innocent maiden. Don't move. If I'm not careful and use too much force, what would happen if it breaks? But don't you worry, my dragon clan has a very high degree of control over our tails. The stimulation came so fast that Leon Cassius could only let out a weak cry. Don't. Ugh. You have to hold it in. He thought of the magic power he had worked so hard to accumulate in his dragon crest. He couldn't just hand it over. Rose Sir knew he was restraining himself, so she blew softly into his ear. The sweet-scented breath caressed Leon Cassius's sensitive earlobe, making it turn red instantly. In the end, the spring had to gush and the water had to flow. Leon Cassius was tormented to the point of his soul, wanting to leave his body. He could only lie on the chair, groaning in misery. You despicable female dragon. Rose Sir chuckled softly as she used a cloth to wipe her tail. When enemies are fighting, is there really such a thing as despicable or not? Judging by your reaction, this move was quite effective. Just then, she noticed something unusual about him. She stomped her foot hard on his dragon crest, which was glowing with a strange color, and interrogated him. Why has the light from your dragon crest turned green? Leon Cassius didn't dare tell the truth, and could only give a vague answer. It's probably from losing control. Didn't this thing lose control once at the hot springs too? Hearing that Rose Sir didn't show any suspicion. Is that so? But I have to say, losing control this time wasn't so bad. The tingling sensation in my tail feels quite nice. Hearing this, Leon Cassius turned his head away slightly, and thought to himself, that's because you're getting zapped by the lightning elemental magic radiating from me. After turning in his homework, the power accumulated in his dragon crest had diminished slightly, but luckily not all of it was gone. In any case, he just needed to find a plausible excuse for Rose Sir to let it go. It's almost 4 in the morning. Pregnant women shouldn't stay up this late. You should get some sleep. But Rose Sir refused to give up on finding out why he was in her room. Fine, we can drop it, but you have to tell me exactly what you were doing in my room. Seeing her persistence, Leon Cassius looked at her with earnest eyes. I genuinely am worried about you. Even though we don't normally get along, I'm very good at separating my personal feelings from my duties. Right now, you are the most important person in our family. so we can put our grudges aside for now. It was wrong of me to come into your room tonight. Punish me however you want, I'll accept it. Seeing his seemingly sincere words, Rose Sir feigned magnanimity. All right then, I'll have plenty of chances to punish you later. From now on, you are forbidden from setting foot in my bedroom after 7 p.m. Otherwise, you know exactly what I'll do, right, my dear prisoner? Looking at the fierce glint in her eyes, Leon Cassius could only shrink back and reply, I understand. You two should sleep together. Not even 24 hours after Rose Rosaire declared, you're not allowed in my room after 7 p.m., Noelle came up with that very suggestion. Hearing their child's request, the two of them froze. How did things turn out this way? Flashing back to Friday's dinner, Rose Rosaire had winked at him, giving him a signal. Catching her signal, Leon Cassius lightly wiped the corner of his mouth. He remembered what Rose Rosaire had asked him to do during this dinner. Tonight they were going to tell the children about her pregnancy. But he wasn't sure how the kids would react, so he decided to test the waters first. Mian, when your brother isn't home and mom and dad are busy, do you ever get bored playing all by yourself? The little girl replied maturely, nope. Mian just waits patiently until mom and dad are free, and then I go find you both. At this, Leon Cassius posed another question. Well, would Mian like for our family to have another family member? Misunderstanding the meaning behind his words, Mian immediately cheered with excitement. Yes, Mian has wanted a pet lion for so long. Are mom and dad getting one for me? Are you all right? Noelle asked, trying to keep from choking on his water. I'm fine. Seeing the little girl's innocent expression, Rose Sir had to step in and explain. Mian, a new family member doesn't mean a pet, Leon, Cassius, or any other kind of pet. Mommy is pregnant right now, which means you're all going to have a new family member. At these words, Mian's eyes lit up like stars with anticipation. A new family member. That's great. Mian is getting a new family member. Rose Rosaire chuckled as the little girl rushed towards her and gently explained, the baby is still very, very small right now, so you can't see it yet. Leon Cassius watched his two children, who looked incredibly excited for their new sibling, and his heart felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness the kid's reaction wasn't bad. He had been worried for nothing. Mian, now full of excitement, made a request. Mommy, Mian wants a big sister. Can I have one? Hearing this, Noelle gently touched her shoulder and explained, Mian, Mommy can't give birth to a big sister, now only a little brother or a little sister. Mian said, slightly disappointed, if I can't have a big sister, then Mian wants a little sister. Mommy, you have to try your best to give me a little sister, okay? Hearing her daughter's bossy request, Rose Sir could only give a wry smile and agree Mommy will try her best. Just then, Noelle spoke up, sounding like a grown-up. Besides us, does Anna's group know about this? Rose Sir looked at him and answered honestly. To avoid disrupting their daily work, I haven't told the maids yet. I'll probably tell them in a few months. Hearing this, Noelle fell into deep thought. If that's the case, I suggest you two sleep together. Hearing this request, both adults froze on the spot. Sleep together. Mian, who was hugging Rose Sir, heard this and asked Noelle curiously, what does sleep together mean? Noelle used the simplest language possible to explain it to her. Sleeping together is when two people's love has grown to a certain point, so they move into the same room to live together. Now that mom is pregnant, she definitely needs someone to be with her and take care of her all the time. Mian, you're still little, and I'm usually at the academy, so dad is the most suitable person. After Noelle's explanation, Mian clapped her hands in understanding. Oh, so that's what it is. After hearing Noelle's suggestion, the two adults looked at each other with reluctance. You want me to sleep in the same room as him? As her? Absolutely not. Rose Rosaire then forced a smile, wanting to refuse the child's request. Noelle, really, I'm not even 2 months pregnant yet, so it doesn't affect anything at all. Leon Cassius, standing beside her, also chimed in. That's right. If dad comes around too often, it might disturb your mother's rest. But Noelle, remembering how depressed Rosaire had been after his birth, was firm in his opinion. A pregnancy is a serious matter. We can't afford any mistakes. If mom isn't comfortable making the decision, then let's have a family vote. Raise your hand if you agree that mom and dad should move in and sleep together. Mian immediately raised her hand, siding with Noelle. Then Mian agrees too. Leon Cassius watched his daughter follow her brother's lead and could only smile wryly. This girl really listens to her big brother. She agrees with everything he says, doesn't she? But I'm sure Rose Sir will object to this, so all I have to do is vote no. But just then, Rose Sir raised her hand and hesitantly gave her answer. I abstain. Leon Cassius couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Rose Sir wasn't as resolute as he'd thought. Mother Dragon, why did you give up? What on earth are you planning? Right now it's 2 votes in favor and 1 abstention, so no matter how I vote, it won't change the outcome. We're sharing a room. Seeing the result was what Noelle wanted, Mian was overjoyed. Yay, mom and dad have to be together. Noelle smiled and thought to himself, perfect. This way mom won't be sad or hurt all by herself anymore. Then he said, there's no time to waste. Dad, you should move your things over tonight. Mian, let's go help dad move. Mian immediately agreed to his suggestion. Okay, Leon Cassius watched them run off to help him pack and gave a wry smile. These two siblings are way too enthusiastic. But this is good too. Sleeping in the same room as the mother dragon can close the distance and help me carry out the second pregnancy plan. I won't have to nervously sneak into her room only to get caught by her anymore. Noticing him staring at her, Rose Sir frowned in annoyance. What are you looking at? I only did it because I didn't want to disappoint our daughter. What about you? Caught off guard, Leon Cassius froze. What about me? Rose Sir studied his face and remarked, you look very happy. Why are you that excited to share a room with me? Having been read so easily, Leon Cassius grew flustered and retorted, who's excited? You're so overconfident. I'm also just doing this for our daughter. Hearing this, Rose Sir scoffed. I despise you. Who's the overconfident one here? Watch your mouth. In her room, Rose Sir saw that the three of them had already brought all his things over and sighed softly. You moved everything that quickly. You don't have many things, do you? Leon Cassius explained. It's just some daily necessities and clothes. There wasn't much to grab. Mian was extremely happy. She carried some of his things while humming a little tune. Moving day. Ta-da, Dad. Let us help you put away your clothes. Seeing the little girl already rummaging through his belongings, Leon Cassius wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Wait. From inside his bag, a confused Mian pulled out a bunny costume. Dad, is this some new kind of pajamas? No, then pulled out a nurse's outfit. I've never seen this dress before. Leon Cassius hurriedly walked over, snatched the dress from Mian's hands and said, it's nothing. That's just some old clothes your mother threw away. You don't need to take it out. The two children's attention then shifted to Rose Ser's wardrobe. Mian looked at two identical bunny pajama sets and said, to no. Sis, look, they're matching couples' pajamas. The little girl looked at the tag on the shirt and asked, did you buy these on your date in Tiancheng? The tag is still on. You bought them but never wore them. Rose Ser could only explain awkwardly. It's because Mom and Dad thought they were too special to wear. Hearing this, Mian looked at them expectantly. So now that you're living together, you can wear matching pajamas every day, right, Leon? Cassius could only follow along with her flustered. That's right. No, however, looked at the two of them with suspicion. Mom, Dad, you're really going to live together, right? To prove it, they both forced the most genuine smiles they could and promised. Don't you worry, sweetie. Mom and Dad won't leave each other. How can this kid be so sharp sometimes? Hearing that, No stopped being suspicious and let them off the hook. Okay then. Me and Mian won't bother you anymore. Good night. Hearing it was time for bed, Mian was disappointed. Aren't we going to play anymore, sis? No pulled her along, replying, next time. Mian waved goodbye to them, not forgetting to give them a sweet wish. Okay, good night, Mom and Dad. Leon Cassius sighed in relief as he watched the two head off to bed. That was close. The kids almost found something inappropriate for children. But what did she mean earlier? Rose Ser just shrugged, showing she didn't understand either. I don't know. I've never been able to figure out what she's thinking. In any case, from now on, this is your bed. Seeing he'd been assigned to the sofa, Leon Cassius protested. Our daughter told me to take care of you. If we're not together, how am I supposed to do that? Rose Ser frowned, looking annoyed. Like I need you to take care of me. Leon Cassius lay down on the couch and started teasing her about her fear of spiders. Well, you never know. What if you wake up in the middle of the night, open your eyes, and see a spider right next to your pillow crawling back and forth about to climb onto your bed? When Rose Ser heard him mention spiders, she flew into a rage. Shut up. There can't be any spiders in my silver Leon Cassius sanctuary. Although she said that when she lay down to sleep, Rose Ser was too scared to fall asleep. She tossed and turned under the covers, Leon Cassius's mocking voice replaying in her head. There's a spider on your bed crawling back and forth. First, a spider crawling on your bed. Meanwhile, after teasing her so much, she couldn't sleep. Leon Cassius himself had peacefully drifted off. Rose Ser, wrapped in her blanket, walked over and quietly called him. Leon Cassius, are you asleep? Wake up, I can't sleep. Annoyed that she was bothering him again, Leon Cassius turned his head away and reminded her, Your Majesty, I have to teach tomorrow. Stop messing around. Terrified, Rose Ser made a suggestion to Leon Cassius. Then, you come sleep in the bed with me. Hearing that, Leon Cassius pretended to be upset and refused. A moment ago, you were the one who told me not to sleep in the bed. You can't go back on your word, Queen of the Silver Leon Cassius. Seeing how stubborn he was, Rose Ser got annoyed too. She sat down hard on top of him, nearly knocking the wind out of him. When Leon Cassius saw her trying to lie down next to him, he exclaimed in a panic, What do you think you're doing? Seeing that he wouldn't come to the bed with her, Rose Ser decided if he wouldn't come to her, she'd go to him. If you're not getting in the bed, then I'll sleep here. Seeing her lie down beside him, Leon Cassius couldn't help but ask, Don't you think it's a little cramped? It's not like Rose Ser wanted this either. She pouted and blamed him. It's your fault for mentioning spiders and making it so I can't sleep, so you'll just have to deal with it. Leon Cassius wanted to say something, but he couldn't argue. Well, I dug this grave myself, so I'll have to lie in it. Scared, now, are you? If you're not scared, then go to sleep. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and they both immediately recognized them. It was No and Mian. Leon Cassius whispered in Rosesair's ear. What are the kids doing here? So late. Rosesair suddenly remembered something. She reminded Leon Cassius, the pajamas. Outside, a slightly scared, Mian asked Sis, what if Mom and Dad find us? Hearing how loud she was, No gestured for her to be quiet. Keep your voice down. We're here to see if Mom and Dad are keeping their promise, even if they catch us. So what? The two of them tiptoed into the room. Then they both looked up with sparkling eyes at the two people on the bed. By some miracle, the pair had managed to hastily throw on the matching pajamas. Seeing both of them lying on the bed, Mian whispered her report. Targets confirmed. Both are on the bed. As soon as they heard this, the two of them thought in unison. These two brats came to inspect us. Mian pointed at the matching outfits and whispered to her sister, look, Mom and Dad are wearing the couple's pajamas. Seeing them actually sleeping together, No let out a small sigh of relief. She whispered to me, Anne, I thought they wouldn't agree to sleep together. It looks like Mom and Dad are really serious about sharing a room. Just then, Mian remembered the last time she saw them together and told her sister, hey sis, actually one time when you were at school, I went looking for Mom and Dad and found them sleeping just like this, hugging each other. Hearing this, No looked a little suspicious. Really, Mian recalled that day and described the details that she still found confusing. It seemed like Mom and Dad were really tired. Plus their necks and backs were covered in really red mosquito bites. So Mian even helped put medicine on them for them. Looking at her adorable little sister, No couldn't help but pinch her cheek and praise her. Mian, you're so thoughtful. Mian then whispered a question to No. Do you think Mom and Dad will have more of those red marks when they wake up tomorrow? She whispered an instruction to Mian. If they do, you help them put medicine on. Okay. Just then Leon Cassius opened his eyes, and in a drawn-out voice he started to tease Rosesair, who was pretending to be asleep. Those mosquito bites. But before he could finish his sentence, Rosesair pinched his waist hard. The pain made him wince and his eyes bulge. Ouch. She actually dared to pinch my waist again. Seeing that the pain made him freeze, Rosesair signaled for him to be quiet. Don't you dare make a sound. Leon Cassius was immediately provoked by her triumphant gaze. Alright, if that's how you want to play, I'll play along. He leaned over and kissed Rosesair on the lips. Seeing him pull a stunt like this, Rosesair was both embarrassed and angry, wanting to curse him out. This bastard Leon Cassius pressed his advantage, getting even bolder. Don't make a sound. While the two were having their moment, Mian complained to No. I'm too sleepy. Let's go. Before leaving, Mian cheered excitedly. Silver Leon Cassius's special forces retreat. No glanced back into the room and whispered, a good night. Good night, Mom and Dad. The door clicked shut, startling them both. They quickly pulled apart, panting heavily. Leon Cassius looked at the light that had appeared on his chest and thought to himself, I can't continue this. The Leon Cassius crest is lighting up. Seeing him about to get out of bed, Rosesair asked, where are you going? Startled by the question, Leon Cassius replied, I'm sleeping on the sofa. But Rosesair tugged on his sleeve, stopping him. She put on a pitiful, pleading look. Don't go. Please stay here with me. Seeing her looking both alluring and adorable, he softened and agreed. All right. Then he lay down beside Rosesair. But the distance between them was too great, and Rosesair still couldn't sleep. She turned over and made a request, give me your arm. He did as she said and asked. Like this, Rosesair shyly laid on Leon Cassius's arm. Good night. Leon Cassius turned and pulled Rosesair into his embrace. Even though this position wasn't comfortable, he felt unusually satisfied. Looks like I can't just toss and turn tonight. Sleep well. Sky City. Rosesair's voice listed off the things they needed to buy. Nutritional supplements for expectant mothers, prenatal vitamins. We've bought all the basic necessities, all that's left is the Jade Dew Dragon Fruit. Leon Cassius, tasked with carrying everything, asked Rosesair. We've been to over 10 supplement shops and still couldn't find this fruit. Is there anything that can replace it? Rosesair frowned at him and explained its purpose. It's a very rare supplement, effective for calming the mind during pregnancy. I'm worried that after a while I won't be able to control my emotions and temper, so you'd better pray that we can buy it here in Sky City. Otherwise, you'll become my Jade Dew Dragon Fruit. Hearing this, Leon Cassius was scared to death. He suddenly became unusually motivated. Just you wait. Even if I have to turn Sky City upside down today, I will definitely find it. As the two were strolling, a vendor's shout caught his attention. Grand opening promotion. Just participate to win a prize. The winner will receive the super rare Jade Dew Dragon Fruit. Come on and sign up. Leon Cassius immediately ran over, raising his hand to join. I want to sign up. The host looked at the large crowd of excited participants below and chuckled. It seems our event is very popular. So many people have come to sign up. Because the number of participants is so high, we will divide you into 2 groups. The winner from each group will advance to the final round. The female dragons in the crowd cheered wildly for their husbands. Go, honey, go. My love, you're the best. If you win, I'll cook you a huge feast. Beat them, honey. Rosesair, standing on the side, didn't want to be outdone, but being too shy, she could only cheer softly. Go on. With his excellent hearing, Leon Cassius heard her. He gave a confident thumbs up. Just then the host pointed to the chairs on stage and explained the rules of the game. The rule for this round is musical chairs. When the music stops, everyone must grab a chair and sit down. Anyone who doesn't get a chair will be eliminated. The number of chairs will decrease each round until only one winner remains. After hearing the rules, Leon Cassius scanned the other players. These rules aren't difficult, and my competitors are just ordinary dragons. No one seems too strong. The only one who caught my eye is her. The aura around her seems anything but ordinary. Time flew by and the first round was over. The host's voice rang out with an announcement. The first round for both groups has ended. Congratulations to our two contestants, the father of twins, and the mysterious lady for winning the first group stage. Both of you will now advance to the final showdown. We are currently resetting the stage, so please don't go anywhere. The final match will begin shortly. Leon Cassius watched her with a completely different expression, thinking just as I predicted, this female dragon made it to the finals. From my observations, her physical abilities are on par with Rose Sear's. Her overall power is very strong, and her cunning is a match for my own. She's a formidable opponent. Noticing him sizing her up, Issa chuckled to herself. Even though I know my opponent is strong, I have to see this through. For Rose Sear. And to avoid becoming Rose Sear's punching bag, I absolutely cannot lose. When the time came, the host signaled the start. Now I invite our two contestants to the stage. The rules are simple. It's called I Have You Don't. Each of you will take turns naming something you have, or an experience you've had. If your opponent doesn't have it, you get 1 point. After hearing the rules, Leon Cassius looked seriously at Issa. The rules of the game are indeed simple. I'll see what my opponent does first. Ladies first. Issa accepted without hesitation. Thank you. Then I won't be polite. I have a younger sister. Leon Cassius immediately replied, I don't, but I have a wife. Issa continued with things she had. I have 2 nieces. Leon Cassius calmly retorted, I have a pair of twin daughters. The score went back and forth. Down below, the more Roser looked at Issa, the more indescribably familiar she seemed. Why does that dragon look so familiar? At that moment, Leon Cassius started his attack. I have a mule whose hooves I've trimmed. At this rate, we could be going at this for hours without a winner. I need to think of a real curveball. Hearing that, Issa chuckled and dropped a bombshell. I still have my first kiss. Hearing this, Leon Cassius flew into a rage and criticized her. Isn't this a grand opening for a mother and baby supply store? What is a female dragon who still has her first kiss doing up here? While he was losing, his cool time ran out. The host pointed towards Wisa and announced Sir Leon Cassius's speaking time is up. The winner of the competition is this lady. Leon Cassius was extremely disappointed that he didn't win. Damn it, I was so close. No, I can't let her down. Excuse me, miss. The first place prize, the Jade Dew Dragon Fruit, is only effective for pregnant women. If you don't have a use for it, would you be willing to sell it to me? Issa hesitated for a moment, but her tone was a bit haughty. To be honest, I only joined the competition for fun. The Jade Dew Dragon Fruit means nothing to me. But why should I sell it to you? Hearing this, Leon Cassius sensed an opportunity and explained his reason. My wife is pregnant for the 2nd time and needs this fruit for her health. Several lives are on the line. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise appeared in Issa's eyes. A 2nd time. It seems you really love your wife, willing to come here and beg me for her sake. Seeing her expression soften, Leon Cassius affirmed with conviction. Yes, I love her more than anything. Seeing his sincere expression, Issa, as if granting a great favor, held it out. In light of how much you love your wife, this dragon fruit is a gift. Leon Cassius didn't expect her to just give it to him. He was stunned for a moment before thanking her. Thank you. Issa walked up to Rosesear and took off the hat she was wearing. Did you hear that? He said. He loves you very much. Congratulations on your 2nd pregnancy. Little Rosesear. Seeing it was Issa Rose, Sear cried out joyfully, eldest sister. The 3 of them went to a shop in the city. A cup of tea was placed gently in front of Issa. The 3 of them just looked at each other in silence. Issa seemed unhappy that she was only just now finding out about everything. For a few months now, Rose answered nervously. 2 months. Hearing this, a hint of anger crept into Issa's voice. And why didn't you tell me, Leon Cassius? He immediately spoke up to explain. Issa, we only found out a few days ago ourselves. We just came to Sky City today to buy some nutritional supplements and get a checkup. We were going to write you a letter right after we got back, weren't we? Rose quickly chimed in to support him. Right, we were still debating whether to write or to come tell you in person. Seeing how flustered they both were, Issa took a sip of her tea and said in a low voice, all right. For a moment there, I thought you two were deliberately trying to hide it from me. Her words were like 2 arrows hitting their mark. Weren't we just afraid you'd get overexcited and go shouting it from the rooftops? To change the subject, Rose asked why she was here. Issa, why are you here in Sky City in disguise? Issa's expression immediately darkened as she explained. A few days ago, the leader of the Wind Dragon clan sent me an invitation to Sky City to discuss an urgent matter. It's about the latest movements of the Crimson Flame Dragon King Constantin. At the mention of that guy, Rose immediately focused. Constantin, is there any new information? Isa lowered her eyes and recounted the recent situation regarding him. After Constantin completely took over 4 of the smaller clans, his ambitions swelled. Lately he's been constantly provoking and probing the borders of the Wind Dragon clan's territory. It seems they're his next target. Hearing this, Rose felt that he was either being too greedy or that targeting the Wind Dragon clan was a mistake. The Wind Dragon clan has a long and storied history. They're nothing like the smaller clans that can be easily compared. For Constantine to think he can take them down, that ambition seems a bit too much. Don't you think Isa also had her doubts about this? At that moment, Isa added the reason she was here. The Wind Dragon King doesn't dare act recklessly. As it happens, his territory and my Crimson Dragon Holy Temple are in a position to mutually support each other defensively, so he asked for my help to deal with Constantine together. When Rose heard she was planning to get involved, she grew worried. If Constantine wants to wage war with the Wind Dragon clan, the scale of it will be much larger than the conflict with the 4 smaller clans. If you get involved, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Isa stared at her reflection in her teacup and said with determination, I can't just stand by and watch them fall into ruin. If the Wind Dragon clan falls, then the next target will likely be my Crimson Dragon clan. Seeing her resolve, Rose offered her support. Isa, how about I send some Silver Dragon soldiers to your side? Hearing this, Isa refused her kind offer. There's no need. I will form an alliance with the Wind Dragon clan to pressure him. He's not an idiot. I doubt he'd dare to directly attack the Wind Dragon clan if he knows they have the support of the Crimson Dragon clan. Leon Cassius listened to the 2 of them talking and thought to himself, so, another war is coming. Whether it's humans or dragons under the strain of infinite desire, finite resources become ever more precious, inevitably leading to conflict. Back when I was a dragon slayer, I rarely thought about the meaning of war. My master used to say that this world is like a giant, intricate machine, and we are nothing but tiny screws within it. As for how this machine operates, how it's powered or how the gears mesh together, those are not things we should be thinking about. Our duty is to do our part as a screw of the empire, to obey orders and eliminate every dragon before us. Until the moment that traitor stabbed me in the back, that's what I always believed. Thinking of the past, the dormant hatred in him began to stir again. I just wanted to do my duty. Why did some scoundrel still want to harm me? Was it because a high-performance screw like me was an eyesore to someone, so they had me eliminated? The day I find out which despicable coward set me up, I will personally beat him to a pulp. Rose saw his expression and asked with concern, What's wrong? Leon Cassius regained his composure and replied as if nothing had happened. I'm fine. After their talk, Isa still couldn't stop worrying about her, but she had official business to attend to, so she had to leave first. Remember to take care of yourself. If the situation calms down, I'll find another chance to visit you. Seeing how rushed she was, Rose reassured her, I'll be fine. Just focus on your own territory. Before leaving, Isa entrusted her to him with complete faith. I'm leaving my little Rose in your care. Remember to fulfill the promise you made to me back then. Leon Cassius smiled reassuringly at her. Yes, you can rest easy and leave her to me. Hearing the 2 of them whispering, Rose asked curiously what promise Leon Cassius didn't want her to know and tried to deflect. It's nothing. But Isa, unlike him, immediately exposed him. It's about your husband. He said he didn't take good care of you during your first pregnancy, so he swore that with the second one, he would protect you and the baby no matter what. I thought he was just bluffing for fun back then, but who knew that in less than half a year, you 2 would already be making the next one. It seems he's really eager to prove himself, isn't he, little Rose? Hearing her private thoughts laid bare, Leon Cassius blushed in embarrassment. Isa, why did you have to say all that? Isa winked, reminding Rose to keep a tight leash on him. In short, Leon Cassius is a man of his word. Rose, you'd better not let him get away. Rose feigned indifference and replied, I know. Besides, you don't want to leave me either, right, dear? Being called so affectionately all of a sudden made Leon Cassius freeze for a beat. Right. Seeing the 2 of them being so lovey-dovey right in front of her, Isa's cheeks puffed out in frustration. All right, you 2, that's enough. If I stay here any longer, I'll probably drown in all this public display of affection. I'm leaving. Watching her retreating figure, the 2 of them called out in unison. Goodbye, Isa. Rose then turned to ask Leon Cassius, was what she said just now true? He feigned amnesia, replying, I don't remember. Let's go home, the kids are waiting for us. Seeing him trying to escape, Rose became even more curious. Don't you dare change the subject. Now tell me the truth. Time passed and night fell upon the Silver Dragon Palace. Leon Cassius, wearing bunny pajamas, looked at himself in the mirror while brushing his teeth. He glanced at the pink toothbrush in the cup, his thoughts drifting. It's been a few days since I started living with that female dragon. Luckily, she hasn't tried to make me perform my duties again since that day. Every day, I've been secretly practicing and storing my magic in the dragon crest. My magic is slowly starting to accumulate again. After brushing his teeth, he left the bathroom. Seeing Rose sitting on a chair, he steeled his resolve. Anyway, avoiding physical contact is one thing, but the prenatal education plan must proceed. Why is she still awake this late? Such a workaholic. Why are you still up so late? Seeing him, Rose didn't look up from her documents and replied, I'll go to sleep as soon as I finish these papers. What's wrong? So worried about me, Cassius, feigning indifference, explained. I'm just afraid you'll tire out the fetus. You should sleep earlier for your health. Seeing him get all flustered again, Rose chuckled teasingly. If you want to show you care about me, just say it directly. You don't need to use the baby as an excuse. Hearing this, Cassius couldn't believe his ears and retorted. Care about you. The only thing I care about is when you're going to abdicate the throne of the Silver Cassius king to me. Then the entire Silver Cassius sanctuary will be my domain. Rose Sayre's face darkened as she asked, and then what Cassius, pinned by her hawk-like gaze, looked completely flustered as he answered. Then, I'll take over all of your duties, leaving a workaholic like you with nothing to do but retire in peace. Hearing this, Rose Sayre chuckled and played along. All right then, but my retirement is still a few hundred years away. You can take over my duties for me then. Cassius was in disbelief when he heard that. A few hundred years from now, am I supposed to crawl out of my grave to take over your work? Rose Sayre stroked her hair down with a sinister, wicked look and said, By then, I'll find a necromancer to resurrect your body and turn you into a puppet that only knows how to work. Isn't that thoughtful enough for you? Hearing this heartless plan, Cassius was so angry he could have spat blood. You're just too thoughtful. His wife Rose Sayre lightly tapped the bedside lamp to turn it off. Let's sleep. Good night. Cassius turned his back to her. In his heart, he silently prayed she would fall asleep quickly. Go to sleep. So I can carry out my prenatal education plan. The sound of the clock ticked rhythmically. The space between them fell silent. Cassius cracked his eyes open slightly, trying to see if she was asleep yet. It's so late. What else does she want to do? She moved closer and whispered in his ear. Are you asleep? To this day, Cassius still didn't know that she was a sleep talker. He was convinced she wanted to conduct some kind of experiment on him. This female dragon is using charm magic on me to make me obey her or answer her questions, isn't she? I think she's acted strangely like this once before. Oh well, I'll just play along and answer her. Seeing him react, Rose Sayre chuckled softly. Maybe it worked this time. Hearing this, the little devil in Cassius's heart let out a cunning laugh. What a naive female dragon. Luckily, the skills of a dragon slayer like me are a cut above, so I wasn't affected by her spell. If you want to play, then I'll play along with you for fun. Rose Sayre then voiced the worry in her heart. Cassius, the promise you made to my sister, that you would take care of and protect me. Was it sincere? Cassius played along and answered, Yes, it's true. I will definitely protect you, even if I have to sacrifice my own life. His answer immediately made Rose Sayre's heart flutter. Does Cassius really care about me that much? But we're enemies. To think that way about an enemy, don't you feel like you're betraying yourself? At this point, it was unclear if Cassius was just playing along, or if he was taking the opportunity to speak his true feelings. In my heart, you stopped being an enemy a long time ago. You are my wife, the person I love most, and the one who deserves my protection for the rest of my life. This sincere and emotional answer left Rose Sayre, who had only been testing him, completely stunned. Meanwhile, Cassius was ecstatic, thinking he had successfully deceived Rose Sayre. You're sweating buckets, aren't you? Blushing from embarrassment, right? About to shed a tear from being so touched, I bet. Your Majesty, do you need your master to teach you how to read your lifelong rival's mind? At this point, Rose, still naive, thought he was sleepwalking. She asked carefully, So, your feelings. When did your feelings for me start to change? Cassius slowly replied, A long time ago. Rose grew even more curious and pressed on. How long ago is a long time ago? Was it our date in the Sky City? But Cassius refuted it. No. Rose didn't give up and asked again. Then, was it at the hot spring? Cassius still denied it. That wasn't it either. At this moment, Rose noticed the minute hand on the clock. Just when was it? What's going on? Last time, the truth-telling spell ended exactly at the 31st minute. It's already the 33rd minute, and he's still answering my questions. In other words, this guy is messing with me right now. Fine, you want to play mind games with me, then I'll play along until the end. After thinking of a new prank, Rose flashed a cunning smile. She changed her tone and asked, Could it be after I wore that bunny suit? Cassius paused for a moment, then replied, No. Hearing his denial, Rose feigned disappointment. What a shame. I really thought it was because of the bunny suit. I was even planning to put on the bunny suit and give you a surprise tomorrow morning. Cassius immediately took the bait. There's something that good in store. Rose pretended to turn around to look for the outfit. Where did I put it? I wonder if I can still fit into it. Cassius grew even more excited upon hearing this. He strained his ears to listen. Is she really changing into the bunny suit? Maybe I should just sneak a peek. He turned to look behind him, but Rose was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? While he was still searching for her, Rose called out from behind him in a gloomy voice. Have you finally decided to wake up, darling? Realizing he'd been tricked, Cassius broke out in a cold sweat. I'm so screwed. Rose pressed her knee onto Leon Cassius's hand and asked in a low voice, "When you said those words earlier, I was truly very touched. So touched. I bet you were so touched you could just die, right?" Tied to the bed, Leon Cassius tried to deny it. I wasn't. Rose sneered and questioned him. "In my silver Leon Cassius sanctuary, is there anything that you Prince Leon Cassius wouldn't dare to do?" Seeing the anger in her eyes, Leon Cassius forced a smile, wanting to explain. "This is truly a misunderstanding. Do you want to hear my explanation?" Rose smiled, but her voice was as cold as ice. "Listen, of course. I'll listen to everything my darling has to say." Leon Cassius tried to persuade her. "Then can you help your husband take this stocking off first?" Rose immediately refused. "No can do, darling. Tonight, this silk stocking will either be used to tie your hands or to stuff your mouth." Hearing this, Leon Cassius instantly refused the kindness. "Thank you. No need to go to all that trouble. Being tied up like this is fine." The thought of being tricked made Rose's teeth itch with anger. "You dare lie to me. The things you told my sister before were probably lies too." Seeing her interrogating him like this, Leon Cassius could only tell the truth. "What I told your sister was only half truth, half lie. The promise itself wasn't fake, it's just that my state of mind at the time was a little different." Rose was not satisfied with this answer. "What do you mean half truth, half lie? That's just an excuse." Seeing how hung up she was on this, Leon Cassius asked, half joking, half serious, "I never expected you to care so much about the promise between your sister and me. Could it be that you want to turn that hypothetical play into reality with me?" His words were like an arrow straight to Rose's heart. She grabbed the teddy bear next to her and used it to smother Leon Cassius's face. He yelled, condemning her cruel act. Murder Rose, sir. This is murder Rose," with a ferocious smile retorted. "This teddy bear is killing you." "What does that have to do with me, Rose, sir? Don't worry and rest in peace, darling." With the bear pressed against his face, Leon Cassius could only call her name in a muffled voice. "Rose, sir." She heard him but pretended otherwise. "What was that? I can't hear you, darling." With the bear repeatedly shoved into his face, Leon Cassius could only let out muffled noises. Suddenly, he felt something hard inside the bear as it touched his face, making him freeze. There seems to be something inside this bear. Sensing something was off, he forcefully yanked the bear from her hand. Seeing him take it, Rose screamed for it back. "Give me back the bear." As she reached out to reclaim the bear, it only confirmed his suspicions. "She's this flustered, which means there must be something good inside." Rose, feeling guilty, denied it. I'm not flustered." Hearing this, Leon Cassius became even more certain. He hugged the bear and ran. "Let me see what kind of dark secret you've hidden inside." Rose frantically chased after him, trying to get it back. "Get back here." After running out onto the balcony, Leon Cassius immediately tore open the bear to find what was inside. "Aha, so you did hide something in here. I can't believe you still have this photo." Seeing that the photo she had hidden was found, Rose said defiantly, "I just forgot to throw it away." Leon Cassius, of course, didn't believe her excuse. He leaned away slightly to dodge her. "Forgot to throw it away, yet you hid it inside the teddy bear I gave you." Unable to get it back, Rose yelled in anger, "Give it to me." When her hands couldn't catch it, Rose used her tail, wrapping it tightly around his arm. At that moment, Rose snatched the photo from his hand and threw it up into the sky with all her might. Seeing her throw it away, Leon Cassius asked in disbelief, "You really threw it away?" After destroying the evidence, Rose replied with a firm tone, "Of course I did. How boring. I'm going to bed." Just then, Leon Cassius turned his head and asked curiously, "But I think I saw some writing on the back of that photo." At that moment in the forest where the picture had fallen, the back revealed a line written by Rose. "May the silver of your name shine forever in the eyes of your beloved." The next day, at the Silver Leon Cassius Sanctuary's training grounds, Mian was practicing her sword swings when she suddenly asked, "Dad, are you and Mom fighting?" Hearing his daughter's question, Leon Cassius felt a pang of guilt and asked back, "Why would you think that Mian?" The little girl recounted the scene she had witnessed that morning. "This morning, neither of you said a single word to each other. But normally you two have so much to talk about." Hearing this, Leon Cassius asked curiously, "We normally talk a lot." Mia nodded affirmatively and continued, "Yes. Even though you don't see each other much during the day, whenever you do meet, you talk nonstop as if you have an endless supply of topics." Hearing this, a series of question marks popped up in Leon Cassius's head. "Rose, sir, and me, no way." Mian must be misremembering. While he was trying to convince himself, Mian spoke up, comparing the two of them to characters in a story she had read. "Dad, I think you and Mom are just like the hedgehog couple in the Little Dragon's Fables book." Leon Cassius repeated, puzzled. A hedgehog couple. Mian recalled the details from the story and connected them to her parents. "They're covered in sharp spines on the outside, but they're very soft on the inside. But if one of them refuses to retract their spines, the two of them will never be able to give each other a true hug. It's either Dad hurting Mom or Mom hurting Dad. So, you can only hug each other when you both pull your quills in, right?" Hearing the little girl's advice, Leon Cassius didn't show any reaction, but gently stroked her head. "Thank you, Mian. Dad knows what to do now." "Thank you, my dear Mian." I promise by tomorrow morning your mom and I will be back to the way we were before. Hearing his promise, Mian cheered with joy. Okay. As night fell after dinner, Rose Sarah walked into the forest. She looked towards the shining light and scanned every spot in the bushes, trying to find the photo she had lost yesterday. The photo from yesterday must have dropped somewhere around here. I can't find it anywhere. How can I search everywhere and still not see it? Why did I have to be so ridiculously proud? If I had just been a little more shameless back then, I could have kept the photo fair and square, right? Why do I have to suffer like this, fumbling around in the dark just to find it? The owner of the photo shop said that shot was a one-of-a-kind moment. If it's lost, it's gone forever. Just then, Leon Cassius, holding the photo, spoke up. Are you looking for this? Hearing that, Rose Sarah happily turned her head. Leon Cassius was leaning against a tree watching her. I happened to find it today when I was taking Mian out for training. Listen carefully, I just happened to find it. I'm not like you, deliberately coming all the way out here to search for it. Rose Sarah paid no mind to his words, joyfully hugging the photo to her chest. After finding the photo, Rose Sarah still put on a brave face, saying, well, I wasn't deliberately looking for it either, I was just taking a walk. Leon Cassius gently helped her up and played along. Right, I know. This time make sure you keep it safe. Don't go throwing it away again. Rose Sarah pouted and huffed. I don't need you to remind me. On the way back to their rooms, Leon Cassius couldn't resist teasing her further. Hey, you know what she called you? The little one said, you're like a porcupine. Rose Sarah, who understood him better than he knew himself, immediately shot back. Don't try to fool me. I'm sure Mian said that about both of us. Seeing that she'd guessed right, Leon Cassius burst out laughing. Wifey, you're so smart. In the quiet of the night, Rose Sarah's embarrassed voice rang out. Shut up, who are you calling your wife? Back in her room, Rose Sarah no longer hid the picture. Instead, she put it in a photo frame. She gently pressed down to secure the photo inside. Then she carefully placed it on the nightstand, smiled softly, and spoke to the picture, or rather to the person in the picture, in an incredibly gentle tone. Good night. Is greater than. And that's all for this recap, my loves. If you want to keep following this series, go ahead and smash that like and subscribe button. Let's get the admin fired up. Anyone who doesn't smash it hard. Just wait, I'll bring a can of cooking oil to your house. Goodbye and see you next time, my loves.